There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome, surf fans. We've got an incredible lineup in front of you today. Some of the world's best surfers, 18 and under, 16 under, men and women. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships 2023 edition. We are live from Macumba here in beautiful Rio de Janeiro. I am Chris Cote, and I'm very excited to be joined now by Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, we've come to this incredible part of the world, really one of the surf-centric cities in all of Brazil, and that's saying a lot because you know the Brazilian squad is stacked with talent anywhere we go, and in looking out here, the 365 surfers we have on hand are ready to go out there and do what they do best.
Yeah, largest amount of surfers in a World Junior Championship history, but I think more importantly, first time we've come back to Brazil since 2006. Almost 20 years, Chris, and pretty excited to be here in Macumba, my first time in this part of Rio, and I think the waves are really pumping today. Should be a real fun day of competition.
Absolutely, and a treat for all of us is that we get to see the future of surfing unfolding right in front of our eyes. We're going to start off with your boys under 16, round one, heat one. Tama Hanneman, Sandro Riviera, and Kekoa Humel. So Hawaii, Ecuador, and Germany. That's a perfect illustration of what we're going to see all week long here in Macumba Beach in beautiful Rio de Janeiro. International superheats across the board. The best surfers in the nations that they're representing.
Yeah, and I think overall, most importantly, you're just trying to better your seed if you don't have a full team for next year, trying to get your good result individually, but here you're in representation of your country too. So overall, you want to be able to do well individually, and I think, you know, as a country, you want to be able to represent your nation at the highest stage and at the highest level. Making the final, getting a medal is huge, but just carrying yourself throughout an event is really important. This is an 8-day event, so it's really important to be able to keep that consistency whether you're competing on that day or not.
And I think for a lot of these young surfers, this really is the first step in their career, the first major leap they're taking into international travel, into international competition. So we're about to see the future stars of this sport shine and come alive in the waves. Well, the waves look absolutely rippable. I mean, especially if you're a grommet, right? We're talking about surfers 18 to 16 and under. These are waves that they're going to go out there and absolutely rip. You know, you see a nice long reform coming out the back. Inside section has air potential all over it. We're going to see a lot of waves ridden, a lot of big scores. And you might even meet your new favorite surfer today.
That's absolutely true, and just talk about what the ISA has done in terms of serving as a platform for a lot of World Championship Tour surfers, a lot of world champions. I think the last two world champions on the men's side are two great examples of that, Felipe and Gabe. And then you also have not only Griffin Colapinto, who was a number 3 surfer in the world this year, Ethan Ewing, who's been a former ISA competitor. So the junior platform is really one of those places where I just think, you know, a lot of people excel in this type of competition. You are surfing against 4 people for the most part and 20-minute heats. But just overall, this is a great platform. It's kind of a stepping stone into bigger and better stuff eventually.
No doubt. So with 365 plus surfers, you know, you got to add about 5 to 6 coaches, friends, family, staff members. So we, of course, want to thank this beautiful part of the world, Barra de Teahupo'o, and for bringing us all down here and putting us all up. The Surf City town has come alive. It's going to be really fun to see throughout the day. So these are going to be 20-minute heats. Top 2 surfers will advance through. Most likely these repechage rounds that we enjoy here in the ISA, giving everybody a couple chances to potentially get through these events. You know, this is Olympic rules. This is, again, the first step these surfers are taking to potentially one day surf in the Olympic Games.
100%, and especially with the development that we're going to see in different regions of the world. Paris 2024, which is going to be in Tahiti. You're going to have LA 2028. It's a real good understanding of what you're supposed to not only provide in terms of competition, but also elevating that kind of competition across different regions worldwide. So there's a good important amount of surfing that I feel like we're going to be having this week here. But just overall, I think that Brazil is a great place to be able to compete overall.
Let's talk a little bit about the wave here. So, of course, I would say this has kind of a Huntington Beach feel, right? You got a nice kind of crumbly outside section where you have to make that decision, right or left. And in some cases, you can kind of go both. Almost go straight, set things up. The inside, I feel like, is where the real impact is going to come along. And the free surfing sessions so far with hundreds of incredible surfers out there, every time I look towards the water for the first couple of days down here, I saw at least 2 kids doing airs out there. So we're going to see high performance surfing. We're going to see power surfing. And it's really going to come down to, you know, how well your team is coached, the discipline that you have. Because you can imagine you're 15 years old. This is your first international trip. You get to come to a place like this. Staying focused is going to be paramount. But we know the coaching staffs, of course, that travel with these teams are the best of the best. I mean, a great example of that would be Shane Dorian, representing Team Hawaii. I mean, he's cracking the whip. He's keeping those kids focused, and the performances are going to follow. So here you have your look into the lineup. We've got 15:50 on the clock. This is your surfer in green, Sandro Riviera, representing Ecuador. We do have one score of note on the board, Keikoa Homel with a 4.33. So, Mitch, we're going to see a ton of waves ridden. Judges, international panel, male and female from all over the world. These are elite level judges, the same judges you'd see in World Surfing Games and Championship Tour events. So our judges know exactly what they're doing. And for the young surfers out here in the lineup right now, this is yet again just another taste of what they're going to experience for the rest of their career.
Yeah, and just to explain on why Hawaii is a sovereign nation here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships rather than at the ISA World Surfing Games is because Hawaii doesn't compete at the Olympics. So they do compete individually at the Junior Championships like we're seeing right now with Tama out there in the red jersey. But when it comes to actual World Surfing Games and Olympic surfing, they compete for the US of A. So right now, they have an opportunity to defend that gold medal, which they won last year in El Salvador. And I'm really expecting big things from them. They had a great performance when it came to the USA Surfing Championships at Lower Trestles earlier this year in June. I think there's a lot of great talent coming out of the Hawaiian Islands right now, Chris, and we're seeing it in Hanneman. But so far, it's Hummel, though, with a 4.33 and a 3.17 in the lead.
Yeah, so not a bad start there. Look down the line, you got surfers from Peru, New Zealand, Ireland, Norway, Venezuela, Brazil, of course, Ukraine. You got surfers representing Hungary, and I think, you know, for a lot of us fans of ISA competition, these first 3 days are truly special because you get to see surfers that you most likely have never heard of from surfing nations that you most likely didn't even know had waves, and in a lot of cases, they don't. These are some landlocked nations that, you know, they take their surfers on trips to get them prepared. So here is your participation record-breaking event yet again. 365 athletes in 4 divisions, 177 women, nearly making up half the field of competitors. And I can guarantee you in 2024, it may be half, if not over half. The women have come in strong here to Brazil. As we see, looking now, Tama Hanneman, representing Team Hawaii. So the one thing that we're going to see now, too, is we're going to have to figure out a new name for it. It's not the Huntington Hop. Maybe it's the Brazilian Bop, trying to get to that inside section. I think the impact you're going to have right in that shore break is going to be huge. The judges, of course, they want to see high action surfing, speed, power flow, all the things to get us excited as surf fans. The judges are surf fans and surfers themselves, so they know what they're looking for.
I got a name for you. The Macumba Roomba. How does that sound?
All right, I'm going to write that down, and we'll see if that one sticks.
Well, I mean, I think overall you just need to be looking at two scores out there. If you try to get too greedy and get 4 or 5 waves in a heat, especially with how far the long paddle back out is, it's going to be difficult for you to get a lot of waves in a heat, especially in 20 minutes. But I think me personally, I'd be looking at a lot of insiders and just be thinking, okay, if I got a wave on the outside, I brought it through, it's anything better than a 5, just get a quick backup score, move up into the top 2, and that's kind of like the big opportunity that you have out there. Is it seems like Tama's kind of looking into that right now. Smart decision just to stay on the inside if you're in third priority, but a 5 goes a long way right now, Chris. You know, there are waves, but it can be a bit inconsistent at times, especially in a place like this that does get a lot of wind swell.
And I think these opening heats, of course, like any contest, whether it's, the Olympics, whether it's your local regional event, the first couple heats of the day are really going to be the pace setters. This is going to show us how well these teams are coached and also the presence of mind that these surfers have. Remember, these are 16 and under competitors here in this opening round. Your event schedule, yes, this is a marathon and a sprint. We're going to see a lot of waves ridden in the next few days. We're going all the way through to December 3rd. So our finals day will go down December 3rd. Between now and then, we're looking at probably a couple thousand waves ridden. Looks nice and consistent out there, especially today.
Oh, and you look at where it's breaking too. You don't want to be too far out. You don't want to be too far in. But when it comes to that middle part, Chris, that's definitely the spot that I feel like a lot of surfers are having difficulties with, just because it goes so flat so often. As it seems like Tama's having a look right here. This might be a good double up on the inside.
Here we go, Tama Hanneman making that split-second decision. He's going to fade right. You see this nice little section to work with here. Little flat on the face there. He's going to stick with it. Here's where things could get interesting through to this inside. And the good news for, I think, all of the surfers competing right now is this will be a wave that they're familiar with. I mean, every surf nation in the world has a beach break like this where it's kind of a nice roll-in take-off. You got to keep your speed and then get that big finish. That wave right there wasn't going to be a great score for Tama, but I like that he stuck with it. 10.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time to get something better on the board. He's trying to get rid of a 1.93 for now, but he started strong with the highest score of the entire event, 5.83.
Yeah, and he's a tall dude too. Also for the U16s, remember you can turn 16 the year of competition. You can also turn 18 if you are in the U18. So I think overall one of the oldest kids in the division, definitely one of the taller ones too. And we have returning champions in the event too. Willis Droomer, who won the U16s last year, is in the U18s now. Taya Zabrowski competing for France once again. She's going to be a difficult competitor to really beat out there in these kind of conditions. Looking forward to Sierra Kerr competing here too. I think this is a specialty break. But just overall, the talent level from different parts of the world, especially with Olympic movement now, a lot of people competing for nationalities that aren't really, in their upbringing. They didn't necessarily grow up in those places. They have heritage, though. They decided to compete for those countries. Next thing you know, a lot of these surfers that you're seeing at this World Junior Championship could potentially be competing 2028 in LA.
And it's really cool, too, because a lot of the teams that maybe in the past 4 or 5 years fielded 2 to 3 surfers, we're seeing full teams from places like Ireland, Scotland. Team England has come correct with the entire squad. So I feel like through ISA competitions and, of course, through the Olympics, the nations have got the note. Let's field these full teams. And even if it's not necessarily a young surfer you think might be, on their way to getting a gold medal down here, they're gaining that much-needed experience. So as their team develops, the teams are just going to get that stronger. And I love midway through the week when we start to see the team standings start to shake out, figure out who needs what. And that's just another unique element to ISA competition. And there are some lone wolf teams, some teams with just 2 or 3 surfers. I would say the most underrated team with not a full team right now has to be Team Finland.
No doubt.
Led by Ellington Perry. And there are a couple of names that are going to come through that you're probably familiar with, but maybe you didn't know that they're going to be flying the flag of Norway, of Ireland, of Senegal, etc. With 46 nations, your new favorite surfer is out in the water at some point this week. And we got a big one coming up next. Peru, New Zealand, and beyond will be hitting the lineup. Our first 4 surfer heat of the day. With 8 minutes to go now, it's Tama Hanneman the 5.83, the score to beat so far, and he looks like he's right there in the sweet spot again, fading right. This is a nice, fun-looking wave. Great start there. It's hard to believe that these young surfers are 16 and under. I mean, anytime I look up at the screen and see one of these waves ridden, I'm thinking, is this a QS? Is this a Challenger Series? I mean, is this World Surfing Games caliber competition? It absolutely is. So we see Riviera now, Team Ecuador. Big finish there. The judges are definitely going to have their work cut out for them because there is going to be a lot of waves ridden and probably a lot of similar waves.
Yep.
Turn out the back, pump, and then one big finish.
A lot of 2s, a lot of 3s this week, Chris. A lot of scores that will be insignificant. But overall, that was a wave that was necessary right now for Rivera. Only had a 193 as his best. Got the big finish right there, so that'll help him with 7 minutes to go. But as we were mentioning, there's not really a huge difference between a QS event and a World Junior Championship. A lot of these kids have done Pro Juniors already, have done qualifying series events. Even Shion Crawford, who was the runner-up last year in the U18s, he could have still surfed in this event, decided to stay over at Haleiwa. He just won a QS event over at Sunset Beach, wants to win the event at Haleiwa because he wants to be on the Challenger Series once again. So as you were mentioning, this is a huge platform for a lot of these surfers to bring their skills, get better, and more importantly, just get your repetitions in too. If you're winning all the way from the main round to the main final, you're surfing at least 7 or 8 heats. That's a huge amount of experience, not counting the recharge round. So it is something that is essential for a lot of these surfers just to garner experience and get some competitive edge in different parts of the world too. As looking at the replay here of Tama, I mean, this first turn was strong. Out the back, great section right there. Got a little hung up coming out of it though, but as you were mentioning, a point of difference right there from Hanneman. Wraps it back once again, brings it all the way around, and this inside section got tricky for him right at the end. I think the smarter thing would have been able to fit in a lip line hit right there, settle with the carve. Still going to improve by far in the 1.93.
So we're almost down to the 5-minute mark here. Hanneman in the red, he's in the lead. Now we're going to see Keikoa from Germany. I'd say one of the most improved overall teams in the last decade or so. Team Germany has done huge things at the ISA World Surfing Games level. And so this is a good sign of the future of the German surfing program with surfers like Keikoa, Hummel in there. Dropping some decent scores, a 4.33 and a 3.17. That's a nice start. He would need a 6.5 to get in the lead. Top 2 surfers stay here in the main podium. 3rd and 4th place surfers will go to our repechage rounds that are stacked quickly with talent.
Well, and this kid rips too. Drops a 4.33 right here. Really for just the one carve, but a strong one on the outside. So they're going to reward you for the one strong section that you have, regardless of where it is in the lineup. And as you were saying before we started the comp, Chris, this is really any surfer's paradise to be able to come to a beach break with a lot of opportunities in a 20-minute heat and to be able to surf a place like this. I would have been licking my chops right now if I knew I had a heat out there.
I mean, the key word out there is fun.
Mm-hmm.
These are some of the fun, the most fun you can have types of waves like this, because you really have the opportunity to be patient when you stand up on these waves, because you know there's going to be something interesting coming at you like that. Sandro Rivera tries to hold on, cannot. Maybe just went up a little bit early. You could see that section right there. That was a ramp.
Yeah.
That was a huge air section. So I think we're going to see, again, the future unfold in front of our eyes. A lot of these surfers with real solid fundamentals, but also incredible air games.
Yeah, and for a lot of these young kids, they don't have a lot of experience competing outside of their country of origin either. So a huge moment for them just in terms of controlling pressure, getting that experience underneath themselves too, but more importantly, competing against higher level surfers. As we look at the replay here of Rivera, this was a great wave. Unfortunately, was looking right the whole time, ended up going left, but he was just too late to the section right there. Balance was off a little bit, came out of it a little bit too stretched out, and cost an error right there with 3.5 to go. That was a crucial wave where you only needed a 4 to move up into the top 2.
It's interesting, that middle part of the wave, that kind of flat section, it almost has an uphill landing.
Mm-hmm.
The water is kind of coming at you from the beach. Not a lot of backwash out there right now. We'll see what the tide does there. I think for the rest of the teams here, not only a great scouting report in terms of conditions, but also who they could potentially be facing later on this week. Tama Hanneman, he's been in control of this heat. solid fundamentals there, quick snap, setting things up. I mean, you can tell this kid was born and bred in a contest jersey. He's real solid on his feet, doing a little bit of work through to this inside section. Gets a nice vertical snap to finish that wave. So right there, great, solid, fundamental surfer. Meat and potatoes, but exactly what the judges want to see. You want to see control. They want to see power. You know, I think with 2 minutes and 40 seconds ago, he's sitting on a couple fives. Maybe he could have let loose just a little bit more, but I really like the tempo and the cadence of that wave. He did well.
And play it safe, too. First heat of the event, first heat of the morning. All you want to do is to be able to make it through and get your confidence going. And I think overall this has been a great heat for him. He has had a couple of falls and a couple of misreads. But when you're able to move through, especially in a dominant fashion, everybody else is needing at least more than a 6 to beat you. There's some good stuff from Hanneman. Drops in. Great first snap right there. Slid out a bit too much when he was coming out of it. Regained well. And I think this inside section was well read. As you were saying, maybe played it a bit too cautious towards this finishing section. But once he got there, though, he really engaged with the lip line. I mean, that was solid stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy, but meat and potatoes, basic stuff that's able to get you through the heat.
Oh, I'm not mad at it. I actually liked the last turn a little bit better in looking at it on the replay. You saw he got a little frisky with his tail on that inside section. And obviously a smart surfer. I mean, you know, with a 6.17 and a 5.83, that tells us he's very consistent. So he's got to be feeling pretty confident with 1 minute and 33 seconds to go. Round 1, heat 1. We're just getting things started. 365 surfers, all with a chance to get onto the global stage here. Remember, a win here will make you a junior world champion. That is a huge way to start your surfing career.
And look at the people that have come through this program before. In 2011, Felipe was able to win the event in Punta Hermosa in Peru. A month later, went to the U.S. Open Pro Junior combo John,
where
Connor
he became
Coffin.
Holy Toledo.
Yeah, and one of the all-time greats in Colo Handino, too, to win his first Pro Junior victory.
Ooh, some spice from Tama Hanneman. So you can tell with 2 good scores there. Now he's got the luxury to get a little wild. He does, throws the front side air, can't come around with it. But that's basically, I would say, the textbook way to surf your heat, right? Get a couple mid-rangers right off the bat, start to open things up a little bit. His last score of note, that 6.17. Then you got about a minute left, throw in air. That just right there is sending a signal to the rest of the field. I'm here to win.
Yep.
And that's exactly how you want to start your campaign here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Games.
Well, and you land it too, you improve your score, you're sending a message, as you were saying. As we look at the Brazilian team right there, they're obviously very stoked to be able to get an event here at home. First time we've been here since 2006. And 2 of the last surfers to win this event here in Brazil, 2 Australian legends, Owen Wright, Julian Wilson, some big names.
Serious looking team right there. Team Brazil always comes to win. And another unique element of ISA competition that I love is the team camaraderie. So unlike the World Surfing Games, unlike some of the other ISA events, here in the Junior Championships, we have basically 2 separate teams, 18 and under, 16 and under. So that's a big squad, and they're all going to be down here cheering for each other. They're going to be learning from each other, and the coaches have their hands full not only day, but also at night. We've been having the good times of eating dinner with Team Scotland, Team England, back at our hotel, and that's a well-behaved group. I'm very impressed with the discipline that I've seen from these teams so far. We'll see what happens later in the week when you got 9 15-year-olds roaming around the streets of Brazil. But this indicates something early on that shows us that this is an international thing of beauty with Team Hawaii. The whole team goes to the water's edge to congratulate their surfer. Tama gets the win there. We're going to take a quick break, but we are just getting started here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Macumba, Brazil. We'll be right back.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Teahupo'o. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Teahupo'o is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Teahupo'o has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo'o is super super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
Welcome back, surf fans. We are in beautiful Rio de Janeiro. This is Praia de Macumba. I would say the perfect venue for an event of this magnitude. 365 surfers from all over the world, 40 plus national teams represented here. So for our first heat of the day, it was Team Hawaii getting the win. Tama Hanneman dropped a couple, say, high mid-range scores. So the judges have signified that, you know, if you do some good, clean, powerful surfing and read the waves well, you will be rewarded. But I like that they're leaving the top of that field open for what we know is going to happen, and that's some big, giant airs, progressive surfing. And again, this is the future of surfing right in front of our eyes. Here is your heat, round one, heat two. We got Marcelo Huaman from Peru, Alexis Owen, Aiden Albara, and Oscar Chu. So another international heat right here. And this is going to be a great scouting report for all of us. Will one of these surfers, well, all four of these surfers eventually wind up surfing the Olympics? Will they be on a World Surfing Games national team soon?
Could be. Ireland has a lot of heavy waves compared to Tahiti, so wouldn't be surprised to see one of them eventually in there too. But have seen Nathan Albado surf before. The kid rips. This kid, though, Waman, is a ripper, though, Chris. Goofy footer coming out of Peru. Has a lot of talent, great competitor, and as you know, Peruvians have been great competitors since the beginning of surfing. And you see the replay there. That was just a small score, and then Aiden got it right here. Great forehand attack, up and over the section right there. It seemed like it was just one on the outside, was looking for the reform here, but the wave didn't really stand up and offer anything after that. So just the one and done for him, a 2.32. But Oman off to a great start, a 6.33 and a 2.33 for him in the first 3.5 minutes of the heat, Chris.
Yeah, it's exactly how you want to start. Well, that's not exactly how you want to start. Sorry, I thought you said 6.33, 2.33. That's a decent start, but in the previous heat we saw, I think the highest soaring single wave was about a high 6. So the judges leaving some room up there at the top, and if you look out at what we're seeing right now, it's kind of a great illustration, right? Take off, set things up. You don't have to do too much. Don't force it, right? It's speed, power, flow. The flow element still a big part of what the judges are looking for, as we see Alden now, Abada, lots of speed through the inside section. Nice solid finish there, so that's most likely going to be the highest score of this heat. I love that little power burst he got through the inside section. So it's almost like you can use that roll in, right? You don't want to do too much out the back unless a section presents itself, but really so far we've seen the biggest scores coming through from those big finishes, and here's a look at what happened on that last one.
Well, had a great variation on the outside too. The one carve to start off, then gets the roundhouse cut back, but as soon as this wave starts rolling through on the inside, he really goes to work. Once again, another roundy, but look at the wave as it stands up here on the inside. Straight up and vertical right there. Great finish, and a big thing about coaching, Chris, is the way you finish the wave presentation-wise. Presented the finishing turn very well right there at the end, was able to get a solid score. I'm thinking not only should it be the best score of his, but also the best score of the heat with 15 minutes to go right now. And I don't think priority is going to be a major issue for a lot of these surfers up until the very end of the heat, especially in a 20-minute heat with so much space to work with. I feel like you have a lot of freedom out there just to be able to roam around and kind of select the peak that you want to surf. The smart thing, though, as always, get busy as early as you can.
Yeah, for those of us out there, and there's a lot of us that get to surf with young surfers, 18 under, 16 under, you know the energy level is through the roof. Oscar Chu now representing Ireland. Just a quick up and out there, unable to make that inside section. Only one turn out the back, so he'll get back out there. Straight back to the drawing boards. Now we see Alexis Owen representing New Zealand. Strong snap there, rides out clean. And opts out of that wave, so probably a good read there. Not every single wave is going to reform into an inside section for you. So why not just paddle back out? Don't waste too much time. I think every minute, every second is going to count here at this level of competition.
Yeah, and this was great wave selection too, and excellent execution of priority here by Owen. Starts off with the setup carve on the backhand. Once again, eyes this last action and just throws it down. So a big hammer to finish off. Gets himself a 4.17 right there. So the best score of the heat so far for him. But it is Waman still with that 6.83 that has him way out into the lead as Oscar up and riding again. No, but had a look at it. So he's going to use priority right there. Unfortunately, Chris, and that wave had some potential down the line for him. So a missed opportunity for the surfer from Ireland.
Well, you see your surfer in green right now is sitting with second priority. That's Aiden Albada, 14 years old, Trinidad and Tobago. It's been real fun having the Trinidad and Tobago teams coming through at the World Surfing Games level. Now here competing at the World Junior Championships. So we see Marcelo, Team Peru, looking like a young Cristobal del Col. You see that style right there, of course. Why wouldn't you be influenced by one of Peruvian's best ever to do it? He's making his way through the inside, and I'm just so impressed already, only in Heat 2, with the fundamentals we're seeing from these young surfers. These are 16 and under surfers in most cases, 14, 13. We even have some 12-year-olds competing. So you're going to see some real bright, shining stars from a lot of different areas of the world. And, of course, every surfer comes through into this event with their own story. You can go to ISAsurf.org, where you will learn a lot more if you go to the teams section. Check out all the bios. I mean, these kids, you could pretty much make a documentary about each and every kid competing here today.
Yeah, no doubt. As you were mentioning, this kid like a mini Cristobal, who's a former ISA gold medalist himself, on the forehand now. Great carve right there by Marcelo. Really laid it on rail. Got the foam climb to finish off. Just love the style. Love the way he accentuates a lot of his turns. Really sells everything as well as he can. And a young kid, too, definitely below the age of 16. Still has a few more years left in the U16. But they fielded another great team. And as always, top 10 finishing country, whether it's the juniors, World Surfing Games, or even in the longboard event. I expect them to get a gold medal, not only individually, as one of the surfers could potentially do it in the 4 divisions that we have, but I also think they're getting a medal overall as a team this time around, Chris. First day of competition, I'm already claiming that certain teams are probably going to be up there on the podium. I think the U.S. has fielded an incredible team. I think Hawaii, once again, should be a contender. But I think Peru, very underrated once again.
Absolutely. We got 11 minutes to go here. We got Marcelo from Peru in the lead for now as these surfers get reset in the lineup. Let's go down to Jess Grimwood, the winner of our first heat of the event.
Thank you, Chris. Tama, congratulations. First heat of the day, first heat of the contest. How does it feel for you here at the World Juniors taking that first win?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. It's awesome to get the first heat out of the way, and I can't wait for more.
You got a pretty prestigious team behind you as well. We can see just to the side of the contest area, the rest of the Hawaiian team. Tell us a little bit about who you're traveling with and what have you guys been doing here for the last week?
Yeah, Team Hawaii is super cool. They're super supportive, and yeah, they're all just hyping me up.
And then just a little word out. I know there's so many people at home tuning on in. This is a huge event for you, huge event for Hawaii. Give them a shout out. First win, first heat of the day. Great surfing from you, Tama.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all my sponsors and my family watching back home. It's like 1 a.m. and they woke up to watch, so super stoked.
Congratulations, mate. We can't wait to see you surf throughout the rest of the event. And well done. We'll let you go get out of the sun and refresh. Well done, Tama.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Our first winner of the event. Love to see that. And I don't think many people in Hawaii actually slept last night. Apparently the waves were about 150 feet all over the North Shore. It must have been rumbling, but Tama doing his job there, getting a win early on. Now we see Oscar Chu from Team Ireland. He's got a 2.67 and a 1.17, so a decent start there. But you look up at Marcelo representing Team Peru, a 6.83 and a 2.33. Solid score. If you can get yourself up into the double digits, Mitch, you're most likely looking good to advance through. Top 2 surfers stay in this main round. 3rd and 4th place surfers, they go straight to the repechage where things get scary immediately.
Yeah, first round or two, you're getting double digits, 11, 12 points. Keep it very simple. The chances of you making the heat are very high. as we look at the Brazilian team right there getting ready. That's Guilherme Lemos, great surfer. Got some hair dye in his hair.
Yeah, I was going to say, best haircut of the event so far.
But you see right there, Paulo Moura, great former professional surfer himself, has a lot of experience and one of the better coaches coming out of the area as we look at Owen up and riding.
Team New Zealand, a lot of energy coming down the line here. He's doing a lot of turns at that wave. See some frustration there. That might have been the case of just doing a little too much. You want to be able to plane across the water through that flat section. You know, the bounce, the hop, and all that. Yes, it is a way to get across, but the judges will most likely deduct some points away from that flow element if you're pumping and trying a little too hard. I'm not mad at the turns you did out the back, but maybe just a little too many.
Well, you tried to overdo it, and you want to surf the wave for what it's worth and not try to oversurf it. And at that point, it seemed like that's what was trying to happen right there. Only gets a 2.2, and unfortunately for him, it's still not enough to move up into the top two, as Albada and him were actually tied at one point, but Aiden has the tiebreaker right now at 2.5, so just slightly ahead of him. And now just under 8 minutes to go. I'm seeing a lot of waves on the inside that have potential for anything better than a 4, too, Chris. All it takes is the three elements of the criteria that are just as important as any. Speed, power, flow, combination of major maneuvers. That comes down to the sections that you're getting. So if there's sections on the inside that you feel like you can capitalize on, that's a wave that you should be going on. That roll-in right there, that had scoring potential written all over it too. So if you're seeing these waves go by and time's ticking down, especially if you're in first or second priority, that's a wave that you should probably be on.
Yeah, and I would say even though there's a lot of waves coming through, it's most likely a bit of a confusing lineup just because there's so much happening. Alexis Owen, your surfer in blue. Looks like he found a little runner here to work with. He's from Dunedin in New Zealand. And this might be one of the best home break names I've seen of the event so far. Murdering Bay. Murdering Bay. That is a menacing sounding home break, Mitchell.
It definitely sounds that way. But it's a wave that I'd definitely like to get to know a little bit more.
It sounds cool.
Because of the intriguing name. This was great execution of fourth priority, though. A lot of these surfers don't necessarily compete with priority that often, so the people that do, they're a lot more used to the pressure situations like they're in right now. As you see right there, get a combo, doesn't need a huge score, just a 2.5 or better. Was able to do the Macumba Roomba here on the inside, and once again, hit the lip line there at the end. I feel like it's going to be just enough for him to move up into the top two. But great wave selection, Chris. Wrapped it back all the way through, hit the lip. So that's a combination right there. Lost a little bit of control, was able to recover. And right here at the end, just making sure that he was able to finish on his feet. And with the smart turn at the end, that is great stuff. No doubt to me, going to be the 2.5.
And I got a good feeling Macumba Roomba is going to stick, Mitch. I back you up on that one. I'll be using that even when you're not around. 5:39 to go here. Marcelo Human from Peru in the lead, 6.83 and a 4.27. Aiden Albada in second for now, 4.1725. Alexis Owen in New Zealand, 4.17 for him. There's a smiling young ripper coming up next. Ivan Minenko coming from Team Ukraine. He'll be going up against Norway, Venezuela, and Brazil. By far, my favorite aspect of ISA competition is seeing these surfers from all over the world coming together. Of course, a better world through surfing. That is our ISA mantra, our ethos. Yes, they're out there trying to win. They're competing against each other. But at the same time, these are surfers right now that throughout this week are making lifelong friends. I mean, we're going to see surfers 10 years from now competing at the highest level going, remember when we were doing the Macumba Roomba? That was a great time.
You're competing on the CT against people that you were competing here 5-6 years ago, and next thing you know, you're both world title contenders. As you look at the kid from Norway coming up, I mean, they stacked a great field too. That's Hakon Vigre from Norway. Mike Prada is going to be from Venezuela coming up in the next seed, and we have a Brazilian surfer, our first Brazilian surfer in the event coming up in the red jersey next one.
Well, you know the beach is going to be going wild. I like the look of that Paisalian 2 under that young surfer's arm. We see your surfer in white, Oscar Chu, Team Ireland. Nice little redirect there Foam gets the better of him through that inside section. Did some work. He's got a 2.67 in his high mark for now. This is boys 16 and under surfing here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Live from Rio de Janeiro. About a 45-minute hour drive outside of kind of Rio proper. But right here along this stretch, the next beach over, you may have heard of it, Ipanema. Right past that, the Copacabana. So we are in one of the world's best beach zones. And the waves are here, and it's looking fun.
Yeah, and you come to a place that's tropical, you're able to surf in board shorts, enjoy the weather, enjoy the food, the cuisine, and especially what I think is the most important part of all, great transportation too. It's accessible to everybody, as Rio has a lot of straight flights from different parts of the world. As Aiden now down to third, needs a score here, Chris.
Oh. Yeah, that wave you could see kind of just went a little bit away from him. I think the ideal place to do your turn would be in the waves kind of bending at you because you can kind of match power for power. That wave is kind of softened up under his feet. 2:50 to go. Marcelo in the lead for now. Alexis in second. So we've got Peru and New Zealand on top. Trinidad and Tobago from Aiden Albada. Actually lives in Santa Barbara the last few years. So multi-nationality is going to go down. I think we're going to see that story quite a bit. We see that at all levels of ISA competition. You know, young surfer representing a place like Greece, Finland, etc. That's their family heritage, but they're living in places like Costa Rica, Encinitas. So another just fun and unique element to ISA competition.
Yeah, and I've seen Aiden compete throughout the West Coast and California too. He's a great surfer. He's just had 2 waves where he's kind of misused the opportunities in front of him. He's gotten ahead of himself a little bit too much. It seems like things worked out in his favor, though, as a couple of people paddled for waves, and he moved back up in his second priority. Still only needs a mid-3, and Chu right now having a look on the backhand here. Good-looking wave, Chris.
Yeah, here goes Chu. Redirections right there, trying to see what this wave is going to give him. Could have a nice little wedge to work with here on the inside. Builds up nicely. A little pocket to work with right there. Still going. Doesn't get the finish. But a lot of good work done through to the inside all the way to the beach. He's 16 years old. He lives in Sligo. His home break is Peak Bundaran. Now we're back to Aiden Albada, Trinidad and Tobago. He could have a good looking section. Building up speed. What's in front of him? Big snap there. Perfectly placed there for Albada. Finishes it off with a 2-turn combo. Looking for a 3-4-3. I'm not a judge. Thankfully, that is the hardest job on the beach here today. But for me, those last 2 turns were pretty impactful.
Moments of significance. And as you were saying, an impactful one right here on the inside. Great opening carve, though, on the outside. Was able to find some open face. Once again, able to use that rail to his advantage. But once he made it to the inside, this is the turn you're talking about right here. Comes around the corner, steepens up, bang, straight up into the lip right there. And a great combo to finish off too, on his feet. And with 30 seconds now, you're probably thinking that Owen's going to need a score because Albada only needed a 3.43. That's it and a bit more, Chris.
You know, vertical frontside snap, underrated for how difficult it actually is. When you're backside, you can fake it a little bit. Call that a windshield wiper. Just kind of put your board up in the lip. But when you're going frontside, you really have got to commit. So I think the judges right now are having a deep conversation within themselves as to what to give that young surfer. Was it enough to give him the edge? Look at this inside section right there. Great shot. Shows us how fast the waves are, too. There's some punch out there today.
And it's way harder to bottom turn like the way he did on the forehand rather than on the backhand. There's a shorter distance on the backhand relative to the forehand, and scores in, Chris, it's enough.
Yeah, that one comes through. So he's got a 4.73 and a 4.17. Trinidad and Tobago leapfrogs from third to second. You got Marcelo Cuban in the lead and with the win. So 2 heats are ready to go, and this is what it's going to be like all week long. Rapid fire heats all day. Yeah, that's exactly how we want to see it go down. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Macumba here in beautiful Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Was he in your ear again the whole time?
27 years ago, over a course center, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, I say, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back, surf fans. We are live from the beach here in Rio de Janeiro, Macumba, Praia Macumba. I would say a nationally famous place in the world of Brazilian surfing. And we had another big heat for you. Guillermo Lemos, Mike Prada, Hakon Vigre, and Ivan Minenko. Look at this. I mean, this is the type of thing you see only here at the ISA. Norway, Ukraine, Brazil, and beyond. Taken to the lineup, and with a quick start, your surfer in red got at it early.
Yeah, and he's riding an epoxy Lemos. Great wrap right there. Has a lot of speed going down the line, straight up into the lip. And a lot of great posture right here from the kid from Brazil competing out there in the red jersey, one of the highest seeded countries in the event, and obviously the host nation. They're looking to get the gold medal individually and as a team overall. Strong start right there from the kid in the red jersey, Chris.
Yeah, Guillermo Lemos. There's a famous skater from Brazil, Thiago Lemos. I'm sure it's a pretty common last name, but
for sure.
You're going to have to do a little bit of research. And you guys can do your research at home as well. ISAsurf.org. Full credit to the ISA organization. They have some of the best bios of any organization you'll see. I mean, we're talking deep. You get to know these kids pretty quickly, and I feel like we're getting to know Guillermo pretty quickly right now, too. This kid is on fire early, still with 17:30 to go. I mean, that right there that's World Surfing Games level. That's qualifying series level. And we're still only in the 16 and under division. So get ready, world. Team Brazil is stacked all the way down into the teens.
This kid's gnarly. You can just see by the intensity that he's bringing on each and every wave that he's standing up on. As you saw right there, I mean, just the speed that he's carrying down the line. Eyes up this section right here. Fully brings it all the way around. A lot of power, a lot of intensity. The second one has to cut it short, but look at the section that he has right here. Just drifts the fin, slides the tail at the end. That epoxy looks great underneath his feet. He obviously did his homework before he got to the beach, too. So a great combination on the outside, then reaches this flat section with the white water and completely commits to that end section. Should be a great score. The first one was a 6.17. Thinking this is going to be right around there, Chris.
Hey, somebody's been watching some Zhao Chianca.
Yeah.
You see that style in that first turn. And here we go. This is your surfer, Ivan, representing Ukraine. Great style for this kid. And, again, this is the reason why we invite all these nations to compete. For young Ivan, probably hasn't been in many contests. He's going up against Lemos, who's probably in a contest every single weekend since he's 10 years old. So just building that confidence. Mike Prada there, Team Venezuela. So he'll have to feel right at home. To me, when I think of surfing in Venezuela, I think of waves like this, beach break kind of broken up, nice, fun, warm. So no need to acclimate for your young surfer from Venezuela there. So at the moment, Guillermo Lemos, that 6.17. I mean, you could just tell this kid's got a lot of electricity. I'm going to put his name down early on as a surfer who most likely will go deep into this competition.
That's a call-out, though. Great call-out, recognizing the style and the intensity like Joao Chianca, and I feel like he brings a lot of that same flair, too. But there's a lot of those kids down here, Chris. So to be able to make the team, first of all, is great. Secondly, if you're making it into the U16s as one of the highest-seeded surfers in the event, too, giving yourself a lot of props because that's a huge feat and a big attribute, especially when you're competing for the host nation that's had some of the best surfers. I'd actually have to say on the men's side, they've been the most dominant surfing nation in the last decade and a half. So overall right now, if you're the captain of this young team, that's a big, big thing for yourself. But I just feel like this place is a great place to really nurture a lot of surfers and especially a lot of talent that we will be seeing later on.
And we want to know how you're watching. Where are you watching from? Who are you cheering for? Post something up there. Give these young surfers your support. ISAsurfing everywhere on social media. Use that hashtag ISA Worlds. And here we go again. Guillermo Lemos. His backhand looking nice and sharp, and right there shows me that he's got a lot of maturity and ability just in terms of being able to read the waves. He basically saw there was nothing happen at the end of this one. Get out there, get out the back.
Yeah, but he's competing though. I mean, he's looking for those opportunities that are getting himself a 5 or better. And you can see right now with fourth party, he's still the only surfer that is all the way out the back. So you can just tell that his read of the wave, his concept of what this wave breaks like on a daily basis is the best out of everybody we've seen so far in the first 3 heats. So Lemos, to me, looks like a great candidate to be able to take out the win later on this week. We still have a lot of competition to go through, but he's just bringing that intensity and that competitive knowledge to a break that seems very difficult for a lot of people right now, Chris.
Yeah, he's a local from here in Macombo as well, so he knows this wave like the back of his hand. 13:24 to go. Surfers resetting in the lineup. Let's go down to the glass. Jess Grimwood standing by.
Thanks very much, Chris. Marcelo, congratulations. Team Peru, big win for you this morning. How's the feeling for the rest of the team?
Bueno, muy contento de haber pasado este hit en primer lugar. Es mi primer mundial y muy feliz.
So you're feeling pretty good. It's celebrations already early for you. There's a lot of family and friends tuning in at home. I'm sure you want to say a big hello to them and a thank you to supporting the team and for your performance this morning.
Bueno, quiero agradecer al Team Perú por estar bien unidos y siempre apoyarnos mutuamente, a mi familia, a mi hermano Luciano, a mis auspiciadores. Gracias.
What about the rest of the day? What does that look like for you now? You've won your first heat. Is it relaxing or is it getting ready for the next round?
Bueno, mi participación terminó por hoy día, digamos, porque pasé la siguiente ronda y ya no vuelvo a correr hoy día. Entonces voy a ir a correr tal vez a otra playa, divertirme y mañana estar con todo.
Well, congratulations, Marcelo. We'll let you go and good luck going on through. We can't wait to see you here again. Well done. Thanks, mate. Thanks, guys.
A lot of these young surfers, this may be their first international post-heat interview experience. Yep. What did you glean from that interview, Mitchell?
Well, first of all, that last question was hilarious. It was just like, wait, what? But
can I go? Can I?
Yeah, no, he's just talking about how stoked he was with his performance, his competition. As we saw Minenko right there get another quick one. But most importantly, he was just stoked to be able to get the first heat out of the way. Being in the first few heats of the morning, especially in the first day of competition of the event, there's a lot of pressure. Everybody's watching you. Everybody wants to see the first few heats and see how the wave's working. As we look at Vigre now, the Norway surfer up and riding, Chris.
Nice, stylish regular footer representing Team Norway. I believe they've nearly fielded an entire team of 18 to 16-year-old surfers. 11:27 to go. The local from right here in Praia de Macumba, Guillermo Lemos, 16 years old. He is one of your Brazilian national champions. He likes to play football and skateboard. Well, this is a good place for that. There's 2 skate parks on the beach right here on this stretch of sand. We started our Parade of Nations at a real fun little spot just up the street, a little mini bowl. So we see Team Norway here. This would probably be like the waves he would surf at some of the beach breaks in Norway, except for the fact he would be in an all 5.6 mil full suit, hood, booties, gloves, the whole deal.
And there's actually a beach here, whereas Norway just mostly rocks.
Mike Prada, Team Venezuela, flying through the inside. Red out the back, having a look, does not go. Prada finishes off through that inside section. Highest score so far, 617 and a 517. I would say that's the highest heat total so far as well, getting up into the 11.34 range there. Again, if you're in the double digits, you're looking strong to advance through.
When can you say that you're able to compete in an ISA World Junior Championship literally at your home break too, Chris?
Yeah.
Very few people that can actually say that. Very few people that can say that actually won the event too. So golden opportunity right now. Obviously, the significance of the event is huge for him. Just having his whole family down here, a lot of his friends. He's probably ditching school to be able to surf in this event too. as we look at the replay of Prada here. The Venezuelan opened up well, a 3.5 on his first wave, and then gets his finishing turn right there. So he's going to have a backup score. Won't be moving up into the double digits as we have seen Lemos before already in his first 2 waves. But this was good use of priority. You kept right off of the wave, and you were able to get what is going to be one of your top 2 scores as well. So gets the roundy all the way through, and then hit the lip line at the end. Nothing crazy, just meat and potatoes, though. That's enough to get you through the heat, and it should be enough to keep him in second right now, too.
So as it stands, Guillermo Lemos in the lead, Mike Prada second, Ivan Vanenko third, Hakan Vigre from Team Norway in fourth. Hakan, well, he comes from a little town called Nerbo. His favorite break is Bore Beach. He's on the Aloha Twin or the Paisalian. I believe he was walking out with that Paisalian too. There, he says there's some few surfable waves in Norway, and he says it's nice when the water warms up. You know, when it gets above that 10-degree mark is when he gets really excited to go surfing.
That's pretty cold.
It's a little cold.
Overall, though, you coming from a place like this, it's a huge difference. I remember Pete DeVries coming to compete in Japan. I think it was in 2018. Water was around high 60s, low 70s. He was wearing a full suit the whole time, even though it was 80 degrees outside, too. Just because at that point, your body's used to neoprene.
Comfort.
You don't want to get a lot of sunlight on your body either, just because you're not used to it a lot, especially in parts of the body that's usually covered with neoprene. As we look at Lemos right now up and riding, he's looking great in this one.
Yeah, I mean, this kid's got some
Air.
spark. You can tell it. Stalling, looking for the ramp. 5th stall of the wave. It's fine with us. We want to see something big here through the inside section. I mean, that you can tell that's kind of your prototypical Brazilian grinder. And, you know, what we've seen lately is, you know, of course, in Brazil, you got to have the power. You got to have the airs if you want to stand a chance at any level. I mean, there's thousands of young surfers here probably capable of competing in an event like this. So I can imagine just making the national team in Brazil is just nearly impossible.
Okay. You said João Chianca. I see a lot of similarities. I got to call out for you right here. Tomás Hermes.
Ooh.
Doesn't he have that kind of similar style, a little knock-kneed, kind of same posture too?
And if you're being compared to those two guys, you're doing something right.
Oh, of course. 2 CT surfers, one of them just finished 4th in the world this last year too. But once again, the opportunity to compete at home, literally at your home break, to be able to be a world junior champion, that's a huge feat. And to be able to control the pressure like he's done so far, Chris, great stuff.
Here we go. Thought he wouldn't. Yeah, he's got the luxury to kind of do whatever he wants right now. You can just see his comfort level is well and beyond anybody we've seen yet. Not only his home break, his home country, he's got his whole team on the beach cheering him on. So our scouting report so far tells us that Guillermo Lemos is a surfer to watch. Even though it's just day one, we're pretty sure this kid's got big things ahead of him throughout the week.
Yeah, 100%. And, I mean, he has the privilege of sleeping in his own bed, having a lot of support from both his family and friends right here at the same beach that he grew up on.
His hairstylist is right up the street.
Exactly, and I wouldn't actually be surprised if he pulls a Cole Hauschman and just changes his hair throughout the week a couple different times either.
You know, this is where not only you get the respect of your competitors, but this is where you can become a superstar.
Yep, absolutely.
You're
in Rio.
Your surfer from Ukraine, Ivan. He's sticking to that inside section, and I like this kid's style. You know, nice and smooth. He's not out there getting super radical, but you can tell that he's probably just starting his path in the world of surfing, but he's definitely got the skills. I mean, he is contending in this heat, going up against some other national champions from Venezuela, Brazil, and Norway. So you see your surfers right there. Mike Prada kind of trying to decide, do I go back outside, 5.5 to go? Do I kind of roll the dice on one of these inside reforms? If I'm any surfer in the water right now, I am following Guillermo. Obviously, he knows where to go. We'll see if Mike makes me eat my words here. Nice little sliding snap there. Good section to work with. That is those sections that surfers dream of. A nice little pocket with a little bit of coping up at the top, that whitewater. So a 3-turn combo for Mike Prada representing Team Venezuela. That's going to be a solid score.
And for sure his best wave, too. But as you were saying, the little coping that he had to be able to slide the fins on the outside section. Great combination right there. Good patience shown, too, by delaying the bottom turn right at the end and kind of waiting for that wave to stand up a little bit better. So slides the fins on the outside. Not as critical as you would have liked. Second turn, much better. But right here, you look at the finishing turn by Prada. That was some great stuff at the end. So ain't going to be an 8. Ain't going to be anything for the lead. But just solid execution. Great use of priority, too, to keep everybody else off of the wave. As we look at Vigre right here. Needing a mid-5. Ain't going to be that. But at least looking to improve on a 1:17. Let's see if he can. Still has 4 minutes on the clock. But, you know, you talk about diverse heat right here. 2 teams from South America, one being the host nation from Brazil, Venezuelan, and 2 European surfers out there that have traveled a long way just to get here. To be able to put on a jersey, compete in Brazil, where a lot of your idols are from, that's a huge feat just in itself. So be able to get here, first of all, that's the biggest victory of them all.
Oh, no doubt. And what a valuable experience. I feel like international travel for young surfers, young anybody. I mean, you're going to learn so much. So the week that some of these surfers are taking off school is going to be used wisely. You know, they're going to be experiencing the culture of Brazil, which is vibrant, exciting. What a place in the world for these young surfers to experience at a young age. Mike Prada has now jumped into second place. He's 14 years old, and his favorite wave is Playa Bluff in Panama. He is your sub-10 champion, Suramericano. So in 2019, he's already tasted the championship lifestyle, and you know it's sticking with him. And so far looking good here to potentially advance with inside of 3 minutes to go. Now all 3 surfers are waiting out the back. They've taken the note. Sit by the kid in red. The local threat's putting up big numbers.
U10 champion in South America, so I don't think he's that old. He probably still has 3 or 4 years in the U16s.
He's 14, yeah.
And as you were saying, I think there's a lot of kids that are surfing way up. We have an 11-year-old in the U18s for the girls. They told her, hey, we have too many surfers in the U16s. We can't get you a spot right there. But if you're open, we can put you in the U18s if you want. Sometimes you got to take the opportunity you can get, Chris. And if you make it work, next thing you know, you're a world junior champion in different divisions too.
I want to meet her. She sounds awesome. She sounds fearless. Ooh. Oh, quick little pop there. Speed air. Showed us all of his fins. Now we go, Mike Prada. Mike Prada right there. Gucci, Prada. Big snap there through to that inside section. Another one of those little pockets that, oh, surfers see that and they salivate. They want to smash that thing hard, and Mike did just that.
Yeah, and looking at the replay here for Lemos with just under 2 minutes, I mean, you could just tell that he was a man on a mission in this heat. Gets the little click. Not a huge amount of air underneath his board. Then kind of catches his rail coming out of the carve too. So won't change anything in his score line, but he's been on the best wave so far this heat, Chris. Whether or not he's been able to capitalize on his 2 best scores, the 6.17 or the 5.17, he's kept a lot of people off of scoring potential waves. As then the wave of Prada right here, the snap into the barrel. First barrel we've seen today. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few more later on.
Let's go. Something for everybody out there. This is just good, clean, fun conditions. Prada now takes to the air. Tries to go inverted. I think we're going to see that a lot in the last couple minutes of each and every heat on the day. This is a generation that, you know, they seem to have a knack to do just as good airs as they do turns. You got to have the entire package.
Yep.
Power, of course, is always going to score well. Is always going to get you through a heat, but if you've got power and you can go upside down and land on your feet, you're doing something right. You're going to be making your way to finals day, no doubt.
You're a Swiss Army knife. You're able to do everything, and adaptability in the end is the biggest part of surfing, especially when it comes to competitive surfing at a beach break like this. So this is the replay of Prada. Strong turn on the outside, and then recognize that this wave was going to double up right here at the end. Wasn't able to make it out, and then the air attempt right here from him. And as you were mentioning earlier on, Chris, a surfer's a dream to compete at a beach break like this in trunks with a lot of consistency and scoring opportunities out there. get heat by the local surfer, and the Venezuelan will be moving through.
It's a skate park out there.
Yep.
We're going to see a lot of airs today. And I think that, of course, these first few heats, these are kind of the nerves rounds, right? This is where things are going to start to settle down a little bit. So a little victory lap here for your surfer in red. So much action to come. You're watching the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll be back with Shannon and Barton. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you're like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title,
No, he's going to try and find a different one. It didn't connect all the way here. Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are in Rio de Janeiro at Macumba Beach in Brazil, and it's been a great way to kick off competition this week. We've got a huge week ahead of us, planning to crown our champions next weekend with 9, maybe 10 days of competition between now and then. And it's been a fun way to get things going this morning. We're now into heat number 4 for the boys under 16 round 1 with Hans, Alan, and Tizano. Spain, Puerto Rico, and Uruguay in the water. Shannon Hughes alongside the 1988 world champ Barton Lynch to call the action.
Yeah, Shannon, great to be here. Great to see some surf. Obviously, those days before the event started, there were a few very small days, flat more or less. But yesterday, the wind came up, and as a byproduct of that, today we've got some great waves. It looks super fun, super rippable out there, and some inside sections really delivering some good air opportunities. So with these young kids, we're going to see fireworks, I'm sure.
Very exciting. As we take a look now at Alan Selvey of Puerto Rico. First opening turn on his backhand goes in for a sharp section to finish.
Yeah, that inside shore break was gnarly. Threw it up there in the red. Hans Odriozola, I know that kid. He is an incredible young talent. Can't wait to see how he's surfing. I haven't really seen him surf for about a year, so I'm sure he's improved dramatically. Look at that inside section. Just slams down on the sandbank.
Yeah, it will be great to see how Hans goes in this event as we take one more look here at the replay.
Cuts back into that white water, and here it comes so quickly. He just didn't have any time at all to get up on top of that lip and ended up right in it.
Surfer in red now having a paddle, sitting without priority and putting himself in position here for first opening carve. Just opens up that wingspan. Into the second combination of major maneuvers for last year's copper medalist in our boys under 16 division.
Yeah, fantastic surfer from the Basque coast, that sort of southwest of France, northwest of Spain, a beautiful area of the world, and some incredible surfing on that opening ride. Looks really confident.
Tiziano now up and riding for Uruguay, getting his first wave underway. So we've got some scores coming through for our other two competitors. He'll just get caught behind that section. It looks a little challenging today to be able to fit in that second maneuver, Barton, especially as that shore break just closes out so quickly as the sand gets shallow. Getting those two maneuvers together is going to be really exceptional for the scoreline.
Yeah, you need to time it properly, don't you? And here's the replay of Hans through to that inside. Timed it perfectly. Came unstuck right at the end there. You see that? So he left a tiny amount of scoring potential there, but those first two turns were so... Look at that big driving rail carve. And then into the last turn, a unique style. Throws it off the lip. And just sort of here... all of the hard work was done, just needed to stay in control and complete that one, so plenty of time. It's going to be a good score. Obviously the best wave of the heat so far will put him into the lead, but definitely a little bit nervous at the end of that.
16 minutes on the clock, and we've got scores now to come through for that first wave of Hans. Great two-turn combination. Judges having a look at that replay as well to really kind of assess the situation as we're in our opening day. We're in our fourth heat for our boys under 16 round 1. After this heat, we're going to be heading into our girls under 16s for the rest of the day for our main podium.
Yeah, it's and they're perfect conditions. Tomorrow's meant to be bigger, so they're going to run the 18s tomorrow and the 16s today. So there we are. Hello, peoples out there. How are yous? Good to be here working with you, Shannon, and involved in the ISA again.
Yeah, it's always incredible. Thanks so much for tuning in. For those of you watching, wherever you're tuning in from around the world, we're here for the entire week in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. We've got some great action coming through. It was really flat, Barton, for a few days when we first arrived. We were a little concerned about that forecast, but we knew that that storm coming through yesterday was going to give us a little pulse in the action, and that's exactly what we're seeing today.
Oh, yeah, we've definitely got waves. There's all sorts of waves, peaks everywhere along the beach. So you don't imagine that you'll see, here you can see how close they are together, these guys. Really, for quite an open space, they're quite together. 4, 6, 7 for the first one there from Hans. I feel like that, I imagined that was going to be a little bit higher, and perhaps he paid for that loss of control and that fall right at the very end there. Could have been a little bit higher with the completion, so he'll learn from that, but the signs were good early.
Very exciting as we see a set starting to roll through now. First priority is sitting with blue, Alan, as he's having a paddle and looking down the way for the right on his forehand. Links up into that opening section, foam climb to finish. And you can hear the cheers from the beach. It's an amazing opportunity here, Barton, not just for the surfers in the water, but also for their teams, for the entire Grom pack to be down on the shoreline cheering on, their friends that are out in the water.
Yeah, great vibes here in Rio de Janeiro, and that one was really fast. What I've noticed here is it looks like the surfers have moved in closer. The waves aren't breaking as often on the outside, so the start of the heat they're surfing closer to the inside so they can get their couple of scores on the board and then perhaps move further out. Great to have priority though in these heats. Means that there's no hassling and it's all about the surfing.
Hans now up and riding. Goes progressive on his opening maneuver of that wave. Finishes out complete as well. He'll be backing up that 4.67. We'll take another look at it in a moment as we take a look now at Tiziano on his backhand. Just gets a little caught on that opening turn, but he's going to back up his 1.23. And how was that maneuver of Hans?
That was amazing, and there's a little paddle race here. First out to the lineup will get the priority. So it's super important. You could see Hans understood that and just put in early, got the feet kicking and got the advantage over Alan to get the priority.
Well, 13 minutes on the clock. We've got scores to come through across the board. As we wait for them, let's catch up with that winner of the last heat down on the beach with Jess.
Thank you, Shannon. This guy is pretty much the next rock star of Brazilian surfing. You can already get the vibe of it down here. We're going to use Paulo as well from the team. Guilherme, congratulations. For your first heat, the win, you had the energy and the vibe of Brazil and the whole local community here at Macumba. How did you feel taking that win?
Como você se sente com toda essa energia, com toda essa vibração aqui de estar competindo aqui em casa?
Cara, primeiramente só tenho a agradecer a Deus por estar aqui. Estou bem feliz de estar competindo no ISA, foi uma preparação gigante. Desde o ano passado venho em busca de estar aqui e hoje estou aqui, estreiei bem, consegui fazer boas notas e passar a bateria.
And Paulo was just saying that your school is literally just behind the beach here. What does the preparation look like with all the support from the Brazilian Surfing Federation and of course being a local yourself right here?
Ela está perguntando, né, sua escola é bem na frente da praia, né, como é surfar com uma escola na frente da praia assim, como é que foi a sua preparação, todo o apoio da Confederação Brasileira de Surf?
Cara, quando eu vou para a escola eu fico olhando o mar, então é bem difícil estudar, se concentrar nos estudos, porque eu estou ali olhando o mar toda hora, em frente à praia, então tem que tentar dividir a concentração. A preparação foi gigante, cara. Foi um ano de muita batalha aí, academia, alimentação e bastante surf. E eu só tenho a agradecer a todo o apoio de todo mundo e ao apoio à Confederação Brasileira, ter feito vários treinos aí com a gente em preparação para o ISA. E é isso, estou bem feliz e vamos tudo para as próximas.
So congratulations, and for all your fans, the rest of the surfing world that's watching right now, we love your style, we love your surfing, and would you like to say anything else to the rest of the team?
Eles falaram que adoram o seu estilo, que você deu um show ali, e você quer falar alguma coisa aí mais aí para o resto do time e para as pessoas que estão te vendo?
Cara, obrigado aí. Eu treino bastante isso, então eu acho que é bom de assistir meu surf. E vamos tudo pra cima aí, torcer pelo nosso time e trazer esse ouro.
Thank you so much, guys. This guy, one of the next rock stars of surfing, definitely throughout the world and already here in Brazil. So keep a good eye on him. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jess. Guilherme Lemos of Brazil. He's got the purple hair going on. He also just put together great heat for his opening round.
Love the hair, love the surfing, and definitely a little punk rock edge there. I like that too.
Well, we got some scores, Barton, and Hans is taking a convincing lead. He dropped in a 6.1, has that backup now of a 5.5, so he's been bettering his score line with every wave he's taken off on. Alan now up and riding the 2.83, sitting as his high score. He will be chasing down an excellent 8.77 now to take the lead away from the Spaniard who walked away with a copper medal last year.
Yeah, and you know, seeing the results or the reward of that air reverse on the inside, took to the air, was a short, sharp, punchy little wave. There wasn't much opportunity in there. So to be able to score 6 points out of that, you know, speaks to the talent that he has, and it gives us an indication that the judges want to see those sort of, you know, futuristic aerial type maneuvers, and that's where the big points will come from. This being a junior World Surfing Championships, you imagine that we're going to see all sorts of aerial antics through the week, so it's exciting.
Especially in a beach break, there's going to be plenty of lefts and rights. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for the surfers to just pick the eyes out of the lineup, to be able to move around, get some space from each other, as we take a look now at some replays.
Little bang out of the top there, tiny bit of white water that he got to hit. Lots of speed through to the inside. Another little turn, waiting for it to stand up. Goes to the air again, and you know, that's where the 6.1 and the 5.5 came from, those type of maneuvers.
Those quick starts, getting multiple maneuvers connected together. Flatter section of the wave there, but he makes most of the end.
Yeah, and he never looked slow himself. While the wave lost its momentum, he didn't. And that's something that the judges, you know, they appreciate that.
Taking a look at this one from Alan. He goes for that finish on the inside maneuver. And he's currently sitting in that second place position. Tizano for Uruguay sitting in a close third with the 3.03 requirement. So really right now with 8.5 minutes on the clock, Barton, it's real tight for that second place position.
Absolutely. Here we go. Looking at this one in the red.
And Hans now up and riding, looking to build on the 11.60 heat total that he has. Great opening. Drifts the tail around for that second maneuver. Gets that combination to start things off with. A little bit flat through the inside here as he goes for that finishing punch. And a bigger size wave. What are your thoughts on the shape versus some of those smaller ones?
I think the size always looks good. Here we go, Uruguay.
Uruguay up and riding. Great backhand snap to start things off with, and he'll kick out.
Hasn't been able to connect two turns on a wave, really. It's mostly, you know, that was a good size wave, but he lost his rhythm, lost his way on it, and didn't get that final turn. Without that inside turn, you're just not going to score. Here's the replay of Hans. Drives down, look at this, throws the tail, decides to come back around, and I was surprised that he got another section here. And he was so optimistic about things, you know. He did that reverse, drifted around in the white water, and then realized that there was actually, if I pump, I'll get around this and get one more turn in. So really dominant display here. Here's that white water, kicks the tail, doesn't go all the way around, comes back, and this is where he goes, actually, there's more to this wave, which I didn't expect. I don't think he did at the start of it. Finishes with a nice re-entry there to close it out, and been a dominant heat and a very confident performance to start.
6 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. The 15-year-old out of San Sebastian currently sitting in the lead. He's had some great runs, a 4-time Spanish national champion. In the WSL Pro Junior conversation, his best result has been a 3rd place finish overall, so he hasn't quite gotten that win, but he's been close in that conversation, which is exciting. And of course, at last year's ISA World Junior Surfing Games in El Salvador, another tropical location, just a little farther north than where we're currently sitting. He walked away with that 4th place finish for his age division in the under-16s. He'll be looking strong coming into it once again. A little bit older, still competing in that same division though, as he hasn't quite graduated to the under-18s, and he'll be a strong threat for the entire event.
And that's, you've got to remember that they're only 15 to 16 years of age, and so showing enormous potential. A 7.17 drops there, so yeah, he's got, you know, 2nd and 3rd in a combination, second needing 13.27, 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. You imagine there's definitely enough time But whether there's the waves that you need, enough open face and the performance to catch him, I doubt it at this point. He's looked super confident.
That's right, and your gut feeling was that having the size of that wave is going to be a great thing. It looks better.
Yes.
It's going to be, the judges are going to favor that for sure. That 717 shows that the commitment to taking off on those bigger set waves. As we can see, the women getting ready to paddle out next, our under 16 girls division with Isla from Team Australia getting a quick warm-up in.
Little Australian football there. AFL, the Australian Football League, the way they pass the ball is really interesting. And I've never seen anyone use it as a warm-up drill before. So that's a first for me.
Love it. The girls will be coming up. They'll be surfing on the main podium for the rest of today. So they'll be on broadcast as we take a look now at Tizano. Great looking rail-to-rail work as he comes through for the finishing section, making the most of this wave and getting the work done that he needed. He's only chasing that 303.
You said that's exactly what he needed. That's exactly the type of wave. When you're catching short, punchy waves, you don't get any time to build the rhythm. You just never. You feel like you're not going anywhere. That's the sort of wave that'll give him confidence. And still 4.5 minutes, so plenty of time. Going to be his best score of the heat so far for sure.
Some warm-ups happening down on the shoreline as we've got a score now to come through for Tizano. 14 years old, was feeling so proud to be able to represent his country this year as a first-time selection for Uruguay.
Well, at 14, look how big he is. Big, powerful kid driving the backhand re-entries. Plenty of turns. Nice turn there and gets this last one, completes it. Kind of the first open-face completed ride for the heat. So that'll help him. That'll... I imagine, looking for a 3.03, he's definitely getting that and going into second place. And the pressure's going to be on Alan Selsby.
All the pressure now on the Puerto Rican as scores are dropping through. You can see a few hikers, climbers up on the top of the mountain right here at Macumba Beach.
What a view. Beautiful images.
An incredible location to be able to come, whether it's on holiday, if you're a surfer, if you're not a surfer, there's just so much in this region of the world. Alan now getting some work done. So Tizano's dropped a 317. Alan now chasing just a 2.48. Couple of flat turns to start off with. He's keeping that momentum moving forward, though. He's keeping that speed and flow in his surfing, though there wasn't that critical nature to it.
Yeah, and if Tizano's was a 317, it's hard to imagine that one's going to be a 248. The 317 was a long ride, had a lot of turns in it. That was shorter. And here goes Hans Odriozola from Spain.
Kind of stands up, checks behind him to see if there's anything else worth maybe kicking out for. Decides to stick with this nice open carve to start out with. And slides through that second turn. Now finding some speed and momentum as he lets loose on the finish.
That's what he has to do at this point in time. You've got the 7 and a 6. You're in the lead. You've got your opponents in a combination situation. Here's an even higher elevated view of where those people had climbed to. What a beautiful way to start your day here in Rio.
Oh, just such an incredibly beautiful part of the world here in Praia de Macumba. And you can see there's a lot of surfers out in the water just at the north end of the beach here. Outside the contest zone. Plenty of opportunity for 365 of the world's best juniors to get out and get a free surfing, get a warm-up for their heats coming up, whether it's today or later in the week.
We've got a kid for every day of the year.
Yes. It's a big week of surfing here to get through, and we've got a situation change. 287 and a 283 now on the board for Alan Selsby, the 15-year-old, first time representing Puerto Rico for him. Walked away with a victory in his under-16s category back at home in the national championships. Found his qualification to get here today, and he's just put himself back into the advancing position.
Wow, 287. So very little between those last two rides. We saw a blue and green. What do you call that? 0.3. I honestly felt like there was a little more of a spread between those two rides. Here we go, up and riding again. The momentum's building.
Momentum's building, but he's down to his belly. So after that first turn has to kind of fall. That's going to be a mistake, so that won't replace his 2 scores so far.
Tizano's now in first priority, an important time in the heat with 1 minute 10.
It's all coming down to this. Hans now up and riding. He's in a very convincing lead. He's got the field comboed underneath him. Finds that nice line as well as he comes through to the inside. But Tizano, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Uses his priority on this wave. First carve. Now caught behind the section just a little bit, does well to make it around. Now he's got a great end section, hits it, manages to hold on to the finish. Not the most control that we're seeing, but he's getting some work done to the inside, chasing a 2.53.
Well, that's a really difficult conversation. The wave itself was definitely the score. It was a great wave, and I kept thinking, oh, here's the closeout section, and it kept running, and here's the closeout section, but the wave kept running and delivered a lot of opportunity, but I think a lot of it was kind of lost through moments of a loss of control. Here we go, we're seeing the replay through to this inside. The wave stands up, gets a nice turn, but has to kind of balance himself there as he kind of got touched by the lip, came through to this inside. The wave kept delivering. He got the turns. Going to be interesting to see how that scores, because the wave itself definitely had the score in it. There's the heat. It's over now. Going to be interesting to see where those scores fall.
And we do have scores coming through for all three surfers. Hans not going to better his 2 high scores. He'll hold on to that leading position. Alan, with that fall after the first turn, is going to hinder his situation to improve on the 2.8s that he's got already. And of course for Tizano, got some work done, but like you said, just kind of lacked a bit of that spice required, possibly. Chasing down a 2.53 though. His high score so far, a 3.17, as we see our heat leader walking up the beach.
And it looks like that's an old faithful to me, that board.
It does, doesn't it?
Look at that board. It looks a little beat up
up
around the edges. And so that's obviously a board that he loves, he likes. He's had it for a while. He's comfortable on it, and we saw that in the surfing he did.
Well, scores have just come through. It's going to be Hans that holds on to the lead, but Tizano is rewarded with a 3.40 for finishing off those multiple maneuvers. He gets himself into the advancing position over Alan Selsby, and Alan for Puerto Rico will be heading to the rapid charge rounds.
Well, I suppose that 317 before at the right-hander, I feel like it was a better wave. But perhaps, in the wash, I think that result's right. One of those waves might have been a little higher, the other a little lower, and either way it could have gone on those right and the left. But in the end, the result's right, for sure.
Well, last year's copper medalist for the under-16s division has taken away the lead here, and Hans Ortizola of Spain showing himself as a convincing favorite to walk through the rest of this week, but he's got a big week ahead of him. We've got more to come. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with more action as we're going to see the women's under-16s division heading out in the lineup next.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, and the under-16 girls are hitting the lineup. We're going to be witnessing their action throughout the rest of the day here at the main podium. And out in the water to kick things off, we have Australia, Tahiti, and Italy with Isla Hupets, Kali Simon, and Viola Brencioli for Australia, Tahiti, and Italy. We can see the results from that previous heat there with Spain and Uruguay taking the top 2 positions in the main round and Puerto Rico heading into the repechage. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by the 1988 world champion Barton Lynch to call the action. And Barton, how good does it feel for you to be back in Brazil?
I love Brazil. I've always enjoyed it here. My daughter was actually born in Sao Paulo, so I've spent a lot of time here in Brazil, and the people, the vibe, the whole thing is just so perfect for surfing. Here we go. First ride.
Up and riding now. Kaili from Tahiti. Quick in and out to get her campaign started. 20 minutes on the clock for all of our opening round heats, our main round heats that we'll be watching throughout the week as we take a look now at Isla with a quick paddle, and she's up and riding into position. Nice snap to start, finding that speed and progression as she moves down the line to finish.
Wow, that looked authoritative, didn't it? It looked really confident. She was very quick to jump off at the end there. I feel like there was a little more time to just kind of relax into it and then cut through the white water, but that's a very tiny thing in relation to how well she actually surfed that short, punchy little wave.
The Aussie getting off to a quick start. We've got 17 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Let's go down to the beach, catch up with a different Australian. Jess Grimwood, who have you got with you?
Thank you, Shannon. I have the heat's last winner, Hans. Congratulations. You're a former medalist here. How does it feel taking off for the first round for your division and getting a nice convincing win like that?
Yeah, it feels good to be in Brazil competing for the ISA World Juniors again. And pretty happy to make my first hit with some fun waves and on to the next one.
And I've heard from around, Mitchie was talking about you did an exchange over to the USA recently. How did that go with working on your surfing and getting yourself prepared for waves like this one here?
Yeah, I spent the whole last year in America, California, where I was staying with a host family. And that was a really good experience because I bettered my English and surfed some fun waves with super good surfers, which made me better.
Well, it's paying off a lot. And for the rest of the team here, tell us a little bit about your team, who you're traveling with, and what the vibe's like in camp.
I'm traveling with the whole Spanish team, and we're having a lot of fun. We're having such a good time here in Brazil, and we're staying at a good hotel right next to the beach, and we're all in the same room, which makes it funnier.
I'm sure it'd be very funny, but congratulations. I'm sure there's plenty of people tuning in for the Spanish team and to watch you win there, Hans. Would you like to have a shout out to them at home?
Yeah. Gracias a todos los que me estáis viendo, a mi familia, a mis patrocinadores y todos los que me habéis ayudado a llegar aquí, y un saludo.
Congratulations. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you surf again soon. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jess. Great insights on Hans. Spending that time in California has paid off not only in, bettering his surfing, but also just his language skills, that communication that's so important when it comes to traveling internationally and competing on the world stage of surfing.
Oh, 100%. And his older brother is in the 18s. Kai Odriozola is an amazing surfer as well. So an amazing couple of young men from Spain, from the Basque Coast, and taking advantage of the waves here. Look at the sets coming. Look at the lines out the back there. So plenty of waves on offer. Plenty of opportunities. But the better the wave, ordinarily the better the score, as long as you surf it to its potential. So wave selection, a massive part of competitive surfing.
We've seen that pay out in that last heat with Hans getting some of those bigger sets and really able to capitalize. 15 minutes on the clock, and there we go. We've been waiting for that first score of Isla. It's a 6.83, so judges rewarding her well for that opening exchange. Now up and riding on her second wave and connects with the finish, holds on to that beach break end, and she'll ride through complete as we see Kaili just with a quick in and out for Tahiti. She's looking to improve on that 2.5 she has on the board.
Yeah, and Isla, we saw that score, a 6.83. It was a big score, but what that indicates to me is we felt the surfing. It wasn't something we just watched and went, okay, that was good. We felt it. It had determination and power and flow and that speed that the judges love. Nice little foam climb there, and this is the replay of the second wave into the inside section. Big last turn, so that's another good score. She's going to be in a very powerful commanding position at this point with two rides that she'd be able to keep at the end of the heat. Any wave that you catch like that one we just saw there, if you catch a wave and take yourself out of the lineup and it's not a score that you want to keep, you've wasted that time. You've wasted your priority, turn in the priority roster. And so big mistakes, they really do hurt you. Even though, the paddle's quite short, 20 minutes is a lot of time there to get waves. To get the waves that count and keep them right from the start takes all the pressure off.
14 minutes remaining on the clock, and a backup score to come through for our top 2 surfers. Viola from Italy putting a score down as well. You can see the Italian flags there, crew on the beach. We've been seeing them all around the contest site the last few days. Everyone's always, hanging tightly together. They've got their coach, Adriano de Souza, as well, who knows this beach so well here in Macumba and is an excellent coach and representative as a former world champion to have behind the scenes. As we take a look at our contest format here, Barton, of course, we've got 3 men and 3 women per team, per division specifically, so the possibility of having 12 total surfers between the under 16s boys and girls and the under 18s boys and girls. We're going to be seeing those top 2 waves that count towards a surfer's heat total per heat, with the top 2 surfers advancing through in the main round, the bottom 2 surfers heading into that repechage round for the double elimination format.
Yeah, the double elimination format is fantastic, especially in a junior event where the idea here is to give opportunity and create a pathway for these young people through to the very top tiers of professional surfing and the Olympic surfing. So elimination round really makes it worth your while. We back in the day when we had the World Tour here in Brazil, I remember flying in, surfing one heat, losing and flying out and only being here for 24 hours. So it's a harsh way to do it without an elimination round. So great format.
Yeah, a really great way to be running things here for all ISA events, to be able to give that extra opportunity. Like you said, the work that goes in behind the scenes, all that time, that preparation, and especially on the juniors level, to be able to have that little bit of grace included, to know that, there's a lot of pressure. We've got kids as young as 11 years old competing this week, up to that 18-year-old mark for the under 18s division. Some of those surfers that are beginning to compete on, the qualifying series or even to the challenger series. We've got, a future Olympian qualified already for Paris 2024 in Sanoa Olin for Team Canada, who's going to be competing in the under 18s. So we've got some surfers with that experience that are used to that single elimination format. But for those younger surfers, that opportunity to have that second chance is so incredible for the growth and the progression of their future, their opportunity to continue learning here on the ground.
And the big pressure comes from being a part of a team. When you're in an individual sport and you're used to competing as an individual, and really it's you that's responsible and that you're affecting or impacting. When you're a part of a team and it's impacting and affecting, your result is impacting and affecting your whole nation and all the other members of your team, it's an enormous amount of pressure. I've been in that situation myself, and I can't say that I always felt that comfortable in it. I found it hard to deal with because I was used to, being responsible for myself, and all of a sudden there's all these other people, you've got to consider and you're representing. So that brings pressure as well. The Tahitians here trying to indicate that they believe she should move a little bit to their left and change the position in the lineup.
Using those flags as a symbol, something that we see a lot at these ISA events, but even at any contest around the world. Some of the best coaches will be out there. They'll have maybe an orange jacket, something that's bright that they can signal from the bluff at Margaret River, from the different setups where maybe that positioning is a little challenging to figure out if you're actually that surfer out in the lineup, Barton.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because really when you imagine there's not a coach in the world who knows what the ocean's going to do. You know what I mean? It's guesswork, and obviously the experience that the coaches have allows them to be better, perhaps, at the guesswork than a junior. But at the same time, I always felt like the person in the water was the best person to make those decisions because you never know. No one knows. And when you're in the water, and as a coach as well, you want to empower the individual to make those decisions themselves. You don't want them always looking to the beach and trying to, relying on you to tell them where to be because it creates confusion in the competitor themselves. So really, at the end, I think I was always as a coach trying to give the confidence and the responsibility to the surfer because in the end, I felt like they're the best person to make that decision because they're sitting out there and in it and feeling what it's going to do next.
I think that's a great way that you just described it in instilling that confidence in the surfer, especially at this junior level. Here for the ISAs, there's that that desire for the crew to be building friendships this week, but also to be learning how to have healthy competition. And that comes down to a lot of different factors, whether it's interacting with other competitors, getting a feeling for that, holding that pressure on for your team, but also just the smarts of how to maintain your own kind of mental control when you're out in the water, making those decisions when it's in those tough moments, but being the surfer out there wearing the jersey, being the one that's feeling the water.
Yeah,
it helps to instill that confidence.
No one knows what the ocean's going to do next, but you get those feelings, and it's a very instinctive, intuitive thing. As we see, Viola there, just a short. The wave selection's been a little bit poor there. It was very quick to close out. There was no opportunity, and they're the waves you're most probably, with experience, you'll be able to look at that wall in that wave and go, actually, I'll leave this one. I'll wait. When you're in a lower priority, third priority, fourth priority, that's your opportunity to just try things, because if a good one comes, that first and second priority are going to get it. So there's some distinct strategies that can come into play based on the priority that you are sitting in.
Viola is 15 years old, comes from Rome. She loves playing the piano when she's not out in the water, getting the most of the Mediterranean swells coming through at home. 7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and Isla sitting in the lead. She's got that 6.83 she opened with, backed it up with a 6.5, so great heat surfing from her so far. Well structured from the Victoria local, originally from Bells Beach, now resides on the Gold Coast in Queensland. Moved up there in 2021, so it's been about 2 years that she's been in one of the hotbeds of surfing globally on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, it's, the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre is based up there. The WSL offices are up there, and it's become the hotbed. It wasn't always that way. With the creation of the Superbank and the waves that are on offer in that part of the world, we've seen hundreds and hundreds of people move up there, thousands most probably, and now we see parents making the decisions, parents of young children, as we see, the Tahitian there, another short ride, 2.5, looking to improve on the 0.83. So, and then we look at the Italian with the, 0.067 and another 0 point something score. So a lot of room for opportunity and improvement there. But that wave, again, really short and really quick.
Yeah, that's right. Just quick kind of in and out for her.
I feel like we're seeing the impact of the tide, and it's sort of moved all of the competitors into that inside bank, and so the waves are a lot shorter. We can see how it's breaking outside there. There are those connectors that come all the way, and you can see where the surfers are sitting quite a bit further inside. During the free surf this morning, people were surfing from the outside all the way to the inside. Perhaps you would get your 2 scores. Say if you were Isla right now, maybe you go, okay, the best way for me to improve is I'm going to go out the back and get one all the way through and have a lot more time to create scoring potential. So that might be a strategy someone could employ.
5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and Kaili from Tahiti, currently sitting in that second place position, holding on to a 3.33 and a 2.5. Does mean that there's a 5.16 requirement on the Italian now, as you can see the team down on the beach.
Well, good improvement there, the 3.33 for those, one big turn on the inside. So that, the information you'd glean from that is, okay, I got 3 for 1 big turn. If I get 2 turns, I'm going to put myself into, potentially challenge for the lead in this heat.
From Papara in Tahiti, loves being in the ocean and just surrounded by nature at every opportunity that she gets. Imagine coming from a place like Tahiti, somewhere where you've spent a lot of time, where your daughter lives, Barton. It would be challenging to fly to, some of these bigger countries where you don't have the ocean every direction that you turn in.
Like Rome. As you said,
exactly.
When you said she's from Rome, you go, well, I bet you don't get to surf too much living in Rome. So, Papara is a beach break too by Tahitian standards. It's still got some great shape, and that Tahiti's got a lot of power in the ocean there, and it's like the Hawaiians. You'll try and go to the worst wave you can find to train to go on tour or to go to competitions in beach break areas, but still there's that energy in Tahiti that's completely different to what the energy in the ocean is here.
Got a set starting to come through now, and a paddle here for Isla. Oh, great maneuver, single shot, and just lets that tail loose. That was explosive.
It's going to be interesting to see where that score comes in, isn't it? Like, that was the best turn of the heat so far, without question.
100%.
So that, the 6.83, I think, was the highest so far. Let's have a look at super quick. Boo, throws the tail, lays that back arm on the lip, makes it look super easy. It's anything but easy. That could be a big score. I'm interested to see where that comes in, and it'll give us an indication of what you're capable of with one turn, because without going to the air, that's as good a one turn as you can do.
Incredible single maneuver. Waiting for the score to come through from the judging panel. 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Also, when it comes to setting the scale, this is the first heat of the division, Barton.
And the 6.5 and 6.83 have set the scale. I feel like we're going into the sevens with that. I mean, we know that, it's not about the quantity, but more the quality. And that was an extremely high quality, high reward turn. I think the judges will love it. We did.
It was really exciting to be able to witness. Exciting week of competition ahead of us here in Rio.
And just thinking if it was me and I'm at 2 minutes 30 and I'm in third, I'm thinking I'm going outside. I'm going to try something different at this point. If I've been sort of going for 17 and a half minutes and it's not working, and I've got the first priority, I might just move out the back, chip into one of those white waters out the back, give myself a lot more time to build momentum into the inside section, and that might be something that the Italian might want to try at this, at this very final minutes of this heat. Sitting where everybody else is and going with what you've been trying to get so far might not work.
Well, up and riding now, Kaili on her forehand. Nice carve to start. Cuts it back for the second. Looking for that in section. She'll kick out with control. She is now in a combination situation, though, Barton, because the judges absolutely loved that last wave of Teahupo'o. And it's an 8.17 that's dropped through, as we're now taking a look at the replay for last of Kaili.
Kaili cuts back there to the whitewater. Another nice little turn here. I was wondering if she was going to connect with that next section coming to her, but it looked like it just flattened out, and she didn't get it. Drives off the bottom, wraps that turn there, and then the face goes a little bit flat and small. So, as that 8.17 illustrates, the bigger the section, the bigger the turn, the more points you're going to get. And when the wave goes flat, there's really no use trying to manufacture a score and turn that wave that isn't offering it into something. So nice to see Kaili cut out of that one and get back out the back with enough time to get another one.
She got a 3.07 on the board, so sitting with that 5.53 requirement now on the Italian.
Still doable, isn't it?
Still doable. Get that single maneuver or just those two maneuvers connected together, and we could be seeing the score. She's sitting in second priority, but she's the only one in position for this wave. A nice strong paddle for Viola out of Rome, representing Italy this week, and feeling stoked to be here surfing a different location to Sardinia, which is her favorite break, back at home. And with 30 seconds on the clock, she's looking like she's in a tough position to be taking that top two advancing spot, but she'll have another opportunity later on.
And that's the great thing about the repechage round, double elimination format, is it gives these young ladies, in this case, the opportunity to go again.
Up and riding now.
Oh.
Simone
Whoa.
from Tahiti. Great forehand re-entry. And Hupet's now up and riding for her last chance. She'll go down, but she's already put together a 15-point heat total. So she'll be one of the standouts for competition, no doubt today. Maybe one of those names that we see show up in the press release that gets talked about for the next few days off of a very strong opening performance.
Yeah, great start for Australia. This was a great turn. Do you think this is going to be the highest score for her, for the Tahitian? That was a great, the 8.17 wasn't that different. That wasn't as good, but it was very close, and it will be her highest score in my opinion. And in this heat, the ladies coming up in the following heats have seen a good indication of how to get the points in these conditions.
Yeah, that's a great way to break it down. Sitting on a couple of threes for the high scores of the Tahitian. Now waiting for that last score to come through. We do know that it'll be Team Australia taking away the victory out in the water, and it'll be Team Italy falling out in that third place position, but with another opportunity to come back in the repechage rounds. We're still waiting for that final score for our surfer from Tahiti, but she'll hold on to that second place finish. We've got more action to come with Japan, Argentina, Colombia, and Chinese Taipei hitting the water right after this. Stay tuned for more.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different day. We're going to Teahupo'o. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Teahupo'o is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Teahupo'o has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo'o is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Championships here in Praia de Macumba in Brazil. It's going to be a great week of surfing with plenty of these competitors hopeful to walk away with that gold medal this week, whether it's for their teams or to make sure they're at least going as far as they can in the draw to help their teams get into that medal conversation as well. Out in the water now, Japan, Argentina, Colombia, and Chinese Taipei, with Yuhi Tokasaka, Victoria Munoz, Angelina Descasare, and Wanyu Chen, all looking for a chance to book themselves a top 2 position to stay in the main round and avoid the repechage.
Yes, at all costs.
Taking a look at the opening ride now for Japan's Yuhi. Great looking snap on her backhand.
Really nice opening turn.
Blue now up and riding for Victoria Munoz of Argentina. So nice opening start for these two. Now it'll be Victoria and Angelina looking for their opening rides.
And the quicker you get going, the quicker the pressure's off the shoulders. You know, you've ridden, even if at this point in time, you know, you get a 3 or a 4, there's scores that can set up the rest of your heat. So, you know, in the starts, you don't need to be as selective as you do as the heat progresses, because as the heat progresses, you know what you need, so you start looking for specific things. At the start of the heat, you just need, really, as we saw in that last one, you just need a big section and do one big turn. You can drop an 8.
That's right. We did see some big scores. We saw 4, 6, 7 drop through that last score that we were waiting for the Tahitian and Kaili Simon. She dropped in a 4.67 for that single maneuver at the finish as well. Judges rewarding her with her highest wave of the heat, as you were predicting to come.
Yeah, I suppose it didn't match the 6s because there was a little bit, sort of, couple of catches of rail in there. Wasn't quite as clean. And the rails are the sides of the board, and as it goes through the water, the cleaner your board goes through that water, the better surfing it is.
Out in the water, we have 3 15-year-olds, Yuhi, Victoria, and Angelina, so all potentially surfing in their final year of the under-16s before graduating into the upper class of the under-18s. We've also got a young 12-year-old in Wanyu Chen from Chinese Taipei. She's feeling so excited to be here representing her country for the World Junior Championships. Her favorite surfer, the Brazilian Felipe Toledo, multiple world champion, and she'll be channeling some of his surfing as she's out here surfing in a break that he's no doubt spent a bit of time at in his life. As we take a look now at Angelina, goes in for a hard section to finish.
Yeah, there was a lot of water moving there and white water on the face as it dumped onto the sandbar. But the first turn was nice. 4.07 for the first of the Japanese.
Scores in quickly for Japan. And we'll take a look at the replay here for this first wave of green.
Nice snap, and then you can see such a difficult section right there to complete. If she had of 2 turns, would have been a great start. You can see this first turn was clean, carves it down the face, but maybe carved it too far down the face, and by the time she came around for that bottom turn, she was too late into the lip, got gobbled up.
A 3.67 drops through for first of Argentina's Victoria, and a 2-point ride for the first wave of Angelina. A 0.5 on the board now for Wanyu Chen. So everyone's caught their waves. It means that priority is also set. We've got 15 minutes remaining on the clock. And one of the exciting things about this event this week is that we've got record-breaking participation from the women's field. We've got 44% of competitors being women this week. 177 girls in the draw, which is nearly half the field. It's the most we've ever had. It's really great to see those numbers growing.
It's amazing, and when you consider that 365 athletes, and there, as you said, the 177 women, and when you consider that there's some surfing nations that are just developing here, the fact that there's such a high rate of female participation speaks so strongly to the development of that part of the sport.
The development globally for female participation has been growing in surfing. It's been the kind of area of surfing that has the opportunity for the most growth as well when it comes to people participating. As we take a look now at Victoria on her forehand, nice couple snaps to start things off. She'll kick out. Looking to back up that 3.67, and surf's looking pretty fun out there. Not a lot of sitting around needing to wait because that swell's pretty active.
Yeah, you have low periods, 7 seconds, which 7 or 8 seconds, which is the time between waves. And the longer that period is between the waves, the more substantial, the more powerful, the bigger the swell is. And so this is a wind swell, and wind swells always mean that there's a lot of opportunity because it's peaky, it's short, there's stuff happening everywhere, and that's the sort of conditions we're seeing here today.
And Angelina now up and riding on her backhand. She's been competing at the World Surfing Games or the World Junior Championships for a long time now for Colombia. It's been fun to be able to see her growing in her experience and in her interest in the sport as well. Her dad travels as a filmer and gets to be on tour with some of the world's best surfers. Introduced her to Steph Gilmore and Tatiana Weston-Webb when she was pretty young, as we've got some of the surfers just taking some shade before paddling out for their next heat.
It's hot out there. It's steamy. We had rain yesterday, and you can feel the impact of the rain yesterday and on the humidity today as that sun was out early and started drawing the moisture out of the land, and you could feel the heat, steamy.
So Angelina with another 2 to drop in on the scoreboard. She had an opportunity to surf in a WSL Rising Tides event a few years back where Tatiana took her out at Huntington, and she was able to really, as she just goes down here on the inside section, really get encouraged by having one of the greatest surfers of all time out in the water with her. As we take a look now at Yuhi on her backhand, looking really solid on the 2 waves she's taken off on.
Both waves. There's this impression of speed and confidence and power in her performance that it's going to mean she's in a strong position. Imagining obviously that she'll go back into the lead with that. It's way more than a 0.60. So great start for Japan.
That's right, and it'll put Argentina into a position needing something at least equivalent to what she already has in the 3.67. So this is a pretty well-rounded heat all the way around. We've got a 2.67 that's dropped in for Wan Yu Chen, Felipe Toledo's biggest fan out of Chinese Taipei. As we see Victoria on her forehand, great-looking snap, goes in for the second in the section and tags the end to finish off. So 3-turn combination. We don't know what her requirement will be, but we'll know she'll be chasing a score to go into that leading position again.
And she wants it. You can see just in the way that she is paddling how determined she is. That was a great ride. Her style's beautiful. Good technique, good style, and great wave selection. That's the combination you need to bring together.
Heat number 3 will be coming up next for our girls under 16s division. There we've got Camila Sande of Peru, just getting into her warm-up routine, getting ready to paddle out with a coach next to her as well. 11 minutes remaining on the clock. Brazil, Peru, Netherlands, and Belgium coming up in the next heat. And teams will have a lot of opportunity to be spending time on the beach throughout this week to be able to really getting a feel for how to support each other, Barton, when it comes to not just surfing their individual game, but also representing their nation well and representing their team well throughout the week.
Yeah, and that, it's we talked about the pressure that comes with that responsibility of being a part of a team and being responsible for other people's results, ultimately for your nation's results, ultimately, and that does come with at a cost, and it takes a mature young human to be able to handle that. So that's the sort of this is the sorts of experience that makes this pathway so important for young surfers, and this event is all about that. It's a pathway to the Olympic Games, to a potential Olympic gold medal for one of these young surfers in the future, and that's an opportunity as an older surfer, that you never even imagined would exist for surfing, and shows how far we've all come. The sport has come.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? Where Carissa Moore, our Tokyo gold medalist for surfing, said that for her growing up, surfing as being an Olympian was never a dream because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't something that was tangible they could think about because it didn't exist yet. Now she's a gold medalist, an Olympic gold medalist, which has raised her status as a multiple world champion to being even that much greater in the global space of sport, being included in the Olympics. Mm-hmm. Let's go down to the beach. We're going to catch up with Jess Grimwood and the winner of that last heat off a really solid surfing.
Thank you, Shannon. Yes, Isla, congratulations. First heat for the women, and you found yourself into the excellent range 8+ ride. Must have felt nice throwing that down for Team Australia.
It was cool just surfing for the first time in my ISA, so I was just trying to have a go and see how I went.
I think you went pretty good. Talk to us about Team Australia. We saw quite a big group of people down there celebrating your win with you. Who are the important people that have come over, and what are the goals that you guys have as a team for this World Junior Games?
Well, obviously our goal is to win a medal, and we've got a pretty strong team of surfers and all the coaches and our favourite beach mum Kia over there. And all them, they're coming down to support and help us.
What about Brazil? How are you finding the culture? You've settled in. How are you finding everything, the surf, the beach, the people?
Yeah, the surf's been so fun, and it's so cool meeting all new people along Brazil. It's so cool.
Well, congratulations, mate. We'll let you go because you've got the boys surfing across on podium 2 very shortly. Any words for the rest of the supporters, your family, the Australian team fans back at home?
For everyone watching at home, thank you.
Congratulations, mate. Thank you, guys. There's Isla.
So sweet. An 8-point ride in the heat, feeling stoked.
That's one of the things when you're watching someone ride a wave. They look so authoritative. She looks so authoritative and so sort of mature, and then you see them in the interview, and you go, "Oh, it's a little kid. She's a little kid." And but she surfs like a grown-up. That was a fantastic performance, and for her first heat ever, representing her country, that was an incredible performance. Great job.
Very solid surfing. The team's going to be feeling very stoked for the Irkandjis. And we've currently got the Argentinian Victoria sitting in the lead with a 5.07 and a 3.67. She's taken over the lead from Yuhi Tosakawa of Japan, who's now sitting in second. But those two have a great standing on the rest of the field, putting the requirements into the high 5s and high 6s, as we can see the Argentinian team down there supporting Victoria.
And Munoz is a famous surfing name, I suppose, particularly in that part of the world, South America. Alejo Munoz represented Brazil. His brother represented Argentina. Here we go. Oh, no, not that one.
6 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Victoria from Miramar. And loves surfing at El Centro, just right there at home, her favorite surf break. She's been doing a great job competing. She's been a South American champion. She's a 6-time Argentinian champion as well in her age division. So very, very sharp competitor.
And that's the confidence, I suppose, that we saw on that last ride. The 5.07 was so well surfed.
Team Japan, they've been putting together, some of the best structure behind competitive surfing for a number of years. The support behind the scenes coming through from the federation, the strength of getting themselves 2 medalists at the Tokyo Olympics between Amuro Suzuki and Kanoa Igarashi.
Yep.
Obviously, that home environment of having the Olympics in Tokyo probably helped that situation a little bit, but you can see the investment had paid off so well and is a great example to other nations. of what, you know, can be happening for surfers like Yuhi, as a young surfer starting to come into the conversation, putting together some great surfing so far.
And then they earned that Olympic spot at Huntington Beach last year as well. So there's certain nations that in the ISA, certain nations that stand out more in this format or in this organisation or these events than on that, you know, WSL stage, for example. And Japan is definitely one of those countries doing so well here.
Yuhi with a great forehand snap to start things off with, tags that end section, but just goes down.
Yeah, the first turn was nice, coming through the inside, a little late to the lip, and just got a little out of control there at the end.
Under that 5-minute mark now, Angelina and Wan Yu Chen sitting in those rapid charge round positions, as we've got our surfer in red, Alexia Monteira for Brazil, who's just taking a moment on the shoreline before paddling out. They'll have that 5-minute paddle out today.
I love the
from
shots
the
of people's faces. Sorry, Shannon. I love the shots of people's faces before the heat and seeing how they look and how they're dealing with that situation, because really you just want it to... You just want to be on, you just want to surf, you just want to get the work done. The waiting around is the hard part.
That's right. Waiting around, getting that, you know, being able to keep the kind of mental space functioning sharp when you know that you've got a little bit of time to wait before you're able to get your job done.
Oh, it's nerve-wracking. It really is. And it's one of the, you know, learning to deal with the nerves, learning to actually enjoy it, turning it into something that while it's, you know, it doesn't feel comfortable, and you'd rather not experience it, you recognize that it's your body doing its job, recognizing that you're in this situation that needs absolute focus and needs you to go to a level of concentration that in an ordinary moment of life you may not take yourself to. And it's one of those skills that as a competitive surfer you have to develop. And I always say that this is not a job for the weak-hearted. You know, if you're not ready to commit and ready to fail and accept failure as a part of your journey, you're just not gonna succeed. And so you have to be comfortable and accept that whatever the results are, you'll deal with it and go out there and do your very best. So that's something that the, you know, competitive surfers have to grow and have to understand, because it's nerve-wracking, it's challenging, and especially as a young kid. You know, I started competing, I suppose, when I was 13 or 14, which is quite old by today's standards. And it's something you learn just through having to go through it. You have to exist in that space of failure being a reality, and you front up to it, you confront it, and deal with it.
Well, out in the water right now, we have Victoria Munoz currently sitting in the lead for Argentina, Yuhi in second for Japan. Wan Yu Chen has jumped herself up into that third place position for Chinese Taipei and pushed Angela Descansar for Colombia down into fourth. It's still pretty tight between that third and fourth place position, but our surfer in the third place chasing a 5.63 and surfer in fourth chasing a 6.30. We've got 2 minutes on the clock, and it's been a great way to get our event started by running through some heats this morning. We had that swell pick up and give some opportunity to each of the competitors, where, you know, the first few days in the lead up before competition got underway, of course we had our Parade of Nations yesterday afternoon. The surf was so small that we just couldn't run. We were hopeful to be able to run some heats yesterday afternoon, and looking at the forecast and coming down to the beach and actually assessing the conditions ourselves, and for the surfers too, not even really anything to be able to paddle into to get those warm-up surfs in, because it was just absolutely flat. So it's been great to see some potential out there today.
Yeah, the wind came up yesterday morning, didn't it? And it sort of blew in, and you could tell it was going to pick. It picked up really quickly, which can be a bit of a worrying sign, because sometimes when it picks up quickly, it drops back off quickly. But what they seem to suggest is that tomorrow is going to be, there's an increase overnight. So this wind swell might be replaced by something more substantial tomorrow. But plenty of waves, plenty of opportunity, and 1 minute to go in this one.
All right, here we go. Priority sitting with our surfer in red. She's in second. She'll be wanting to make sure she stays in that top 2 position, holding on to that priority next to her name.
Yeah, third and fourth going to the elimination round. At that point in time, you've got two chances, but once you wasted one of them or missed one of them here, then you've got to make it happen in that elimination round. Here we go, paddling, second place, our Japanese surfer.
Little split peak, but we'll track with red, Yuhi, great looking backhand. And Victoria also up and riding on her forehand. Quick snap, she'll be able to ride out complete from that wave.
I feel like the waves have got smaller in front of our eyes.
That's what it seems like, huh?
When you're watching the waves that they just rode then, you weren't riding waves of that size this morning. So whether it's just that we're in the final stages and people are desperate so they're catching anything, but that's not going to help you. Neither of those rides really were going to help. So you've still got to wait and select the good ones.
And we've got that tide that's pushed up as well. Hopefully as it starts to drop through the afternoon, we'll see it get maybe a little more consistent as well.
And some longer rides. And that one's done.
Well, a great heat, and just waiting for a couple last scores to drop through for that last exchange between Victoria and Yuhi. Victoria currently sitting in the lead. Yuhi would be needing a 5.17, so it seems likely Victoria and Yuhi advancing through in those top two positions. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to have Chris Cote and Mitch Salazar coming in to call the action as girls under 16 round 1 heat number 3 hits the water right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
A better world through surfing, the ISA mantra alive and well here in beautiful Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We have moved on to the women's division, and there has been some impressive surfing. Ever-changing conditions. I think that's something we come to expect at every level of competition. But Mitch, so far so good. Some big scores out there, some smiling faces. And I think for every surfer that's entered the water already this morning, a learning experience already on day one. We're just getting started here.
Yeah, and I think some already exceptional scores too. We saw Isla from Australia drop an 8 with just a single turn on the first heat of this round, as we have a brand new heat out there. Brazil, Peru, Netherlands, and Belgium out there, Chris.
Yeah, Alexia Montero, Camilla Sende, Zoe Zeitz hitting the water. And there you see some ferocious paddling going on. That's what you need to lean into. Mia Armekeris from Belgium as well. So if you're just joining us, this is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're just outside of Rio de Janeiro along a stretch of beach, probably one of the most famous stretches of beaches in the entire world, just down the road, Ipanema, Copacabana. I know you've heard of those spots. Well, put this spot on your radar as well. You can see when we get these land angles, a beautiful part of the world, plenty of waves out there. I would say right now, Team Peru and Team Brazil, at least on paper, the favorites, but take that paper, crumple it up, throw it away. You never know what's going to happen in any of these ASA heats. Surfers from the Netherlands and Belgium have both put on big performances at the World Surfing Games.
Yep.
We'll see how they can do here in the junior level.
And Zoe Zeitz, I mean, she's part of that Zeitz family from Kauai too, so both her and her brother Oliver will be competing for the Netherlands in this event. Watch out for them, Chris, because they have a lot of talent to spare. As we see Team Brazil, Monteiro out there in the water in the red jersey. Obviously one to watch out for. We did see a Brazilian surfer in the boys U16 already advanced earlier this morning. Strong contenders for an overall team medal. Looking for gold as always, but imagine competing at home, being able to be the host nation, a lot of pressure on your shoulders. So being able to control that pressure in the end, it is a privilege. So try to use it to your advantage and add some more to the other competitors out there in the water with you.
I like that. The pressure is a privilege, and you've got to lean into that, right? You know, the fun and games on the beach. I think for a lot of these teams, they're just down here getting that much-needed experience, but also, you know, do not discount any team. Belgians, Netherlands, you know, these might not be countries you think of immediately when you think of surfing, but start thinking about it because the level is rising from all over the world. So these are 20-minute heats. The very basics are your top 2 scores will be added up. Your top 2 surfers will keep advancing through into these main rounds. 3rd and 4th place will go to the repechage. Start off with your surfer in green. That was a spicy turn to start this heat.
Yeah, and that's Zoe. Has a very similar style to her uncle. Brother Oliver, also a ripper. That score should be strong right there for just the one on the inside. And we've seen an excellent score with just one turn on the inside shore break, too. Wouldn't be surprised to see something in the mid to get range right here for that one as well. Sandai, a very talented surfer coming out of Peru in the blue jersey. I think she is expecting herself to go a long way in this event, as are the rest of the Peruvians. Normally, though, they don't surf a lot of beach breaks, Chris. That's usually been their Achilles heel, so I would think that this event they're coming well prepared. Got here a few days before just to acclimatize themselves to the beach break and to the weather, as this is way more tropical than home in Peru, as it seems like red having a look here.
Alexia Montero. Wow. High speed attack. Did you get back up from that layback? Oh, so close. And, I mean, even though she fell right there, loved it.
Yep.
Took off like a rocket ship straight from the jump. So keep your eyes on that surfer in red. Look at this speed burst, Mitchell.
I like the intent, too. Down the line snap and then goes for the layback right here. I think pushed a bit too hard for how soft the section was, though. Struggled. I mean, she really fought to try to get the completion right there at the end. But nice use of speed, the setup turn down the line. And once she actually hit the whitewater right there, fully lays back. But I think the section didn't have enough on the receiving end for her to push back up and ride out of that cleanly. So it's going to be a throwaway score for her, but still in second place in the top 2 as a score for Zeitz comes through, and it's the best of the heat, Chris.
Yeah, 5.83, that is a solid start. Looking at Team Brazil, and Zoe's back at it. Attention on our surfer in green, and like I said, you didn't think the Netherlands was famous for surfing? Well, think again. Zoe Zeitz right now representing well. She's a global citizen. She's probably surfed all over the planet, knowing the Zeitz family. But right now, I mean, she is a standout in a tough field of surfers. In Belgium on the beach right there. They're represented in the water by Mia Ramakers. She's got a 3-point ride, so a decent start for Mia as well.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of surfers that come from different parts of the world but compete for a certain nation, obviously the Netherlands has had a couple of good surfers before. As we look at the combo right there, great stuff by Zeitz. You know, they've had Beric de Vries come over. Remy Peterson, also originally from South Africa, has competed for the Netherlands. Tara Vanderholz, who was just on screen a little bit ago, she had that one score that was a 9, remember, if at the World Surfing Games at La Bocana, there was just the one turn. As we look at the Belgians, too, Dean van de Waal has competed for them. A couple of great surfers also competing for Belgium. I think the European countries, more than anybody, have been the ones that have grown the most in terms of surfing, just because there's a lot of people that live outside of their country that still compete for the place that they were born at, Chris. And overall, you look at the Olympians that we've had, Leon Glatzer, and I think even a couple more that we're going to see heading into Paris over at Chopes. We'll be seeing a few more Europeans, I feel.
Most definitely, and I feel like a lot of surfers from Europe, from the Netherlands, from those areas, tend to gravitate to warm water places like Costa Rica
Yeah.
and Southern California as well. So 11:50 to go. Zoe's Eats in the lead for now. We've got Jess Grimwood on the sand, standing by with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, Chris. Vicky Munoz, congratulations. Representing Argentina is a big thing. You guys have a big history in the ISA Games. What did you feel when you were selected to be on the team?
I'm very happy because Argentina is a very good country and
Yeah.
and I'm very happy. The waves are so good and go to the next.
Yeah, we're very happy for you too, to watch you surfing in these conditions. What about the rest of the team? How's the feeling where you're staying? Are you guys rooming together, and is there a good vibe going on with the team?
Yeah, my team is so good. We are together and I'm so happy for this.
And what about talking about the rest of the day now? What are you going to do? You've already won your first round heat. Will you relax and cheer on the rest of the girls?
What?
Will you take it easy on the beach and just watch the rest of the day of competition?
Yeah, I'm so happy because I'm relaxed and I'm going to surf with all my energies and that I'm so happy.
Well done. We're very happy for you too. And for all your family and friends tuning in from Argentina, would you like to say a big hello to them?
Bueno, quiero agradecer a todos ahí en Argentina que están apoyando. Por poder, bueno, acá pude pasar el hit primera, así que estoy muy feliz y ahora dar todo para lo que se viene.
Congratulations, mate. Well done. We can't wait to see you surf again. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jess. Congratulations. The surfing, obviously impressive. Okay. Wow, Zoe is demanding attention. The surfing's impressive, but also, you know, the maturity, the mindfulness that these young surfers are answering their questions with, multilingual. I'm just so impressed each and every time. And that trend is continuing because Zoe Zeitz just blasted that last wave. That might be one of the turns of the day, Mitch.
I think it is. I mean, the biggest section for sure. Look at that bango right there.
Come on.
Speed, power, flow just in the one turn. Timing was perfect. If it ain't excellent, it's close to it, Chris. Should be dropping a big score here with 9 minutes to go.
I mean, the World Surfing Games called. The team is looking at it right there. So Zoe Zeitz from the Netherlands. I would put the Netherlands in that conversation of most improved teams, top to bottom. Their World Surfing Games performances through the roof in El Salvador last year, and they've continued that tradition here with their junior team. So Zoe Zeitz right now is sitting with a 5.83 and a 5.83. I think both of us have a good feeling about where that number is going to go. That was a solid turn.
Yeah, that was a hammer. It's an impactful one, and in the end, you look for sections as both a competitor and as a judge. It has the highest degree of difficulty. You're looking at the amount of speed that they're carrying through that section right there, how much flow they have entering it and coming out of it. But most importantly, there was a lot of power in that one turn right there. So in the lead comfortably, she's going to extend it by a good number right here.
Here's your surfer representing Team Brazil, Alexia Monteiro. So Alexia is spending a lot of time in Hawaii. Quick little snap of the wrist right there. So 16 years old. She's spent a good part of the year in Hawaii training and practicing. She comes from Santa Catarina. And she is definitely a rising star here in Brazil and on a global scale as well.
It's Mia McLeish.
Team USA coming up.
From San Clemente. As you can see, she's a little camera shy. Working with one of the co-coaches that we have here for the USA. Former ISA finalist, Courtney Conlock. Just a winner last year on the World Championship Tour at the last event in Tahiti, too.
Just one of the best to ever do it.
100%.
And what a great presence to have, right? We know her personality from seeing her for all these years. She's super funny. She's charismatic. But she's also a tenacious competitor. So kind of, I would say the perfect kind of attributes you're looking for a great coach. And this is her first time, I believe, coaching the junior team at this level. So, you know, she's got some probably some pressure on her shoulders as well. But so far, so good. We'll see what happens next as we see surfer in red again. That was the replay of that last quick wave. And things are starting to happen out there in the water, Mitch, and thankfully we get to see this turn one more time.
Dude, that was just aggressive. I mean, I really like the intensity that she brought right there. Recognized that it was only going to be the one section, but fully brought it. Pedal to the metal right there with just under 7 minutes to go. So still waiting on a few scores. Second place is wide open right now. That wave of Montero was huge. It was very smart to be able to complete a wave at this point of the heat, as it looks like Camila now had a look at that one. She's going to let it go. But when it comes to advancing out of these crucial heats, especially if you're the host nation, there's expectations on your shoulders to get a gold medal both individually and as a team. You try to make it through as quickly and as best as you can, Chris. If you need 2 fours to make it through, you grind 2 fours. If you need a 1 at the end of the heat, you're making sure you're standing up before the buzzer sounds.
Oh, yeah, and there's one stat that you'll see probably about 100 times in this field of 365. That is that national champion stat. Alexia Montero is a national champion. Zoe Zietz right there, just showing us that she is not only aggressive, powerful, fast, but also very consistent. Look at her scoreline. She has not made any mistakes so far.
No, and we're still waiting for that one big turn as Camila now up and riding real quick right there on the backhand. She's having a lot of trouble figuring out this lineup right now, which is kind of surprising given how good of a surfer she actually is, as we look at the replay here of Zoe looking to better one of the 5.83s that she is currently carrying into her scoreline. So just the one, got a little stuck coming out of it, looking at the front angle right here. Good a wave selection, kept everybody else off, but the timing wasn't there as much as it was on the previous ride. So still a couple of good scores, clearly out in the lead, and I think in the end that's really what you're looking for, a concise victory and domination over everybody else as we look at surfer from Canada coming up, Osha Green. She's also a great surfer. Going to be exciting to watch her compete out here at a beach break like at home in Tofino.
So these are the faces of the future stars of surfing. Team Canada, another one of those teams that's always well coached, well prepared. You know, they've been here for probably about a week, just practicing and getting themselves acclimated. Obviously, this is a very different type of place than where most of them would come from in Canada. You know, the West Coast, of course, beautiful forests on the beach, pretty chilly throughout the year. But they do have beach breaks like this that kind of break way out to sea, and you get that reform kind of deal. So the waves they're going to be used to, the trunks, the tropical vibe on the beach, that might be a little bit different. But I think from what we know, though, these surfers at such a young age already, most of them have been traveling around the world since they were young. I'm looking right now at Alexis's bio, and there is a connection to Heoni. I'm going to go ahead and send him a message and say, is this your daughter, your niece? The way she surfs, I wouldn't be surprised if that's Heoni Montero, the legendary surfer's daughter or relative, because you can tell she's got that powerful style, ripping surfer. So we'll get to the bottom of that. And I would venture to say there are a lot of sons and daughters of legendary surfers in this draw. We're going to see that story unfolding as well.
100%. And, you know, the Montero family originally from Saquarema. They do move around quite a bit. And Haoni is one of the greatest surfers of all time at Sunset Beach. Won a QS event there back in the day as we look at the replay here of Montero now. Great snap to start things off. Read the send section very well. Carried a lot of speed heading into this last turn. But unfortunately for her, that little bit of backwash just kept her up a little too long. Great opening snap, though. So only looking to improve on a 2.33. Wouldn't be surprised that she does that. But as you saw right there, just got a little lifted up right at the end of that one. And with 3 minutes to go, Ramaker's now up and riding.
Team Belgium, big snap there. Nicely placed. And you couldn't have done much more on that section. Kind of one of those up in the corner type of sections to hit. She managed that perfectly. Looking for a 3.51. Could make it close. I mean, Zoe Zietz right now, she's run away with it. A 7.33 and a 5.83. Again, one of the highest single heat totals of the day so far. Alexia Montero right there with a 4.17 and a 2.33. And she just had a couple little mistakes that would have been a completely different story had she ridden out from some of her final turns. But great performance nonetheless. But Zoe, well, put her on the list of favorites. I mean, that list is getting very long already here in the morning. We're only a couple heats in. 2 minutes to go. super impressed with what Zita's done so far.
Yeah, and just looking at her development through the programs in both Hawaii and the United States, obviously they've been paying off. Now competing for the Netherlands, this is a huge opportunity for her to not only help out her team in terms of seeding for future years, but get a gold medal herself. As we look at Team Hawaii right there, Chesney, Malia Moana, a couple of great surfers coming up, as I do feel they're one of the more underrated teams overall.
I'm intimidated right here. I'm intimidated looking at Team Hawaii. You know they come to surf.
Defending gold medalists, too, as a team as well.
That's right.
So they have a lot to prove here.
So time winding down here. There's a vision of the beach. This is a vacation destination.
Ooh.
And I would say Brazil, underrated to come to for vacation. I mean, you and I, of course, we have the luxury of coming here for quote-unquote work. We're talking about surfing. This is a lot of fun, but you know, I feel like this place, you could come on a surf trip and you could score around each and every corner. Here we go, Zoe, for the big finish. Quick snap there, right in the pocket. Are you kidding me? This kid is just jumping onto the international scene with each and every wave, showing that she is a force to be reckoned with. And Camila Sande, Team Peru, 3-4 and a 2-1-0. So, I mean, those numbers don't really tell the complete story. She was just a little bit out of position throughout the entirety of that heat, and 20 minutes is going to fly by in conditions like this where there's kind of waves all over the place. Sometimes gets you paddling in circles, but she'll have another chance in the repechage round.
Yeah, but unfortunately for her, wanted to be able to move through in the winners round here in the main round, and especially for the Peruvian team overall, this would have been huge if she would have been able to make it through right here. And I don't know if this wave is going to count. Might have been after the buzzer, Chris, but Montero's still up and riding. Good second place position for her in this one, as it seems like Brazil, they're on a roll moving through into the winners round right now.
Yeah, well, they're the home squad. Got to consider them the favorites. They've got a couple locals from right here on this beach on the team as well. So the local knowledge, of course, they're going to always be well coached. So big things for Team Brazil. But in that last one, it was all about Zoe Zeitz. Team Netherlands represent. More heats to come. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother would say, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Praia Macumba, here on the beautiful coast of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And yes, it is everything you expect it to be. You've got the beautiful white cobblestone paths lining the beach all the way down. You see the mountains in the background towards the upper left part of your screen. That is the world famous Ipanema and Copacabana Beach, and it just keeps going miles and miles of coastline, and seems like there's waves around every corner. Maybe that's the reason why there are a million amazing surfers from Brazil.
And more of them coming through right now too, Chris, as we have a brand new heat in the water.
Let's do it. Mia McLeish, Team USA, Bo Howell, Team England, and Oshia Green, Team Canada. Classic ISA-style matchup from all corners of the globe. We are in the girls 16 and under division, which is really hard to believe because the level is looking like we're looking at, grown-ups, adult-style qualifying series level surfing. Starting with your surfer in blue. This was just a quick up and out for Bowie Howell, Team England. But she's back at it, straight into it. A little mistimed there, but just kind of trying to manage and figure out the sections here. So Bowie Howell, Team Ben Skinner, former world longboard champion, just an all-around amazing surfer.
Yep.
Great guy. He was saw him yesterday in the streets. Literally looked like he was herding cats, trying to get 12 teenagers to get in the car, get your boards. I can't imagine. I've got 2 teenagers at home, and that's tough enough. Imagine traveling to Brazil with 12 of them.
I don't know if I can manage to pull that off, Chris, but it seems like Big Ben's been doing a great job so far. His son Lucas also in the event, a great surfer who's, I think, a contender before, the injury that he sustained. Still think that he's probably going to have a great performance, especially at a beach break like home. But, speaking of the heat out there in the water, you mentioned how maybe not the best surfer, but definitely goes out there and tries. As McLeish up and riding, great surfer from San Clemente, Chris.
Yeah, and I can't tell if those are all sponsors or those are graphics, but either way, she is well represented and looks like she's well prepared. She's got Courtney Conlog on the beach. That's got to feel good to have Courtney in your corner. Look at the speed. You could see this lower trestles all day long, I'm sure.
And T Street, too. I mean, that's really a wave that prepared you for a location like this one right here. And, I was actually texting with Coach Simo yesterday, and he was telling me that their expectations overall are still to get the gold team medal, but he feels like there's a lot of contenders to be able to make it into all of the finals, really. He wants to see at least 2 surfers per final. Being the head coach, having co-coaches here, Asher Nolan and Courtney Conlog, especially Courtney, I feel like that's a huge thing for a lot of these young girls coming up because she was in that position herself when she was 11, 12 years old. So having the kind of confidence in your corner, especially for somebody as young as McLeish, big stuff coming through.
Yeah, and, Team USA, one of their coaches, Asher Nolan, you have a conversation with Asher and you leave feeling calm and relaxed. He's got that presence. He's very knowledgeable, incredible surfer himself. And I think the coaching, we could have a heat of coaches that would be phenomenal.
Spectacular, yeah. We could have an event just with them alone.
15-20 to go. Bowie on her backhand there, just hits a chop and goes down. Back to Mia McLeish. She's riding chemistry surfboards. Riding for Roxy, Nixon, Jack Surf Shop, Creatures of Leisure, Futures, Raw Elements, Otis Eyewear. Her biggest achievement so far, winning the USA Champs. And like most young surfers her age, her hobbies are surfing, hanging with friends. That's what she's doing down here in Brazil.
I was there actually when she won the Champs. I think it was last year in 22. She dropped a 10 in the final. And as of right now, looking good to win this one with just under 15 minutes.
Love to see it. 14:40 to go. Let's go down to Jess Grimwood on the sand.
Thank you very much, guys. Zoe, congratulations. What a performance from you. Finding the near excellent range on a single turn. Must have felt good to hear that come across the beach announcement.
Yeah, it was definitely really nice. I was just having fun out there, you know. It's my first ISA, so I was just feeling it out, and I was able to find some good ones, yeah.
Well, we're very happy to have you here for your first, and I definitely would think it's not going to be your last as well. Talk to us about the Team Netherlands. What was the selection like for you guys, and what's the vibe, and who's been picked to come on over?
Yeah, it's really fun. Like, everyone on the Netherlands team is so nice, and they all surf really good. Luckily, like, my brother, he came over with me, and my mom, so I get to surf on the team with my brother. And yeah, there's a bunch of people who surf in Holland, which is really cool.
That's very, very cool. And you guys are kind of maybe got the benefit of being perhaps maybe the underdogs in the juniors. Is that something that's going to play well into your hand, being able to kind of sneak through, and at the last minute you'll be able to strike to the podium?
I hope so.
We hope so too. For everybody tuning in at home, the supporters, your team, the rest of the country, would you like to say anything to them?
Ja. Ik ben super enthousiast om hier te zijn. Bedankt aan iedereen die aan het kijken is.
Congratulations, mate. We can't wait to see you here for the next win, and the rest of the team are very happy too. Well done. Thank you, guys.
That right there tells me a better world through surfing is being achieved with each and every heat. We've got some certified polyglots in this field. Not only do they rip, but they're obviously very smart, multilingual, and now getting out and experiencing more of the culture that the world has to offer. So congratulations to Zoe on a lot of different levels. Can't wait to see what she does next. Thank you, Jess. 12:42 to go. Mia McLeish in the lead for now. Bowie Howell in second. Oshia Green in third. Looking at Bowie Howell's stats right now, she's 16 years old. She comes from the Isle of Wight, famous for, of course, a huge music festival, but also the most dangerous motorcycle race on the planet. The Isle of Wight.
Got to be some good waves there, too. If you look at the replay here of McLeish, deep bottom turn straight into the lip line right there. I mean, the amount of speed that she carried through that first turn, as she did have to go around Howell right there. You normally don't see any interference as called in a situation like that, but I feel like that might be an exception. She did have to take a very different line because there was a surfer right in her way, and it's not like Blue could have done anything to move either way, but in the end, if you are interfering with the surfer that has the right of way, you probably are going to get penalized. But at the moment, McLeish way out there in the lead with a 5.83 and a 5.17. So has a good heat total right now, 11 points on the board already, Chris, But looking at Oshia Green and how talented she is, very surprised that she only has a 2.67 on the board right now, because she is a great surfer, comes from a beach break 2 in Tofino. Would be expecting her to at least have a 5 in her scoreline at the moment, as we saw Howell right there up and riding real quick, another one for her. But Green is very young, has a lot of talent. Both Shannon Brown and Dom Domick from Surfing Canada have told me that they expect her to be on the podium, if not this year, in years to come. And I think as of right now, maybe the pressure's getting to her. I know only 9 minutes have gone by in this heat, but there are a lot of expectations for this young girl coming out of Canada. And as you know, there have been a couple of great surfers out of Canada recently, especially the Olympian who just qualified, Sanoa Olin, who was in the event. And speaking of Green, she's up and riding.
Quick snap there. So Oshia Green up and out real quick. Actually, the Isle of Wight is more famous for its holiday destination. There's also a lot of dinosaur bones found there. So it sounds like a really interesting place.
Down to go.
Here we go. Mia McLeish.
Ooh.
Look at that. I mean, to have a style that good and so well formed, and everything's just in its proper place at only 16 years old, it's incredible.
I think all of us Californians are a little mad at San Clemente board riders that they can't lose an event at lower trestles in terms of the national board riders. But overall, you can't deny that there's a lot of talent right there. Obviously, you can see it with Mia McLeish dropping a couple of 5s, and just with the one turn, wouldn't be mad to see her improve on the 5.17 either.
Well, San Clemente, they just got 2 additional surfers on the championship tour. 3 additional surfers.
Cole, Cade, and Crosby.
Yeah. That's a pretty good stat right there.
That is.
You know, I've been calling it the San Clemente Cyclone for a while. It's almost stuck. Maybe one more surfer on the championship tour, and we can really lock that in. Here's your boardwalk, and this is what it's all about right here. I mean, this boardwalk basically goes for about 100 miles. It keeps on going. Copacabana, Ipanema, and the cool part about this, there's waves on the right, and about every couple of 100 yards, you got a skate park on the left, luxury resorts and hotels and everything, and plenty of places to stay. You know, I think around the world, a lot of people think of, okay, Brazil, surfing, I'm going to go down there. It's going to be crowded. It's going to be hard to catch waves. Well, get this. There is peaks up and down this beach. That's why I think this is got to be one of the most underrated surf destinations for international travelers. And there's a reason why there are so many good surfers coming out of all these regions in Brazil. There's waves everywhere.
Yeah. And this is just one of them. You go to the southern part where a lot of the best surfers currently are from. Yagodora, you know, you obviously see the talent from Mateus Erditu, who's been a former ISA competitor and somebody who's very close to qualifying for the championship tour. As we look at the replay here of Osha, just a quick in and out for her. So still going to be carrying the 2.67 as her personal best. And then we see Hao right here just dropping in, was looking to improve on a 1.93. It seems like she's done that. So a good little carve right there on the open face. This comes in as a 2.27, her personal best right now, Chris. And with 8 minutes to go, she's still in second place. And Osha Green only needing a 1.53, but she struggled just to be able to find a wave out there. As she had another look at that one, McLeish let it go. And Mia so far has competed extremely well in this heat. A lot of poise. And it seems like as of right now, no doubt going to be moving into the next round with that win.
And this is the home of the world famous Fu Wax. Just a duster will do. I think when Fu Wax came onto the scene, surfing changed. I mean,
Right.
that's Felipe Toledo. A lot of Brazilian surfers, they had this secret weapon in their back pocket. Literally, you would hear about it. They got this special wax down there. You won't believe it. And then, of course, now it's available for everybody.
Yep.
And Airs just got better. I mean, Airs just got bigger and better, and it is in no small part to the new wax formula, Fu Wax, that's now, luckily for all of us, available internationally.
It's been around for 50 years, too. Just as long as every other wax brand has been around internationally, too.
About 4 years everywhere else, though.
Yeah.
They've been hiding it from us.
I think you have to give a lot of credit to Chad Wells and Kate Kobayashi for popularizing it in the U.S., especially in California.
Oh, yeah. Chad was a very popular man when everybody found out that he had the plug on the Fu Wax.
People still text him to this day to get free wax.
I did the other day.
Did you get some?
Yeah.
Nice. You
Seen
gonna
my
share?
hairs lately? Come on. Here we go. 6 minutes, 26 seconds. A quick snap there for Osha Green. So remember, when these surfers get eliminated in these early rounds, they do have another opportunity in the repechage rounds. And that's basically to just follow along with the rules dictated by the highest level, the Olympic surfing rules, that basically states we're looking for fairness across the board because, yes, sometimes even the best make mistakes. And we also want to give surfers who are just on their competitive journey, just starting that, the most opportunity they have. I mean, they've come all the way to Brazil from places like South Africa, I mean, Ukraine. So we want them to get the most for their money and, of course, the most experience to keep them interested in surfing for as long as possible.
Well, and you want to grow the sport, too. So getting as many different nations in the water as possible is key, not only for the success of the ISA, but for Olympic surfing, too. As Howell up and riding again, Chris, had the one strong turn on the backhand, combos it up, only looking to better a 1.93, and once again, adding some more pressure to Green, who before this wave was only needing a mid-1, and there's only 5 minutes now on the clock.
You know what I like from Howell is she's tenacious. You know, she just keeps spinning and going on waves. Oh, David Teixeira, ISA medalist from the Para Games. You were actually there on the beach. This kid right here is one of the greatest surfers on the planet.
And
no doubt.
Two-time gold medalist now, back-to-back. One in Pismo and then one in HB a few weeks ago. So down here in Rio now, enjoying his time supporting Team Brazil and the rest of the ISA crew.
It's one of my heroes right there.
As look at the score for Howell. Chris comes through and extends second place.
Yeah, that means Oshia Green right now needs a 193. Conditions have changed a little bit. Haven't been studying too much, but I'm wondering if there's any chance that this outside rock face right there is any kind of indicator. I know we're actually kind of in a bay, so we're surrounded by these little islands and rocks, and I'm sure the locals can look out there and maybe they have some lineups that they could see, but most likely aren't telling the rest of the teams just yet.
Well, it depends on who you got in your corner, I guess, right?
Well, I love about ISA competition is as we get going, we're into our third, fourth, fifth days of this contest, the teams really start to blend in. You know, they start off, they're a tight group, they're a tight unit, but then they start to meet people. And to me, one of the best parts about ISA competition, even for us to go out there and meet some of these individuals, is once you make some friends, I mean, you could literally go anywhere in the world. You're going to know somebody. You're going to know Oshia Green. If you see her surf a couple heats right there, that wave kind of just ran away from her. But for these young surfers, now they're getting these contacts. They can call a friend in Senegal.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? When am I coming out there?
Yeah.
You know, there's a cultural exchange happening on the beach behind the scenes that is really a beautiful part of these big ISA contests. So with 3 minutes to go, Mia McLeish well into the lead, a 5.83 and a 5.17. And now it's a battle for second place with Bowie Howell and Oshia Green, both well within striking distance. Most likely at this point it's going to take one good wave. Will it be Bowie? She's up and going. Nice turn there. Like that kind of whippy finish. Can't get that second turn done, but a good start there for Howell.
Well, and she's trying to. I mean, she's caught a good amount of waves. She's tried to improve every single time she's been up on her feet, too, and adding a lot of pressure to Green. And McLeish has been thinking about a lot of the waves that Howell's gone on, too, just because they've been decent waves that she's caught. But as of right now, that's the one thing that I really love about competition, especially in surfing, Chris. You don't have to be the best surfer, but if you're the one trying the hardest, usually those opportunities turn out to be the best ones for you. Case in point right now, Howell, not the best surfer out there, but she's still advancing in second place. So she knows that there's always a chance to be moving through.
You know, if you're going to do it with passion.
Exactly.
Do it with effort.
Mm-hmm.
You know, show us that you want it. And all three of these surfers have done just that. Oshia Green right now needing a 193. She's 14 years old from Tofino, Canada. As Mia now takes all the attention away from her competitors. Quick snap there. I mean, she's fired up, and we're here for it. Ripping that chemistry board down the line. That first turn was fast. There was power. She got a little fins free there on that opening turn. My list of favorites now is already about 10 people long. I might just have to restart.
I think you just need to go through the whole seating again and see what's going on as we look at the replay here of Green. That's more like it for Moshe. I mean, that's what I've been expecting all heat long. So no doubt should be the 193 that she's looking for. And then this one turn right here from McLeish, real strong. You can see how good her bottom turn is. Unfortunately for her, when she exploded into the lip line for the second, just got a little hung up. Wasn't able to ride out cleanly, but with 45 seconds to go, she's done her job. She's out in the lead by a strong margin, hit double digits, 11 points. You do your job, and that's all you need to be able to do in order to move through, and more importantly, calm your nerves. First time competing for the United States, obviously a lot of expectations, a lot of pressure, but having that corner like Courtney, like Asher, like Coach Simo back home in the U.S., that is really what's stabilizing you right now. Seems like it's paying off.
Yeah, it was funny to see her on the beach. You know, she looked like she got a little nervous when the camera was on her, but the second she gets in the water, she just does her job at a very high level. So it could be last looks here for Bowie Howell representing Team England. Good section to work with for Howell. The wave just it actually went away from her right before it broke, so a tricky section there. So that's going to be it for round one, heat 4. Unbelievable. We're watching 16 and under surfers. A lot of these young athletes are 13, 14, 15 years old. They are surfing well beyond their years. It's going to be Team USA getting the edge in that one. I believe we're going to be waiting for some scores to see who advances through in second, but we're going to take a quick break. But don't go anywhere. You're watching the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're live from Rio. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, you're like talking, I'm going to ask them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks and says, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know? When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a course center, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, would say, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and just rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Don't miss it. The Impossible Wave is out now. You got to check it out. And the Giddy brothers, well, they had a great idea for a sandal company, Reef Brazil. This is where they actually thought of that company name.
I think right here in Rio too.
Yeah, maybe on this beach. Maybe it was on Macumba. So Fernando will be around, and he'll be coming in and visiting us at any moment. Here we go, back into the action. Crystalline Simpson, Keliani Flores, Mia Kuzmovich, Peru, Venezuela, Hawaii. And the conditions are rippable. Looks like it's actually even glassing off. So it's about 85 degrees Fahrenheit in the air, about 78 in the water. So pretty dreamy. Summertime down here on Macumba.
Translation.
Praia Macumba.
Warm.
It's warm.
It's hot.
It's warm all over.
How's your Portuguese coming along, by the way? Fala.
Not well.
No?
Parabéns. Congratulations.
Yeah, parabéns. Yeah.
Obrigado.
Yeah.
So a few of the necessities. So Puerto Rico represented in the lineup. I believe I said Peru earlier, but we have 40+ nations. So you're gonna mislabel a flag every once in a while, but we will learn because Mia is a ripping surfer. And Puerto Rico will be the host of the next ISA World Surfing Games. Can't wait. I'm assuming I'm invited. Hopefully I do a good job this week, and we'll both be there, Mitch, because I've never been to Puerto Rico, and I've always wanted to go. And I love that the ISA moves their events all around the world. We've had a great opportunity to visit some incredible places via the ISA. And the ISA, their goal, a better world through surfing. And it seems like everywhere they go, everywhere we have these events, whether they're SUP, World Surfing Games, junior events, we leave it a better place. And then when we come back, we see the level of surfing has grown. And that trend is no doubt going to continue here in Macumba. Here we go, Crystalline. Wave got pretty fast around her, so not much opportunity there.
And she is from the island of Maui. Her older brother, Ty, a great charger, loves to surf Pe'ahi. But Crystalline so far has been, one of the better competitors to come out of Maui on the women's side recently. Has a lot of experience in the Jersey, both in the Haasas USA Surfing event over at Lower Trestles at the championships. And I feel like she has a lot of potential at a beach break like this. A good amount of push out there, Chris. And as you know, Rio tends to be one of those spots throughout the entirety of their beach breaks where it goes into a real deep spot on the outside and comes into the shoreline into a real shallow section. So tends to be one of the heavier barreling waves out here. And Macumba no joke, when it gets bigger, we should be seeing an increase in size even tomorrow.
Got to be prepared for everything. 15:28 to go. A little bit more background on Crystalline. I'm reading here that she is an honor student and she wants to major in marine biology.
It's cool.
She's a longboarder. She likes big waves, paddling, canoeing, and at 16 years old, she's already into taking naps. That's what it says on her bio. So, welcome to our world. She's your 2023 girls 14 to 15 state champion and the youngest female ever to surf Pe'ahi. So she can do big vertical backside snaps like that, and then she can go ahead and go out there and surf at Pe'ahi. That is a pretty incredible stat there. Here we go. Kellyanne Flores, Team Venezuela. Have been rising through the ranks, too. I mean, it used to be we just see one or two surfers represented by Venezuela in our ISA competition, but nearly a full team fielded here.
I'd say they're one of the nations that have grown the most in the last decade or so.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Puerto Rico represent. Mia just went beyond vertical. Put that in a list of one of the best snaps of the day. What a beautiful turn.
Great timing right there. Excellent wave selection. Recognized that it was just going to be the one turn on the inside, too, and was able to get a score basically out of a closeout, too. So with 14 minutes to go, everybody's going to have at least one decent score on the board. But as you're mentioning, Venezuela, definitely a nation that has grown over the last 10 to 15 years. You know, somebody your age, Magno Martinez, he used to be one of the only guys to be able to compete internationally. And now residing in Puerto Rico, he's done some great stuff over there with that team as we look at Sol Borelli representing Spain coming up in the next heat. But Venezuela, I think Canada has been one of the nations that has grown a lot more over the last decade too, because if you recall, they've always been good. They've had good surfers. Now they have great surfers, exceptional surfers that a lot of people would consider them to be candidates to be either Olympic gold medalists or world champions too.
Yeah, no doubt. And you know, I had the chance to go to Venezuela when I was in high school in a cultural exchange, and their coastline is holding. I mean, nooks and crannies everywhere you look, long rock, point breaks, beach breaks, everything in between. And, you know, usually when places like that have waves that good, and now that surfing is such an international sport via social media and all that, I mean, expect more incredible surfers to come from these rising surf nations. You know, we think of the island of Maui, of course. I mean, that is a huge surf nation in itself. But look at that turn right there. Your surfer in green just went above and beyond the call of duty, blasting that turn. Mia came here to do work. Here we go, Kellyanne Flores again, your current leader with a 2 and a 1. We're still waiting for a couple scores to come through. And there it was, surfer in green, Mia Kuzmovic. Representing Puerto Rico, comes through with one of the highest single wave scores of the day, a 6.33. All it takes sometimes, Mitch, is one big hammer, and that's what she gave us.
Yeah, and simplify it too, Chris. All you need really to make every heat is 2 waves. So if you're just catching 2 waves every single heat leading up to the final, if it's 7 heats or 8 heats that you need to make through in order to get to the actual final, that's 16 total waves that you actually need to be catching in order to move through and win the gold medal as we look at Chrislyn up and riding once again.
Nicely timed right there. So you can see natural ability paired with great coaching. You've got a well-rounded surfer. Here we go, Mia Kuzmovic again. Good decision right there. Don't try to force things. One big turn was all you need. So Mia comes from Agadia in Puerto Rico. Her favorite break is called Wilderness. Her biggest achievement so far was in 2022, where she qualified for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Well, she's back at it, and obviously now she has a little bit more experience, and it's showing. The scores tell that story as well. You know, she's got a lot of goals. She wants to surf Teahupo'o. She's training constantly. Her favorite surfers, Coco Ho and Zoe Benedetto. And she also says John Florence is pretty good too. And I think she's like us, Mitch. Her favorite foods, poke bowls and ice cream.
Yes.
At the same time, might be a little bit of an odd combo, but you finish your poke bowl, then you eat the ice cream.
You had a interesting combo that you shared last night at dinner, though. Orange sherbet with chocolate chips.
Yeah, a lot of people don't buy into that.
I'm a little thrown off by that, but
I'm not normal, Mitch.
that is true. But speaking of not being normal, Kuzmovic, though, you mentioned the talent, gets a 3.67 as the backup. Simpson Kane has a couple of 4s, and Flores, the Venezuelan right now, needing a mid-6 in order to move up into the top 2. And that is the only issue that I still see with a lot of surfers from Venezuela, Chris. They tend to surf a lot of wind swell, a lot of beach breaks that aren't very good, and they have issues recognizing the better waves when they're at a location like this. So this is the backup score for Chrislin, just the one turn of 4.33, great timing, and this is the second wave for Kuzmovic. This comes in as a 3.67, really just the one turn at the beginning, and wasn't able to really get some timing on for the second one. But overall, she's surfing a great heat right now, up into the 10-point range. You look at the way you're able to get into first or second place, what kind of waves I selected at what point of the heat too, what kind of decision making am I having, and overall, I think she's been in the perfect spot for both of her scores so far. Maybe misread the 3.67 a little bit, but when you come from Puerto Rico, you do not surf a lot of beach breaks. When you tend to compete on the East Coast, though, outside of Puerto Rico, you have to surf beach breaks all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if she does a lot of ESA and NSSA events over there on the East Coast of the U.S.
I mean, it really is known as the East Coast North Shore. The waves that they get in Puerto Rico can get radical.
Yeah.
And you think of all the talent that has come out of that spot. I mean, we saw Brian Toth competing in the World Surfing Games as a veteran. He's a wilderness firefighter. He took a break from one of the gnarliest jobs in the world to come and smash through the field. So full credit to Puerto Rico. I mean, they've been doing it at a high level for a long time, and I think it's really going to be evident, and that area is going to shine in the ISA World Surfing Games. Makes our way there in just a few months. It's just right around the corner. Here you see Team Puerto Rico. Coaching happening right there. They're serious. I mean, it's pretty cool because, right, Mia's got a big lead, but they still know the level of surfers they're going against. They know how good Crystalline is, and she's going to show us right here exactly why. Big backside whip. Another solid turn, so a potent two-turn combo for Crystalline, and that right there, Maui represented well.
Yeah, Maui no Kaoi, that is for sure. And you mentioned her being an honor student. I think she's an honor student both in and outside of the water, because that was some impressive stuff right there. I like the angle that she took on the first turn too. It wasn't straight up into the lip, but that's what you have to do at a beach break like this that is moving down the line so quickly, Chris. You get hung up a little bit. It puts you out of timing and out of rhythm for the second one. And obviously great wave recognition too in selection right here. Bigger set wave, generates some speed first, recognizes this first section, but see how she doesn't go completely through a lip. It was more of an under lip snap, and then the timing on the second one was just exceptional.
Yeah, and there's a fine line, right, between forcing two turns where they don't belong. She timed everything perfectly right here. Kind of quickly finished up that first turn, set things up nicely for the second. And, of course, our love, positivity, thoughts, everything going out to Lahaina on the island of Maui, suffering one of the worst fires in the history of humanity, really. And so you can bet Crystalline, coming through with a lot of heart, just knowing that if she can bring home a gold medal to the island of Maui, that will just be a real positive feeling for our friends and family over there that are still rebuilding or starting the process of rebuilding, and they are in our hearts always. It was 6 minutes 25 seconds ago. Kuzmovic from Puerto Rico in the lead, 6.33 to 3.67. That's a solid heat total. We're still waiting for that last score coming through. Crystalline, Kellyanne Flores is still in it, 2.13 and a 2. She just hasn't really been on the quality of waves that we've seen from green and red.
Well, that's definitely going to be her best ride right there. But as you were mentioning, we were waiting on the score for Crystalline. Comes in and moves her up into the lead, Chris. As Flores now needing something close to an 8. We are waiting for her last score, though. So going to minimize the requirement right now. But with just under 6 minutes to go, now you definitely need to be on a set wave, and one of the more quality ones that we've seen in the first 14 minutes of this heat.
That's why the coach from Team Puerto Rico had that stressed look on his face. He knows how good the surfers in the lineup are. Here goes Mia again, setting things up there. Could this wave have a section 4 on the inside? She's trying to maximize the potential of that wave, but it kind of just dissipated under her feet. You know, I think identifying the waves out here is another kind of tricky thing to do because it's really a roll of the dice on a lot of them. I think you're going to take off on a couple that might look a little weird, but then they have that reform in the inside that gives you something. So it'll be interesting. You know, we're well past the kind of tester heats. Now we're really in the thick of it. So the coaches have had a minute to identify which waves are going to give us the most opportunity. And it's how they take that information and give it to their athletes that are heading out into the lineup. Remember, these are some of the world's best surfers, ages 16 and under. From all over the world, 40-plus nations and national teams represented here, the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And it just blows me away. I mean, I feel like I'm watching adults. I feel like I'm watching the elite level. Some of the turns we've seen already are world-class.
Yeah. And then you make the jump into the 18s, and the experience gap right there between them and the 16-year-olds is way higher, too. So obviously a big difference between the two of them. And then when you get into, you know, the QS level, the pro juniors, then you start seeing people that have competed at an even higher level afterwards. But it all starts with the programs here. As we were mentioning, you know, Felipe, Gabe, they've won here before. Keanu Asing, who went on to be a World Championship Tour surfer, has won a CT event. He was a gold medalist here in 2009, was able to win the event in Ecuador. Chile, they've had an Olympian before, Manuel Selman. We were just over there for the Pan American Games. It all starts with winning one event, and Argentina, I think, is a great point for that because they've had an Olympian before, Leandro Osuna. He's been two-time gold medalist.
Yeah.
So is Santiago Muniz. How close has he been to qualifying for the CT?
Well, I love when they show the teams on the beach, and you're thinking, look, these are little kids. And then they take to the lineup, and you go, wow, these little kids surf like grown adults. So fun to watch, and I mean, with each and every heat, I'm just feeling like the future of surfing is getting brighter and brighter. So Team Hawaii right now is looking strong. Crystalline is absolutely ripping, one of the highest single wave scores of the day, 717. Mia Kuzmovic has probably one of the turns of the day. That got her a 633. So everybody is providing something for us to get excited about. There's Team Hawaii. Strong logo right there. That is an intimidating logo. You see that on the back of a shirt, and you're going up against them. You're good thinking, we've got our work cut out for us.
King Kamehameha right there. It's a nice logo. One of the prettiest flags on the beach, too. And they've obviously done their homework so far today as Chrislyn is still leading. But Florida's now up and riding. Chris needs a mid-6. It ain't going to be that. Still trying, though. But as I said before, it needs to be on the better waves out there right now, especially with 2.5 minutes to go. You want to be on the outside and find some of those bigger sections in order to get those stronger turns as Chrislyn up and riding again.
Like that wave. She closes out around her. This kind of probably feels a little bit like Hokipa, you know, on a smaller day. It's kind of a wind swell type of wave, known for, of course, windsurfing, kiteboarding, and all that kind of stuff. But on a head-high, waist-high day, it probably feels a lot like this.
Perfect training ground, too. I mean, if you look at how good Imai and Cody Young have been so far on both the QS, the Challenger Series, and now Imai, who just requalified, it's really been because of all the training that goes down at Ho'okipa, a wave similar to this one.
Yeah, and there are a lot of really... Ooh. That's what we're talking about. So Kellyanne right there. We'll see if the judges deem that a complete turn. I mean, I'm saying yes, but that's why I'm not a judge.
You're saying yes to everything.
I say yes. I get excited about everything. I would be the worst judge ever. It'd be 9s and 8s all day long. A minute 13 to go. So for some of these young surfers, too, there are so many local roots kind of events happening. I know on Maui, Ian Walsh has an event every year at Ho'okipa, and I'm sure that some of the surfers competing for Team Hawaii have been involved in some of those. Shane Dorian has one on the Big Island. You've got the Live Like Zion event on Kauai. The Irons Brothers used to have a Grom event. So those little things really do help, because that a lot of times is the kind of the first taste of competition, whether it's their mom or dad pushing them into waves. In Hawaii, that starts at about age 2 or 3. So those little grassroots events, those can be the seed that is planted to see what we're seeing here today, which is very high level surfing. Super impressed with Crystalline Simpson-Kane right now with a 717 and a 4.4. I mean, as a coach, you're looking at that right there, and you got to feel good. You got to feel confident.
You're happy.
You said that is a job well done.
Mm-hmm. You did your job. You come in, break it down. You're satisfied, and then you leave more on the plate for later on, because you know that this is a long event. You want to be able to surf good on a consistent basis, Chris, throughout 7 or different 8 heats.
Yeah, and that was actually subtle, but it was pretty cool to see, tactics involved. So these surfers enjoying priority. You saw Mia right there, just kind of looking, making sure, selling her that wave. So all of our surfers did their job at a very high level right there. Team Hawaii gets through. So another heat in the books, and so much more to come. Looking at about 8 solid days of surfing. This is going to be an awesome week. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Excitement on the beach for Team Puerto Rico, with Maya walking away in that second place position behind Crystalline of Hawaii in the lead. Kellyanne will head into the repecharge round. She'll have another opportunity now, as we are heading into heat number 6 for under 16 girls, round number 1 here at the main podium. We've got Spain, New Zealand, Germany, and Ireland out in the water, with Sol Borelli of Spain, Leah Miller of New Zealand, Ludmilla Gunther of Germany, and Sadie Shallow of Ireland in the water. No waves ridden yet. Heat just getting started, about 20 minutes on the clock. Shannon and Barton here to call the action. And Barton, what a beautiful place in the world we get to spend our time this week.
Isn't that a lovely shot? The natural geography of Rio is just, it's amazing. It's one of those places that's breathtaking. Everywhere you look, there's postcards. And then the waves are here too. We've got some good surf. Like we said, the previous few days before we got started were flat. So good timing for the swell to arrive yesterday. And plenty of options out there. Lefts, rights. Pretty typical beach break type conditions. And those rocks look very Jurassic Parkish to me.
It does look otherworldly. As we're flying in above the contest site, you can see a lot of free surfers surfing on the north end of Macumba Beach. Just trying to get a few little waves. That little north end tends to be a bit softer, a little bit smaller with the swell direction that we have at least this week. And you see a lot of longboarders out there, but this week, of course, a lot of the world's best juniors are in the water getting some free surfs. Leia now up and riding for Team New Zealand. Great backhand to start off for that single maneuver.
Yeah, looking for an early start. Saw something in that wave, and at first it looked like it was just going to close out, but she pumped aboard, got in front of it, and got one nice backhand re-entry in. Sol up and riding here from Spain.
kicks out on the inside section. She'll get that first score on the board as well. We'll start to see that priority rotation come into play. We got a high tide close to 1 p.m. this afternoon, just before that, so we'll have that tide continuing to move in. It's going to be interesting to see, since at least since we've arrived, we haven't seen, this much swell yet. We haven't had our eyes on that, same as a lot of the surfers, as it's been really small the last week. How those tides really start to affect things as the higher tide comes in. Nice little right coming off.
I'm surprised we haven't seen someone go out there, hit the shore break for a quick 2, get a couple of scores, and then make your way out the back and try and get one of those longer rides with a bit more time and space to get stuff done. I feel like that, as a strategy, would be something you could definitely consider. I mean, it's always different watching it, on the monitor to what it is live. But at the same time, when you go outside and you have a look, there's definitely, and you can see it there, there's some white waters moving all the way from the outside to the inside. So definitely think if you were to get an early start and create, that opportunity, then perhaps you're in 4th priority and you're on the inside with 4th priority, and you think, okay, I'm going to go back way outside where no one can control me.
Yeah, some different opportunities to keep an eye on. We'll see which surfers out there take your advice, Barton, and move themselves possibly into a different position. And we're going to go down to the beach now to catch up with Jess Grimwood and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, Shannon. Congratulations, Chrislyn. That was a really great performance for you. We were just speaking about the Hawaiian dominance already this morning. What's been going on behind the scenes? Can you give us some insight into how the team's feeling and your goals for this game here?
Yeah, the team's feeling great. We're all kind of like rooting for each other, hyping each other up, and cheering for each other throughout the event.
Well, yeah, you can see the flags flying high. There's a big crowd of you. What about that 717, that 2 hits on the backhand? That must have felt nice opening up your campaign here at the Games.
Oh, yeah, it felt really good, Trying to find waves out there is a little difficult, but I was stoked to put that one together.
We were stoked to watch it too. From Maui, for the rest of the Hawaiians tuning on in and all your family and friends, would you like to say anything to them at home?
Thanks everyone for watching and everyone who's up right now, and you.
It was great to have you here. We can't wait to see you surf again, and congratulations, mate.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. Chrislyn's such a ripper, loves charging in bigger surf as well. She's one of those up-and-comers around the world that's been really showcasing her surfing at a really high level, and great to see her get that first win as well.
Maui is an amazing place for breeding incredible talent, isn't it? They've got such variety of surf, from the biggest waves to sort of more competitive style waves like Hole Keeper, and no surprise to see how well she surfed out here.
Incredible performance. 15 minutes on the clock, waiting for scores to come through from those first couple waves in the early exchange of heat number 6. We are going to be running through our under 16 girls main round number 1 here at the main podium throughout today on broadcast. I have seen that our second podium is now up and running, and we've got the remainder of our our boys under 16 round 1 that is kicking off down the beach. So you can follow along at ISAsurf.org for those live score updates. If you've got friends and family, a son maybe that's competing in the under 16 boys today, you'll be able to follow along on the website, ISAsurf.org, to be able to track with the scores, and that is now underway on the South Podium.
And then we're going to see the 18s tomorrow. And we're expecting an increase in swell overnight, which would be great to see. And some of the best young surfers in the world putting their futuristic surfing on display.
That's right. We've got 46 national teams represented here, looking to, fight out those positions to take away the team gold medals. It's more nations represented specifically for the Junior World Championships than we've ever had before. We've got some new names in that conversation as well, like Romania, Czech Republic, Hungary, and Ukraine, specifically for the first time competing on the junior side of the ISAs. Romania for the very first time putting together a team to show up at the ISAs. So it's exciting to see the inclusion of some newer young faces to an event like this, where we also have some from really powerful surfing nations, as we see Sadie Shallow of Ireland go down.
Definitely one of the great things about these events is that sort of broad range when you go from those power nations of surfing like Australia and the US and Brazil through to the brand new nations. And, we saw that at the World Surfing Games in El Salvador, young, fresh newcomers up against John Florence, and getting that opportunity to surf against their heroes and be inspired in that way, that's ensuring the future of the sport.
It's so true. It's so fun as well to see some of those newer faces coming in and wanting an autograph of someone that they've just surfed against.
Yes.
To be able to have that sort of environment of meeting your heroes, but also not just meeting them because you're going down to the beach to watch their heats. You're actually going to be surfing in against them and putting on a jersey as well. As we take a look at live action now with Sol. Nice, strong turn on her backhand. What could she have done differently maybe to ride out of that turn?
Maybe she pushed it a little too hard. It's going to be interesting to see a different angle of that. But the drone angle certainly got us up nice and close. And there was that pump, and she built great speed and then just whipped it out of the lip. And I was like, no. And so all the hard stuff was done, and perhaps it could have just been held back that little bit to complete it, especially on those opening rides. I mean, the good thing is they're short paddles. There's lots of waves coming through, so there's that opportunity to fall and it not be that difficult or complicated for you, because you're going to get another chance. But those opening rides, always good to control them and finish them and take the pressure off early.
Let's take another look at it here.
Pumping with the back foot, pushing on the fins. We saw the fins come out the back, and she drove it around a little bit too far. The tail came around, the nose stuck in. This will give us a better look. Look at that great speed. The way she developed speed was beautiful. Got it, and then again, that weight was a little bit over the front foot and a little bit forward, so all of the energy drove her down. Incomplete, but Sol Borelli looked like one of the, a world-class surfer with that. The way she generated the speed and the way she threw it out of the top. I'm very excited for her future.
I couldn't agree more. Being able to see that tenacity as well, that attack for that in section. As she has another look here, decides not to go.
Because we've got priority out there, and so now she's in the 4th priority, which means there's 3 other surfers in the lineup who can control you. So she's hunting around looking for something that they don't want.
Leia from Piha in New Zealand. Nice smooth style for those opening maneuvers. Looking to finish off on the inside. And Ludmila of Germany, she'll kick out as well. She's going to put her first score down on the board, uses her priority on that one. And we've got 16 minutes, 34 seconds on the clock. Still just small scores across the board.
Yeah, it looks like the rides are shortening as that tide's coming in and the waves are moving closer and closer to the shore. White up and riding there, Sadie Chalou from Ireland. Quick ride. So wave selection, all important out there right now. Those last 3 rides that we saw really eventuated into not much at all because of the wave selection and the quality of them. So I suppose we are in the first round, and they haven't had swell sort of in those couple of days leading into the event. So there's a lot of sort of, sucking it and seeing, as they say. You take off and you hope that it's going to turn into something. Here we go.
A paddle now for Sol, sitting in the lead with that 1-point ride. And there we go. Finds that first huge turn. Seen a lot of good scores coming from those single maneuvers today.
Yeah, that was a great one. A 3-3 came in for Leia Miller. Good score there for the Kiwi.
16 years old, out of Piha. All around board sports, loves surfing, loves snowboarding. Great region of the world to be coming out of, to be well-rounded when it comes to riding any kind of action sport and a board specifically.
Great snow, great waves, beautiful country.
Solid team for the Kiwis down on the beach this week. It's going to be exciting to see how they go in the draw. They've got, former Olympians like Ella Williams and Billy Stearman that they've had as that example. Surfers that have competed across the World Junior Championships for numbers of years that are now competing at the highest level between the Olympic Games or the Challenger Series. As we take another look here for this last wave of red, waiting for the score.
Beautiful turn. It's going to be a great score. The 3-3-3 we saw for the Kiwi, I think, is going to be eclipsed by this one. Straight off the bottom, snaps it out of the top, learnt from the last fall and got the weight onto the back foot and lifted that nose out so to ensure the completion.
And there it is, a 6.5 takes Seoul into a leading position. Great wave selection as well. It had that nice bowl to it, a critical nature.
It's interesting, as a free surfer, ordinarily you're looking for a taper in the wall of a wave so you can get a long ride. And so, you know, as a competitor, you're looking for something that stands up tall, and you only need, as we've seen today, you only need one turn. If the wave doesn't have a big tall wall and give you that, you know, exciting canvas to do your turns on, you're not going to get the score. Whereas a free surfer and a competitor, as it's evolved, they used to be quite similar approaches, but now in the modern day of professional surfing, or you are looking for big faces, so it doesn't need the length of ride, it just needs the big steep wall. So great wave selection, as you said.
Making it more exciting as well for the viewing audience, for the judging panel specifically, dropping in those scores to be able to see that big commitment from those single maneuvers. So we see a nice snap on her forehand now. So favoring the left, she finds that two-turn combination after getting the job done on her backhand first.
That was really nice, and that's going to be a second score. It's obviously better than that one. It's going to put her into a strong lead, especially off the back of the 6.5. Ludmilla there on a quick one.
Ludmilla representing Germany, born in the port of Spain. She was born in Germany, but then moved to Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean when she was about 4 years old, so she spent a lot of her life living outside of mainland Europe. Started competing when she was about 9 after starting to surf at age 7. She's also a competitive swimmer, which is a really strong, you know, two sports to pull together. You're talking about needing to be a good paddler, especially in competition, wanting to have that fitness level high, and everything. Being a competitive swimmer would pull right into her strengths.
Yeah, and you know, whether you're a competitor or a free surfer, swimming is like a sister sport. It has to be something that you're good at as a surfer, because you've got to save your own life and get yourself back to that beach sometimes. And the bigger the waves are, the better the swimmer you need to be.
Seoul on the replay. We'll take another look at it here from a different angle.
Snaps out of the top on the first one, waits, hits the closeout section. Well timed, clean. Lovely second ride.
Scores in.
Yeah, I was going to say, it didn't feel as exciting as that right-hander.
I agree, but really solid kind of, you know, groundwork being done. The 5.67 puts her into a good lead.
Yeah, and they're two scores she can keep. Pressure's off now. Still, you're at the halfway mark, and you've got your job done, essentially. Then you can be really selective or really aggressive and go for it on the wave face, or really selective if you're high in the priority roster. Make sure you get a good wave.
And taking a look at live action here. Looks like our surfer in green, I believe that was Ludmilla on the inside. As we can see that blue is on the outside now with Leia. Nice takeoff, setting herself up here for the Kiwi. Good forehand attack, and she's going to build on that 3.33. Seoul now staying in the action as well.
Oh, that didn't look good. And you could tell at the bottom turn it was she was late, and it could have been a lot worse if she tried to attempt that. She saw her the writing was on the wall and went, okay, I'm going to get out of this safely.
Get out of that.
I've got a lead. I don't need to risk it that much.
That's right. Hold on to it. Keep the equipment safe as well.
Good point.
Likely surfing on her favorite board out there in the water right now, at least for these conditions. What she would feel the most comfortable on competing, knowing that she's got a World Junior title on the line this week. Now Sadie Shallow of Ireland, she's sitting in that first priority. 10 minutes on the clock. She hasn't really had a great start. She's looked at a couple of waves, but just hasn't been able to find that rhythm. For Sadie, she's had a pretty incredible trajectory since she began surfing. Only 2.5 years ago was the first time that she got herself onto a surfboard.
Wow.
From then, she's taken out the Irish National Championships in both the under 14s and the under 16s. So quick bit of progression for her, now competing and representing her team on an international level.
Wow, what a fantastic story. It's a very rare situation that you would find yourself in an event like this after only a couple of years of surfing. So obviously talented. Having a look here too, having a look at another one.
And it'll be our surfer under third priority, but putting herself in a great position on this wave. Nice opening turn. Sets herself up for that second carve. Gets a little caught as that wave flattens out.
And so the surfers with, say, first and second priority, if you're in third, they can control what you catch or not. You can only catch something they don't want. So to sit near them really is a waste of time because they're controlling you. They like it when you're sitting next to them. They want you to just stay right where they are. So moving away and creating some space and distance between you and them is always a great strategy. Look at this longer ride, couple of turns on the outside, drives off the bottom, really nice style and technique, pushes the back foot to get that snap in. This wave goes a little flat, but the work was done.
Really sharp surfing from Sol Borelli out of Spain. As we take a look now at Leah Miller. Beautiful. Carve on her backhand. Times
Completed.
it well for the second turn. She holds on to it, Barton.
That was important, wasn't it, you know? If she didn't make that second turn and fell then, that wave was going to be another throwaway score, but the completion's going to ensure that may very well be her best, highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
Scores to come through. She's currently sitting in second, looking to take away that leading position from Sol. She would be needing an 8-point ride right now to get first, but anything above that 4.17 is going to chip away at her requirement.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it's going to go that high. But definitely good signs, and keeps the pressure on your opponents, even if it doesn't go into your best two. You're staying busy. There's nothing worse than sitting in a heat. And you're sitting and you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting and other people are catching waves around you. The pressure starts mounting. Here we go on the replay. First little carve back to the pocket. Comes around. It's a steep section. Hits the lip. Right there I was like, oh no. And stayed centered. Kept her head directly above a board. And because where your head goes, there's so much weight in the head. Where it goes, you go. So if you can stay centered and keep that head directly above your board, that's your best chance of completing a critical maneuver like that.
Waiting for that score still to drop through for Leia, but putting those pieces together really well. Great technique, as you're describing, Barton, for body positioning, especially when it comes to those quick, snappy sections like this in a beach break.
Yeah, for sure.
7 minutes on the clock. Ludmila currently sitting in that second place position, and the requirement has just gained slightly as Layla's dropped in another 4-point ride.
Yeah, 4.73, so her best wave of the heat so far. Confidence will be growing. A couple of fours though, she needs to improve on that. Sol Borelli clearly out in front. Got those couple of early rides and has been on cruise mode ever since.
Yeah, she set herself up really strong. After that first fall, you could see her really just adjust instantly. By the second wave, she had kind of ironed out what she needed to.
Yeah, the weight got too forward on that fall, and the next one she just kept it back. Here we go, big section, beautiful turn. Wow, looking to improve on the 4.17. There's every chance that does that.
Nice, smooth, had a lot of speed carrying into that first big turn. She's got that 4.73, which was her last wave that dropped in for that 2-turn combo on her backhand. And Sol now late to the section. She's charging on a couple of those waves where she maybe just doesn't even have the actual opportunity.
The position she ended up in. Here we go.
Sadie for Team Ireland, been surfing for 2.5 years, a 2-time national champion already, getting in her best wave of the heat so far. She's sitting on the 0.73 and a 0.33. It's going to be a tough ask for her right now to be getting herself into that advancing position of an excellent score. But for her, she's here competing at the World Championships. She's got a great crew behind her. Team Ireland, they've got a whole lot of Groms traveling, a nice stacked out field for this year's event. And she'll have that opportunity, if she's unable to be advancing through here, to get herself into another heat and more experience competing in an international field. Barton, what was it like for you competing? I know you only began competing around 13, 14 years old, so you're a little bit older than what some of these kids would have started competing in. But once you started being able to surf against surfers from other places in the world and not just your home community in Australia or board riders or something like that, did you feel like it really helped push your level of progression?
Yeah, back then there was no junior events, so you had to, when I first, I suppose, competed against international surfers, you were on the world tour itself. And so you had to be prepared, but the Australian domestic circuit back in those days was a rough and tumble place to grow up and learn the lessons. And by the time you'd gone through that and you went onto the world tour, you were well and truly prepared for to compete against international surfers. but it was definitely not as professional, not as structured pathway as it is today. You know.
It's amazing to reflect back on that and see how far the pathway has come. To be
Yeah.
able to see, you know, surfers like these previous junior champions that we've got, some that are competing this week, some that aren't in the draw because they've graduated out or they're competing in other parts of the world this week. But to be able to see the pathways that each of these surfers, like Luke Swanson, like Katie Simmers, like, you know, any one of these, like Noah Clapp of Germany, the pathways that they've had to be able to compete on from a young age have set them up for great success now.
Well, 100%. And now as Olympic sports, as we see the results of last year's event, with that, as an Olympic sport, governments around the world in surfing nations invest in the sport, and it creates so much opportunity. And you see that in Australia with the high performance centres and everything that's going on in those leading surf nations. Beautiful first turn into a second. This could be her highest scoring wave of the heat. And it's going to be a great opportunity for us to compare the one backhand re-entry as a 6.5 to that particular wave with 3 nice turns on the face, particularly the first 2. So I can see that perhaps being up there around that 6.5 or one of those, you know, definitely put some pressure on that 5, 6, 7 and the potential to improve.
Sadie now with her potential to improve as well, hits that first section, rides out of it smoothly. So she's looking to increase on the 0.73 as her high score at the moment. We'll see as well that comparison where Sol's wave will land, like you said, compared to that single maneuver of the 6.5.
And then the other thing, you know, that has changed is the coaching. You know, when we started, there was no such thing as a coach. You're your own coach, essentially. And as the sport's grown, the role of coaches has continued to increase, and we see, you know, some of the best surfers in the world retiring and taking on coaching roles. We see Shane Dorian here, Adriano de Souza, former world champion. So there's, you know, those opportunities to stay involved in surfing are amazing. I'm 60 years old, and really I've been involved in and working and living often in and around surfing my entire life. So who would have thought? You know?
Yeah, it's incredible to be able to see, you know, how far it's come within your lifetime.
Yeah, exactly.
And now to be able to see what these next generations have in front of them as well. You know, you've been doing so much coaching. You're doing so much coaching still behind the scenes. We've got surfers like Courtney Conlog just off the championship tour, who's now filling in as a coach for Team USA. Imagine being a Grom now on Team USA, knowing that Courtney, of all people, a, you know, Tahiti Pro winner of so many of the great events around the world on the championship tour, that she's out here giving you some great advice in a wave that is far from home for her, but that she's had so much success in these beach break conditions herself.
Yeah, you know, I think for her, Courtney Conlog, getting off the world tour and having the opportunity to broaden her horizons, she's such a talented young lady, and she has so much to give and to bring to the sport. So it's fantastic to see her in that role. I think she'll be amazing.
Now we're down to the final minute. Situation has stayed the same as far as placings, with Sol in the leading position. She did improve on the 6.5 with a 6.83 for that last wave.
So the 6.5 was 3 turns, the 6.83 was 1 turn, and just shows you clearly how to surf these conditions. The bigger the face, the bigger the turn, the bigger the score, and it's a pretty simple recipe.
Leia sitting in that second place position. She's done well to get those couple 4s on the board and keep a decent requirement on both 3rd and 4th place positions in the 6 and the 8 point range. So well done for Leia so far. For Ludmila and for Sadie, both with some grounds for improvement, but putting together better scores with each wave they've dropped. We've seen Sadie improve to that 1.3 from her previous wave. She gets up just a little bit too early on that last paddle, but is trying to put in everything she possibly can down to the dying seconds.
Yeah, a couple more strokes on a couple of waves. We've seen that same situation twice now in this heat, so the coaches will be, you know, drawing her attention to the need to make sure that you've got enough. Your paddling speed needs to match the speed of the wave as it's moving through the ocean for it to pick you up and to ensure that you catch it. Here we go. Final seconds.
Final seconds as we see our surfer in blue up and riding. Connects with that lip line. She's got those couple 4s on the board, and she'll be securely sitting in that 2nd place position with Sol Borelli of Spain taking away a great looking win. Consistent surfing also built on her score lines. And Leia Miller for Team New Zealand will be advancing through in that second place position. They'll be staying in the top half of the draw. Our bottom two will be heading into the repechage round later this week. We've got more action to come as we're running through our girls under 16 division here at the main podium. Boys under 16 down at the second podium. We'll be back right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
And we're back here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's been an exciting morning so far as we're getting those first heats underway. Jitters are sort of getting rushed out of the first few surfers, and now we're starting to see some of that momentum building as teams are down on the beach, and we've got some fans down there too.
Little grommies, psyched, and imagine you're a young kid in Brazil with the position that surfing is taken in this nation now. You could see a career path and a future and opportunity to avoid a real job for the rest of your life.
Well, our girls in the under 16s, heat number 7, they're going to try their best to do that as well to keep their entire world revolving around surfing. Portugal, South Africa, Chile, and Switzerland out in the water now, with Constancia Simões, Indifile Osinachi, Rafaela Montesi, and Celia Magras, all looking for an opportunity to get a few good waves out in the water today. They would have heard as well that we've had some excellent scores being dropped. They would have been paying close attention, hopefully, over the last couple of hours to see what the conditions are and kind of start to assess. Barton, what's your best call as far as, 30 minutes before your heat, maybe just 15 minutes before your heat, really keeping an eye on the lineup for where you'd want to be sitting paddling out?
Yeah, I always think 2 to 3 heats is the perfect amount. Any more and the conditions change and the information and ideas you get might not be relevant. Any less and you mightn't have enough time to kind of really get a feel for what changes are happening. So at least 2 to 3 heats, which here makes it an hour. 3 heats, I think, I would always give myself at least an hour to watch the conditions, and you're visualizing, you're imagining your performance, you're doing your physical warm-up, and here we go, we're on.
Rafaela for Chile, nice opening snap, and she'll just go down under the lip. She's already got a 4.5 on the board, though, for her opening ride, so looking to build. We didn't get eyes on that first wave for, that was a 4.5 for Constancia from Portugal, who's sitting in the lead. So now Rafaela with a couple of ones, couple falls, but she's charging on those opening maneuvers.
Yeah, and we've seen people sort of, and sometimes when you're really determined and the head's kind of leading and the thoughts and the desires involved, your weight tends to go forward. You're not sitting back on your back foot in a more casual, relaxed situation and able to get your nose out. And the desire and the drive inside you kind of has you move forward and put that weight a little too forward on your board, and that's what we've seen happen a couple of times here.
Celia for Team Switzerland had a decent dig to be able to get herself into that wave. She had a lot of speed as well coming into that takeoff as we take a look at some replays.
Just got to make sure there's enough time to do that. And you can see there the weight was forward onto the front foot, the nose dug in, it was incomplete. With that weight further back and the the back foot on the fins, lifting that nose out, would have been able to complete that and would have been a great score because it was a powerful manoeuvre. And good signs early, though.
15 minutes on the clock. We got that 4.5 on the board for Constantia from Portugal. Sitting there in the red jersey, now in second priority. And Indy for Team South Africa in the blue jersey. She's sitting off to the right-hand side of the pack, sitting with that first priority. We have got a little set starting to roll through here, and we'll see if anyone's able to get themselves into position for it.
We talked before about how when your opponents have got priority, to sit near them is not such a great idea because they can control you, and normally the idea is to move away from them so that you open up the opportunity for luck to go your way. But we're saying the opposite's right when you've got priority. If you're sitting away from your opponents when you've got priority, you're not controlling them. So I always like to use that priority both ways and make sure you're close to your opponents.
Well, one surfer who did a great job of that in the last heat was Sol Borelli. She's down on the beach with Jess Grimwood now.
Thank you, Shannon. She absolutely did an incredible job. So, congratulations for the heat win. It's your first time in Brazil. How are you finding the culture and the people and the waves here?
Well, I'm so very happy to pass my heat. Brazil is a beautiful place. I love it. The waves are so good. And I feel so comfortable with my surfing and my board, my new board. And that's it. I'm so super happy with the team in Spain. And I think this place is the best place.
What about your new board? Let's have a look at that. What are you riding and what are the dimensions for this wave here in Brazil?
Well, my new board is from Brazil, from here, and the board is from Ricardo Martins, and I think it's my first time using this type of boards, and I love it. It's really good. I feel so comfortable.
Well, it looks absolutely great under your feet. For everybody at home, your family and your friends tuning in, and for everybody supporting Team Spain, would you like to say anything to them in Spanish?
Well, hola chicos, ¿cómo están? Bueno, estoy súper feliz de haber pasado mi manga. Les mando un saludo muy grande y vamos con todo España.
Congratulations, Sol. We can't wait to see you surfing again, and we'll go let you relax for the rest of the day. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Jess. Cheerful Sol taking away that win, riding a new board, but feeling really good on it.
A local board, and that's a smart idea. You know, we've seen people do that in Hawaii for years. It's something that everybody largely does. You know, you go to Hawaii, you get Hawaiian shapers to make your equipment because the equipment's very different to what you would ride here in Brazil. So it makes sense to split that around and come to Brazil and get a Brazilian shaper. Look at this one.
Great looking wave in front of Celia from Switzerland. She had that first opportunity and she fell. She's gone down on the second one as well.
Well, she was having a go though. That was courageous, and really the wave wasn't going to give her anything otherwise. So you may as well go for it and fall rather than surf it conservatively and not get a score. So, you know, the approach was right. Just got to complete it.
Taking a look now at Constantia, quick in and out. And can see that wave was going really flat. She's got that 4.5 that set her up in that leading position, and now it looks like she's just paddling away from the pack, Barton.
Yeah, when you go down, like we talked about, you go down to fourth priority, you may as well move away and create the opportunity for luck to go your way. Because, you know, whether you like it or not, we talked about, you know, the difficulty in understanding what the ocean's going to do next and how no one really knows what's going to happen next. And you try to tap into that instinctive, intuitive self and understand what the ocean's doing. And the best surfers do that. The best surfers are able to connect. As we see Taya Zabrowski there, she is an absolute phenom, really. We're going to see that young lady on you know, the World Championship Tour levels and winning world titles and perhaps Olympic gold medals in the future.
Yeah, Tia, she's an absolute powerhouse. She walked away with that copper medal last year in the under-16s division as just an 11 or 12-year-old, I believe. And she'll be looking really strong paddling out. She's been putting together some great heats in her, you know, just different competitive events she's been competing in around the world. We're going to see her in the next heat coming up as we take a look now at live action with Rafaela for Team Chile. Great carve back to start, and she'll kick out.
Maybe there was a little too much. I love the carve. I thought it was a beautiful turn, but would have been great to have got that second closeout maneuver in, shortened up the carve a little bit so you could have got to the closeout section a little bit earlier.
10 minutes on the clock, 3.5 on the board for the high score of Rafaela. She's a 16-year-old surfer out of Vina del Mar in Chile. She's a South American champion back from 2019. She's also a 3-time South American bronze medalist, so she's been in that finals conversation multiple times. Quite a consistent competitor, which has led her to qualifying for this year's team for the ISA World Junior Championships. As we see Tia there on the beach just doing some of those warm-ups. A bit of that mind surfing as well, Barton, you were talking about.
Yeah, the backhand re-entry.
And setting herself up for some success, hopefully, in the next heat.
You know, it's interesting. You see the hop out of the top, which means that when you do that hop, you're actually losing connection with your back fins. The back foot is not staying connected and driving. And I see people do that warm-up, and I go, oh, I don't know about that warm-up, because it's a little bit hoppy out of the top rather than driving off the fins and the back foot. So, interesting take on that. And I see that warm-up quite a lot. I'm not sold on it, to be honest.
Yeah, interesting when you want to be preparing for exactly what you want to execute out in the water, which in that case would be staying fully connected the entire time.
And driving from the back fin off the bottom, and then when you're at the top, driving from those fins as well, so you get, you know, a lot of flare and speed out of the top.
Indy sitting on the inside section from South Africa. She's sitting with that first priority, has been kind of hunting around underneath the rest of the competitors. She's from Durban, loves surfing at New Pier, which is a really fun beach break setup. So you'll be feeling comfortable out here, warm water, similar to that home environment as well. And
perhaps it's a little steeper there. It's kind of like a right-hand point in a way, isn't it? Those Durban beach breaks, Dairy and New Pier, and used to love going there. Here we go.
Up and riding now. Rafa in the lead with a couple of threes, goes in for heavy section, and she'll fall.
Great bottom turn. You know, when you're in that white water and your board's in that white water and you're both getting sort of thrown around, it's always a bit of pot luck that your board doesn't connect with you. And on those situations, that's I was sitting here kind of going, oh, is she okay? Yeah, she's okay. But definitely the opportunity to get a little more on the back foot, as we were just talking about in those situations on that steep section, for her to ensure that she completes it.
Second priority with Constancia, sets her up with this great looking left. 2-turn combination to start. Going to tag the in section. She'll hit eject before rolling up onto the sand. And I wasn't sure if she was going to make it around that first section, Barton, but that wave opened up perfectly for her.
Yeah, it really was. It gave us the opportunity to look at that style and technique that she uses. And it's perfect. Great style. Portugal becoming a powerhouse in the surfing world in so many ways. You know, obviously the world's biggest, most ginormous rideable mountain being Nazaré, and then the World Championship events at Peniche. See that weight was forward and fell forward. Here we go.
Constancia on her backhand.
Beautiful first turn. That snap was really nice too. She gets a little foam climb here and then immediately ejects because she's on dry sand, and that was a good ride. That was a really nicely surfed wave. She made the most of that for sure.
Now, she's from the south of Portugal on the Algarve coastline, specifically from Portimão. Her home break is Praia de Rocha, which has lefts year-round. So for her, she's going to be out here hunting down those lefts, where she's going to feel a little bit more favorable with that backhand attack. We'll see where the judges go with the score for that last one, but you can see where she had just had that level of comfort on her backhand.
Absolutely, and the way she drove the second turn back to the pocket was really nice.
She does say that she has to go out and travel a lot to get away from left-handers, because at home that's primarily what she's surfing.
That was Kelly Cruikshank from Scotland we were just looking at on the screen there. Her little brother Kai, he'd be watching over there in Scotland, so shout out to him. And a great community from the Broche Surf Club there in Scotland. They'll be cheering her on in that next heat.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. Indy there on screen. A couple of small scores. Little kick to her paddle, getting herself back into position. 5 minutes remaining on the clock. And Constantia increases her lead. A 5.33 drops through for that backhand attack. Sets her up with a nice lead ahead of Rafaela. Celia from Switzerland and Indy kind of in similar situations within this heat. They've had a couple of strong paddles, but they haven't really been able to get themselves into any waves of consequence.
And really, just to get started, you need to sort of lower your expectation and just ride a wave in a conservative, consistent fashion and get that base in place. Here we go.
All right, great backhand attack from Rafa. Sets herself up for a second connection, but a wave goes really soft. So that first turn going to be the one that matters more.
Yeah, this is kind of a two-horse kind of situation where there's, you know, the first and second have been very consistent, catching lots of waves, creating lots of opportunities, and third and fourth not so consistent in the wave catching and being able to kind of calm the nerves just by surfing. When you're catching waves, it's just you're not even thinking really. You're just so absorbed in that moment, and that's definitely the way to treat it. Especially the sooner you can do that, the better.
These heats are going by pretty quickly, just 20 minutes on the clock. Of course, when we hit the rapid charge rounds, we'll be down to 15 minutes on the clock.
And again, speaks to the need for an early start.
Yeah, really getting going. In the first 5 minutes, crucial.
Totally. And if you can get a couple of rides in those first 5 minutes, especially with the short paddle out today, and the fact that, you know, a lot of the rides are 1 or 2 turns, that's got to be the strategy. Get out there, get going early, get a couple of rides, take the nerves and the pressure off, and then start to enjoy the back end and really start to go for it and build on that score that you've established early.
We've seen that from the surfers that have taken away those leading positions throughout this morning's competition, as we've got another one of our surfers that will be coming up in that next heat. In the green jersey, it'll be Lily Concha from Ecuador. As we take a look now at Indy on her forehand, great takeoff, snap under the whitewater. And she's calling for maybe a board swap to her team down on the beach. Takes a heavy dive. She looks like she's okay. She's having to check back out to the lineup again. All right, deciding with the time on the clock, she's going to head straight back out to the water.
Yeah, that's you know, and just concentrate on the things you can control. At this point in time, wave selection's the most important. That was a better ride though, because she got the length out of it, and got to that kind of a ride early would settle the nerves. Yeah, no need to worry about the board you're riding now, and just enjoy this moment. Really, would be the advice.
Rafa now up and riding. Nice forehand snap, looking to improve on a 3.63.
She's got a powerful bottom turn. When she gets down low and drives off the bottom, really gets great speed and sear out of a board into the lip. That's been, you know, that's set up those big maneuvers that she's been able to do.
Yeah, and how important is that bottom turn when you're looking at a section down the line, though, as the setup?
Oh, it's well documented and spoken about that. It's a simple thing. Here we go, watch it. See how she's got down low and then just drove the rail of the board, got a lot of speed up into the lip. You know, 2 of those turns, the problem for her at this point is that all her waves have been 1 turn. She'll be getting those 3 points for a 1 turn, which is great, but the information would be, okay, I'm getting 3 points for 1 turn, 2 turns, 6 points.
Constantia now up and riding. She took away that leading position with the 5.33 for the last left. Surfs a lot of lefts back at home. That wave goes a little soft on her for the finish out of Portugal. She'll be putting herself back into that outside position. She's got a minute on the clock. She still holds on to the lead. Rafaela for Chile has dropped in a 4.10, so she did improve on her situation. Dropped her highest score of the heat.
Woo!
Indy now on a great-looking wave on her backhand. Love that smiley face on her board as well. And she's just caught behind that section. She'll have to kick out on the shoreline. And Celia now up and riding as well. For both of these girls, finding their best waves in the final minute here, which shows they're eager, they're keen, they want to be in this contest, they want to be in the race to be taking away those leading positions.
And they're learning as things have gone along. As this heat's gone along, both of them have started to find their best rides. And for Indy, I can see her thinking while she's surfing. You can see there's a judgment going on of her performance by her. And it's one of the things you coach is your job's not to judge. There's people that do that, that's their job. Your job's just to concentrate on what you're doing and the surfing and the riding of the wave and not judge your performance. And I can see her kind of, you see the arm moving and the body language sort of suggesting that she's not that happy with what's going on. Your job as a competitor is to always sell it positively, even if you hate it. You've got to be a good salesman. Even if you think it was rubbish, you need to sell that thing as positively as you can, because you don't know what the judges think. You don't know how they've seen it. So there's a lot of learning going on out there at the moment. That's what this is all about.
Yeah, a great way to describe it, Barton, and keeping that head high.
Yeah.
Well, what a great heat we've seen underway. We've got another one coming up. We've got Team Costa Rica sending out Tamaya Morphy in the water. She'll be in the next heat. And well done to Constancia Simões from Portugal for taking away the win. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with more action right after this.
I said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Teahupo'o. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Teahupo'o is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Teahupo'o has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo'o is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
Thank you very much. Necesitamos ahí a los free surfers que están muy cerca del área de competencia por el lado izquierdo de la torre. Si por favor pueden remar más hacia la izquierda de la playa. Muy amable, muchas gracias. 18 minutos, 20 segundos restan de competencia.
One take ao vivo.
Well, welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Championships. We are now into heat number 8 for under 16 girls round number 1. And we just seen a heartfelt moment there for Team South Africa with Indy going down with a loss, but she'll have some moment to recoup with her team and to readjust before having a paddle out later this week in the repechage rounds, as we saw Lily with a quick look there for Team Ecuador.
Yeah, we see and understand how much this means to people. It's a life-changing experience to come here and represent your country and have the opportunity to do things that you have dreamt of doing. And when it doesn't go to plan, it's an emotional journey. And it's, surfing, competitive surfing into professional surfing is not a job, as I said before, for the light-hearted, mate. You've got to be able to take those lickings, take the losses, and bounce back. Here's Callie.
Callie with a great-looking takeoff, but that wave closes out in front of her. And Tia now with a paddle for Team France. She's unable to get into it. Sitting on a 267 from her opener. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was interested to see her paddle for that wave. I think she's got a lot of experience for a young lady. But here we go. What's going to happen here? Duck diving this one. Yeah, I can't wait to watch her ride a wave. A 267 on the first one, and she is capable of so much more.
One of those young surfers that's growing up with that global conversation, family that's moving her between Tahiti and France, getting to spend some time surfing in really the best hotspots of surfing around the world for a lot of her young years. We're seeing that from a lot of competitors, though, representing nations that they have family heritage in. They may have been born there, but they're not necessarily being raised in that country. Their families have taken them somewhere that possibly has some better surfing opportunities for them specifically, and giving them that global experience from really young age.
Absolutely, that is a sort of more modern trend, and people being able to connect with their families, their heritage, their family's heritage, and represent countries that you might not originally have thought they were connected to. And I suppose that's one of the influences of the Olympic Games and the opportunity. Here she goes.
Tia up and riding on her forehand. Nice clean snap to get things going.
Yeah, no pressure, I would imagine, on that young lady. Look at this outside set.
Wave starting to come through, a score to come through for the first major wave for Tia. She's got that 2.67 on the board now, but we saw that completed maneuver. We'll have another score. And possibly a paddle here for our surfer in the green jersey for Lily out of Ecuador. Nice snap on her backhand as she just falls right out of screen. And currently sitting with priority is Tia. 14 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Constancio, congratulations for Team Portugal. Tell us a little bit about who's working with the team, who's coaching you, and what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, so we're here with David Raimund and Fiji. We're surfing every morning. We're training as hard as we can, and we're supporting each other. And I think we have great friendships at the beach, and I think that's what it takes to support each other and to get a good result.
Well, it's working really well for you at the moment. What about your own personal goals for the Games? Obviously, this is a huge event for your career. What would you like to walk away with here?
I mean, the goal is always to win, but I'm here to do my best because I've been working very hard and training so hard, and I hope the hard work pays off, and we'll see. Do step by step.
I love the calm, cool approach. You're looking really great in the water. For everybody who's been watching who are up in Portugal, your family and friends, would you like to say something to them?
Can I say it in Portuguese?
Of course, yeah.
Beijinho mãe, beijinho pai, grande abraço e obrigada por tudo. Bora Portugal.
Well, congratulations, mate. Well done. We look forward to watching you surf again soon.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Jess. Impressive performance from Constantia. Able to just build on those waves, found those lefts after starting out on the rights and started to showcase that backhand attack.
Yeah, really good technique and really good style. Here we go, there's Tia. Oh, beautiful turn. It's exactly the sort of surfing we expect from this young lady. Callie Cruikshank from Scotland snaps out of the top there. Got to complete those ones.
Yeah, so important, especially in the early half of the heat, still in that first half, about 13 minutes to go. You've been talking about wanting to get that great start out quickly.
Yeah.
It's only 20 minutes on the clock, and for a lot of the heats, there's 4 surfers. For some, maybe you're the lucky one in the draw that ends up with only the 3 of you, and you know that 2 out of 3 are going to be advancing through. But with 4 surfers in 20 minutes, it's a tight amount of time and a tight amount of space out there to be able to get the job done.
Yeah, it's best 2 rides, so you only need really to ride 2. If you ride the 2 best waves in the heat, you've done the right thing. Here we go. Cut back there. Tia Zabrowski pumping, driving the board. Bill Speed snaps out of the top. Beautiful flare of the arms. Got a great technique and really is a superstar of the future.
Looking to build in the 2.67, so we're just waiting for a score to drop through. Scores in for everyone else, so situation remains the same for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place as Lily's now up and riding. She's been really active through this heat, has been trying to get that opening maneuver connected together, but just hasn't been able to quite find that speed she requires. Lily's just 13 years old.
Right.
And a young competitor. She's had some great winning opportunities, though, in her age divisions, under 12s, under 13s, and under 14. She's been able to take away that championship title over the last 4 years, 2019 through 2022. So it's been exciting to see her get some of that momentum now as a young surfer coming up from Ecuador. Callie on her forehand just gets caught behind that wave a little bit. Had that open face for a moment.
And the good thing for these young ladies is that they're all catching waves. They're all surfing early, and that's the exact way to manage it.
Tamaya now of Costa Rica, the oldest surfer in the water at the moment, 15 years old, places that first turn, goes up for the second as well. And now Lily on her forehand, 13 years old.
Oh.
Nice snap, and tries to gain some speed. She's heading down the line. She'll kick out.
A lot of energy in her body, you know. You imagine the energy that you create in your body and transfer to the board is, you know, without the waves energy is how you create speed. It's always easier if you select good waves and you're in a position where the wave's giving you the speed and you don't have to have the technique to create it. But it looks like that particular wave, you could see it didn't have that much energy and she was using her body to build the speed.
Putting in all that work that she's been, you know, working on behind the scenes in the lead up to an event of this magnitude. A lot of the teams getting some time as well to try and train and practice together prior to heading here to Brazil. And surfing, like you said before, a lot of the world's best surfers will surf at some of the worst waves in their home areas maybe in preparation for heading out on tour, knowing that they might not be surfing if they have a world-class break at home. It's not necessarily what the waves will be like when they put on the jersey and paddle out, so better to be prepared for the worst case scenario.
Yes.
And if you happen to luck into some really solid conditions when it's actually a contest day and your heat is on, then good luck and great job for you.
Yeah. You know, and when the waves have got the energy and the power and they're doing the job, a lot of the time you've just got to put yourself in the right place on that wave and it makes you look good. But when the waves are like they are today and you've got to build the speed and use your technique and your body to build the speed and the energy, then you really get to see who's got that and who doesn't.
Well, we got a 5.5 that has dropped through for Tia. Now into the second half of the heat underneath that 10-minute mark. So she's sort of started to set that standard in the current heat. And we've got some girls looking for some positioning. We've got Tamaya now up and riding on her forehand.
Oh,
nice snap, rides out complete.
Yep. Interesting there. As she finished that wave, you could see that she felt like the job was done. And the concentration sort of wasn't as focused as it was, and she kind of had that fall right at the very end. Need to keep that concentration the whole ride.
Great extension of her back leg through the first turn for Tia. She'll kick out quickly.
And I suppose what happens too, when you're in a heat and you're hearing the scores of your opponents, because the commentator, judges will see the ride, they'll put the scores into the computer, that'll transfer it to us so we know, and to the beach announcers. And the beach announcers tell the surfers what they're doing, what they've scored, how they're going in the heat. And when you're in that position and you hear the scores and you go, okay, I feel like Tia's like, oh, well, I got this already. You know, this is fine. No one's scoring anything that's threatening me. And she looks quite calm and relaxed out there.
She's already sitting with that 5.5. She's got that 2.93 behind her.
So the two best scoring rides of the heat, without really having performed at a level we know she's capable of. The 5.5 was the only ride really where you've gone, oh, that's her. The rest of it, she hasn't yet kind of put that performance onto the right wave. And when she does, you know, anything's possible.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. She hasn't had to do very much work yet to get to those scores and to be in that leading position. In comparison, maybe to the other three girls in the water who have been working really hard up to this point, but haven't been able to find scores that would maybe match where they'd like to be sitting.
Yep, 100%. Here we go.
And a paddle. Looks like our surfer in green, Lily. She's been putting in some great work through this heat. But again, maybe that wave selection could be something to be improved on.
Yeah, and there's that difference between free surfing and looking for the shoulder and looking for a wave that has a taper to really, in these conditions, you're looking for a set wave that's going to close out, and you know it's going to close out, but it gives you one big wall to hit and hit powerfully and strongly. And you can, you know, we've seen it go as high as 8 today. So there is a kind of, sometimes a disconnect between you as a surfer and then you as a competitor. And you need to adapt and get out of the free surfer mode and into the competitor mode where you're looking for a different type of wave. And it's just, you know, it's a big closeout that allows you to do a big turn on it.
Tamaya having a look, trying to get herself away from the rest of the pack. She's sitting underneath that 4th priority. So keeping a bit of distance is a good idea. Tia now up and riding, looking calm as she heads into that first turn. Big snap and hits the second as well. Gets those arms high as she finishes on that ending maneuver. She'll be looking to improve with that 5.5 already on the board.
Yeah, and it's definitely the 2.93s. Bye-bye. And that one is going to be a second score. You know, this heat is hers. You know, you can see the confidence. And how if she was threatened and feeling like she was in danger, she wouldn't be paddling like that. There would be a different energy and tempo to things. She banked that ride, went, there's my second score. I know I'm winning this heat. Okay, job done. 5 minutes to go. Pressure off.
Nice, cool, calm, and collected on the paddle back out, as you said.
Exactly.
A little different than the kick that we're seeing in some of the other girls out there. Kicking out of a wave, but knowing they've still got a big score they're chasing, or maybe they've gotten part of that requirement chipped away at, but they're going to have more work to do still.
Yep.
And you see that real quick strokes, those kicks behind as well, just to give that little bit of extra momentum, getting back in the lineup.
Absolutely. Got to train that, you know, you said stroke. That stroke rate of the arms in the paddle is such an important thing. And then the kicking of the feet and that ability to really drive your board through the... Whoa, that was a searing snap. Unfortunately, again, that wave has tapered off. So, you know, for Lily and for Callie and Tamaya, they need to look for bigger open face and just go for one turn. And it's kind of counterintuitive to a surfer who's looking for a nice taper and something that's not going to close out, which is kind of what you do as a free surfer. As a competitor in these conditions, you're looking for the closeout.
Especially with what we've seen from most of the waves that haven't been closeouts today. Really soft on the shoulders.
Because they end in, oh, here we go, what a paddle.
Strong paddle from Tamaya. Goes in for a wave that does have that more closeout look to it. So changing up maybe her approach a little bit. Wiping off the eyes, she'll be grabbing that board back to her. Quick duck dive, put herself back in position. One of the nice things about the setup here at Macumba is that it's a short distance from the sand to backline. It's easy to get there.
Yeah.
You got 1 minute
quick.
on the clock paddling out or kicking out of a wave. You're likely to be able to get out the back and possibly chip into one more.
Yeah, with a minute to go. Never out. And especially at this point where, you know, we look at third and fourth and they're looking for a 3.03 and a 3.93. That's doable for all of them. They just need to get that right wave, as you said.
That's right. That second place surfer, Tamaya, is not safe at the moment because it's just those 3-point requirements on Lily and Callie. Lily's been the most active surfer in the heat so far. She's been putting in a lot of effort. If she could find herself on a wave that allows her to complete, like you said, that searing turn that she had on the last wave, she's looking at that 3.03 easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
Paddle now on the inside for Tamaya, setting herself up.
Oh.
Good looking section, and just gets caught up on that bottom turn. She's holding on to that composure throughout, so she's got a clean wave. But when it comes to those major maneuvers the judges are looking for, hasn't quite gotten there as she's in the inside section.
Yeah, that was, as you said, that was a good wave, wasn't it? If that first section had been hit, it would have been her best score of the heat so far. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there. But again, she, you know, it doesn't feel like she's under that much pressure because Callie Cruikshank has not had a wave for quite some time. Needs to find something. Here we go. Lily.
Up and riding for Lily. Nice opening turn. She's got a great posture, a great style.
We've seen that a few times, haven't we? But there's no wall on it. There's nothing next. There's nothing that's going to continue to build points. 2 minutes on the clock. They need to find some critical wall. The judges want to see some radical surfing.
Yeah, this is an interesting moment to look at between Tamaya and Lily specifically. Lily, as we said before, she's got that great competitive experience. She's been a national champion multiple times across the under 12s, under 13s, and under 14s division. As we see, Callie has a look. She's unable to get into that one. Where Tamaya is actually newer to competing. So she's been surfing, caught her first waves around 4 years old. Really got that bug when she was about 11. She's now 15, but this is her very first year competing. So started competing at home in Costa Rica just this season.
Yep.
Qualified herself for the national team, and now she's competing at an international level. So you got some things to kind of work out from a competitive perspective, but so far she's done well to hold on to that second place position to be advancing ahead of Lily.
Yeah, signs are good. Stayed busy. She's caught good waves, maybe missed the sections on those good waves, and you know, it's sort of, here we go.
Tia now up and riding, uses her priority. She's been pretty patient. Great opening wrap to start things off. Connects with the lip on that second. She might have a third turn. She'll just kick out with ease. Really looking confident, as you said. Barton, what's it like when you show up to the beach, you're competing in a big event, and you witness one of your friends out in the lineup having a heat like this, where they just look confident, controlled, relaxed? Does it feel a bit threatening for you as a competitor coming into the event?
It can. It definitely can feel threatening, but the way to deal with it is to be inspired by it. And, you know, there was this point in time where other people's failures felt like my successes. But at a point in your personal development, you have to evolve out of that and recognise that there's a lot of good in other people succeeding. And if people around you are doing good, chances of you doing good are higher. So that's, you know, it's a part of your own personal development, I think, as a competitor, that you get out of that wanting others to fail so you can succeed and get driven by all of the good around you.
Way to, you know, take that positive spin, to look at it with that inspiration. As we see Callie now chasing a 3.93. It's going to be her best wave without a doubt for Team Scotland.
Just need to clean up the back. There's always the things, you know, as a coach, you're looking at always the things that they can do to improve. There was a section down the line that could have been hit, but even with what she did there, a nice clean cutoff would have cleaned that end of that ride up. And if you finish in a nice way, it leaves a good impression in the judges' minds, you know.
Callie, 13 years old, out of Scotland. This was her very first time surfing on this trip without a wetsuit. Back at home, she's wearing a 6mm wetsuit with 8mm booties on her feet as well.
Gloves and hood.
Gloves and hood. I mean, it's so cold where she's surfing back at home. So she would be adjusting to that as well. Out in the lineup, we'll have a few surfers in that similar conversation, especially being that they're so young. It's a bunch of groms, a bunch of kids out in the lineup, surfing at an excellent standard. But getting on the road and traveling for the very first time into major events like this. We've just seen Tia Zabrowski, your copper medalist from last year's under-16s division for the World Junior Championships, take out a win. We'll have more action to come returning, and into the booth we'll have Chris Cote and Mitch Salazar to call it all.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe a dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
Welcome back, surf fans, to beautiful Praia de Macumba, here on the outskirts of Rio de Janeiro, one of the greatest cities in the world, especially if you're a surfer or a beach enthusiast. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. He is both a surfer and a beach enthusiast. Mitch, you took a dip in the ocean on your break. Give us the conditions report from the sand.
3 to 4 feet, fun, peaky. Water temp, I think you're a bit off by just a few degrees. I'd have to say upper 60s, not low 70s.
Okay.
But competition, fierce, ferocious, and more importantly, very, very competitive.
Yeah, this is going to be another fun one to watch. 3 surfers in the lineup as we speak. Now, we've got Sky Swit from Hawaii, Luna Marcano from Venezuela, and Sinai Soto from Puerto Rico.
Yes.
And I keep seeing very familiar names. So Suet,
Yeah.
Spencer Suet.
Yes.
There you go.
Same family.
The family lineage is now starting to come. You know, we saw it time and time again in the past. You know, of course, the Ho family, and you know, now we're starting to see triple generational rippers coming through. So it'll be really fun to see, and I'm sure all the friends, family, and parents are watching from all over the world. So welcome to Brazil. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and we've seen some big numbers coming through. Highly contestable out there, a lot of waves rolling in. We're going to see the conditions switching kind of around throughout the day. High tide, low tide, wind could become a factor, but from what we know now, there's big numbers out there. We've seen 7s and 8s go down and a lot of waves ridden, so plenty of opportunity for these young surfers.
I think that's one of the coolest things about this event, Chris, is that you see multi-generational surfers out there in the water. Obviously, Corey Lopez, Shea Lopez, their kids coming up through the rankings. I wouldn't be surprised to be seeing Alana compete in the ISA in a couple of years from now. But you were mentioning the Sweet family, one of the premier surfers out of the North Shore of Oahu, still very young, competing for the first time here at the ISA level, but competing for Hawaii, big privilege, a huge honor, but more importantly, you have to earn your spot on this team. So when she got the call up around a month ago, very excited and still waiting to catch her first wave ever in ISA competition. And what a place to do it, but here in Rio in Brazil, Chris.
Yeah, what a place to put your name on the surfing map. So Venezuela, Puerto Rico, and Hawaii represented in the lineup now. The beach is popping.
It is.
You know, I'm seeing
crowded.
A lot of friends and family and, you know, teams and crews down there, but also just some locals and tourists alike having a good time down here. Puerto Rico has a lot of spirit this year.
Yep.
Come with a full squad. You know, you see smiles and flag waving from some of the competitors and also some serious faces on the coaches.
For sure. And they just had another gold medalist at the parasurfing event 2 times now for Aleli Medina, who's, you know, one of the visually impaired classifications. So Puerto Rico, they've been obviously getting way better. You mentioned Brian Toth a few heats ago. I want to throw out both Dylan Graves and Alejandro Moreda as one of the better surfers to come out of that beautiful island. Awana Cabrero right now on the women's side on the Challenger Series, a great representative of that beautiful Caribbean island. I think Otto Flores had a lot to do with the development over there.
What about Rolo?
Yes, Rolando Montes.
My new favorite.
And one kid that a lot of people forget about, you know, he's not really on the map anymore, but Hector Santamaria.
Oh, I was just going to say that.
One of the greatest aerialists that a lot of people don't know about. And now you're seeing a lot of women come through. Obviously a small island. Most people know each other, but great variation of waves too, depending on what part of the island you're on.
And they're going to shine next year when the World Surfing Games comes to Puerto Rico. Again, Mitch, if we continue to do such a stellar job, we might be invited. We'll see.
I'm excited to go there.
13:30 on the clock. Luna Marcano right now from Venezuela with the only score of note, a 3-point ride. So the judges definitely have their hands full now. When the conditions change this quickly, they got to be on it. They got to be hawk-eyeing the peak and exactly where to be paddling for and taking off on these waves, because it is going to be pretty vexing out there with tidal shifts.
Yep.
And you know, the sandbars, they're pretty good, but they're going to be switching up and down the beach. So these surfers got to really listen to their coaches. They really got to do their own research as well when they're sitting on the sand. You know, it's pretty different even than we've seen an hour ago.
And I was just over with Jess actually, and what I was noticing a lot is that they're letting a lot of waves go by that could definitely be scoring waves. They don't look as good from takeoff, but you go down the line, especially with the high tide, they break a little closer to shore. I think there's a lot of scoring potential on a lot of those waves as we look at Pablo Bonilla and Zoe Shar right now from Team Mexico. She's coming up in the next heat, first time competing here in Brazil too, so a newcomer to ISA competition. And some big matchups coming up, Chris. You see those 4-person heats. You see 4 internationals. You don't know what to expect, who's actually from that location originally, or if they were just born there, or they have that nationality. But you got to go out there and give your 100% every single time you paddle out.
Yeah, no doubt. No heat is going to be easy, and it's not just about who you're surfing against. It's also about the waves.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be changing a lot. You know, I feel like right now that outside section that was kind of allowing the surfers to roll in, giving them a little chip shot, meaning that little piece of white water can help just give you enough push to get you up and riding from way out the back. It's not really happening that much anymore, so I think we're going to see these surfers coming in towards the beach. And we might be looking at more kind of one impactful turn rather than a combination of major maneuvers.
Well, last seed, Zabrowski was able to prove that he can still get a combo out there, but her backup score was just the one turn as Soto now up and riding.
Here we go. Sinai, nice turn there. This wave perking up for her through to the inside, right onto the sand. Charging, though. She comes up smiling. She's laughing. She's from Puerto Rico, where that's a place that has straight up Hawaiian style power.
Heavy.
And if she did that at one of her home breaks, most likely she'd be landing on dry reef. So no fear for Sinai. She makes her way to the sand. Wasn't able to pull off that move, but she'll get right back out there. Nice, kind of snapping carve from him, Sky Suet. Great little combination right there. Super quick surfing. Love to see it.
And Soto, this is the wave you're talking about right here. I don't know if she was fully aware of where she was in the lineup right there, but obviously very close to the shoreline. I mean, finished on the white, on the sand right there, but it was a decent wave to open things up for her.
So 10.5 to go. Waiting for some scores to come through now. We do have an international judging panel, male and female. We have 44% female surfers in the field, which is we're reaching that 50-50 mark, which I'm sure in the next few years we're going to be seeing that. And that really is just kind of the depth of field, because obviously some surfing nations are just starting to rise up, but events like this definitely have a way to spread the stoke of surfing, and we're going to see fully stacked teams in the next few years, no doubt. So with 8 minutes and 46 seconds to go, scores are starting to come through as our surfers find their spot in the lineup. Let's go down to Jess Grimwood standing by.
Thank you, guys. With Tia Zabrowski, congratulations. Great heat win for you. What is it like to represent France, and what's going on with the team and the support behind you?
I'm super happy to be with the French team. They're really nice with me. They support me a lot, and
Well, I'm sure they're very happy to have you too. The last time I saw you, you were about this tall and you were in Australia winning heats in the QS, and now you're here with your whole family. You've got your little sister and the rest of your family on the beach. Is it good traveling to Brazil with all of them behind you?
yeah, it's super cool to be in Brazil. It's my first time in Brazil, but it wasn't in here, so it's my first time in here. Yeah, it's super cool to travel around the world with my family, and yeah.
Well, congratulations. Would you like to say anything to everybody supporting you at home and all those fans around the world of your surfing?
Coucou tout le monde. Merci de me regarder en France ou à Tahiti. Merci de me supporter, et puis voilà.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. That's Tia, the super rocket from France. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jess. And yeah, anytime we see Tia's name in the on the score sheet, we know big things are going to happen. Such a young surfer, already has her name out there on the international scene of a surfer to watch for sure. 8 minutes to go. Sky Suet, the 4.67 to start things off. She is now in the lead. Luno Marcano in second. Sinai Soto in third for now, with plenty of time to go.
Well, one thing we know for sure, there's a lot of talent in the field we have here in the girls U16. Another thing we know, too, is that it's consistent out there as Marcano's up and riding again.
You know, even though she's a little late in that wave, you could see kind of flashes of her style. I'm seeing some Caroline Marks influence there. Yep. You know, you could tell that had she maybe just got into that wave a little bit earlier, she would have had some opportunity. You know, but there is some backwash coming out here. This is going to be a tricky part of the day for sure. And there you see a beautiful overview of Macumba Beach, Praia de Macumba. I mean, such a stunning landscape. Surrounded by islands. You see Sky there, a little frustration going, what is this wave doing?
She already has a 4.67 though, so she's comfortably in first. She's going to get a backup here. And, you know, you talk about generational surfers and people that have come up through the rankings. You've obviously heard her name a lot more through the last few years. Amateur programs in both Hawaii and the U.S. overall, developing a lot of skills for these young surfers coming through the rankings. But more importantly, you come to an event like this, everything else is in the rearview mirror, Chris. This is a brand new event. She is just looking to really get to work on these rights here. Short paddle back out, I think that's something that's very beneficial to a lot of surfers that grow up at beach breaks, but most importantly for people that have long paddle strength, like surfers from Hawaii that come from heavier waves. This should be a walk in the park for you, Chris.
No doubt. I think all of our surfers have kind of got the memo. Come in a little bit and just hope for that little chip shot to get you into these inside wedges. Sky Suet had a quick snap there. If you want to get more information about our venue, about all of our surfers, go to isasurf.org. And if you're planning your next vacation, feast your eyes on this. That's just a tiny slice of the beauty we're surrounded by. We are right next door to Ipanema and Copacabana. Of course, Saquarema, where the WSL Championship Tour is held, is just about an hour and a half away.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of famous beaches, and you know, Cristo the Redeemer, he's just up the road.
Yep.
It's all happening right here.
Sugarloaf Mountain, too. A couple of different things to do. A lot of museums here in the city as well.
Oh, and music?
Yes. Yep. A lot of big artists. I actually think that a couple of the organizing committee went to the Brazil-Argentina game the other night, and it was a bit hectic, but that's an experience that you definitely need to experience at the Maracanã, one of the biggest stadiums in the world for football, for soccer. And you come to a country that you've never been to before, you want to experience what a lot of local people experience on a daily basis. And that, to me, is really what traveling is all about, getting to live what locals live on a daily basis, especially with the food. And you know that we've been fed great so far, Chris. The meat, the chicken, and my favorite, beans and rice, as always.
I'm right there with you. Brazil is underrated in a lot of ways.
The
Cuisine,
weather.
music, waves, I mean crowds. You can find your peak.
Mm-hmm.
You can find a peak anywhere you want by yourself. Of course, the marquee spots. You know, there's going to be some really good surfers out there, but all up and down the beach, plenty of places to go. Here we go. Now we see the skill level of Luna Marcano. Big turn there to start, so a good opening snap. She's sitting on a three-point ride, most likely going to match that, probably a little bit more. So your surfer from Venezuela doing well to get right back in this heat. Inside of 4 minutes to go, Sinai Soto needs 1.68. Luna would need a 4.35 to get into the lead. Sky Suet now controlling this heat, and she is sitting in that top priority spot, meaning she has her pick of waves. You cannot contest her for a wave that she wants, or you'll get a penalty, and it's very, very tough to make it through a heat with an interference.
Well, that was a really strong turn right there by Marcano. By far going to better the 1.17. It's debatable on whether she gets to 4.35 or not, but she's actually a lifeguard professionally in Venezuela. She's placed in the top 25 at the ISA level of competition before, and a returning ISA competitor. Not only have you been able to see a lot of those surfers apply those skills that they've gained at different events in the past, but you're seeing a lot of people adapt to different kinds of conditions too. Last year at La Bocana and at El Sunsal in El Salvador, that's a wave that is so distinct to the one we're at right now. The year before in 21, we actually didn't have the juniors, so a lot of the juniors actually got the call-up for the open event, the World Surfing Games, which was also in El Salvador. Before that, you mentioned Caroline Marks. She's a past champion, the Azores. I don't think there's anybody in the draw that's been in the comp for 7 years, maybe the Rosano sisters. But overall, I mean, a lot of these surfers have had to go through different types of conditions, and leading up to the event, especially in national qualifiers, I can assure you they've had to surf at least one beach break in the last calendar year. So good preparation for an event like this, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And with 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go, scores coming through for Luna Marcano. She did her job, 3.6 and a 3. So she puts herself solidly into second place. Sky Suet, that 4.67 and a 2.67 in the lead. We're starting to see some tactics come into play. You see Sky with priority. She's just going to hang right around Sinai Soto, knowing that you know, if given the opportunity, Sinai can put a big number on that board. So Sky, well coached by Shane Dorian and the coaching staff of Team Hawaii.
Chris Martin, also Kai Boy's dad here, is one of the coaches as well. And here goes Sky. Now, good looking wave here, double up, Chris.
Yeah, a minute and a half. Nice carving snap there. Big finish.
Was very smart.
I mean, she's a tiny thing, and she surfs with a lot of power. And of course, you see her rail game, solid fundamentals. I mean, you do not see that too often in a surfer this young and this small. But watch the technique here. I mean, she is precise.
Well, and she handled the pressure well, too. Wraps it back all the way through, timed the section perfectly. I mean, really took her time with the patience right there. So excellent execution, great wave selection first of all, and a clutch wave in the last 90 seconds too. For a surfer under the age of 16, not every day you get to see that stuff, Chris.
Yeah, that a lot of poise.
It's a good word.
She's gonna come into the beach and definitely get accolades from her coach and team. But watch out, Luna, going beyond vertical on her backhand. Said she's got some kind of a little bit of a Caroline Marks kind of style in her. That was a perfect display of what we're talking about right there. And here goes Sinai Soto. Big section to work with here. She gets up and involved in the lip. And yes, you should be standing tall and proud after a turn like that. That was critical right in probably the most hectic section of that wave. So all three surfers now will be waiting for some scores to come through. Three of the best waves we've seen in this heat.
This is going to be a tight finish. I mean, Sweet comes through as a 5.5, so she's pretty far out in front, but have a feeling that Marcano could easily better the 3, and then Soto wasn't needing much to move up into second place after this. As we look at the replay here, I mean, goes on the backhand, but look at the way she gets inverted coming out of this turn right here. More of a windshield wiper, didn't fully bottom turn, but was able to get a different angle coming out of the turn, and that was real impressive, given that it was literally on the shoreline too. So say that Marcano does improve on the 3, which seems very likely. Soto would need something in the upper 4s, probably close to a 5. It's a real tough ask right now for Soto in the green jersey, but could potentially be right there, but more than likely probably going to be under the requirement.
Well, the pride of Wailua, Sky Suet. Great performance there, riding her Aquila Aipa surfboard. She's going to stay here on the main round, and there you see the entirety of Team Hawaii going to greet her on the water's edge. Well, we've got a long day of action to come, but don't miss a heat. Stick around with us. You're watching the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're live from Rio. We'll be right back.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Teahupo'o. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Teahupo'o is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Teahupo'o has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo'o is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, another international superheat in the lineup. Martina Escobar from Spain, Lola Grobe from New Zealand, Zoe Scharer from Mexico, and Maria Butler from Ireland. I mean, Mitch, that's why you got to love the ISA. Look at this mix of nations we have competing right there. You got something for everybody and from every corner of the globe. Love to see it.
Well, what's so funny about it, too, is that you see a lot of people that migrate to a lot of these different countries, too, and their kids end up competing the place that they're born. Like, I think case in point is, you know, the McGonagalls, proud Costa Ricans. Both of their parents originally moved there, and now both of them have been medalists at the ISA level. Leilani been an Olympian before. Wouldn't be surprised to see an Olympian in the future out of one of these 4 surfers out there in the water. Escobar, a great surfer competing for Spain. We all know how difficult it is just to be able to make that team, Chris. Zoe Shar, first time competing here for Team Mexico. She is from a beautiful place in Cancun, but resides quite a bit of time in Nayarit as well. Butler from Ireland and Group from New Zealand. Great heat as Zoe up and riding here.
Yeah, Zoe has a nice speed line. Kind of takes the extended carve there. Great style from Zoe. So Cancun, I think of, postcards. I think of vacation. I think of a party destination. I don't think of waves per se, but in the area, you can find your own little nooks and crannies.
Every now and then, there's waves, storm swell, especially hurricanes. A lot of reef breaks. What tends to be very difficult, though, is getting around because there are a lot of spots that might be blocked off. A lot of resorts there and whatnot, but what I can tell you is that it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. I mean, the Caribbean water is crystal clear, and the food over there is just exceptional as well. So if you have the time, I'd say go visit the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean side. Some beautiful spots. Not ideal surf destinations, though. Every now and then it does get great.
Great spot for a honeymoon.
That is true.
I'll go on yours with you when you meet that special someone, Mitch.
Give me a few years, Chris.
Inside of 17 minutes to go here. Score of note coming through for Lola. 2.33, Team New Zealand. She's already got a little bit of a backup, a 0.43. Most likely wants to get rid of both of those scores. You see a little bit of different energy in the lineup when there's 4 surfers. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but that just condenses the field a little bit and just makes it a little bit more chippy in the lineup when you've got to contest with 3 other surfers to get your waves.
It's noticeable, though. I mean, just the way you have to compete, as you were mentioning, positioning is huge. And I think most importantly is the way you manage a lot of your time, too. So your strategy obviously has to change. And for a lot of these surfers that don't get to surf with priority in most of their heats, it's a big step up in competition as we look at Escobar up and riding now.
Yeah, coming from the Basque Country of Spain. Big snap there. I'm not mad at that. She did fall, but I just love the kind of attitude that she went up into that turn with. If she comes down with that, we're looking at a 7 or an 8.
For sure. Just the one section. We've seen those scores so far today. And you mentioned her coming from the Basque Country, Zarauts, a couple of different beach breaks that are actually quite similar to the one that we have here. Just the water temperature is the one big difference, as it seems like Grube right now still in first with a 2.33 as her best, Chris.
So 15.5 to go. Current leader, Lola Graub from New Zealand. Her favorite break is called Wanga Bar. And she got second place in the Aki Grom Comp in Australia. So like we said, those kind of fun regional grassroots contests can literally raise champions. And right now, her family, Matt, her dad, Amber, mom, sister Chloe, and her dog named Homie in her corner, cheering her on right now. She's part of the Wangamata Surf Academy. So big things happening in New Zealand in the surf world as usual. 14:50 to go as we see Maria Butler now, Team Ireland. She catches a bit of an edge as she stands up. And then these surfers are going to get themselves reset in this lineup. That gives us a chance to catch up with the winner of that last heat. Standing by now is Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Sky Suit, congratulations. And now you have to give us some insight. Something secret's happening in the Hawaiian camp because I've interviewed already Tama and Chrislyn. What's the inside goss?
Not much is going on. We're just all a team and helping each other out and just cheering each other on, and just the motivation for everybody. It will just push their surfing to another level.
Well, we love seeing your surfing too. At the end of that heat, there was this flurry of action and the other ladies all found some scores. Were you feeling pretty confident in your own performance running through those last 30 seconds?
Yeah, in the beginning of the heat, there wasn't really a good wave. And I find to manage a few waves. And then in the end, I finally got a good one. And I felt confident about it, and I got a good score, and I was proud.
And so were the rest of the team and all of us watching as well. What does it feel like for yourself to be out there in the water and representing the Hawaiian flag and coming back to the beach after winning a heat like that?
yeah, it feels awesome. Everyone's right there on the shoreline cheering you on, and we do our chant, and it's just so special to represent Hawaii here in Brazil.
Well, congratulations, mate. If you'd like to say anything to everybody watching at home, the rest of the family and friends tuning in, your dad's here on the beach, but for everybody else?
Thanks for everyone watching at home. I really appreciate it, and I hope to see you guys soon.
Cool, thank you so much. Well done, mate. Sky suit from Hawaii, guys.
Yeah, friends and family back home, don't be surprised if Sky comes home with a medal. She absolutely ripped a really tough heat. And now we see Maria Butler representing Team Ireland flying down the line. She lives in Dublin. She trains on the west coast of Ireland. She is a proud member of the West Coast Surf Club. And she says, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to represent Ireland here, and she represented well. Speed to burn on this one, Mitch.
Definitely. Was carrying a lot of speed throughout both of these turns. Never really fully connected with either of them, but I mean, for somebody that lives in Dublin, in the city, and has to travel, I mean, probably on a weekly basis just to be able to get to the coastline and surf, this is some real cool stuff, and that's the whole point of this event, Chris, is to get these people that wouldn't normally have this kind of experience come to an event with zero expectations, put a big smile on their face, and compete against the world's best. Now you can say that you were able to achieve your dream of being at a world championship event. Real cool.
For sure, and I think, Ireland is a amazing surf nation. We see Zoe up and out real quick. We've had the privilege of watching one of our favorite Irish surfers, Garage McDade, and competing in the World Surfing Games the last few years. I think we saw him in the juniors as well, and if you usually when you watch videos of surfing in Ireland, it's the scariest waves ever. Yeah. Big, gnarly, Teahupo'o-esque left barreling waves. But from what we've kind of learned a little bit and talking to some of the surfers, that yes, there are normal waves for normal people to surf in Ireland. It's going to be a bit cold.
A bit.
But gosh, can you imagine the beauty of the places you're going to be surfing there? Here we go again. High-speed goofy footer. Maria Butler from Team Ireland. Her first score comes through at a 2.0. But we know that was a good feeling wave. To go that fast on a wave, that's what it's all about. Lolo grab. Team New Zealand. Sparky finish there. Ejects just in time before she runs up onto the sand, but she will get credit for that final maneuver.
Wow, the tide's really high now, too. I mean, this heat, last heat, everybody's finishing right on the sand. So you might be catching the wave halfway out, but really the best section is right on the shoreline. So you need to capitalize as much as you can with that one finishing turn as it stands up a bit more once it's about to hit the sand, Chris. But, just speaking of the development of Irish surfers, I feel like that part of Europe has obviously been underrepresented when it comes to the biggest stage worldwide. As looking at the replay here of the New Zealand surfer, great combo right there. Was able to get a substantial turn at the end too. Great technique. Nothing major, but at the end should be enough to extend her lead as she does get a 3.67. But just going back to the topic, Ireland, Scotland, even England too, they've had a couple of big QS events in the past. Wouldn't be surprised to see maybe an ISA event there in the future.
Let's go. Got some heritage there. I'm not good enough to be considered for the Irish surf team.
Maybe the Masters?
Maybe.
Come back, make a comeback, put on the jersey.
I'll have to go back in the family tree, see what's going on there. 9.5 to go. Lola Grab in the lead for now. Team New Zealand looking good with a 3.67 and a 2.33. Maria Butler in second for now. Zoe in third. Martina Escobar in fourth. Both Zoe and Martina, we know that their skill level is high. Right now, maybe just a little out of sorts in this lineup. It's definitely not easy to find these diamonds in the rough. Unless, of course, you're Lola, who's on her second nice-looking wave. Gets the combo there. I'm loving the dismounts from Lola right now. She's really fighting to the end of these waves. It's fun to watch.
But they're committed, though.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, everybody's finishing on the shoreline because they want to win. They want to move through. You need to improve on a 2. Sometimes you need to leave a little bit of your skin on the shoreline and work on the sand, too. But that was some good stuff right there from Lola. Only looking to better a 2.33. Maria so far still in second with just a 0.53 as a backup, and it's been Escobar, who up until her last wave was only carrying a 1, and we're 12 minutes into the heat, Chris. So as of right now, this is a wide open heat. Anybody breaks away with a 4 or 5, they distance themselves quite a bit into first or second place even. But right now with 8 minutes and 20 seconds, whoever has priority, who as of right now Shar, needs to use it very intelligently as there is a small amount of time left.
Yeah, and some of these waves right here can be pretty deceiving. You can't flip it and go, just like we're seeing right here from Zoe. So nice looking turn there for Zoe, getting right back to the power source, and the wave just dissipates underneath her feet. She did get one turn done, so that'll be better than the .23 she's holding now. And she only needs a .81, so I would venture to say that that's going to help her out.
And, well, I said she's from Cancun, which is true, but she's actually from Playa del Carmen, which is just a little bit far out.
Even more of a vacation destination, right?
It's like where Macumba is to Rio, you know? So it's basically the same thing, but they like saying, oh, I'm from Playa del Carmen and not Cancun.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Just had to correct myself. Sorry, Zoe. Don't hate me.
How could you hate you?
A couple of good surfers from there, though. Clayton Chisler, who's coming up through the rankings, too. I think he's 12. He trains a lot of Puro Surf in El Salvador with Marcelo. So,
well, it's roughly translated to Carmen Beach.
Yes, Chris, it is roughly translated to Carmen Beach.
7 minutes to go here in round 1, heat 10. These heats are flying by. So far, Team Hawaii, all of their young females have made it through their opening round heats to stay in the main round. We're starting to fill up those repechage rounds as we speak. And those are dangerous because you've got surfers with basically one more chance, and you know the hunger will be there as we see Martina having a deep paddle. She's got it. There we go. Beautiful style. Love the way she spreads out her arms like that. Gets the quick snap on the inside, so a great... Let's make that a 3-turn combo. Well, 2.5 turns, but I'm giving her full credit for committing to that final snap. This is a really cool-looking series of turns right here.
Well, that is commitment for sure. I mean, she fully went for it. As he mentioned, great style. Opens up the arms all the way, brings it around into the lip right there. That should help. Nearly lost control coming out of it, though. But then right here, I don't know if that was fully necessary. I mean, you put both your board and your body on the line.
You got to. She doesn't care. She's going for it.
People want to win. Only needs less than a 2, 6 minutes to go. So as of right now, by far, her best wave. Still looking for something in the, upper 4s to move her up into first place. But I feel like this is by far enough to move her up into second with 5.5 to go. And right now, Butler, who was in second the majority of the heat, Chris, going to get bumped down to fourth place, it seems, as we look at the drone overview right here. Conditions have changed drastically. The consistency has dropped. And most importantly, the tide has come up to a point where a lot of these waves are finishing right on the shoreline, too.
Yeah, it's that split-second decision-making that happens on each and every wave that they surf. You could do a couple of turns like we just saw right there from Martina, and you're thinking, well, was that enough? You know what? I'm going for it. She went for it. She was rewarded. A 4-point ride. The third turn deemed incomplete, but 2 stylish carves right in a row. Gets her a 4-point ride. That's the highest single-wave score of this heat so far. Nicely done, Martina Escobar.
And the thing is, there's times that you're not fully aware of where you're at on the wave either. You're just so focused on surfing the wave and wanting to get the score that you forget about where your location actually is. And in a time like this where you're needing a score, you're thinking to yourself, okay, let's just go for it. The wave stands up and I'm going to try to hit the lip. That was kind of that case right there. And fortunately for her, it never took a dark turn. Everything seemed to be okay. It seemed like the board was completely intact. But the good thing about the sand here on the beach is that it's so heavy, you're usually just landing on top. It's not like you're fully penetrating the sand like you would at a place that has, thinner sand or maybe scrapier even.
Right. It's pretty soft sand. I feel like these kind of onshore landings, that's surfing's version of baseball's warning track.
Ooh.
You're going back to catch the fly ball. You're not caring where the wall is. You're just going for it.
Talking my
language
Sometimes
it
now.
Works. Sometimes it doesn't. But it's always dramatic, and
right.
It just makes it that much more fun.
But you can see with a lot of outfielders, as talking in baseball terms, they usually put their hand out to see how far or how much distance they have left to be able to do that. you're in surfing, what are you going to do? Are you going to put your hand up before you hit the shoreline? That's probably no can-do right there. So
Well, we see it at places like Bells, in Western Australia where it's dry reef on that inside section, and you got ask Courtney Conlog, our Team USA coach. She's definitely tussled with some dry reef finishes in her career, and this has got to be one of the more friendlier finishes if you're going to wind up on the sand. Here we go, Lola. 2 turns there. Gets the third. Nicely placed, and here we go. Straight over the falls into the sand. I'm loving this. They are not scared at all.
Well, committed, that is for sure. But real smart surfing right there by Lola, too. Was only looking to improve on a low score of a 3.0. Feel like she's going to do that. Get a wave selection and get a way to control the pressure here at the end, too. Setup turn right there into the lip, a lot better for the second one. So nothing major, but look at the way she finishes right here. I mean, there was even somebody swimming in the shoreline. So those kids got to watch out right there because there's actually somebody competing right now, literally in front of the event site, too.
Well, what was cool right there, which is it's very subtle. The judges will take note. She basically showed them that she was in control after that third maneuver.
Before she jumped off.
Yeah, so she was like, I got it, and now I'm about to get smashed.
Yeah, usually they tell you to
Right
ride out
here.
in front of the white water.
Bam. And then she's made it, and then you jump off. I would say that's complete. I'm not a judge, but
it's borderline. I would agree. I mean, either way, I think she improves on the 3, so it wouldn't affect her that much anyways. But as of right now, the smart thing was just to go on that wave and keep everybody else off. So I think it was the right move for her at that point of the heat.
1:42 to go. Team New Zealand got to be feeling good about what Lola's done for them. 6.67 total. Right behind her, though, Martina Escobar. She was in 4th place for the majority of this heat. But it was that real kind of guts and glory type of surfing that got her into that 2nd place spot. Now here we go. Maria Butler, Team Ireland. She probably had the fastest wave we've seen of the morning so far. So right there, fading right. And again, this is just such great experience for these young surfers, that may not have competed most likely on an international level. So a lot of them getting their first taste of what it's like. As we see Zoe now, that wave kind of just collapses around her, giving her no opportunity.
There's obviously a huge difference, too, between surfing, in a bikini or trunks in comparison to a 5'4" or 6'5", Just her comfort level, the way you paddle, the way your board feels. I mean, yourself wearing a full suit year-round and then you come to trunks, your rib cages just start hurting the moment you paddle without wearing anything on. So a lot of subtle commodities that really go a long way for people that surf in tropical waters will be applied to a location like this. For the people from the colder waters, they have to adjust a little bit. Wearing a lot more sunscreen, first of all. Your wax changes. You probably have to scrape all of your wax off of your board. It seems like for certain people, like Lola, things have been working out great, though.
I remember when the guys from Santa Cruz in the mid-'90s would go on Indonesian vacations. They would be wearing booties and trunks.
Still do.
Quick look there for Martina Escobar. So a nice pair of turns for Escobar. I like that. That was a good defensive wave, just making sure that her competitors didn't get the opportunity. A quick snap here for Lola. Really like how she surfs. Super fast, dynamic.
Boy, looks good
sharp.
too.
Yeah, it'll be fun as the contest kind of moves on a little bit, talking about some of the boards they're riding. We're talking about, 4.2s, 16 liters or something. These tiny little boards of these surfers making look so good. Well, another heat in the books. We've got Team New Zealand and Team Spain in the 1 and 2 spots. Martina and Lola will be advancing through in our main rounds. Maria and Zoe, they will be heading into the repechage rounds, but with another opportunity. We've got so much more surfing to come. This is just day 1 here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, live from Rio. We'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
A better world through surfing. It's happening with each and every heat we're watching. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Rio. Beautiful Macumba Beach. Lua Escudero, Anastasia Venter, Isadora Bolto, and Emma Diaz. Chile, South Africa, Uruguay, and Portugal. We're going to start it off with your surfer, Lua. And you can see the levels,
Yes.
right? I mean, there are specific levels of, beginners, advanced, and elite. And I think we're going to see some elite level surfing in this heat right there. Not an easy maneuver to pull off. She went up into the lip, layback snap, and rode out nice and easy. So 2 great waves to start this heat.
Yeah, and Venter's been a 2-time junior champion in the past in South Africa, Chris. Also Rip Curl Grom Search champion right there in her home country, competing here in the U16s, first time at the World Juniors. And then you look at Escudero, as you were saying, there's noticeable levels right there. Just the bottom turn technique into the top turn snap. Some great stuff right there from the Portuguese surfer in red. And then you look at this wave from Venter. Obviously, we can see not only is she skilled on the forehand, but also on the backhand too. Competing at South Africa, everybody thinks, you're usually surfing J-Bay and whatnot during comps. It's usually the opposite. You're surfing at beach breaks like Durban, like Bolito, where conditions can be very similar and quite difficult to compete at. So when your appropriation of a lot of different places, especially at beach breaks in terms of surfing, it can excel in different locations worldwide. I think one of them is applied here in Brazil too, because I see a lot of surfers from the East Coast do super well when they go over to the West Coast of the U.S. because they're able to surf a wave that changes every single day, differs with tides, and more importantly, differs on the swell direction that they have too. That is applicable to what we see here at Macumba in Brazil.
Yeah, no doubt. And, those marquee spots around the world that you immediately think of, South Africa. You really can't think of South Africa and surfing without thinking about Jeffreys Bay. And for the Venter family, they grew up in a small town near Cape Town, but early on, at a young age, the family decided, we're moving to J-Bay. And so her favorite wave is Super Tubes. And can you imagine growing up with one of the world's best right-handers in your backyard? You're going to be a great surfer. You don't think you have a choice. Isadora Bolto representing Chile. She's already got a 2.33 and a 1.67. A lot of waves already ridden in this heat so far. Anastasia now, surfer representing South Africa. She's 16 years old. She's usually rides in Arakara, riding for Sister Revolution, Oakley, Ocean Freedom, Lewis Hose Solutions. She's got a ton of sponsors, and that's warranted because she is the 2-time South African junior champion. $14.50 to go. Already a lot of scores on the board. 4.47 and a 4-point ride. You got Lua with a 4.5. Isadora and Emma now playing a little bit of catch up. 14.5 to go. Lots of winners already today. We've got one more of them standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, Chris. And we've got the whole of the New Zealand team around her as well. Lola Group, congratulations. What a great win for New Zealand.
Thank you.
What about the scene of the animals out there. Can you explain to us what happened in that heat? All the rest of the team were yelling it out just before we started the interview.
There was a couple turtles and fish and stuff. Yeah.
Do you think that maybe gave you good luck going in, maybe some confidence that nature was with you and behind the New Zealand team?
Yeah, maybe some support from them. They're always making jokes about it to me.
Oh, well, it was very good to see you surfing. Tell us about the vibe. There seems to be a really, really good feeling around the whole team. What's it like in Camp New Zealand at the moment?
Yeah, it's really good support from all of them. Yeah, they're all nice and cool. All our coaches are nice, yeah.
And what was your own feeling when you got selected to represent New Zealand? What were the first thoughts that ran through your mind?
Yeah, psyched, yeah.
Psyched to see the turtles.
Yeah.
Well, for everybody tuning in at home, for all your family and friends, would you like to say hello to them?
I just say hi to my dad, he's watching at home. All my friends also watching, hi. And yeah, thanks for supporting me.
Well, congratulations. It's a great heat win for you. Well done to Team New Zealand. We can't wait to see you surf again.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Love that team support. Dad's got to be proud. Great performance there. And the animals in the ocean helping. I mean, you know what? A lot of competition is, of course, training and preparedness, but also it's those little things that you can't really practice for. You know, the luck and some of the superstitions that, hey, we all lean on sometimes. And right now we're seeing a kind of a different story. This is pure performance. Anastasia, Lua, Isadora, and Emma all involved in this heat. Saw a big fist pump for your surfer representing Chile here in green, Isadora Bulto.
Well, she's only 14 from Iquique. Great place with amazing waves. Just the one turn, but she loves it. 14, her younger sister Matilda also on the Chilean team. She's only 12. So two of the younger competitors for the Chilean team. As we look at Venter once again, just a quick one and done. But just by the base of the interviews, Chris, you definitely know that we're at a Grom Comp. Every single kid so far has had different answers. You know, the people that are a bit more mature, that have done this a bit longer, maybe have better interviews. I think we need to give certain people a couple of tips, but I love the energy that a lot of these kids are bringing, and you definitely notice that they're enjoying themselves quite a bit. You'd imagine traveling halfway around the world for your first international World Junior Championship at a place like Brazil. Obviously, there's expectations from yourself, from others, but you're surfing.
Oh, you're soaking it in,
yes,
too. The culture, I mean, it's all happening.
At a place where your idols have surfed before, too, you know? So you're just all happy-go-lucky until somebody puts a microphone in your face.
And here goes Lua now. That right there was pure power, aggression. She fell, but I love the intent. Attacking the lip right there. A 4.5 and a 2.7 so far for Lua Escudero. Anastasia Venter, she's got a 4.47 and a 4. That's a coach's dream, right? You get your two solid numbers, and now you have the freedom to try to paddle around and maybe hunt for something to get you up into the excellent range. This is a great heat in the water right now.
Yeah, I think she's maybe overworked herself a little too much, though, her last two waves. Just a 3 and a 2.77, so looking to be on the better ones, especially when it comes to the priority rotation. As we see our surfer from Costa Rica coming up right now. And they always field a great team. Wouldn't be surprised to see them get on the podium just individually or overall as a team either. They've had world champions in the past. As it seems like we have a paddle here. Might be the surfer in green. Bulto once again.
Look at that. Vertical, right in the danger zone. She's had the best claims of the day so far.
Two of them.
I'm here for it. I like it. Whoa, looking at the barrel right there. Your surfer in white, Emma Diaz from Uruguay. She lives in Maldonado. Her favorite break is Sunsal. She's into surfing, gymnastics. She's 14 years old, and she just likes the ocean, and you know that's her main hobby. Anything surrounding the ocean. Uruguay, I believe it's to the southeast of us.
It is.
Yeah, connected to Brazil.
It is. A lot of people tend to confuse it with Argentina. Don't tell either of them that, because
I would never.
They do get quite mad. But what I will say, both of them have great surfers. That is the flag of Uruguay right there. Julian Schweitzer, great longboarder. Luis Maiturria from Cali Carranza's day, also a great shortboarder. One of the better reporters that we have worldwide in terms of surf. You can go to dukesurf.com for all of Pablo Sanoki's reports. Sanoki, great presence when it comes to international surfing. And I think overall they've progressed quite a bit too in the last few years. Sebastián Olarte has been a great representative of theirs at the ISA World Games a few years now. And you look at the Portuguese team too. Not only are they contenders for gold medals every single year, but they really put in a lot of effort into their coaching programs, into their development programs, have a very successful professional tour within their country too, Chris.
Oh, yeah. You know, they are a surfing superpower. I mean, right? I would say top 5, top 10 in the world in terms of depth. Emma Diaz right there on another gnarly wave. I'm going to give her the award for charging the hardest in this heat. She's looks unafraid of those kind of meaty sections on the inside. 8:13 to go. No real scores of note yet for Emma Diaz, but definitely not for lack of trying. She's been going for it. And here we go, Anastasia. Speaking of going for it, she got involved right there.
Yeah.
Up and in. She was underwater for a minute right there. Felt the power of Macumba. Here we go, Isadora Bolto. Quick snap there, right back into the pocket. So sharp, so fast.
Yeah. Well, one thing's for sure, she rips. I mean, she's improved her last 2 rides, a 3.87, a 4.57, needs a 3.9 to move up into first. And what really stands out to me for her is the amount of speed that she carries throughout each and every turn. Got a little hung up coming out of the first one right there, was able to back it up with the second, but was always out of the pocket for those turns. So not much on offer there, was close to getting the 4. But as of right now, I don't know if that's going to be what she is requiring. The 3.87, just the one big turn into the bigger section. But as of right now, with 7 minutes to go, she is putting a lot of pressure on the higher-seeded surfer Escudero right now, who still needs a 3.95 for second place, Chris.
Yeah, Lewis 4.5 kind of just showed us a glimpse of how radical she can get. She had a couple falls at inopportune times. But she does have about just inside of 7 minutes, though, to clean things up. Only needing a 3.95, so this heat is still pretty tight. Anastasia Venter, she's in the lead. I mean, you can kind of tell she probably has the most experience out there. Super powerful. And more action to come. Remember these faces. Remember these names. The future of surfing is happening right in front of our eyes. We've got Ambar Garcia coming up next for Team Ecuador.
Yep. Beautiful country, and want to send our condolences to the Barona family. Former ISA competitor Israel Barona passed away a few weeks ago. A great representative of not only Ecuador but also surfing overall. So
an amazing human.
Oh, father, great surfer, just incredible waterman, and he will be deeply missed. And the spirit is forever going to live on throughout these events. He was a great representative of Ecuador throughout juniors, World Surfing Games.
I mean, everything, every water sport and activity. He's an absolute legend.
And his sister, an Olympian too. Probably going to be seeing her at the World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico next year as well.
Definitely. Mimi Barona. He's an incredible athlete. Here we go. Speaking of incredible athletes, love that big snap to start for Anastasia Venter. Wave didn't really give her much more, but that's how you want to start it off, with a high-speed turn like that. She was setting herself up for a potential second. Just didn't quite pan out.
Still, though, she's trying, and especially when she's been in the higher priority rotations, too. She's been trying to improve on her low score, which is a 4, and it seems like Escudero took the lead on her last, a 4.2, as Diaz right there, needing a 7.6 now, down to 4th with 5 minutes to go. Bulto, who's been the most active out of this heat alongside Venter, a lot of waves ridden, but nothing breaking that 4.57 mark. And I just think, Chris, it's because of her size. It's all about comparisons when you're scoring. And you see the maneuvers that she's doing, they're radical, but they don't have the same kind of intensity, the same kind of power that you would see with somebody with a frame like Escudero. So as of right now, she just needs to be on a better wave. She has first priority, and having a look at this one, seems like she's going to get into it.
Here we go. She's going to make you eat her words. Big snap there, right in the pocket. Not an easy place to do a turn. She gives us another little claim, and I'm not mad at it. I love the passion. I love the excitement and the energy she's bringing. But I do agree with you. I mean, it's pretty interesting, right? So 16 and under, when you're talking about 12-year-olds going up against 16-year-olds and vice versa, I mean, there's going to be a difference. But she's definitely surfing well beyond her years. And even just that right there, right? That's not going to be a huge score, but the skill level that she showed us doing a turn in a really tough spot is really high.
Technique alone, right?
Definitely. And now you see the difference, right? So a little bit more veteran knowledge here for Anastasia Venter. That wave just didn't do her any favors, but she was able to hold off her competition a little bit. So with 3:38 to go, she'll be right back out there. It only takes about 30 seconds to paddle back out into the lineup.
It does. It's easy to get back out, and you see Bulto right now. She's breaking away, trying to go to that southern peak, or that northern peak, excuse me, where it seems like there is a left every now and then on offer. You look at the Chilean team right there.
That's the spirit we love to see.
Yelling for her. It seems like this is a decent wave.
Uh-oh, big gnarly inside section goes for the float. She was going to come down on dry sand.
Not enough speed for that last section right there, Chris.
I mean, even though it's only, 2 to 3 feet, they're getting pounded on the inside. They're earning it.
Oh, when I was paddling a while ago, it had a lot of power to it. You can definitely feel the intensity and the amount of water that moves around here. Just a good amount of projection down the line for a lot of these surfers, especially the ones that aren't carrying a lot of weight underneath them either, Chris. So somebody like myself, I need to be a few feet bigger for me to actually feel the push. For them, this is a 6-foot day at Eokai Beach Park right now.
So we got 2:30 to go. Round 1, heat 11. Just day 1 of this contest, and it feels like we've already been through 1,000 heats, and I'm loving it. We're learning something with each and every heat. Team Portugal is ready to support Lua Escudero as she comes in, most likely triumphantly, even though there's 2 minutes to go. She's got a 4.5 and a 4.20. She is in that top priority spot. Could be a good-looking left-hander if she can get into it. She does just enough push. Fades back into the power section of this wave. Carved back maybe just a little too much there. The wave kind of went wonky and weird underneath her feet, so no harm, no foul there. There's the spirit we want to see here. South Africa in the house. And I will say Team South Africa always comes through as the best-dressed team in the Parade of Nations.
I'd have to agree with you by far. Might have been a bit too warm yesterday for the outfits that they have, though, but they always are well-dressed.
You know, it's fashion over function.
That is
They're
true.
into it. They looked great. Here we go, Isadora. No fear through to the inside section, straight onto the sand. That is grit.
Woo.
Love to see that. Another exchange. A minute to go here.
People are going for it. Like to see it.
I mean, it's round 1, and we're already seeing round 10 style antics. I'm here for that.
Oh, people know what's on the line. Staying in the winner's round is way more important than going to the reps, regardless of what round you're going in. So, at any cost, they're trying to make it through right now, Chris, as we look at Diaz now. Kind of out of the conversation for the top 2 spots, but as you said, coming from a place where she isn't originally a surfer, her favorite spot, El Sunsal, a place that we've been to quite a few times before. So coming to Brazil to compete for the first time, big experience and big learning experience when you're coming up against higher-seeded surfers, people that compete a lot with a lot more frequency too. And as of right now, you just notice the people that want to go out there and get a quick start. Venter is still carrying her 2 scores at the beginning of the heat into the final 10 seconds right now. And it was Escudero who, at the end, needed a score and was able to get 2 4s to get it done.
Yeah, and that's going to be it right there. So Portugal and South Africa will move through, but full credit to Isadora Bulto. She was charging the whole way through, and Emma Diaz representing Team Otaegre very well. So you can hold her head up high as she makes her way to the sand. But don't worry. For Isadora and Emma, they will have another shot in the repechage round. Both of them put in a lot of effort through that 20-minute heat. And we're going to fill it up again. 4 amazing surfers will take to the lineup in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Stay tuned.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, would say, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympics because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to this year's ISA World Junior Championships. We are running through the under-16 girls round number 1 at the main podium today. It's been an exciting day of surfing, and we've now got 4 young girls in the lineup looking for an opportunity to showcase their surfing to the world, to perform for their teams, for their families tuning in. And it's going to be a great heat to see underway as we take a look now at our surfer in blue from Costa Rica, Michaela Castro. She's out in the water wearing that blue jersey.
And she's tiny. I went for a walk in our break and I saw her warming up with the team coach, and I actually thought to myself at first, it looked like a parent's child, and they were playing around, and then I saw her grab the jersey and went, oh my gosh, this little girl's going to surf in the event. She is going to be amazing in the future. It's going to be a great experience for the young Costa Rican.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how she goes within the water this week. I believe she's only 11 years old. Michaela for Team Costa Rica. She's
one of our youngest, huh?
One of the youngest competitors in the draw this week. She's in the water up against Clemence Sconche from France, Ambar Garcia of Ecuador, and Olivia McKay from Scotland, as we take a look at another great wave here from Michaela all the way to the inside section, and she'll kick out.
Ripping. 2 rides already. The perfect way to start. It's obviously an overwhelming situation. You've traveled to Brazil for the World Junior Championships. The beach is packed on a Saturday in Rio. There's teams shouting and cheering. It must be overwhelming for a young 11-year-old. That's the perfect way to deal with the pressure. Just get surfing, get catching waves.
Catch a few waves on the inside, stay away from the other 3 competitors out in the lineup too, who no doubt have more competitive experience than what she would have at this stage.
No doubt.
And just stay active. So we can see one of our surfers just get caught under the falls. I believe that was Olivia from Scotland. And a 2.5 lands in his first score of Michaela.
Some good size sets still coming through. As the afternoon goes on and that tide starts to drop out, I imagine that we're going to get some longer rides.
Yeah, it will be nice to see how the conditions fare, especially being that this is the biggest day of the swell that we've seen in the few days that we've been in town. A lot of the surfers haven't been able to surf this spot with too much on offer. As we take a look now at Clemence, looking really solid on her forehand attack for Team France.
And again, that weight got a little bit over the front foot, and she didn't complete that one. But the early signs were good, weren't they? The style looked great, the technique was good, there was a lot of power and speed in the short ride that we got to see. Here we go.
All right, up and riding. Amber on her backhand. Nice smooth attack with those bright pink rails.
Yeah.
She'll go down on her opening turn. Look to reset now in the water.
Looking to the coaches on the beach.
16 minutes on the clock. Team France has put together some great heats throughout competition already this morning, but specifically in the ISA format, as we can see Myanmar Soto for Puerto Rico getting ready to paddle out next against the Hawaiian and the Venezuelan. Olivia now up and riding on a great looking long right-hander, goes in for that snap to finish.
Nice. Scotland, it's quite bizarre when you think that many of them have never surfed without a wetsuit. So to come here and it just feels so warm, and to be in board shorts or swimmers, bathers, it just must be you must feel so free and loose after wearing 6mm wetsuits all your life.
Yeah, it would be a very big change coming to surfing in a tropical location for the first time in comparison. So you can see Michaela now setting herself up on the inside. Decides not to go for that wave. Sitting in that second place position, we've got a 3-point ride for Clements from France for her opener. She sits herself into the leading position. And we can see Michaela there on screen. She's having a paddle. And it's been a big day of competition so far. We've been hearing some great interviews from Jess Grimwood down on the beach. And she's there ready to go with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks very much, Sharon. Lua Escudero, congratulations. A great heat win for you opening up here in this round for 16s.
Thank you so much. I was kind of nervous because it was my first heat in ISA. And I mean, we kind of feel the pressure of like, we're all like competing in like our, like it's really important for us to make like a good result for our team, like because it's like our goal to be in a good position.
And what were you talking about when you came back in after that heat win? You spent quite a bit of time debriefing that heat. What were you guys speaking about in way of the performance?
Yeah, I was kind of frustrated. Our coaches was saying that I was like really nervous, and I am really nervous, and I was really nervous. But it's done, and they're happy for me, and I'm happy for me. I'm happy to make the first hit.
Well, we're very happy for you too, and I think the nerves is a really good thing because it pushes your performance, and we love seeing that. For everybody watching at home, maybe family and friends, would you like to say something to them?
Yeah. Olá a todos, estou em Portugal. Quero agradecer muito por estarem a ver. Quero agradecer aos meus pais. E bora, vamos com tudo para as próximas rondas.
Congratulations, a huge heat win for you. Well done for Portugal, and we can't wait to see you surf more.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Lua, putting together a great performance. Portugal's also been another standout nation. As I was saying before we threw to that interview, though, Team France, when it comes to ISA formats, they have been unstoppable lately. They've taken out the win across many different ISA events, whether it be the SUP and Paddleboarding World Championships, the World Surfing Games, the Longboard World Championships. You can tell the investment that the French Surfing Federation is pouring into their teams representing on this sort of stage.
Absolutely, and leading in this heat at the moment as well here in the juniors. Powerful performance, and the future, you know, we see here Tahiti competing outside of France, because here in the juniors you're allowed to represent your nation or your, you know, outside of that, what would you call that, conglomerate of where they, you know, you colonized and you're a part of a nation. Here Tahiti surfing separate from France, but when we go to the ISAs and the Olympics, that French team with Tahiti coming into the fold is super powerful.
That's right. When it comes to Olympic events,
yes,
or any events that will qualify towards the Olympics, so being the World Surfing Games qualifying for the Olympics, the juniors are not going to be qualifying for the Olympics out of this event.
Yes.
So it's okay to still have each team just represented, to be able to have all of Great Britain competing as their own individuals, to have a Hawaiian team. But when it comes to Olympic qualification and any events that qualify towards that, teams need to be surfed with those that have a National Olympic Committee. So hence France having the National Olympic Committee and Tahiti not having their own National Olympic Committee, but falling under France. Same thing for Hawaii, Team USA, and for Great Britain as a few of those examples.
Because we got, as we see in here, we've got Scotland, Wales, Ireland, Channel Islands, and so here they get that opportunity to surf for their country. And you know, when we get to that Olympic level, they all come together. There's Teco Patarats, the Brazilian legend. Known Teco a long time, and great to see him involved with the Brazilian Federation and influential in getting this event here.
Yeah, it's been really incredible to be able to see him step into that role, to have that, you know, those new eyes with the amount of experience that he holds within the surfing world, and the respect as well globally, that he can help to continue to raise the level of the Brazilian Surfing Federation, and bringing in the ISA World Juniors this week has been really awesome to see.
On the inside,
little paddle there from Michaela.
She's staying really busy. Here she goes looking at this one again. I think, you know, great advice from the coaches. Just get out there and surf. Catch as many waves as you can. Get as much experience as you can. You're only 11 years old. You've got 5 years left in this division.
Plenty of time still to be competing at this level, as we see our surfer in the green jersey. Amber, also just an 11-year-old, Amber Garcia, She says she's a friendly person and she likes to surf. She loves surfing at beach breaks specifically, so she is out there just enjoying her element right now.
Amazing to see such young people competing at this level. They're going to imagine by the time they're 15, they're going to be so experienced. Clements up and riding for France.
All right. Gaining that momentum, that energy herself down the way. Hits that finishing section, legs a little straight as she falls.
That's been the completion's been the only part. She's looked so strong and powerful on the wave face, but just hasn't completed those last turns, which is, putting the pressure on her. And the more you fall, the more pressure starts to mount. But she's definitely, with that 3-point ride, it's a low-scoring heat. This one, a lot of young surfers, as we said, 2 11-year-olds out there. So Clement's one of the older, more experienced in this situation.
Showing that experience so far. So that last score won't be a huge one because she wasn't able to ride out complete of that last turn. But if she's able to eye up something like that, she'll be looking really strong out in the water. Down to 9 minutes on the clock as Clemens is sitting up in the lead for Team France. Olivia McKay of Scotland, she's the oldest surfer out in the water right now at 16 years old. This will be her last year being able to compete in the under 16s division.
Yep.
For next year, she'll graduate to a couple more years of competing in the under 18s, which is also a great thing about the juniors is the division, so that there is that younger pack and that older pack each getting to, for the most part, surf against the competitors in their similar age range. We do have some of those young surfers that are surfing up a division because they're coming from smaller teams. As we can see, Michaela now on her forehand, she's got great style, great form, and just slicing through this wave all the way to the inside section. She's only chasing a 1.13. She's going to be moving into a great position.
She is. She's had a great look at the determination. It's rare to meet people so young, driven by a sport at such a young age, and you could see it just in the paddle. She's so determined, and gonna have a bright future for Costa Rica.
She's going to get herself back into position as we can see our surfer, Myanmar from Puerto Rico, getting ready to head out in the next heat up against Hawaii's Chesney Gwinnett and Zemina Acevedo from Venezuela. Chesney Gwinnett, we've known her name for a while now, coming out of the north shore of Oahu, surfing some big waves back at home.
Very driven young lady, surfed Waimea Bay and Sunset Beach and some of the biggest waves, in the world at a very young age. Here's Clements again.
Beautiful opening carve. This is the moment she's been waiting to showcase the preparation coming into an event of this magnitude. 2-turn combination.
Unfortunately, there wasn't a big ending turn, wasn't there? I was expecting something at the end there. So that was the nicest face, and it just showed what she's capable of. With completions on those last turns on a few of the falls, it wouldn't be close at all at this point in time. But the incompletions have meant that, it is close still. It's definitely showing the most potential or the most skill in this heat. Beautiful carve.
Great first turn, goes in for that second as well. Like you said, just lacks that finishing section, but nice 2 maneuvers. She'll be improving on the 3-point ride. We did have a 1.8 that fell in for Michaela, and that has jumped her into that second place position. Now has scores into the 2-point range, which would be the higher scores needing to be found for both Amber and Olivia.
And completely doable. They've got the talent. They just need to select the right wave, show patience. Here we go.
Amber with a paddle. And she's under second priority. Now, Olivia had first priority going into that. We'll watch this wave and then have a conversation around that in just a moment. Little backhand snap looking for the 2.10. And she was under second priority, where our surfer in white had first priority.
First priority meaning she had the right to catch that wave, and she paddled for it to stop Amber from catching it, which shows some competitive nous or understanding of how to use the priority. Unfortunately, she couldn't get into that wave, so she will lose the priority. Well, looks like she still might be sitting in with the first priority, but definitely had a good, strong paddle for that one.
Scores to come through now. It's a 1.9 for Amber, so it does move into her top 2 scores, and it chips away, now sending her with a 1.40 requirement to move up into that second place position. So she's in a more favorable spot now, coming into the final 5 minutes to take away second from Michaela. Olivia Looks like she's going to hold on to that priority from everything that we can see on our screens. And she's going to be looking for that 2.33 to be taking herself into an advancing position. Venezuela coming up in the next heat. And Olivia out of Port Skara in Scotland. Great swimmer and a great skier. She started surfing in 2020, so about 2.5, 3 years ago, due to the COVID lockdown, and being able to just spend more time at home getting in the water. There is when she decided to pick up a surfboard for the first time. Since then, she's been competing a lot for the Scottish Surfing Federation and got to go to the European Junior Championships in 2022. She's super excited to be in Brazil and to be surfing warmer waters because, like you said before, it's freezing in Scotland the majority of the time.
Amazing, and she's not the only one to have started surfing with COVID. It was in some way and for some reason this motivator for tens of thousands of people around the world to start surfing. Why that is, I don't know. Maybe they just had the time.
Well, here we are up and riding. Olivia with a great backhand turn to start off with. She'll get that first maneuver.
Yeah, that was great.
And put a second score on the board.
What she needed, 2.33, a 5 drop for Clement Schorsch on that two-turn beautiful wave. And sometimes you don't see the judges appreciate a carve, but in that situation they really like the style and the technique in those two beautiful carving turns. And great to see the judges kind of go that little bit. I feel like in this heat they're a little bit trapped under that sort of 3 points. All of the scores are kind of one this, one that, one, and they need to open that scale a little bit and differentiate a little more.
Now scores through for that last of Olivia, just a 1.60, indicating that the judges would have gone incomplete with that.
Yeah, the turn was complete. I suppose the wave itself wasn't complete, and that it kind of wasn't finished as cleanly as it could have been. Here we go, Costa Rica.
Michaela uses her priority now on a bigger set wave. She got really active at the start of this heat on those smaller waves on the inside. Great snap, stays super low to try and ride out of it. And she's doing well to hold on to that second place position.
She's got so much potential. The style and the technique is great.
It's been a great battle between these two. Amber, also just 11 years old. They've been going back and forth a bit, and it's been quite close between the two. Let's take a look at this wave here from Michaela, see if she'll be able to improve her situation.
Could have got a little higher onto that wave, but again, you know, when you're that small, it's hard to build the power out of the bottom of the wave and drive it right up the wave face. Got to stay low and hold that body position for a little bit longer and make sure that back foot's driving from the fins. But I love how determined she has been the whole heat long, and seeing her doing her warm-up routine. Like I said at the start, I was amazed that someone so small and so young was here competing for her country, her nation, at 11 years old. The same as Amber is. So Ecuador and Costa Rica investing in their futures and sending young ladies here to get the experience they need to sort of be there for their nation, you know, into the future. And that investment's going to pay off.
It's incredible as well, noting, you know, the pathway that this is to the Olympic Games. The fact that so many of the Tokyo 2020 surfing, the Olympic surfers specifically, had previously participated in the World Junior Championships at this event over the years. 33 out of the total 40 Olympic surfers in Tokyo had competed at this specific event with the ISA in their junior years. They then went on to become Olympians, and that's what we're going to be seeing from so many surfers in the pack this week.
It's very cool, isn't it? It very quickly became perhaps the most important thing in surfing, the gold medal. It was something that we never considered. It was something that I think many surfers kind of never even thought would happen and didn't see it as being that powerful. Here we go. Olivia.
Olivia on the inside, goes down on the takeoff.
Pressure in this last minute in fourth place, only looking for a 1.71. So, you know, it's very doable. She needs to get back out the back, and given the length of the paddle that she has, she will be back out the back with 40 seconds to go and have enough time to find that ride. Michaela having a look, bit late.
Oh, she'll just have to bail on that section. Staying really eager on the inside. Amber as well, a bit late for the takeoff.
Only looking for a 1.4. That's why she's like, I can do this. I know I can do this. I just need a wave. That one closed out, so I think it was the right idea to pull back.
Clemens has done well to put herself in that leading position. She built on that 3-point ride with the 2 turns on her forehand for the 5. But now the battle for second. Can Michaela replace the 1.80? And there we go with a great forehand snap. She's going to kick out as that wave goes crazy on the inside section. But that single turn, looking to improve her situation as Clemens has one last opportunity.
1.5 to improve on. I feel like it will improve on that score. That was one of the better rides we've seen. Olivia got stuck in the lip and nosedived.
Solid opportunity for Team Scotland to be here. It's been a few years since they fielded a juniors team specifically. They have had junior teams in the past, but it's been a while. So it's nice to see them also investing in that next generation. But let's take another look at that wave.
That was a fantastic turn. That's going to improve, and they're going to hold on to the second place.
Taking one look at this one from Clemens. Was she able to get a big maneuver in?
Well, it's not going to affect anything. She's been in the lead the whole way, and just the size and the power and the presence that she has on a wave, not to mention the talent that we saw. Convincing win.
A 4.17 for last of Clemens holds her into the lead with that 5-point ride as her high score. And a 2-2-3 drops in for Michaela Castro of Costa Rica. She secures that second place position over Amber and Olivia. Both will be heading to repecharge later in the week. We've got more action to come. Stay tuned as girls under 16 heat number 13 hits the water right after this.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother would say, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to the action. We're here in Rio de Janeiro, beautiful Brazil, in a location that has fielded so many of the world's best surfers. It's been incredible to be able to see the talent rising, to see the surf community growing over the years out of Brazil, and now to see them hosting the world's best juniors here is a really fun way to celebrate Brazilian culture. As we now have Hawaii, Venezuela, and Puerto Rico out in the water. Chesney Gwinnett from Hawaii up against Zemina Acevedo of Venezuela and Miamar Soto of Puerto Rico. Just 3 girls with the top 2 advancing through.
Couple of minutes already passed, a 1-point ride for the Venezuelans, so really this heat hasn't got started, and I think the thing that we're noticing is that if you can bank those earlier rides, here's Chesney now coming from deep. The Hawaiian team been on fire already this morning. Quick little chip there, and that was the enthusiasm and the passion she has. But it just didn't work in that particular situation.
Zemina as well goes down on her first wave. So a couple throwaway scores potentially in the 1.67 and the 1-point ride. But we have seen scores of that caliber still taking through maybe that second place surfer in today's conditions being a little bit challenging. It's also first day of the waiting period. So everyone's getting that opportunity to surf with only a few other people out for the first time, where in comparison to the free surfs in the mornings or through the lay days and the kind of lead up to the event here, surfing with 364 other kids, if you're that 365th, right, it's a little more challenging to figure out the lineup when you got that many people in the water.
Yeah, it sure is. And you end up catching all sorts of things, but without selecting deliberately like you would in a heat. And we see it all the time. The warm-up in the morning, you'll be like, oh, there's heaps of waves out there. And the minute a heat starts and people start selecting waves, you go, well, there's not that many waves, is there? Because wave selection, is so important. And you imagine that, the quality of the wave determines the quality of the performance. So it's intrinsic in getting a good score is catching a good wave. So it's a very, very important part.
We've also had that onshore wind just continue to get a little bit stronger. Now it has been nice. We've got that cloud cover today. We haven't had any rain like we had yesterday, but that cloud cover, that bit of breeze is keeping the temperatures a little bit more cool, a little bit more relaxing for everyone down on the beach and working behind the scenes. But that wind has just caused that extra ruffle out at backline for those waves coming through.
Relaxing's not exactly the word I would choose for a Brazilian beach environment. It's they're full of energy, full of passion, lots of hooting and hollering, especially with all the teams down here and the coaches and the parents. It's a really exciting environment. And a Brazilian beach is exciting on any given day.
Chesney up and riding on her backhand, holds on to that finish. She'll kick out.
And what I felt there was, with the re-entry, there was this nervousness in things. And then when she completed it, you see her just stand there for a moment. And it was this moment where she just took some time. Here we go. We'll see it again and watch it. See, we see. She kind of forces the backhand re-entry, gets to the lip a little late. Nelly falls and then goes, I need to get some control here. I need to, control myself, calm things down. There was just this moment she just paused and then went, okay, I feel like I'm better. I'll jump now. So, expecting to see better surfing. Again, the wave, though, was a little bumpy and didn't have a lot of face, so she did the best that she could, but there is high expectations from this young lady.
14 years old, out of the North Shore of Oahu. She is a freshman in high school now and feels like surfing is where she feels the most like herself. And she's kind of up for anywhere that the journey takes her, which is a great perspective for someone of her age. It could be a professional career. It could be a free surfing career. It could be something that makes her, apply for a job behind the scenes. There's so many different avenues that surfing can take you on in life. As we take a look at her now up and riding, she's already sitting in that leading position. Now this is going to start building that momentum. Into that second turn, throws a lot of spray. She's going to kick out cleanly. That moment to reset at the finish of the last wave, Barton, I think that's the moment we're now seeing start to come into play.
That was more like the surfing that we expect, and it looked a little slower, a little more controlled, and I think she realised that she was rushing too fast in her own mind, in her own head. Backhand re-entry, nice, up into the lip. The wave stays open, gives her another one, snaps it there, and definitely will calm the nerves. That'll be the best wave of the heat so far.
Myanmar Sato from Puerto Rico. She's going to put her first score on the board just at 0.57. And we got a 1 on the board from the opener of Zemina, who'll be wearing that blue jersey as Myanmar starts putting herself back in position. Also just having a look back into the beach and paddling herself a little farther away from where Zemina is sitting in the lineup. 13 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Everyone's starting to really, like you said, feel the energy on the beach here. Temperature is staying a little cooler today than what we're going to see for the rest of the week. As things will continue to heat up. We're going to see the surfing heat up. We're going to see the beach, I'm sure, become even more lively. But it's been awesome to see this morning already that there's so many fans down here. There's so many families bringing their young kids down just to be a part of the action, to be able to see the best World Juniors surfing out here.
Yeah, it's buzzing out there, that's for sure. Buzzing with nerves, excitement, anticipation, all of those things that come to play for a competitive surfer. And then the Brazilians obviously love their surfing. It reminds me a lot of what, when Australia had its primary dominance of the sport in the 80s, it was exactly like Brazil is now. The superstars of the sport were becoming household names. They were getting sponsored by mainstream companies and appearing in advertisements, and it just took surfing to the mainstream level. And that's what we've seen happen in Brazil over the last decade with their dominance of the sport at that World Championship level.
Forehand attack from Venezuela, Zemina. Nice opening turn. She'll look to build in that 1-point ride. And you can see how sandy it is on the inside section there.
Well, we've seen some radical wipeouts on that shore today, or endings to rides that, there's the re-entry. You see her arms, when she hit the lip there, she didn't really throw those arms, and she kind of got stuck at the top for that little bit. If she'd used her upper body and thrown those arms up, it would have released the power. Oh, look at this one.
Great looking forehand snap from Mia. and hits that second section, just mistimes it, but that opening maneuver looked beautiful.
Wow, it really showed us her potential, didn't it? She hadn't had a section to show us what she was capable of until then. 5.33 dropped for Chesney. Here we go, replay. Drives, flares the back arm, beautiful turn. I feel like that's going to be the highest scoring wave of the heat. The second turn wasn't really complete, but that first turn was by far the best turn of the heat, and that showed the potential Myanmar has. That was a really beautiful wave. If she can find some more open face, watch out.
We've got scores to come through for the Puerto Rican. 5.33 on the board for Chesney. Has her sitting in that leading position for Team Hawaii. And now to see where that score comes through for last of green. It'll give us a good indication of where we're sitting in the heat as we come down to that halfway mark. Set starting to roll through, everyone's getting themselves into position. Priority sitting with red, but down the beach is our surfer in blue. She got some distance from the rest of the surfers, and she's got this opportunity on her forehand. Hits the section for Zemina, and she'll go down incomplete again. Sitting on a 177 and a 1-point ride, so she'll want to shake that off and keep that distance away from the pack. Let's take another look at this one. We're still waiting for the score to drop through.
Beautiful spray. You know, the spray, a clean spray sort of indicates a clean turn. Here we go. Look at this. Watch the spray. Throws the spray to the sky as the drone flies through the shot. Goes for the second re-entry. Gets a little stuck.
Score still to drop for last of Mia.
Well, it's normally that's an indication that the judges really like it and they need to make sure it comes in at the right place. If it's a throwaway score, you know, 1, whatever, the scores pop quickly because there's no reason to consider it. There's no impact. I feel like this really, potentially, especially if she completed the second turn, would have been the highest scoring wave of the heat for sure. But it is anyway. 5, 6, 7 drops.
5, 6, 7 sets her up with a great second place position, only chasing a 183 to be able to take the lead away from Chesney. So really tight now between first and second. The Puerto Rican will be competing between both the under 16s and under 18s division.
Okay.
And she's having a look there. She's not going to be able to get into it. She's from a full surfing family out of Aguadilla in Puerto Rico. Her parents, her 2 sisters. Parents love surfing, so they've gotten the kids into it from a young age. It's allowed her to start competing. Her first contest, she was only 5 years old.
What?
So she's been feeling really comfortable wearing a jersey. And it's been one thing that's been really fun to meet more Puerto Rican surfers and to hear about what's happening on a national level there and their tour circuits where kids are getting an opportunity to put a jersey on from a young age and to really develop that competitive side of their surfing because they've got so many incredible waves back at home to be training in. As we see her up and riding on her forehand, she's going to back up that 5, 6, 7.
She's really showing the potential and talent that she has. That was a less than average wave. It wasn't a very good wave at all. It was a hard wave to surf. And the way she climbed that white water and used her body to get the height and the speed to make that last turn was incredible. Only looking for the 183. There's a chance that she might even get that on that wave, although it would come from the surfing, not from the wave itself.
She's one of those surfers that I'm sure many of the surfers in the draw this week have the same aspirations, but one day she would love to compete for the World Championship Tour and the WSL. She has a goal to head to the Olympics, which would be amazing to see Puerto Rico represented there on that level in the surfing conversation, especially given the qualification opportunities that will be happening in Puerto Rico for the World Surfing Games this coming February, where we'll be seeing the last of our Paris 2024 surfing Olympians take their positions in qualification. So we could be seeing Myanmar potentially compete on that side. Not sure if she'll be in the conversation for the World Surfing Games team in the Opens as just a 16-year-old. For sure, some of these surfers will be competing up into that space. But a lot of nations also will be fielding their more experienced competitors for the World Surfing Games.
Yeah, but I suppose this is the stepping stone, isn't it? And there's the Puerto Rican girl, Amari Moore. She's a great young surfer as well. So they've got great waves down there, a great climate. So that's the perfect environment to breed professional surfers.
6 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Chesney holding on to the lead. Zemina sitting in that 3rd place position. She's been the only surfer that hasn't really found the rhythm. She's had a couple of nice takeoffs and is now looking to just get herself into a wave that she can ride out complete from in order to chase down that 5.41. And at this stage, Barton, would you say that she would be chasing that requirement and another, being that it's just that 1.5 as the backup score for Mia?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, great that you can do it in one score, but you always need two waves, and both Myanmar and Chesney have got the priority, and then they've waited with it, trying to turn it. Here's Chesney now. Snaps a cut back to the whitewater, waiting for this to stand up. It got all weird and ribbed out in front of her. The line was not obvious, and she couldn't figure that one out, decided to get out of. Look at the paddle, look at the energy in the paddle. She's a professional athlete, really, at her age already. She's been so focused for quite a long period of time already. Big hello to her mum and dad over there in Hawaii. They be watching. And again, the wave selection, comes into play, and again, that was one that tapered. Oh, hold on. So that wave tapered off and looked like a good one because it had wall and was going to stay open, but it didn't give you the opportunity to go big. So really, you've got to adapt your wave selection from a free surfing mentality more to a competitive mentality. Go, hey, I just need a big wall. I just need one turn, and one turn could be an 8. So a free surfing situation, you're kind of looking for length of ride more. And competition, though, you've got to excite those judges, and they sit there and watch a lot of surfing all day. They need to feel something, not just see it.
Yeah, it is a great part of that judging conversation. As we take another look here at the replay, this will be the backup score now for Mia.
Got a little bit, again, disjointed in the wave face.
So scores to come through. She is now chasing a 2.39 as we take a look here at this wave from Zemina. Just closes out down the line. She's unable to drive off the bottom at all or improve on her opening 2 scores with her last few attempts. So at the moment it's Mia
look at this one.
chasing a wave as Zemina is now up and riding, chasing down a 6.17. Great first turn. This will be her best wave of the heat as we come down to the 4-minute mark.
Nice.
Gets a couple maneuvers connected together.
That'll lower the ask, and it will give her confidence. That was good surfing, and it was great to see her get those rail-to-rail turns and start to build some momentum, because 4 minutes is a long time in these type of conditions. You could catch 3 waves in that amount of time, so you could go from third to first quite easily, as long as your opponents don't get anything else.
That's right. There's plenty of time for everyone out there, isn't there? That short period swell.
Yeah, short period swell, so it means there's a lot of waves, and then a short paddle.
Meaning that everyone has those chances to get into quite a few waves all at the same time. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and Chesney holding on to that leading position. She was able to improve her backup score of a 2.73, and Mia with that 2.27 is now chasing a 2.39. So pretty much splitting hairs between first and second at the moment, with about 0.1 dividing the two of them in those leading positions.
Absolutely. This is anyone's first priority with Chesney, so that's an advantage. But she doesn't look too interested in what her opponents are doing. Her focus is out to sea. Her focus is on what waves are coming and where are they coming from, rather than what are my opponents doing, and that's a good sign. Here we go.
Up and riding now.
Oh, look at this left.
Great looking wave, bullying in the pocket, just bites that outside rail.
There was a tube in that one, I think. That was
yeah.
That was one of the most perfect little lefts we've seen. Unfortunately, by the time she got around it, the section had done its thing. She went for the cut back to the pocket and caught the rail.
Her last score was a 2.07, which was a great improvement to her situation. It did chip away from the 6-point requirement back into the 5s. Her last wave's not going to factor into her top 2, but it's been great to see her putting in all of that extra effort for Team Venezuela. They fielded a really great group of competitors. And now Chesney putting herself in position, wanting to really stamp down the win in a heat like this.
Whoa!
That first turn could be taking her there. Looking for the second. She's unable to ride out of it. Now, your thoughts when it comes to that 2.73?
I think it's gone. I think it's, the one turn itself was enough. And you can tell what the strategy was from the beach. It was to find those right-handers. She's sitting in a certain part of the bank. She's not moving from that part of the bank. She's waiting for it. Tried that one left before. That wasn't too good, but that first turn was beautiful. Definitely going to improve. Definitely some points left too, though. Completion on that last, and it would have been one of the best, maybe the best wave of the heat so far.
Score to come through now as we're down to the final 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock.
So team, for Chesney, it looks like it was very obvious the waves they wanted to catch, where they wanted to sit. It was well defined, and they have played that game successfully to this point. Myanmar's having a look at this one. Nope. Got the first priority. So here we go.
Zemina now up and riding, the triathlete from Venezuela. Loves being a competitor all around.
A little more opportunity for her to use her upper body a little more forcefully.
Mia now up and riding. Great use of the upper body coming through that first turn. Pumping along here, doing a bit of the hop just to make it through.
Well, Chesney got kind of lucky there because that first turn made you think, wow, this is going to be a good wave. And she got a really lovely style and power in the turns. We're going to see a lot more of Myanmar in the future, I'm sure of that.
This has been a really solid battle for that first place position.
Oh, look at
between Chesney and Mia.
Went flat.
Surfers in the next heat are already out in the lineup. They'll be staying clear of catching any waves until the buzzer sounds a few times and their heat is underway. 10 seconds to go, and we're still waiting for that last score of Chesney as well as now a last score of Mia.
Here we go.
And a paddle for Chesney, up and riding on her forehand. Drives off the bottom, drags that hand as well. Huge snap. Feeling in control and looking confident to take away the leading position.
And I love the bottom turn. There was so much drive in that. I don't feel like she's very happy with the performance in general. You could get that sense that she's like, wow.
Yeah, you definitely get that impression from her right now.
But she got the win. That's all that counts. And you always feel like the ones you win without surfing your best, that's a great situation because the best will come when you need it.
Early in the event. Let's take one more look at this one. We've still got some scores to come through.
Oh, that bottom turn was money.
Wow.
So low and just speedy on the rail.
Now her previous wave came through as a 6.10 for her backhand. The forehand we're now waiting for. This score still to drop. How great was that opening turn?
Yeah, it was beautiful. And what is the ask at this point in time?
So it would have been
5.77.
5.77 for Mia to take away the lead. She doesn't get it. She just gets a 2.57, maybe with a combination, a second big maneuver. She could have had that. But it's going to be Chesney with the win. We're still waiting for the score to come through for her final wave. It's a 4.17, and it doesn't factor into her top two, so she'll be sitting there in that leading position with a 9.17 heat total for Team Hawaii, and feeling confident heading into the next round, knowing that, like you said, the best is yet to come.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you always loved getting through a heat when I didn't surf my best.
We got more action to come throughout the rest of today. We've just finished out heat number 13 for our round one of the under 16 girls. We'll be heading into heat number 14 shortly. Let's go to a quick break, and when we return, more of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships from here, right in Rio de Janeiro.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to beautiful Rio de Janeiro. We are here at Praia de Macumba, and we've got some great surfing ahead of us throughout this entire week. Opening day of competition, and we're taking a look mostly at the under 16 girls division, round number 1, heat number 14, out in the water with 4 surfers. We've got Spain, New Zealand, Mexico, and Ireland. Shannon and Barton here to call the action.
And it's a beautiful day, as you said, cloud cover, keeping the temperatures down a little bit, which is great. Saturday here, the weekend. Brazilians flock to the beach anyway. And with the event on, here we go. All competitive little moment here.
Little split action between Alani of New Zealand and Annette of Spain. We'll track now with Georgie from Ireland in the replay.
Through to the inside, jumps over the back of that one. I feel like both the ladies sorted it out themselves. One went right, one went left, and there was no real situation. But we'll see what the judges say. Oh, lovely snap. Out of the top. Ana Gonzalez from Mexico.
Bit of action for the start of this heat as we take a look here at Alani Morse for Team New Zealand.
Or those interferences, those situations where you both want the same wave, they can be disastrous and ultimately end to your elimination. We have a double elimination round format here, so you lose in this round, you go to the repechage round and you have another chance, which is a fantastic thing. Long way to come to Brazil for one heat. But the double elimination round makes sure that you get a couple of chances and 2 experiences.
So true, especially in the juniors division, to be able to give these kids more opportunities to get themselves time in the jersey. As we take a look now at live action with Annette for Team Spain. Drifts the tail around, shows that level of progression to her surfing. We've got scores to come through. But in that last heat, we saw a great performance from Chesney out of Team Hawaii, rising to the occasion, holding on to that leading position down to the dying seconds. She's on the beach with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Chesney, great performance for you. First heat, I can feel the happiness too. Your mum's here, you guys are cheering, great win.
Yeah, thank you so much. Got the first heat jitters out of the way and just focused on making it heat by heat, and I'm super stoked.
Now there's quite a big crowd already gathering on the beach. What's it like for you to be competing here in Brazil under the Hawaiian flag? Is there a lot of nerves in front of such a big crowd?
Definitely some nerves at the start, but I feel like being here with Hawaii has been a major help with that. I feel like everyone on the team has been supporting each other so much throughout the heats, and just to feel that energy and feel that mana is so much, so epic.
It's been working really well for your team at the moment. And talk to us a little bit about your strategy, because it was so different to the last maybe 5 heats we've seen. You just really hunted down that right-hander. It paid off.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm more stronger on my backhand, so I was definitely eyeing that right the whole time I was watching it. Yeah, but there's some super sick wide ones that no one else was on, so I thought that I would sit around that spot.
And it worked. Very well done. Congratulations. For your family and friends that didn't make it over to Brazil but they're supporting you back at home, would you like to say hello?
I would love to say hello and thank all my sponsors. I'd like to say hi to my dad and my wave was cherry.
Congratulations, mate. Hi, Dad. Well done, Chesney. Great performance from you. Well done to the team too.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, guys.
Well, the Grom, Chesney, walking away with a victory and feeling stoked heading into the next round as we take a look at some action here. Ana Gonzalez now up and riding on her forehand. Makes her on that opening section into that green face. Finds the first turn. Now unleashes into the second, but just gets caught off balance. And she'll go down. She will be putting down her first scores of the heat so far. We've got a couple small scores on the board for both Georgie and Alani from Ireland and New Zealand. And we do see that the judges have put an interference on the board for Annette out of that opening situation.
Yeah, that's disappointing because we saw on that second ride that snap out of the lip from her, the layback snap was That was a powerhouse move. That's going to be a good score. The judges are thinking long and hard about that one. We've got scores for all the surfers to come through. Here's the Mexican, drives this really nice turn, pushes on the back foot, throws the spray. Here the wave goes a little flat, and she tries that same amount of power and energy when the wave's just not going to allow it. Let's have a look here. She wants to go right, decides to go left to stay out of trouble, but the judges must have deemed that that was more of a left than it was a right. Perhaps the right closed out, because it did look like it had a section in front of it.
And you can tell with Alani, the surfer in blue, her paddle initially was to look at the left, and then Annette was there, so she was kind of forced to take off on the right, which closed out in front of her, and that left looked like it would have had that open face had Alani been able to go on it.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, given Alani's position, I suppose she went right to stay out of trouble, perhaps, and was considered not to be the aggressor in that situation.
So an interference on the board for Annette. She will have an opportunity still, like you said, with the surfing she's been doing. We could see her still walk away in one of those top 2 positions. We'll see how the rest of the field goes. So far, we haven't seen any great scores drop through. We've got a 7.67.
There's one great score now.
As the high score of Annette. And we're taking a look now at live action. Anna Gonzalez just goes down over the falls. That was a heavy section. You can see that board tombstoning for a moment. She'll get back to it and looks happy and healthy as she's pedaling back onto her board. Quick duck dive. And we do have a half score. With a non-priority interference, meaning that for Annette, her backup score now she'll only keep half of the number. So a 6.17 divided by 2 gives her a 3.09.
Whoa.
As we take a look at her on her forehand, foot slides out, but wow, that was aggressive.
There is a lot to like about the performance of the Spanish young lady. It's so powerful, and she, with that 7.67 and the 6.17 being halved, here it goes on the replay. Let's see what went wrong. She drove and she pushed, and you saw the fins they tweaked a little bit, and the back foot lost its sort of comfort zone and started to tweak in the knee and lost the rail. Unfortunately, she didn't make that, but that 7.67 and the 3.09 would have been enough to have won and advanced through most other heats we've commentated. So even with the interference, it feels like with the level of surfing that we've seen she is capable of, I feel like she's going to qualify and get through anyway.
Yeah, that's a great bit of insight, that over double-digit heat total. As we take a look now at Alani, great attack to the section.
Just needed to compress a little. It looked like she was a little bit sort of tall in the stance, and as that white water bounced back up at her, she wasn't low and condensed enough to be able to handle that. Here we go.
Georgie with a really strong, dedicated paddle to get into the section. Now hitting a little bit of that wobble, takes her speed away before she can hit the section. She'll be looking to reposition herself out in the water for Team Ireland. And Alani's dropped in a 3-point ride for her top score, a 1.23 for her backup score. Her older brother Theo's also competing this week for Team New Zealand. Both of her parents are down on the beach supporting the crew for New Zealand. Originally from Auckland, but they moved the family to Raglan to help the kids pursue their dreams of professional surfing. And it's been a huge move for them. In Auckland, it takes a dedicated family to be getting kids to the beach to surf, often long drives, stuck in traffic through the city. It's not the easiest place to be a surfer when it comes to the rest of New Zealand. So making the move to the hot spot of Raglan with a great point break is an excellent decision.
Actually, in my event blast-off, I was coaching her video last night, Alani, and her backhand is so good. And, I would like to see her go some lefts out here and show us that backhand that she's been able to hone at Raglan.
We've seen
what a great place to live. Here she goes.
Here we go on her forehand. So opting to take the rights for the start of this heat. She'll find a completed maneuver there. She'll be backing up that 3-point ride. We have seen a few really good lefts out there today, and some of those surfers that have eventually found more of that rhythm, that favor, like we saw Constancia from Portugal earlier on, who surfs a lot of lefts back at home. Similar story to Alani, as a region that has primarily lefts.
And Clemens from France in that last heat.
That's right.
Yep.
Once they've kind of clicked into that mode of recognizing there are some really good lefts available, then their scores jump through the roof.
Yeah, there's definitely some. It's a lottery out there, isn't it? Lefts and rights, bits of everything, which is great. that's the first sort of interference that I've seen today, and it speaks to the fact that the break's quite wide ordinarily, and there's lots of opportunities.
8 minutes on the clock. Anna Gonzalez, great looking backhand as she connects with the second section, throws a ton of spray.
She's going to second place for sure after that. Looking for a 2.51, and those 2 backhand turns. There's a lot to like about the surfing of this young Mexican. Here she goes. Jumps to her feet really fast, drives off the bottom, gets nice and low. Look at, pushes down and flares the tail. This second turn the same. Great spray, 2 completed turns.
Scores still to come through.
2.51 every day of the week, Shannon.
Every day of the week. She'll be heading into second over New Zealand, which means that Alani needs to get busy out in the water. We've also seen Georgie from Ireland have a couple paddles. Hasn't really been able to get into thing. Anna Gonzalez, 15 years old. She is, an avid surfer, but she also loves the art. She loves music, playing guitar, and painting when she's at home. So it's cool to hear more of the stories, too, of these surfers that are kind of well-rounded behind the scenes. They're focused on being in the ocean. They love being in the ocean. They love competing as well. But to be able to have it when the surf's terrible or when it's too dark, maybe, mornings, evenings, wherever else in between, to be able to have some music in the background.
Well, and they're all creative pursuits, aren't they? Georgie here. I thought that one was going to stay open. It just came down so quickly and didn't give her the opportunity to get up into the lip.
A little down carp to get herself out of the section. That's going to be her best wave on the score so far. Most likely that 0.9. She's had a few opportunities. But yeah, like you're saying, it's that creative element that so many surfers possess.
Absolutely. I think, surfing ordinarily is not, originally there was a lot of sort of doubt about it as a competitive sport and whether it even fitted with the culture. Here's Anna, drives off the bottom.
Great style on her forehand. Looking for that finish now. Puts the punch on it, and she won't quite get that projection out of the turn. We can see Annette sitting out the back. She duck dives a pretty solid looking wave. And a 5-point ride has dropped through for the previous wave of Anna. So that sets her up in that second place position. Also now has increased it with a 2.9, meaning that Alani Morse of New Zealand is chasing a 4.91.
I talked about the judges wanting to feel something in the performance, and that's what you see here. Look, watch this turn. She wants it. There's a determination and a desire that's not diluted by nerves. She's just out there going for it and giving every turn that she's making everything she has, and even in the paddle there you can see the desire, and I'm really feeling a lot of good energy from the young Mexican, and there's a big future ahead for her.
5 minutes on the clock. Annette still holding on to that leading position, but it could be stolen away with more surfing like what we've been seeing so far of Anna. 5.77 requirement now. Knowing that it's going to be tough for Annette to be able to push that requirement much higher because she does have that non-priority interference from the beginning of the heat. Now up and riding. Beautiful takeoff. Snap under the section to start off with. Just gets caught up a little bit and she'll kick out. Alani now up and riding as well into that first turn. Really drives through it, looking to tag the section on the finish. And a great little snap on her backhand to just add that extra moment. Looks like she was taking a board to the head in the shore break, but she's grabbed it quickly and she's right back out there.
That was a close call.
That was very close.
And we've seen some crazy situations in that shore break today, just showing the determination and the desire. Just sacrifice yourself for a 0.5 here and there. This wave showed us a little more of the talent that Alani has. I don't feel like she's surfed or shown her best yet. Pumping through this inside, gets the last closeout turn. Watch, Shannon, look at this. Comes through, goes for a backhand foam climb, and then right on the shore, she jumps in front of the board, and then the wave pushes the board towards her. And luckily, she was sort of 6 inches low enough and didn't cop that in the back of the head. That was a fortunate situation. Better surfing, looking for a 4.34. I feel like she's very capable of this, that sort of score. Just needs to get a little more face, a little more sort of height in the face so that she can see a little more radical rather than just that last wave was kind of tradesman-like. She just had to work and manufacture the score on it.
As opposed to maybe the wave selection that we've seen from Annette, which has offered her a lot of big open face opportunities. Has a lot of speed coming around that section. It's going to go soft, and she won't quite make it around for the finish. A 3.57 on the board for last of the Kiwi from New Zealand. Has her chasing a slightly smaller 4-point ride, 4.34 now to get herself into the top 2 positions. Of course, this is a non-elimination round, so we won't be sending anyone home yet. They'll be able to compete in the repechage round if they are found in that bottom position. And it's, you know, it's not uncommon to see surfers that fall into the repechage rounds early battle all the way back into that grand final.
Absolutely. And then with that, you know, it's not often we see surfers with an interference penalty winning and leading a heat from the very start. But off the back of that 7.67, which was a one-turn wave. And that's something that would give all of the other ladies in this heat, or girls, confidence, is that, hey, it was a one-turn wave. She goes, so I can do that too. But it was the section and the criticalness of that section that gave her the score.
Georgie now for Team Ireland. Just gets caught up on that wave. She's absolutely charging from Tramore and loves surfing just back at home there on the southeast of Ireland. She says surfing's a super popular sport in Tramore. It's one of the more famous surfing towns in all of Ireland as well, so she's grown up in that entire community. 15 years old now, surfs for her local surf club at T-Bay. Started surfing with them at age 11. So what a great introduction into surfing as well, to just be fully immersed in the surf club from day one and to be growing up in that kind of environment.
Yeah, the board riders clubs are a fantastic foundation. They're your first introduction to competitive surfing. They become your family as such. And we've just seen it really starting to take off in America. It's been so big for so long in Australia. Here we go. Nice snap out of the top.
Great opening turn. Heads into the section for that last maneuver. Fiery.
Annette has enormous potential. And is someone who we really need to keep an eye on. She could be a potential winner of this event with the surfing that she's shown.
Let's have one more look at it here. Great wave selection all the way through
Yeah,
this heat.
snaps out of the top. Watch this next turn. Got caught for a little second there into the closeout section and just whipped it around. Looked confident, looked strong. That might be better than the 3, as you know, once that score comes in and it's halved.
So it'll need to be better than a 6.17 in order to improve on that backup score. But then we'll be seeing half of that, which is where we have a 3.09 at the moment. All smiles, though.
Yeah,
It
that
wasn't
was
really
great.
smiles at the beginning of the heat, but now you can see she's feeling relaxed. She put together a great performance. And
Showed
looks like
incredible potential in the big picture.
completely agree with you. Now,
Alani.
with one more opportunity for New Zealand.
Oh, big
Snaps
section.
to start, big section in front of her, drifts the tail around, pushes that progression, but she can't hold on to
You
it.
see her splash the water there too. She knew if she completed that maneuver, she was going to get the score.
That's right, a 4.34, she had it.
She had it. And it was just the completion or the incompletion that's going to hurt. As Team Spain celebrate the victory after a disastrous start, I suppose you'd have to say.
Well, the scores are in for the last wave of Annette of Spain. An 8.07 means that her high score of the 7.67 is now that backup score halved, and she still takes away the lead with an 11.91 heat total. And Team Spain all smiles after a tricky situation at the beginning of the heat. The very first interference call that we have seen so far in the heats we've called Barton. And
Yeah.
Mexico, with a strong performance too from Ana Gonzalez, walks away with that second place position. We've got more surfing to come. Right after this, we'll have Chris Cote and Mitch Salazar coming in the booth to call the action. And more of the world's best juniors hitting the lineup right after this.
We're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Teahupo'o. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Teahupo'o is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Teahupo'o has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo'o is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good. Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe a dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, I'm going to ask them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks and says, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, surf fans from all over the world. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, the best of the best from over 40 nations around this beautiful planet are competing here. But here's the caveat, 18 and under and 16 and under. We're talking teams from every corner of the globe, including this heat. We've got Portugal, South Africa, Chile, and Uruguay in the lineup. Teresa Pereira, Luis Lepront, Matilda, and Florence Romay. So I am Chris Cote, very excited to be here, and I know my co-commentator Mitchell Salazar is as well. Mitchell, we knew the talent level was going to be high. Did you expect it to be this high on day one?
I don't know. That last heat was pretty gnarly as we look at South Africa's Louise Lepront, 15 years of age from Scottsboro. Beautiful part of that Durban metropolitan area. And as we look at green here, Matilda, she's only 12 years old, Chris, and look at that turn right there. Just amazing stuff on the backhand. Both her and her sister competing here at this event from Iquique in a beautiful part of Chile. Was just there in Pichilemu, Punta de Lobos. Gets cold, but the waves are great.
You can tell she's very comfortable making late drops on these left-handers. No worries there. The finish, not so clean, but you can see the intent in which she is surfing. She means business. So I'm very excited to see what Matilda has for us for the rest of this heat. Starting strong at the 4.7 for her total, so not bad. 16:42 to go. The basics are, this is a 20-minute heat. Top two surfers stay in the main round. Third and fourth place surfers will be going to the repechage. And when you do turns like that, like Luis Lepront just showed us, most likely you're going to stay in the main round. And here we go now, Teresa Pereira, Team Portugal. Always fields a strong team. Right there, that wave dissipates underneath her feet, but I'm thinking back to that turn from Luis, and wow, vertical, snap, power, speed, flow, all in one turn.
And she's only 15, too. She was actually competing at the World Pro Junior Championships at your home break at Seaside Reef in January. Didn't have a good result over there, but was with her shaper, Graham Smith, riding the Smith shapes once again. Looks good underneath her feet right now and coming towards a beach break, which is much more similar to what she's surfing over in Scottsboro and Durban for the most part. But I don't know about you, Chris. It got gloomy out there right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see if it rains this afternoon here at Macumba. But looking at who's bringing the rain right now, the real bringer of rain, Louise Lepront. That was great timing right there. Maybe slid the fins a bit too much, but should be a great score to open things up for her. And speaking of South Africa, been a while since we've seen a champion from that area.
Yeah, and it's the time has come. We did see an Olympian representing South Africa who got her call up right here in ISA competition.
Mm-hmm. Silver medalist, too, at the Olympics.
That's right. Huge showing there. 15 minutes to go here. Luis Lepront on the strength of that big turn, 6.0. Big number to start.
Yeah, and I think that is well-deserved. You look at what Bulta was able to do just with the one turn, 3.83. Pereira seems like she's kind of getting ahead of herself right now, only has the 2.67. I feel like she's trying to do a bit too much given how the waves are. And Florence right now, the surfer from Uruguay, up and riding.
Kind of a interesting looking wave there. Kind of went out to sea as she was trying to get down the line. But she'll get right back out there And back into it while our surfers get reset in the takeoff zone. Let's go down to the boardwalk where one of our favorites of all time, Jess Grimwood, is standing by.
Thank you, Chris. And one of the favourites, perhaps, of the contest so far, Annette, an incredible performance for you. You suffered an interference early, but you still took the win with an 8.07. How did you feel going through those different emotions during the heat?
I don't know, it was so hard out there. It was like so many waves, and we took like the same wave, me and the blue one, and we both went like in the wave. But then I said, okay, I have to do like two good scores to pass my heat, so I did it.
Yeah, you definitely did it. I mean, your other throwaway was a high 7. When you were listening to the beach announcers call your 8, did you think it was going to be that high in the excellent range?
No, I thought that we always compete in all open, so I thought that it was like a 4 or a 5, no, an 8. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, it was definitely an 8. It's locked into the system. Now, talk to us about the team dynamic. I can feel some cheeky faces behind me here. The rest of the team have been right behind you and supporting all throughout the day. What's it like in camp?
We are a very strong team. We have like all types of like surfers, like big waves, barrels, and everything. So I think that we have possibles to win or to do a very good comp. So yeah, we are so excited.
We're very excited. Barton was even saying, watch out, you may even be able to take a medal throughout this whole contest. So for everybody tuning in back home, if you can keep a straight face and talk to them, I know they're trying to put you off your game a little here, but any words for everybody tuning in back home for your family and friends?
Yeah, eskerrik asko, can I say it in Basque? Eskerrik asko ikusteatik handanei, manga zaila izan da, baina bueno, urrengoan ikustea.
Congratulations, great to see you surfing and good luck going through. We love the energy and we love the vibes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Energy and vibes. 2 words that come to my mind when I think of Brazil in general. The beach is going off, and it's almost like we're a little bit thankful that there's a bit of cloud cover, because just a few days ago it was about 100 degrees down here, which is lovely, but it's nice to get a bit of a respite.
And looking at the intensity that we're seeing from Bulto right now, obviously matters a lot to her to be able to regain priority right now, given how inconsistent it's been. for years, and now the people that are just kind of filling in the rest of the gaps. Not to say that they're not capable of making it to the final rounds, but as of right now, it's very decisive who's been the top dog out there in these conditions.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. You know, the go along, but we're seeing some new names starting to rise to the top, and I want to give a lot of credit to the teams that are just fielding new surfers, right? Surfers just starting their competitive journeys. They're getting a lot of experience right now, but Teresa Pereira now on a good-looking wave. Nicely placed turn there, but unfortunately just overcooks it a little bit as we see Florence Romé, Team Uruguay. To her feet, going down the line, getting some points on the board.
Yeah, and you know, you asked me a while ago if I was surprised, unimpressed. Overall, to be honest, I think the biggest difference between these generations of surfers compared to people 10, 15 years ago is the use of social media, Chris. And a lot of people can garner a lot of experience just by watching each other, especially with the broadcast nowadays. You're learning a lot more on the fly, given especially a lot of the new rules that we see applied to every single event worldwide. It's huge for a lot of these young surfers. As we see Pereira up and riding again, get a forehand snap right there. But these inside double-ups, as you were mentioning, they've been very difficult to get some good scoring potential, especially when you're right on the shoreline. So if it comes down to it, maybe just kick out before and only opt to get the one turn on the outside. But this heat's still up in the air, though. I mean, anybody can still be moving up into first with anything in the three. So this is a crucial wave at this point of the heat for Teresa. See her go left right here, drops in well, gets the first great snap in, fully brings the body back around, and then coming around the section right here. Felt like she was going to be able to fit in one more before she hit the sand. Unfortunately for her, that wave just too far on the shoreline. So 7:20 on the clock. Still a good amount of time for everybody out there to get at least one good score on the board.
I'm already a big fan of the Bulto sisters.
Yep, so am I.
Yeah, they surf with a lot of passion, a lot of speed, some spice.
It's kind of hard being the first one out of the sisters to go out, though. You see what you could have done better, what you did wrong.
Yeah,
and next thing you know, the younger one paddles out, and she ends up winning her heat, and you're like, man, I still had a higher heat total than you. I would have made it through if you were in my heat, but
that'll fire you up in the repechage, though.
You got to be stoked for your younger sibling to go out there and put on a performance like we're seeing right now, especially at 12. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, don't let the numbers fool you, right? 18 and under, 16 and under. We're seeing competitors 11, 12, 13 years old out there surfing well beyond their years. You're going to see that all week long here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. This is definitely the biggest junior event on the planet. 365 surfers representing 40-plus national teams. And we have the luxury of being able to open it up a little bit, right? Team Hawaii, whereas in the Olympics, that would be Team USA. So
Yep.
Puerto Rico is another great example. So the national teams are able to come down here and compete and field their teams. You know, it's got to add just a little bit of comfort level. You're well aware of who your teammates are. You know, some of the teams we see on an international level are put together from all over the world. Well, let's say they have a mother from Canada, the dad's from Spain, or however they're connected to the nation they're represented. But on the national team level, these are surfers that get to surf with each other a lot. So I think we're seeing a lot of comfort out in the lineup. And here we go, Tilda Bulto. Maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity there, but she's having fun with it.
It's kind of crazy that you think to yourself that not only a lot of these competitors still teenagers, but some of them are in their preteen stage as well. And you see their attitudes being reflected out there in the water, especially through their surfing. And I really love it when we get to see the passion come out of them. You know, I think it was in 2011, Vasco Ribeiro made the final, ended up getting second to Cristóbal de Col in Peru, actually. And in 2012, he made another final, got third over there. But you could just see a maturity level after 1 year of competition had passed. And it obviously took him to great places. A solid prompt right there. Had one strong turn. Tried to go for the combo. Unfortunately for her, that's a fall. She is looking to improve only on a 1-point ride. So for sure going to do that. And unfortunately for Florence, wasn't able to get into a wave that seemed like it had a lot of potential down the line, Chris.
Yeah, there's just a lot happening in the water. I believe the tide's starting to drop a little bit. So conditions changing by the minute. This is Teresa now. Tough section to hit, but she manages it, maintains, gets the turn done, gets out in time before she dry docks herself up on the sand. So that's going to help her cause.
Well, that wasn't easy, that's for sure. I mean, the section was already coming down. She had to try to meet it with or at least match the same kind of speed that was coming towards her as we look at Bulto now up and riding again.
Yeah, Matilda on her backhand is kind of fading back into the whitewater there, waiting for this wave to form up through the inside. Here comes the sand. A lot of action in this heat as Louise Laprant goes for the big layback. Team South Africa loving what they're seeing so far. Louise in the lead with a 5 and a 3.07. Matilda Bulto hanging in there, second place, 3.83 and a 2.77. But watch that score for Teresa, surfer in red from Portugal. The 3.27 might not be a huge looking number on paper, but if you can add something to that, she's only looking for a 3.34, and she knows what that number feels like. So we think with 3 minutes to go, there's a good chance that she could get the wave that she needs.
Yeah, and I think there's just been too much activity on her behalf. Nearly 10 waves caught. It's pretty active out there in a 20-minute heat, and there's still 3 minutes remaining right now. Bulto's also caught a large amount of waves. Overall, I think despite it being a beach break, almost on the shoreline, there's not a necessity to catch that many waves, Chris. Just identify, use priority better, especially if it's a lot of one-turn waves. You really want to select the sections that are beneficial to your style of surfing rather than the other way around. You don't want to be giving those opportunities away. It's difficult out there, though, and especially being the younger out of the two divisions, right now, a lot of nerves out there in the water. But with 2:40 on the clock, got to calm those nerves right now, especially if you're the surfers in first and second priority, whom are both needing a score right now to move up into the top two.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this has got to be the most nerve-wracking round. You know, knowing it's your first time in the water. You may have been here for a couple days, even a couple weeks in some cases, but this is your first real taste of the competition you're going to be going up against. We've watched the free surfing sessions, and they've been wild. I mean, hundreds of surfers in the water. You see fins flying all over the place. So not easy to get out here and practice. But at least the ace that they have up their sleeves is they know that they have one more opportunity. If they can't get through these rounds in the top two spots, they'll have another shot in the repechage. Here we go again. Surfer in blue, your current leader. That's really kind of the first mistake we've seen her make. It was a great looking turn, just unable to ride out.
Yeah, and she's only looking to improve on a low 3, so smart idea right there. Just unfortunately was not able to ride out cleanly. A minute 40 on the clock right now as we see the replay here of Louise. Deep bottom turn. The section just really wasn't there for the kind of intensity that she put towards that one turn, though. So goes down, was only looking to better a low 3. Ain't going to do that, but at least kept everybody else off of a scoring opportunity right there. As it seemed like Bulto still needing the 4.25 for the lead, but only looking to improve on a 2.77. Pereira, though, she only needs a 3.34, Chris. And with just over a minute, she's holding on to first priority. Seems like there might be a wave coming through, but Bulto was up, and let's see if she's able to improve on the 2.77 that she has. Wraps it back all the way around. One more section ahead of her. Keeps it on rail once again, so looking to improve on a high 2. I see it happening right here. I mean, anything helps.
This is aggressive, you know?
For a 12-year-old?
For
sure. Yeah.
40 seconds left. Here we go. Louise Laprant in the lead. South Africa represent. Matilda Bulto hanging on for now in second, but here we go. Teresa Pereira. Is this a 3.34?
Oh, it was.
It was. Well, you learn from your mistakes, and right there, she just maybe pushed a little too hard.
Mm-hmm.
You got a little excited, a little nervous. She's human, just like the rest of us. And Louise there, she can't hang on either, so I like that kind of last minute, though, trying to go for the heroics.
Well, especially if you know that a lot of waves have been ridden, too. You don't know what kind of flip-flopping is going to be going on, and that's a smart move right there on behalf of Laprant. So she's going to hold on to the lead, but Bulto, it seems like she's going to stay in second place, Chris, which is a huge victory for the Chilean team, especially only being 12 years of age, too. Strong stuff.
Yeah, and that's saying that she's going to be competing here at the ISA World Junior level for many years. And that's a good sign for Team Chile. So we got another heat in the books. That was heat 15. We've got about 1,000 more heats to go, and we're totally fine with that because we're literally watching the future of surfing happening in front of our eyes. Congrats to Team Chile. That was a nicely surfed heat from Bulto.
It definitely was, and unfortunately for the Portuguese, Teresa, she's going to be moving into the repercharge, but Lepron also, a lot of props, got the 5 for just the one turn, backed it up with the low 3. She took the heat win right here in the opening round.
Love to see the support there. There you see the teams. They all meet their surfers at the water's edge, win or lose. It's all positivity and support from the team. And now I'm worried for the rest of the surfers in the repercharge because Teresa is real good.
Yeah.
And she definitely has the ability to surf her way all the way through back to the main podium. But we got to just see what happens next. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. It's going off down here, Macumba Beach. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Irakanjis, you know they're going to bring the sting. Very excited to see Sierra Kerr heading out there, one of the most exciting surfers on the planet, regardless of what event she's in. Incredible aerialist, known to charge big barrels. And guess what? There's ramps out there, Mitchell. You ready to see Sierra Kerr fly?
Oh yeah, I am.
Let's do it. Before we get there, we got more girls. 16 and under, Clara. Here again from France, Erica Berra. Costa Rica, Coral Bonilla from Mexico. And Lola Mitchell, Team Scotland. This is going to be a fun matchup. These are 4 names that you may be familiar with if you're a fan of one of their national teams, but for a lot of us on the international stage, we're about to learn something here.
Yeah, Clara, great surfer coming out of France, has an excellent backhand and forehand alike. Just a one turn right there, 2.33, so a quick one for her. And Coral, traveling with her older sister Moana, who's going to be competing in the U18s. Just the one turn right there, 1.5 directional change. Father Pablo, also one of the coaches for the team. And it seems like she's up and riding again, Chris.
Yeah, your surfer in green, Coral Bonilla. Team Mexico. Rich, you actually had a chance to help coach the team down in the Pan Am Games.
And Coral, too.
Yeah, how was that experience for you, going from the commentary booth to the coaching staff?
Usually when I work with people, it's 2 or 3 at the most. I had 6 people to work with at that event. It was quite a bit. I enjoyed it, though. I thought it was a great experience. Would have liked for them to do a little bit better, if I'm completely honest. But overall, I thought it was amazing. I love Chile. Thought the waves were great. Just unfortunate that we got hit by a storm the week of the event, so we had to shorten everything up. But overall, I think it's something that I'd like to do again as we look at the replay here of Clara. That was a tough section. I mean, went up into it late. Not enough speed. Still gets a 317 with the completion. So as of right now, she's definitely fought to get those 2 scores that she has on the board right now, Chris.
Yeah, so these 20-minute heats, the basics are your top 2 surfers with the highest 2 scoring waves will stay here in the main round. They will advance through. 3rd and 4th place surfer surfers will go to the repechage round. That is our elimination bracket. So at this point on day one, all of our surfers still have an opportunity to stay in this contest. That's in the spirit of fair play and sportsmanship. And we just want to see more. We want to give them more opportunity. This is a stepping stone, right? This is your launch pad towards the Olympics.
100%.
So you got to know the system, and we provide them the best judging, the best logistics here. They all know the rules and regulations before they hit the water. So it's a great training ground. And, of course, you can win medals here as well, and your team can win the overall. So a lot at stake and a lot of fun to be had, that's for sure. 14:30 to go. Surfers waiting for the next set to roll through. Let's go to the boardwalk where Jess Grimwood standing by with the winner of that last heat.
Congratulations. A great heat win for you and for South Africa. It must have felt nice coming into the cheers.
Yeah, it was really cool. I got all my team supporting me. It was really good.
What about being a surfer for South Africa at the moment, and especially a female surfer? You've already got Sarah Baum in the Olympics next year in Paris. Is that something that inspires you to do well at these games and maybe look into your future of the Olympics?
Yeah, I'd really want to be in the next Olympics to represent South Africa. It's very inspiring with Sarah Baum. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. It's a great performance for you to kick off your first round, and I'm sure we're going to see plenty more good surfing. For everybody watching at home, for your family and friends and all the South Africans tuning in, would you like to say something?
Yeah, thank you so much for staying up and watching my heat. See you in the next one.
We will. Congratulations. Well done once again. A great day. Kick off your campaign. Well done, Luis. Thank you, guys.
Confidence right there. Love to see it as we see Coral Bonilla now trying to get that backside turn in. Her high score 183 so far, but she's got plenty of time to go. 13:10 on the clock. Meanwhile, Clara from Team France out the back with a 317 and a 233. She's just kind of chipping away. And here she is again. Takes the low road there, fading down. This wave starting to form up underneath her. Gets a quick snap, almost comes down with it, but you just saw the nose of her board poke under the water there. So she goes down, but not without trying.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
And riding a Cabianca, too, underneath her feet. Board looks great. As we look at the Italian team coming up in the next heat. That's Mia Sneendok. She's going to be in the green jersey against Kehi Ellicott from Tahiti and Sierra Kerr from Australia.
Ooh, that's going to be fun to watch.
And coached by one of the all-time greats out of the beautiful country that we're in, former world champion in 2015, Adriano Souza, former ISA surfer himself too. So coaching the Italian team now for, what would you say, 3 years now, Chris? Maybe even longer? Retired in 21. You were there. You actually did his last heat in Mex.
And I talked to Adriano a couple days ago, and he's still competing down here in the regional events. He says he just likes to do it to have fun, to stay sharp, and to stay fit.
I know.
You don't want to draw Adriano in a heat. At any age, at any time, he is still so good. I mean, still championship tour level.
Yeah, and actually very successful Brazilian tour nowadays here. So you win that, and it's kind of an even bigger honor than winning your national title, as that was a strong turn right there from Erika Guerra, the Costa Rican. She was looking to improve on a 2.5, Chris, so feel like she's going to be able to do that right there.
100%. Pura vida. I love the smile, too. Mm-hmm. She knew she belted that section. She came out feeling a lot of confidence. That's what you want to see. And, the judges, they're surf fans, they're humans, and they see an expression like that. Makes them feel good. That means big numbers will follow. Here we go. Surfer in white. Lola Mitchell, Team Scotland. The wave closes out around her. But once you start getting waves under your belt and you start riding, regardless of what they're like, it tends to help you build some momentum. So I'm sure we'll see more from Lola as she gets back out there.
Yeah, and Coco right there, Bonilla, she's from Los Cabos. So great surfing family. Her father's a great surfer. Older sister, Moana, also in the U18s. I actually think it's her last year competing. So Coral right now has a chance to not only prove that she's worth being on the team, but more importantly, that she's going to gain a spot for the U18s in years to come, and maybe even the Open team too, and perhaps have a shot at Olympic qualification in years to come. Coming from Cabo, though, everybody thinks, oh, shipwrecks. You have Nine Palms, a lot of point breaks over there. There's actually one really good beach break called Cerritos that is a world-class wave as we look at Erica once again up and riding.
Speaking of world-class, Erica's going off right now. She didn't get to the chance to pull that second turn, but I really like where she placed that first turn. Sierra Kerr, part of the Irukandjis, Team Australia. Always well-dressed.
Good performance last year, too, at La Bocana. Ended up losing to Tia Zabrowski. Very competitive heat. Father Josh, one of the greatest aerialists of all time.
One of the greatest everything of all
true.
time. Nicely done there for Coral Bonilla. Not an easy wave to ride, but she made full use of it, trying to get rid of a 1.83. Probably did that.
It seems like she's riding a Slater Designs, too. So board with a lot of volume, maybe more buoyancy that you're used to, but coming towards a beach break, don't really know what to expect until you're truly here, Chris, unless the swell's in the water. It's always better to have a bit more foam. It ends up being your friend rather than working against you. So I think that's a smart idea, especially as somebody who had to travel quite a bit myself, going towards beach breaks where I was originally from, a lot of point breaks. To me, the most important thing was always having a board that was going to be able to work in everything. So whether it was 2 feet all the way to 6 feet, I always had at least one board in my quiver that was going to be able to function the same way I wanted it to. Seems like a couple locals here on tap, too.
Yep, we got a lot of fans on the beach here, getting excited, getting inspired. You know, there's another huge reason why the ISA puts these events on all over the world is to inspire people to surf. We want to grow the surfing world in a positive way. And, you know, the lofty goal, a better world through surfing, well, not that lofty because it's actually happening. I give a lot of credit to the ISA, to our president, Fernando Aguirre, for all the work that this organization has done just to get people excited about surfing.
Well, look at the careers they paved, too. Caroline Marks, current WSL world champion. Katie Simmers, top 5 surfer this year. In Brazil, you look at them right here on screen, they've no doubt been the country that has grown the most in the last 15 years. We all knew the Brazilian storm was coming, but when Gay won the first world championship in 2014, everything onwards has just been beneficial to them. I mean, multiple world champions, De Souza, you have Italo, who's been also an Olympic gold medalist, and then you have a 2-time WSL world champion who's been an ISA world junior champion in the past, Felipe Toledo. Now I'm looking to go on a 3-peat on the WSL side. It all starts right here, Chris. On this side, you go into 4-person heats. Your time management and your productivity in a 2-person heat afterwards is exponentially way better. But it all starts in these events right here.
I mean, this is the ultimate development league.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even for surfers basically that are beginners. You know, you'll learn quick when you enter an ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Late drop there for Clara. She made the drop. The wave collapsed around her, but I give her credit for that. That was not an easy way to get down.
Yeah, she charges. Especially France, the southwest part of it. You have a lot of heavy beach breaks. Pretty late to the takeoff right here, but it was the backwash that kind of kept her up on the face of the wave, and unfortunately for her, just closed out as soon as she got to the bottom. So still has enough time, under 7 minutes, to get the 2.7 that she needs. And Bonilla right now looking to replace the 2.23. Berra, though, she's been very smart and efficient, Chris. Only caught 3 waves, and she's in first.
Yeah, it's still a pretty tight matchup right now with 8 minutes and 34 seconds to go. Round 1, heat 16. We're still in our girls under 16 division. Trying to identify if that was a good wave or not. She did not go. I trust her judgment.
Well, let me ask you this. We're in Brazil, as it seems like Mitchell up and riding now. So 2011 comes around. You knew what Gabe was capable of, made it to the championship tour, has 2 wins in the back end of the year. But Miggy qualifies. We all knew what Miggy was doing. He was 20 at that point. When Gabe won the first one in 2014, did you think that the impact that would have on the surfing world, especially here where we're at right now, did you think it would grow like that exponentially, that quickly too?
I'd like to say yes, but I was unsure at the time. And then when Adriano did it, that's when I feel like the Brazilian storm really came to fruition. And then with Italo, Felipe, basically the last decade has been dominated by Brazilian champions.
Yeah. And now
on the men's side,
what
though,
needs to happen?
the women's Brazilian program is growing
Yeah.
exponentially, though, for sure. I mean, we're already seeing it. I think this is going to be a really great preview because we've always known how good the men's surfing has been from Brazil. It's been like that for years and years. The women, I mean, of course, some legendary female surfers from Brazil. But the depth hasn't always been there. I think we're going to start to see that now. And I really, again, to give credit to the ISA, these junior events are going to help exponentially to grow the field of female surfers, not just from Brazil, but from all over the world.
Yeah, and speaking of one of them, talent on screen, Sierra Kerr, who's been, I think, a staple of what women's growth has come to in terms of surfing overall, progress, innovation, and I think more importantly, diversity in the lineup too. You see somebody that's charging a place like Snapper Rocks, goes over to Shipsterns Bluff and probably going to be able to charge with pops in a few years too, Chris.
Lola Mitchell, high speed line. She got one good turn under her belt. Went down in the second one, but I like that she's building momentum, just like we thought. You just got to get that ball rolling. So she has a 1.6 and a .70. So Team Scotland has to be excited from what they're seeing now with Lola. It looks like she's putting the pedal to the metal. We're here for it. Erica Berra is in the lead, the 4.17 and a 3.6. Coral Bonilla in second, 3.63 and a 2.23. Clara with that 3.17. Keep your eyes on that number because that's a great start. She just needs to back it up with something big. Meanwhile, Coral up and into it and goes down.
Yeah, and it seems like she actually lost her board too. I think her leash either snapped or, yeah, I think that might have happened, Chris. So losing valuable time right now, as it is a quick paddle in, but the rule states that the surfer has to come in all the way to the beach. You can't hand them their board. They need to come to the shoreline, pick it up themselves, and then paddle back out. So you can see right there actually on screen, somebody's indicating to them, yep, keep coming in. But these are 30 seconds that really do matter because look at how close it is between second and third right now. 5.86 heat total of 5.5. Somebody's only needing a high 2 for second place.
Slater Designs Dan Man board. Looks like her leash string broke. That's right. Just chuck that thing and get back out there. Now I'm wondering, what do I have to do? How good do I have to surf? What do I have to trade? I got to get one of those Team Mexico t-shirts. Those are awesome. Do you know anybody?
I could probably hook you up. Okay. That was
Let's talk about it
obviously
afterwards.
not very good body language indicating that you want me to get a t-shirt, but I will. Probably get you a towel or something too if you want one.
Man, 2:23 to go. Team Mexico a little bit worried right now because Coral Bonilla is making her way back into the lineup. Erica Berra, she's been in the lead from the jump. Most likely going to continue to do so with a big turn like that. Rides out clean. Power surfing from the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica. And we don't see her on screen, but pretty sure the Coral has made her way back into the takeoff zone. Like we said, it's about, 20 strokes to get back out there. It takes about 30 seconds.
Unless you get the set on the head, though.
True. Anything's possible.
Well, and as of right now, Clara's still only needing a 2.7, so this heat is very open. And Lola, I mean, she dropped a 1.6 on her last. She gets on the right wave, too. A 4.26, definitely attainable. And you mentioned that Team Scotland staying at the same hotel that we're at. A very well-behaved, super cool crew.
Very well-behaved.
I just want to say, though, they fielded a full team this time. You know, they came in with a lot of expectations. I just think it's really cool that they made the trek so far over here and want to be able to compete and try to get a medal themselves, too. I think that's really awesome, especially from a nation that isn't originally known as a surfing nation. So, you know, Scotland coming up in the rankings. Nice to see them get a full crew this time.
Well, I mean, that right there just sets them up for greatness in the next 5 to 10 years. I mean, you know, the quality of waves they have there. And that's not necessarily everything, right? I mean, Kelly Slater is from the east coast of the United States.
Toco
It's not
Beach.
known for great waves. But, you know, when you come from a place that has big, powerful surf like Scotland, Ireland, you know, and it's cold and you have to really earn it, we tend to see those surfers excel quickly because you have to want it if you're surfing in Scotland and Ireland. And the countries up in that region. Here we go, Clara from France. She could have a good inside section here. And it just kind of dies out underneath her feet. With 15 seconds left, Team Mexico might be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief even after that broken leash string.
100%, because Clara right there was on her way to the score. I mean, she had the one down carve. That wave stands up again. There's no doubt that she's getting at least one more chance to get up into the lip line. It seems like the heat has come to an end, and it's Erica right now who, with real solid and smart surfing, Chris, takes out a huge victory for the Costa Rican team that as of right now hasn't really looked like a strong contender for an overall gold team medal, and also Mex moving through with Bonilla's performance.
Solid finish there for Costa Rica and Mexico. Two more surfers head to the repechage round. It'll be France and Scotland. But they will have another opportunity to shine. The repechage rounds are very tricky, very tough. You're at a different break. More often than not, this is our Podium A. So we will have updates from Podium B once the repechage rounds start. And if you need any information about what's happening here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, you can go to isasurf.org, get involved, check it out. Great information there as well. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back. Sierra Kerr takes to the lineup. Expect big things. This is going to be a fun show to watch. We'll be right back.
We're going to Teahupo'o. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Teahupo'o is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Teahupo'o has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo'o is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
Welcome back to beautiful Macumba Beach, Praia de Macumba, here in Barra de Tijuca, just outside of Rio de Janeiro. I would say Rio might be considered one of the most famous tourist destinations on the planet. If you think of beaches, you think of beauty, you think of Rio. When you think of ripping, you think of these three surfers, Sierra Kerr, Take Ellicott, and Maya Sendic from Italy. So Italy represented in the lineup, and there's Team Australia,
Whoa.
Sierra Kerr.
Takihe.
Yeah, Takihe from Tahiti.
That was kind of gnarly. Just a one turn on the inside, but I like it. Eu gostei muito. The Portuguese is improving every day, Christopher. And I am thrilled with a lot of these performances that I'm seeing out there. Not only in this round, I thought the boys U16 ripped so far. I think the women, though, have really, really set the standard and kind of upped the ante on what it takes to be able to move through in a round like this.
There's Maya up and out real quick. We've also been staying with the Italian Forza team. Uh-oh.
Well, I think at that point, Green had already caught a wave, so she wasn't lower priority.
Okay.
And I think that was a smart decision by Blue to keep going because she hadn't gotten a wave yet. So in a non-priority situation, the surfer who hasn't caught a wave still has priority over the other surfer. So in that case, it seemed like Blue did not interfere whatsoever. On the contrary, Green did not want to interfere with the surfer in blue. So gave her right away, which is a smart thing to do. We have seen an interference today already. It was a non-priority interference, which contrary to a priority interference, your second best wave gets completely eliminated. Non-priority interference is half of your second best wave. So in a case like this, no harm, no foul, Chris.
Here we go. Sierra Kerr blasting a layback tail slide. And that right there is a rarity to see Sierra Kerr fall on a maneuver like that. I mean, she usually does that in her sleep, but of course she still has 15 minutes, 50 seconds to go. So don't worry about Sierra Kerr. I love the intent that she has. She does not change her game up. In a heat, when she's filming a video part, she's going to go for it anytime, any place. And this really is just the beginning for Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, and the progression element you see right here. I mean, throws the layback in a section that is very difficult just to be able to navigate a normal turn with. And through the layback, fully engaged it. Unfortunately for her, just don't think it had enough push to really get her out in front of the whitewater right there. So going to be a throwaway score for her. I'm interested to see Takihe's score, though, because this is one that I feel that could easily break into the good range, maybe even close to excellence, just based off of the power of the turn right there, the amount of speed. But I am seeing a triangle next to her name on her second best score. So at that point, that actually might have been the first wave that either of them caught. And unfortunately for her, that wave does not count, Chris.
You know, that's just kind of a case of taking your eye off the ball. I think she was so focused on the wave coming towards her that maybe just did not even know what was happening behind her. And it does happen. I mean, these are young surfers. Mistakes will be made, but lessons will also be learned. And credit to the judges. You know, they had their eyes right in on the action when this heat first started off. That was literally 10 seconds after the buzzer, so things had just started. So unfortunate there, but don't count her out just yet. Teahupo'o Ellicott is an incredibly talented surfer, so do not count her out of this one just yet. Sierra Kerr, her first wave comes through at a 1. She fell. It's going to make a nice photo. Big layback snap, but you can't run the photo if you didn't pull the trick.
No, it's a turn that didn't count. So overall, still the best score of the heat, but just a 1-point ride. That really ain't going to matter at the end of this one. So just under 14 minutes to go, brand new heat. Really nobody has a score on the board right now. And for Takihe, you just got to let that moment go and take care of the business that you have in front of you right now. So your second best wave, it's going to be cut in half. But as of right now, you're still in a great position to be able to make it through this heat, Chris. So I wouldn't let that phase you if I were in this position. And overall, with the conditions that are on offer, too, at a beach break like this, there's plenty of potential, especially to catch 4 or 5 waves during heat right now.
Yeah, and I think there's potential to see Sierra Kerr fly. There are ramps out there. They're going to be a little bit trickier to find now. Earlier this morning, I mean, there was waves and wedges popping up all up and down the beach. Now it's kind of this predominant 2 peaks right in front of us. A little bit of weather coming through as well.
Well, definitely looking for them. She's scouting on the inside for a lot of these double-ups, and it seems like she's found one right here.
Here we go. Sierra Kerr, one of the best female aerialists on the planet. Also super powerful, great style. I mean, you could go on and on and on about Sierra Kerr, and you'd be right the whole time because she is that good.
Well, and Mia right there with one strong turn on the forehand, too. So she's got some game as well. And, you know, the U16 girls, I feel like a lot of these surfers in the next few years, once they reach the U18s, they're definitely going to be contenders to qualify for the Championship Tour, for the Olympics as well. But as of right now, you got to take care of what's in front of you, Chris. And you're mentioning the element of innovation and progression right here. Innovation just isn't in the air. It's also on the face of the wave. Look at that. I mean, who's done a layback like that so far today?
There's a guy named Josh Kerr. You might have heard of him. He does turns like that quite a bit.
And then Mia on the outside, a bigger wave. Great use of priority right here, up and over the first section, and was able to fit in one more before the wave closed out. So good combo on the outside, too. That should score well for her.
You know, and I will say in terms of profile, Josh Kerr, super famous surfer. But guess what? I think Sierra might be the most famous Kerr on the planet now. And I think her dad would be totally fine with that. Sierra Kerr, she already has some big wins under her belt. She won the Tweed Coast Pro Junior. She's into skateboarding, golf, fishing, pickleball. Kind of like this. What boards do you like? Anything fast. Volcom, Red Bull, Oakley, FCS. She's got great support from her sponsors, her family, her friends, and well-coached always. We know Team Australia is disciplined. They know the rules, the regulations. They're great with timing. And they are definitely, I would say, among the best, most prepared teams when they come to these international competitions.
And she can solve a Rubik's Cube in around 60 seconds, too. She's extremely smart.
She's one of those people that's good at everything.
Oh, yeah. And I actually had an interview with her last year, and we were talking about mathematics being her favorite subject and how much she loves just training her brain for different types of things. And I think all of that is applicable to a heat. You're able to control your emotions, your nerves, the amount of pressure that you have on your shoulders too, and it's noticeable. So far in her career, she's been 2 or 3 years into her surfing career, Chris, and she's had a couple of great results, couple of wins too. And in terms of the pro juniors, you normally see people really get to the top of those leaderboards when they're around 18, 19 years of age. If you're already qualifying for the World Junior Championships, the World Pro Junior Championships, like the one at Seaside this year, she got 5th over there. And you're usually losing to a lot of people that are already 19 or 20 years of age, which is the limit, right? So I think for her, the sky is the limit right now, as it seems like scores for both green and red are coming through now, Chris.
She also did one of the best airs ever done in the Stab High Ladybirds edition. Full 540. Amazing. Won that one, too. She's already won a bunch. She wins golf tournaments, too. We got to stop talking about her so much. She's going to be in every she's going to be going all the way through. So we're going to save some of our Sierra Kerr stats for her next couple of rounds. But right now she's in the lead. The 4.33 coming on the strength of that nice, beautiful layback snap. We got Maya. She is representing Team Italy. Takahi Ellicott from Tahiti. And remember, when you're watching the performances, you're thinking, wow, these are some of the best surfers in the world. Well, guess what? They're 16 and under.
Yeah. That's what's so scary about it. Give them a few years and they're going to be even better. But in the end, it comes down to you wanting to pursue this as both a professional career, obviously, and more importantly, if you want to be an Olympic-level athlete, that's a 4-year span that you need to invest a lot of time, money, and I think most importantly, just being dedicated to your craft for those 4 full years, Chris. And you know yourself, you've been in a position of competing, you've covered the sport for 20 plus years. Most importantly, if you don't have the desire and the hunger to want to succeed, you ain't gonna make it that far in this game. And surfing, for the most part, it's a short-lived career. So try to take advantage of it for the short time that you actually do have.
Well, it was interesting. Somebody was asking me directions. How do I get to the ISA World Junior Championships? And I said, practice, practice, practice. And then go to the beach and turn right.
Exactly. And then,
Macumba Beach.
You obviously have to use not only your local events, you need to try to participate in events internationally to get selected for a lot of teams too. I know the U.S. does that. They obviously want you to be based off of your results within the United States. But overall, if you're doing well like U.S. too, that impacts the result, the selection process. And for a lot of teams, it's like that too. Show that you can compete with the world's best and not just the best within the country that you're competing for.
Absolutely. And, if you're on the bench, you got to be ready because there's
For sure.
scheduling things that come into play. There's visa things that happen. So if you're in that depth chart, let's say you're 4th, 5th, 6th in line, be ready at all times. Here we go, Sierra Kerr, building speed down the line. She gets the ramp. Beautiful frontside air. Thought she wouldn't? Of course she would.
That was pretty cool.
That was picture perfect right there.
I mean, it wasn't that tall, but overall, you're looking at the size of the wave right there, the amount of speed that she was able to get just in a real short distance, and the innovation aspect. Once again, who else is doing that? No one. And that's a point of difference right now, that obviously surfing being subjective, but objectively, this is as hard as it gets right now. I mean, look at the 2 pumps that she had right there. Gets the grab too, which is even harder to do at a section like that with the small amount of hang time that she got.
That's light work too for Sierra Kerr. I mean, that's
Right.
like her bare minimum air, and it was so good.
There was an easiness to that, right? And you look at blue right there. Unfortunately for Takihe, that's not going to be a counting wave for her, just a throwaway once again. As Sierra throwing the tail, and boy, Chris, you just unleashed an animal right there.
Wow. I mean, we could keep talking about Sierra all day long, and we're going to be proven right every time. So the score comes through for that big frontside air, and a well-earned 7.5, and she might be getting rid of that 4.33 on the strength of that last big layback blast. This was so cool.
It was,
Bam.
and that's a progression factor too. I mean, point of difference right there, separating things from the rest of the pack. 2 pumps right here for Sierra really on the open face. and then gets the clean grab. Not a lot of hang time, but as we were talking about, that's a huge element when it comes to the criteria. You're bringing innovation in, especially into a division that hasn't really seen it before. And as of right now, the 433 going to be long gone with this last blowtail, too. There's still 6 minutes remaining in the heat. She's essentially surfed a 4-minute heat right now, and she's going to be way out in front, Chris.
Well, I think that air was just appropriate, right?
Mhm.
You don't want to try to overdo it. She did it just right. And I think the judges are spot on giving her that 7.5. I think we both feel pretty good about getting rid of that 433 on the strength of that layback. That was powerful, dynamic surfing, speed, power, flow, all in one maneuver.
And as an air guy yourself, Chris, straight airs, very underrated.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with the grab.
I wish I was as good at airs as Sierra Kerr. She's got to keep practicing. Takahi now surfing with vengeance on her mind. She started off with an unfortunate priority mistake. She would need a pretty decent score. I mean, still in the conversation, a 3.79. She did
attainable.
one big turn.
Yeah, she's just got in her head too much, hasn't selected the right wave.
Sierra now going to the, I was about to say going to the fundamentals. Of course, then she goes progressive with the backside reverse. Looks like she's having fun now.
Well, to me, I'm already seeing a huge gap in between what I saw last year competing, especially in quality waves over there at La Bocana, in comparison to a beach break here in a 3-person heat. It just feels like her skill level is better, first of all, but I just think the competitive awareness that she's bringing to this one is extremely noticeable. So watch out. I know it's only the first round, but to me, this seems like a strong contender for the gold medal overall. And I, to be honest, I think she is deserving of a spot on even the open team too. If somebody isn't willing, to go over there and say, hey, like, I don't need to take the spot, why not put in a Grum? Why not put somebody who is willing to charge at a wave like the one we're going to have in Puerto Rico to potentially qualify for the Olympics? Next thing you know, she could be in. And if she isn't, then at least put her in and see what she's got, because she's probably going to be there in a few years anyways.
I mean, she's the best female aerialist in Australia, and we know that airs score well in these events. And so do big layback power snaps. A 6.33 for Sierra Kerr. That is no doubt the highest heat total of the day so far, 13.83. Still 3.5 minutes to go. And if you're watching, you might be thinking, okay, enough about Sierra Kerr. Well, she's doing all the work. I mean, she's making it easy for us.
Yeah.
She's making all these accolades come true right in front of our eyes, and taking nothing away from Maya and Takahi. Great surfers as well. They know what's going on because they're hearing the scores coming through from our beach announcers as well.
And as of right now, you need to settle for second place if you feel like first place is way too distant. Both Mia and Takihe are actually comboed for first, but all that matters is making it through. So for Mia right now, only looking to improve on a 0.5. You want to make sure that you're on a wave before the buzzer sounds, make things harder for Takihe. And unfortunately for Ellicott, I mean, she was on her way to a tremendous score, but it was just the interference on that wave, literally on the first wave of the heat. And because it was a wave that she interfered on, that wave doesn't count. So probably going to be at least something in the 6s, maybe even touching into the 7s, Chris. It's a wave that is a 0 now, and unfortunately for her, does not have anything better than a 1.0 in her scoreline. So needs to get to work here in the last 2 minutes, because there are opportunities out there. You just got to search for them.
And looks like Sierra's just flirting with a couple ramps on the inside. You know what kind of wave she wants.
Yeah.
I mean, we see it right when she stands up. She almost every time stands up and does that little, just super subtle check stall. And that gives her the opportunity to look at the whole entirety of the wave down the line. And for her, she opens the playbook. Oh, am I going to do an air, power carve, big floater, snap? She's got every trick in the book. And she's made it look easy so far. I did like it on the beach, though. We saw her with her team, laughing, smiling, having a good time, and then she went off to the side, and then the game phase came on, and it worked.
She's comfortable, though. And look at the effect that Sally Fitzgibbons, Caitlin Simmers, and I think the most important person out of all of them is probably Erin Brooks. They've elevated the game to a certain point where people like Sierra are like, okay, you guys want to bring your A game? I can also do it in the Jersey. Everybody's pulling airs nowadays. If I can also bring that point of difference, especially in a category or a division that nobody can do what I'm doing, I feel like I'm always going to be successful. as that was a clutch wave right now, Chris.
That was a great turn. Deep bottom turn right up under the lip, perfectly timed.
And a steep section, too.
Yeah, so Takahi right there, I mean, regardless of how this ends up, that's going to be a turn that's going to be meaningful in her memory. Just knowing that she has that in her arsenal.
Well, the paddle back out is super easy, too. Say you don't get the score that you need right now, which is a 3.69. You make it back out with 15 seconds, and you can recognize that Mia right now, she's coming in. She has nothing better than the 0.5 as her backup, and as I was talking about, she's been waiting for way too long to try to improve on that score right there. So maybe got kind of nestled into something on the outside and left Takihei alone by herself, but with 10 seconds to go, wouldn't be surprised to see Ellicott on one more wave before the buzzer. And even still, might even be the 3.69 that she needs.
And that is it for Heat 17. It was the Sierra Kerr show, but it started with an interference early on. So now we wait for scores for Takihei, and it does come through. It's a 4-2-3. So even with the interference,
and literally
remember,
on the last wave,
anything is possible. That was within the last 30 seconds of this heat. So Takihei Ellicott from Team Tahiti pulls the miracle, getting through, staying in the main round, even with an interference. Tough one for Maya representing Team Italy. Just got a little bit lost at sea out there, but congratulations to Sierra Kerr. Dominating performance there. Best air of the day. Probably the best layback snap of the day as well. And here's the look at that last wave. What a beautiful turn.
Well, deep bottom turn, as you were mentioning, and found a steep section to be able to execute the one maneuver right there. And it seems like Kerr, once again, just having some fun out there. The 7.5 for the one straight air here on the forehand, Chris. Kind of elevating the performance of everybody in this event so far.
Yeah, I'll probably see her at the skate park later on today as well. Well, we're going to take a quick break. Sierra Kerr comes through triumphant, and already the fans and friends want photos with her. I'm going to go get a photo with Sierra Kerr real quick. We'll be right back after this break. We got Bart and Shannon coming right back in. Stay tuned.
My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lent money to somebody with this title, you know. When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, would say, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Well, welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are into heat number 18 of the day for our under 16 girls. We have Japan, Argentina, Germany, and Sweden out in the lineup with Rita Suzuki, Katja Wersch, Nina Smickles, and Kusi Linder, all looking for a chance to showcase their ability, all that preparation, that work they've been putting in behind the scenes, Barton, as they're here performing now at the World Junior Championships. Taking a look at the replay here from Katja for her opening ride. Quick in and out.
Yeah, quick one, a little bit of bump. What we've seen is that wind has picked up enormously in the last little period of time. And it's really quite choppy and bumpy onshore. Got to be good for the swell size. See the board flip over and the fins facing up on that one. But for the size of the waves today, we've seen some crazy wipeouts, particularly on the shore break.
That's right. That in section, the shore break has been pretty heavy. There's Nina looking to get herself in position for her second wave out of Team Germany. And it looks like she's found something. Or sorry, that's actually our surfer in white. Kusi with a great opening snap. Challenging section to navigate as she finishes off.
From Sweden, Japan, Germany, and Argentina.
16 minutes on the clock and a 1.5 on the board for the opener of Katja. Sets herself up with that leading position, but we are now waiting for the first real turn of the heat, which will go to our Swedish surfer in Kusi. And we started out the morning with 4 heats of our boys under 16 round that competed at this main podium where we've been having the broadcast. The rest of that round has been running at podium 2 just down the beach. It's actually really close to where this podium is running as well. So nice and close for the teams just walking back and forth, supporting either side. So the boys under 16s have been running through on that side. We're going to finish out with the girls under 16s today as we see Nina charging on the inside section. Well, another surfer, Barton, that was charging in that last heat, Sierra Kerr, the Australian, showing us what it means to fly here at the World Junior Championships. She's with Jess now.
She definitely did show us some pretty incredible maneuvers. Sierra, that straight air, the grab, is it something special that you've been working on for competition, or do you have some other tricks up your sleeve that you've been working on in the off-season?
Oh, I mean, I just go and try and surf like I'm free surfing during a heat, so I was going to probably do a try rev on it, but then it kind of went weird, the section, so I was just like, I'll just do a little straighty, but yeah, just try to get something in, I guess.
And what about the weather? I mean, the winds really picked up between the last couple of heats. Is it something that you guys were predicting as a team, and were you aware of it, or did you just take it in your stride like you have done with a lot of the other heats in your lap?
Yeah, onshore I don't really care too much because it just makes sections, so I'm pretty fine when there's some onshore, and yeah, I don't know. I saw the storm coming. I was like, oh, there's probably going to be a storm in my heat, but no one was listening, and I was just like, oh, whatever, when it came.
And first time to Brazil for you. How are you finding the culture? I mean, you travel so much around the world. Is there anything special that stuck out for you so far, early days here in Brazil?
Yeah, it's super cool. It's my first time here, and yeah, it's just a really nice place. And yeah, everyone's super passionate, which is super cool. It's fun to see like everyone's lifestyle here and stuff.
Well, it's great to have you here. We're so pleased to be watching you surf and perform. So thank you so much. We'll let you go and chill out for the rest of the day, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jess. Great performance from Sierra. Feeling pretty relaxed, it sounds, enjoying her time here.
That was grommet power all over there. Just the stoke of surfing, winning a heat, and getting to live this lifestyle. What a joy.
An incredible opportunity for every single one of these kids in the draw this week. 365 competitors. Of course, we've got 46 national teams competing. It's the largest amount of national teams ever present for World Junior Championship specifically. And that's been great to be able to see the inclusion of more countries. A few more have been added to the list.
Yes.
For this event specifically. Of course, for the first time ever at an ISA event, we have Team Romania, which is awesome.
I met them before.
And?
Had a chat. Yeah, they were stoked. It was a really lovely vibe, and they were so happy to be here and be a part of surfing for the very first time.
Very cool to have them in the mix. And then for the very first time with junior teams, they've competed at the World Surfing Games or other events. We've got the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Ukraine. So really cool to see the next generation, the rising talent of those nations being included in an event like this.
Julia there from our next heat, surfing for the Netherlands.
Trying to keep a straight face. Seen some really solid performances from the Netherlands team this week, and last year, we'll track with live action possibly. Nina has a paddle into this wave. It looks like she got a little stuck on the paddle deep behind the section, but a decent sized wave for a small competitor.
The old pin drops are something that's so new. Obviously we see it used in Pipeline and Teahupo'o and those places to great effect, and I suppose the idea is that you penetrate the water and get down low enough that the white water comes over the top and you pop out the back without it touching you. There's the Aussies having a little warm up there you can see it's definitely dropped the temperature since this morning. It's quite chilly out there right now. You can see some jackets on, and you can see the wind on their clothes. There goes an umbrella in the background too.
Oh, no.
There goes another umbrella in the background. We saw that. But the wind's really strong right now. Stormy conditions. But that's perhaps why we're anticipating an increase in the swell overnight. Look at the chop out to sea. Call them white horses in Australia. What do you call them in California?
Just like white caps.
White caps.
White caps.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's quite a few white caps or white horses out there now.
There's definitely plenty of them right now.
And we got the surfers looking to find some positioning. Challenging to be in a heat when you do have that squall that comes through, and it just changes the surface, the texture of the lineup so much.
Got to be able to adapt on the fly. Sierra Kerr definitely did that and seemed to have a kind of a feeling or a sense that it was going to happen during her heat.
10.5 minutes on the clock. We can hear some cheers down on the beach. Teams getting ready to support their teammates as they're paddling out in the water. Nina now up and riding, flying down the line, connects with this section. That was the wave she's been waiting for.
And you could see the style and the way that her legs are, the knees are a little together, and you could see that it had personality, individuality, and used it to great effect there. Here we go.
Kusi now sitting in the lead. We are going to have that score to drop through for Nina, and Nina may be able to take away the lead then, as Kusi won't improve her situation by much. Challenging wave as it started to taper off. Rita Suzuki for Team Japan, looking to put herself in position. She's had a couple of attempts, but hasn't been able to complete her opening maneuver with less than 1 point rides on the board. Putting herself in position now, though, for a good-looking wave. Looks like she's going to have a paddle. She's going to have that little chip in from the white water and actually just decide to pull out of that as it'll close out.
Yeah, really quickly too, yeah. Well, you and I got to call the Olympic Games over there in Japan, the first time ever. What an honor and a privilege that was. You can see the conditions weren't that different to what we're looking at here.
That's a great callback. It honestly was so similar. It was so stormy the entire week. It was 3 fast days of competition to be able to just get everything in as we had that massive storm and that swell arrive. It had also, similar to this event, been completely flat in the week in the lead up. No opportunity for anyone to get warm-up surfs in. As we take a look now at Katja, driving down the line, and she'll just get stuck on that opening turn, putting herself back into position.
Needs to find a bigger open wall. You can see that she's got the potential and the power in the surfing to really take advantage of those big closeout sections.
Yeah, at the Olympics, we could see those surfers, wanting to make the most of an outside section if they could find a wave with a good pocket to it for a good opening turn, but also knowing that a lot of the big scores came from those end section maneuvers, whether it was a big air like we saw from Sierra Kerr in that last heat, or just really putting in that big, powerful closeout turn and putting all that risk on the line.
And we've seen that all day today as well, haven't we? The big closeout turns where the big points are. And it makes things quite simple in that sense. Here we go, Japan up and riding.
All right, so taking a look at the replay. We haven't seen this in live action yet, though, so this will be her first wave coming through. Looks like a 4.67 on the board. So she has a stumble at the finish, but she was able to get some good work done before that. And this score came through as a 3.33, Barton.
Well, it's nice and vertical, critical. Has her in second place right now, representing Germany. And that 4.67 as Rita Suzuki shoots her into the lead, and with the best wave of the heat so far.
"20 minutes going by pretty quickly in each of these heats when it comes to trying to secure 2 good waves. Few surfers have been able to find that rhythm kind of early and then feel more relaxed maybe to build and try and look for a wave that's going to give them some big scoring potential into that close to excellent range, if not going excellent, in that 7s to 8 point side of things. But a lot of the other heats today have been a little bit more scrappy. A lot of paddles for waves that haven't actually popped up and amounted to anything. They've been able to catch up and stand. And it's made for some pretty exciting finishes, knowing that even though it's small scores on the line, right now it's just that 1.94, the 2.77 that can make the difference for Kusi or for Katja. those right now are challenging scores to get for some of those surfers, and it's really kept that excitement level at an all-time high here for our opening day of the World Junior Championships. Rita now in the lead, up and riding on her second wave. Looks like a bit of a nasty fall.
Is she okay? Looks like the board was under. Oh, see that turn. Make it. Oh, no. It's exactly what she was waiting and looking for. She got the big section, teed off on the lip. Fortunately, went into that layback down the face and just didn't make it. That was going to be a good score if it was completed. Here we go on the replay. Pumping, driving. There's the section. Bang. Vertical. Big forehand re-entry. Goes into the layback and just doesn't have the ability. Needed that whitewater to pick her up and put her back on top of a board. That would have been a great score if she completed it.
Kusi now with an opportunity. Nice snap. Just a single maneuver. She'll get clipped on the heels, but manages to stay on her feet. Gets one more wiggle into the shore break. She'll have a bit of sand to wash off of her face as she grabs that board to paddle back out. Still 5 minutes, plenty of time on the clock. And for Katja, that was a great opportunity for the Argentinian to keep herself in the conversation. But it's just going to be that 193 on the board. Up and riding already once again, so staying super active.
Yeah, but that wave kind of looked like it was never going to be what you want. And you take yourself out of the lineup, you waste time, send yourself down to fourth priority, which she would have been anyway. So there's no loss there in the priority stakes, but definitely worth waiting for waves of consequence like the one she had before, because I can see that she's just ready to tee off on a lip.
That's right. She's really ready to unleash. As we take a look here at Nina, wave just breaks right behind. That wind really just picking up every little bit of energy and chop.
A little slap to the back of the head by the lip. It's amazing how powerful the lip of a wave is. People, a breaking wave and that lip coming down on you, I've had it land on my shoulder and dislocate it. You think that the ocean's kind of, I don't know, gentle in a way, especially if it's this size, but it still has so much power.
4 minutes on the clock, and we've got a paddle. Our surfer in second priority is going to take off on this one. Great backhand attack for that single maneuver. Goes up for a second one, just a little bit late to it, but she'll be improving on the 0.67 and putting herself in a more significant lead.
And look at that, we've got in second and third, there's a tie for second and third right now. First and second going through, third and fourth into the repechage or elimination round. We all love the double elimination, giving the kids a second chance if things don't go right. And it's so easy for things not to go right in a heat. It's only 20 minutes long. You can paddle out there and just, not be in the right place at the right time, and all of a sudden you're out, and so cool that they get a second chance.
Great, considering the amount of time and preparation going into an event like this, but also just that chance to put on a jersey more, to get more experience out in the lineup. Surfing against surfers that they're going to come up in the draw with for the next 20 years of their careers. It's going to be a long time coming for them to be competing against each other, whether it's, next year at the World Junior Championships, once they graduate to competing on the qualifying series, or the World Surfing Games, the potential Olympians that we have in the lineup as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be seeing, guaranteed, we will be seeing some of these young ladies in the Olympic Games in the future, and it's so exciting. Here we go, in the white.
Up and riding now, Kusi, Linder, snap into the section, and she'll finish off. Looking for a 1.94 to take away that second position from Nina.
Nina's got priority. Oh, look at Blue. Look at this section. Oh, I think it's fair to say, so Katja, the opportunities have been there in this heat, and she has the surfing ability definitely to be leading at this point and has the waves. Just got to bank them when you get them. Nina up and riding.
Quick in and out. You can see that body language as well, feeling a little frustrated.
There's a lot of speed she generated there, and when you generate that speed, you really want to use it to make something happen. So that must have been the disappointment.
Oh, Rita unleashing into that opening turn. What went wrong there as she fell? We'll get back to that in a second. Katja just goes up and down. Rita looked like as she was approaching the start of that turn, it was going to be really good.
It did, and then somehow there was looked like the legs looked like they gave way underneath her, and all of a sudden she was sort of down in that squat and couldn't ride out of it.
So down to the final 2 minutes of this heat. Rita's done well to build on the 4.67 and the 3.73 now is her backup score. Took her a while to get her campaign started. She had 3 or 4 takeoffs where she wasn't able to get a solid score in. Now hooks it in under the lip.
Wow, that was a good wave too. There were 2 really nice turns in that one with the correct positioning. And then the line that you choose on the wave, where you decide to do your turns. See that catch there just slowed her down. And she caught the inside rail, got stuck in the whitewater, slowed her down. She was unable to get the second turn.
Nina setting it up here, tags the lip. Nice positioning of her arms and her upper body as well.
And I feel, regardless of the result, I feel like for the young girl from Switzerland, from Germany, should I say, that there's confidence to be taken from this performance. She's been consistent. She's caught a lot of waves. We've seen the potential performance level that she can get to. She's gone up into second place. And I feel like there's a lot of positives. Even if she didn't advance through this heat, it's been a positive performance.
30 seconds to go, and there we go. She's just jumped into that advancing position, Barton.
Yeah.
A 2.73 for her last wave sets her up in second. Kusi now chasing a 3.56, and Katja with priority. She's now chasing a big score, though. A 4.56 at this stage is going to have to be her best score, and actually the second best of the heat.
10 seconds.
As Rita's now up and riding, our heat leader, putting together a great performance. She'll fall on that finishing section. Got a lot of great work done.
Hold on.
Katja now.
Hold on.
This is the wave she's been waiting for.
Oh, it is the wave. It's enough.
Beautiful combination surfing from the Mar de Plata surfer out of Argentina. Riss Moore is her idol, her favorite surfer in the world. Carissa, the Olympic gold medalist. And what a way to pull together a great performance at the finish of a heat. Katja chasing down a 4.56, Barton.
I'm saying she gets it. She had opportunities to not even need that at this point in time. And I think before that last ride, she would have been really disappointed with the way the heat had gone, because the wave selection had been good. She just hadn't capitalised and banked those opportunities when they arrived. But they arrived right at the dying moments of this heat. Jumps to her feet. Gets down to the first turn, beautiful, lays that bottom turn over, nice vertical re-entry. A rare wave that just keeps staying open, gets to second turn. We haven't seen waves stay open that long and allow 3 nice turns on the face. I feel like she gets it, and really she may go from fourth to first.
That was beautifully surfed, very well paced. Like you said, the rare wave that actually stood open for her gave her those multiple opportunities. Judges are taking a look at it. We still haven't seen anything come through. Now, the unfortunate thing for her is that she just had that 1.5 as her high score. She had a few attempts where she was going for big maneuvers and didn't land it, so she doesn't have a backup score to help it out. And it just falls shy of a big requirement. It's a 4.07, so it's her highest score, but without the strength of a backup score, she'll fall out in that third place position and be heading to the repechage round.
I feel like she's a little bit, she could feel, she could question that. I feel like, there was enough surfing in that ride to go to a 5-point ride from what we've seen today. No question in my mind. So perhaps the impression of all the other moments in the heat sort of stole away from that opportunity to have a buzzer beater. You can see the disappointment there, because I think the team all thought she got it. They thought the score was that. They thought she was getting through. I think she thought she was getting through and had pulled it out of the fire, so to speak. Unfortunately not.
Well, a great performance for her on that final wave to be able to get into the right wave to have that opportunity. She will fall out in that third place position, however, and we'll be heading into the repechage rounds. Rita Suzuki of Japan holds on to the lead for Team Japan. We'll be hearing from her shortly. We're going to go to a quick break. Stay tuned for more of the World Junior Championships right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships competition taking place at Macumba Beach this week. We got 2 podiums running, and we've also got a storm that has blown through over the last half hour or so. We've now got 4 women in the lineup for the under 16 girls division: Brazil, Peru, Belgium, and the Netherlands, all looking for their opening rides. As we take a look now at Gabriele Vasque of Brazil. Beautiful opening turn, nice smooth line, pumps down the way a little bit to try and finish it off. Julia Heimans from the Netherlands also getting her opening exchange. And we can see that big smile on her face. Julia, from the camera work during that previous heat as she was getting ready to paddle out, you could feel her energy and her excitement to be hitting the water.
And she looked more nervous about the camera being on her than surfing a heat. Great vibes down here today.
Out in the water up against Fain Edouard from Belgium and Sofia Arteta from Peru. So 4 young girls competing in the under 16s division. Today we've seen under 16s boys and girls in the lineup. Tomorrow we'll see the under 18s main rounds hitting the water. As we take a look here at Sofia. Nice little corner that she's able to chip into. Quick carve back to set it up for the Peruvian, and she'll have a quick kick out. Board looking like an Old Faithful underneath her feet. Little brown nose to it. You can tell that she spent a lot of time in the sun and riding that board out in the water.
Yeah, when you get the magic ones, we call them, when you get those magic boards, you just want them to last forever. And if you need to, you put them away and you only surf them in heats. Fain up and riding. Yep, look, is there an inside section? Nope.
Pumps along, tries to connect. She's unable to. As we wait for the scores to come through from that last exchange, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, guys. Rita, congratulations. It's a great heat win for you and for Japan. What are your feelings today coming into this World Junior Games?
This wave was so bumpy and windy. So difficult wave, but I'm so fun. Yeah, good.
And what about for your aspirations? What are you dreaming of doing with your surfing career? Is the Olympics in your mind?
I want to be a city surfer and Olympian. Yeah.
And for you as a Japanese surfer, you are so strong. Your nation is such a strong surfing nation. Who are the surfers that have come before you that you look towards for inspiration?
Amuro Tsuzuki, you know Amuro Tsuzuki? Yes, I love her surfing. Yes, her surfing is so, なんて言うんだろう。力強い、なんか powerful, yes.
We have to agree with that. We love Amuro Suzuki surfing too, but we love your surfing. Congratulations on the heat win. Do you have any words for your family, your friends, and your nation watching back at home?
応援ありがとうございます。今日本は夜中だと思うんですけど、夜遅くまで起きて応援してくれてありがとうございます。次のヒットも確実に勝ち上がるので応援よろしくお願いします。
Congratulations, a great heat win for you. We can't wait to see you surf again. Thank you very much, Rita. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Jess. As we see Julia go down on the inside section, she's got her second ride underway now. A little more length to it than that opener. Great interview from Rita, and just hearing, her aspirations to be a CT surfer and Olympian one day, and what better example for her in Amuro Suzuki, who's had that CT experience as well as winning the bronze medal at the Tokyo Olympics, as we see a great forehand attack from Sofia out of Peru.
Wow, that was, the style looks wonderful. Oh, that was a high-speed crash we just saw.
Fane goes down.
Wow. Yeah, I think that that style then was really lovely. It was fast, clean, and the way she flew out of the top of that wave, I feel like that was the best wave of the heat here behind. But see that pumping with the back leg, pumping the board along, and then just perfectly timed re-entry, so clean, stylish. That was great surfing.
Barton, I love commentating with you because when you see something that excites you, it just comes straight out of your mouth. Mid-call, mid-seeing it all, you're witnessing it, and you can tell that there's great surfing happening in front of you. It's always fun to be able to have that kind of energy in the booth, especially translating from what we're getting to witness out in the water, surfing of this level. So we've got that score to come through now from Sophia, and we're going to see how much of a lead she possibly takes. Gabriella's going to have a backup score for the 283 that she currently has sitting in that first place position. Julia and Fine both with a couple of opportunities, but haven't been able to get themselves into a wave that's really produced anything worthwhile yet.
Going to be interesting to see Sophia's wave. I feel like it's got to be a 4. You know, it was such a clean turn. Definitely consolidate her position in second. Here we go, some waves approaching. All surfers all pretty close together right now.
And our surfer in white in position, but she's going to pull out of that one.
Did she lose the priority, I wonder? Yeah, with that paddle for that wave. She was in first priority. Such an asset, the priority, and to have it and lose it without catching a wave it's a big mistake. Feels terrible.
Well, it looks like she's going to hold on to it. You can see her trying to pull out of that wave as it kind of broke behind her and just rolled over. So she's going to hold on to that first priority. Checking back to the beach announcers, there is a great big priority LED screen that the surfers can look back to for their own visual sake.
Yep.
But of course, the beach announcing team, there's a fantastic set of 4 beach commentators that are giving all those situation updates out to the surfers, making sure that it's fair across the board, that everyone knows where they're sitting as far as situations go, with their scores, what their requirements are to be advancing through into different positions, as well as the priority calls, especially in moments like that where it could be, you know, going in one way or the other.
Oh,
Julia
nice.
now on her backhand. Nice opening turn, quick snap, throws a bit of spray, pumps along the line, and hits the finish. Well composed from our Netherlands competitor, and a big smile on her face as well.
Looking for a 297. Every chance. She gets a 3 for that one. Fane up and down quickly for Belgium. Sophia got a 367 for that one beautiful turn. She's paddling again now, Shannon. Here she goes.
All right, great looking set in front of her. She's got a good corner. It's got that critical nature. She tweaks the tail out and doesn't quite right out complete.
Oh, it was a great turn, though.
It's such a good
There's
turn.
A lot to like in the approach of the young Peruvian. The way her surfing feels is it's smooth, it's clean, it's fast. The rails are always clean. And that tail slide out of the top was quite incredible, really. It was introduced really late in the turn. Like she'd done the re-entry and then at the last minute kind of tweaked it out.
Kept pushing it around. So scores through for that one of Sophia's just a 1.3. We did see a 317 drop in for last of Julia and Green, but let's take one more look here.
See, like she was up there, the re-entry was done, and then maybe she didn't even need to do quite as much, and that extra bit she gave it meant that it was incomplete. Might have been better holding it back a little bit and just completing it and getting that second score.
Gabrielle goes down on her last opportunity. Team Brazil putting together a great looking field coming into this year's World Junior Championships. Now they won the team gold medal the very first time that the World Championships took place for the juniors at the ISA level back in 2003. Since then, they have not been able to reach that gold medal standing as a team because we saw Australia be extremely dominant, Hawaii next to that, Peru, USA, and France and Japan also getting kind of those singular wins here and there, kind of bouncing around. But really between Australia and Hawaii, they've been the dominant teams over the last 2 decades. So it'll be interesting to see who's able to walk away with that leading position this year.
You could say maybe the last 5 decades. in a lot of ways, with the recent times, Brazil is obviously, and then America with Kelly and Tom Curran and moments in time, but Hawaii and Australia since the 70s have been leading the way for competitive surfing, free surfing, all those forms. That's you were talking earlier about how there's so many different ways to make a living off of and around surfing. Even within wave riding itself, there's so many different forms and ways that people can create a future for themselves just riding waves, which that's a gift, that one.
It is an incredible gift. And thinking back to, those early days, specifically for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships back in the early 2000s, a lot of those surfers now that were competing in those events, that were taking out the wins for Team Australia, the wins for Team Brazil, for Hawaii, those are the surfers that have the multiple world titles, like a Steph Gilmore, like an Owen Wright in the bronze medal from the Olympics. As we take a look now at another great wave from Sophia. Now she's completed that wave well and truly, ridden out of that turn. She's going to be replacing that 167 for her backup score and increasing that lead.
Yep, we anticipate that for sure. Julia from the Netherlands in second now. I've got that 317, so that's a good score for her to hold on to.
Coming up next, Team England with Ava Blackford. Cool looking board underneath her arm.
Super cool spray. Old school.
Feeling stoked. Got that Rashi tied up around the back. Ben Skinner in the mix, supporting the crew.
He's a good man, Ben, and his boy Luke is an incredible surfer.
He's got his kids competing here this week, and it's going to be exciting to see how they go in the lineup. 6 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, and we're still waiting for that score to come through for Last of Sofia out of Peru. Peru has often had a great run at events like this, too, with the ISA. They've had some really fantastic team results. There's been those great individual results as well. We've seen the Olympians in the conversation, like Daniela Rosas, like Sofia Milanovic, the world champion. On the men's side, Luca Messinas as well, with that championship tour experience. Now we're getting to witness some of that next generation.
Yeah, they've got Catalina Zarquai and Brianna Barthelmess. Both those girls are incredible young surfers. And I hadn't seen Sophia before this heat, and she's another, 3 girls in this division. All 3 of those ladies from Peru are capable of winning this event. So yeah, the future, it's a powerful surfing nation. They've created and turned themselves into a powerful surfing nation.
They've got great consistency from their National Surfing Federation in the way that they show up to events like this year after year.
I wonder if that, they have great consistency in their waves as well. In the surf, in the ocean they get there, and I'm sure there's always waves in Peru. So I'm sure that has an influence as well in helping. And then they've got some pretty lovely waves and some incredible left points. And
Gabrielli now with a strong paddle to get into this wave. Just gets stuck a little bit on that takeoff. Maybe had she been able to get in a little sooner, she could have had that speed.
That was first priority too, and that wave was perhaps never going to be. As we see the fans, perhaps some teammates there as well, cheering her on.
Some friends and family down on the beach for Team Brazil. The local contingency here for this year's World Junior Surfing Championships.
There's the coaching staff. Yeah, that wave was never going to be, and really should have been left and held onto that priority. But sometimes for some people, having priorities not as valuable as not having it. The pressure that comes with it can be difficult.
Sophia starting to release a little bit of that pressure. She just dropped in a 4.10 for her previous wave, that single maneuver. So she's now into a more convincing lead with a 4.6 requirement now for Julia. Oh, great backhand snap to start off with. Gets a little hung up on the second. She'll be replacing that 0.93, and that is going to increase the requirements on both third and fourth. Quick kick in her paddle as well.
I like that. And the stoke is high, people.
A lot of support down on the beach for each of the teams this week. And our surfer in the white jersey, Fane from Belgium, chasing currently that 2.54. It's been great to see her out in the lineup in that white jersey. Got more of the girls paddling out. We've still got about 5 heats to get through for the end of the day. 24 heats in total. We'll be calling it on our main podium. For our U16 girls main round 1, we'll be able to finish that out. And our under 16 boys have been running at the south podium. You're able to follow along with those live scores at ISAsurf.org and to be able to track with exactly what heat they are in through the day. We'll be swapping different divisions between the 2 podiums throughout the week, so each division will get their time and their coverage on the webcast as well. But because of the number of surfers, the length of the event that we need to run here this week, we've got to run 2 podiums. There's no way we can get through as many heats as we need to give everyone that opportunity for a repecharge round, that second shot. So everyone's kind of got to play a bit of that juggling game, getting used to 2 different breaks, 2 different sand banks. Though we're at the same beach, you can see that the banks change quite a lot. As Julia had a look at that one, she was able to improve her scoreline with a 1.8 for her last wave, which means the requirements are now into the 2s and 3s on 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, but they're tiny asks. It's so doable. I think it's fair to say that Sophia has been the standout in this heat. The total points, 7.77. Some lucky numbers there.
Julia's support crew for the Netherlands team. She's currently sitting in that advancing position at the moment. 14 years old. Loves surfing at the Bubble. She's from Zandervoort and started surfing around age 6. She says besides being able to surf back at home every week, she loves practicing in Spain, Portugal, and France and getting on the road as much as she possibly can to be testing out different waves across Europe.
Needs a score, 3rd place. 215's the ask.
All right. Big turn to start things off with. Goes in for that second turn.
Needs something else, something exciting. Well, I mean, it was completed. It was controlled. It didn't look desperate. Didn't look nervous. There's some good energy in there. There's still time for another one, even if you don't get the score. So that was worth a try. Be interesting to see whether what that comes in as.
Especially at this stage, chasing just a 2.15, a 2-turn combination. We'll see where the judges go with it. Sitting on the inside, and even if she's able to chip away at the 1.07, maybe make that requirement a little bit smaller.
50 seconds though, it's nearly done. I would be paddling away from those other 3 surfers too though.
Finding
getting
some
distance away from them so that I'm not controlled. Because if I was those other people, I'd be going blue and green. No surprises to see them heading her way. Now she's starting to move and realizing that, hey, I've got to get away from these guys. If I was green right now, I would be paddling straight to red as quick as I could and just taking that control because, you 1st and 2nd in the heat have 1st and 2nd priority at this point. So there's the opportunity to double team and go, hey, I'll look after them. You go look after her and let's put this one to bed.
Well, Barton down to 5 seconds on the clock, and she's already done it. A 2.53 came through for her last wave.
Oh.
Now we're getting to see some good surfing. That 2-turn combination, that's exactly what she's been waiting for. Now, her previous wave came in high enough to get her into that advancing position, but what a way for her to put that confidence and really showcase her surfing on the final wave.
Because to get into the second, the 2 was barely, and it wasn't done in a confident form. But that wave then was one of the better waves of the heat, one of the better surfed waves of the heat. It showed the potential that she had and will definitely be a boost moving into the next round.
For that score to drop through now for Gabrielli on her last wave, but her previous wave, the 2.53, was just enough to meet the requirement and get her into that 2nd place position over Julia. From what we can see, it doesn't look like Julia from the Netherlands was able to catch herself a final wave, and so she'll fall out in that 3rd place position. Her and Fine from Belgium will be heading into the repecharge round as Team Brazil has that moment together, that cheer down on the beach, and they'll be feeling very stoked with a great finish. A 3.87 comes through as the last score of Gabriele, which does increase her overall heat total and holds her in that second place position with Sofia from Peru in the lead. We're going to be right back with more action. We've got 5 more heats to finish out our under 16 girls main round 1. We'll be back with more of it right after this.
In 20 is on into water. We have in red, Eden Walla, Team USA. In blue, Eva Black for Team England. In green, Ana Herrera, Team
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, I said, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
And we're back straight into live action with Eden Walla for Team USA on her forehand, looking sharp as she kicks out, holds onto that control for the finish. In the green now, Ana Herrera from Ecuador. Big takeoff, farther out the back, now just weaving her way through to the inside. Nice snap on her forehand and up into the lip. She'll go down.
Oh, it hurts me when I said that she did so well to find that. That was a great wave for the conditions right now.
Out in the water up against England's Ava Blackford and Czechia's Ines Karmna. So this is going to be a great heat between United States, England, Ecuador, and the Czech Republic out in the lineup.
Can't wait to see the Czech Republic ride a wave, be a part of this, as we know, for the first time ever, representing presenting a junior team at this event.
Yeah, really exciting to be able to showcase, the newer generation, the young generation coming up out of that region of the world. So we've got a strong paddle here from Ava. Up and riding now. Great chip in, pumping here to try and get to that open face. The wave just never amounts for her.
And I think that's one of the things that improves as you age, is your wave selection, that relationship with the ocean. Look at this replay into the inside turn. It was a great starter. Eden looking confident. Here we go again.
Having another look, so we're still waiting for her opening ride to come through. Now setting herself up hard off the bottom and into the lip. Has so much control coming out of a really challenging section.
The way she just landed, she was so low and so compressed. It didn't look like not making it at any moment there. And it was very critical. So good start.
14-year-old loves surfing at lowers back at home in San Clemente, so part of that storm.
Not again. San Clemente. I think I heard Chris Cote, our fellow commentator, branding it the San Clemente Cyclone.
Oh, the Cyclone.
The Cyclone.
Yes.
And they are on. They are so on. The whole 2% movement is so powerful. It's one of the most, energetically, it's one of the most interesting and fantastic things to watch, because the performances that are coming out of that whole community coming together and supporting each other is taking them all to a level that I bet they're all super stoked about. Here we go.
Ava now up and riding on her second ride. Getting into a wave with a bit of a corner to it. She places it right up in the lip.
How nice did that section look?
Looked great.
It just
nice
walled
and
up
critical.
and bowled. Yeah. Shame it wasn't, capitalized on to its potential. And that's really one of those things in surfing. When you get the opportunities, you need to capitalize, because no one's guaranteed another one. It's a lot like life.
Well, Eva from Crantock loves surfing back at home in Cornwall. Small little beach village. Started surfing with her family, and her inspiration is her grandpa, who was one of the surfing pioneers in Cornwall. So it's been a long time family tradition. Now for Ava to be representing the team for the under 16s division. The national level is really, really exciting to be able to see that for the Blackford family. 15 minutes on the clock. We've got a paddle here from our surfer in white, Ines. Now up and riding on her backhand. This wave looked like it might steepen up for her. Just give her a little something more to work with. Into that corner. Snaps back to start. Looking for one more opportunity. She'll kick out, and as she does, let's go down to the beach to check in with Jess Grimwood and the winner of that last heat.
Took out that last heat from Team Peru, and we've also got Brianna as well. She's going to help us translate because I'm still working on my Spanish, but these young athletes are incredible and they can do everything all at once. So congratulations on your heat win. How was the feeling representing Peru out there and hearing the cheers as you came in for the win?
¿Cómo se siente que hayas ganado tu hit y que todos te estén apoyando en el hit? Muy feliz de poder representar a Perú de nuevo. Las olas estuvieron complicadas, pero pude cogerme un par buenas gracias a todo el apoyo del Team Perú.
And there are so many of the best surfers in the world that come from Peru. When I think of Peru, I think of like Annalie, Sofia, Daniela. Who does Sofia particularly look up to for inspiration to be a professional surfer?
De las chicas de Perú, ¿cuál es la que más te inspira y quieres ser como ella? Sofía Mulanovic y Daniela Rosas.
And one last thing for everybody tuning in at home, there'd be so many family and friends watching you to represent Peru. Would you like to say something to them?
Que si quieres decirle a todos tus amigos o familia que está viendo, decirles algo. Que gracias por apoyarme, por todo su apoyo y vamos con todas las siguientes series.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, guys. These young athletes are 13 or 14 years old, and their ability to translate and to perform under pressure, both in front of the camera and in the water, is incredible. Well done. Congratulations. We can't wait to see you surf again. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jess. That was an incredibly well-structured interview. Team Peru with the translators, the competitors, and everyone under the age of 13.
That's the youngest translator in the history of translations, I'm going to say. So cute.
What a great way for her to wrap up that heat as well for Sofia, and to have role models like Sofia Milanovic and Daniela Rosas, both Olympians for Team Peru, that are, competing or now coaching and sharing that inspiration back at the highest level. Team USA down on the beach with surfers coming up later on today. One of the cool things for Team Brazil, for Team Peru, heading into that Olympic conversation with Sofia Milanovic and Daniela Rosas. We'll get back to that in a moment, as we can see Anna now from Ecuador. Dominic Barona, Mimi Barona, being a great female surfer that's come out of that region, also was there, present at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics.
And how's the wave we saw Eva get during the interview?
Yeah, that was
fantastic.
fantastic.
A beautiful wally right-hander.
Scores in. We've got a 2-3-3 on the board for the high score of Eva. We've got Chiara from Italy paddling out in the next heat. So back to that story about Peru.
Yes.
Sofia Milanovic, after she retired from competitive surfing, began a program for young surfers, coaching program, a development program. Daniela Rosas entered into that program, was kind of one of those hand-picked that Sofia was going to be mentoring through and coaching. Fast forward 10 years down the line, and both Sofia Milanovic and Daniela Rosas then qualified for the Tokyo Olympics. Daniela being one of the youngest surfers at just 19 to qualify for that event, and Sofia being the oldest surfer in that event at 40 years old, coming back out of retirement to compete at the World Surfing Games for Team Peru, found herself with Olympic qualification after some great results at the 2019 World Surfing Games. And it was incredible to be able to see those two then rise to that level to compete together at Tokyo, knowing the mentorship and that environment between the two of them with a 20-year age span to be competing at the Olympics together for their nation, as we see Eden Walla looking so strong and structured out in the lineup.
Really a great, you can see the potential in this young lady. Her style is perfect. Her technique is perfect. Wave selection has been good. She's got the lead. And I feel like that's going to improve on that 3 and put her into such a solid position. I mean, also got Mia McLeish in their team as well from San Clemente. So a little grommet waving the flag. having fun, mate.
Lots of little brothers and sisters in tow this week as we take a look at Ines. Great looking carve.
That was.
On her forehand. We just missed what happened afterward. And we'll catch up now with Eva on the inside. So we're not sure if Ines was then able to connect that together with another. We'll have to either take a look at the replay or we'll see where that score comes through. Just a 0.93 on the board, a 1.57. So she may have fallen after that first turn.
And we talked about the wave during the interview of Eva Blackford. It only came in as a 2.33 because she was flying on that wave and it was a beautiful face, but she didn't go straight down and straight up and create something with the speed and the open face that was on the wave. And the judges they'll make you pay if you don't take advantage. That's what we saw there.
9 minutes remaining on the clock, 9 minutes 15 seconds. Ines being another one of those surfers that's representing a home country for nationality with her family heritage. Was actually born and raised in the Canary Islands. So she has grown up not living in the Czech Republic, but spending a lot of time, one of those famous surf breaks in the Canary Islands, getting to spend a lot of time in the ocean and small surfing communities as well.
And it's got incredible waves by all accounts. You see like pipeline-like reef breaks, and a lot of the kids that come out of that area, have got this amazing ability to ride big, good waves. Alejo Valido is one kid that comes to mind. Makoa Gomez is another kid from the Canary Islands, and they're just amazing surfers because of the waves they get to ride every day. It's kind of one of the was a good kept secret until I just talked about it. But, it's one of those places that, has great surf. I don't think they get, the crowds that other places get because it's sort of so remote and not really on the radar.
Yeah, a little bit more challenging to travel to spend time in. But we have heard of so many great things and great surf sessions in the Canary Islands over the years. So I don't think it was your secret necessarily to spill, but now more of the world is aware. They should be booking a trip to the Canary Islands, getting a great surf in. Eva Blackford out of England now up and riding. Couple great snaps on that bright pink board under her feet. And finishing off on the inside, looking to improve on what she has so far to make more of a question mark in front of our bottom two surfers. Eden in a great lead now with a couple of fours. She's looking to build on that, partly for that confidence, but also because we know the skill level of the other three surfers in the water could be taking away that lead from her should she leave the door open. Anna with a nice paddle now for Ecuador. Behind the section to start, sets herself up. She had that opening wave that was really nice where she'd gotten that early chip in and just kind of missed out on that in section, but we could have seen her sitting with a pretty solid score from that early wave selection. And our surfer in white goes down as well, just over the falls. Can see a few of the girls opting to ride boards that look a little bit longer underneath their feet, giving them that little extra paddle power out in the water in comparison to the size of some of the equipment from some of the other Groms. Have you noticed that, Barton?
And I suppose a longer board it can be advantageous in certain ways, like you said, with the paddling and the ability to catch waves, but then when it comes to the performance on the wave, I suppose the volume of the board and the amount of foam that's in it and the way it sits up on the water and the squirt that it gives you, the support it gives you, may be more important than the length. And that's one of the things, volume was something that was never talked about years ago, but understanding the correct volume so that you've got, when you power your board and you push onto that rail of the board in the water, you want that to bounce back at you. If it's too thin and doesn't have enough volume, it'll sink into the water and you'll actually lose speed rather than gain speed. So the longer board's good for the paddle, but as long as that volume's right, it doesn't really matter the length so much. But it is good to have that board out in front of you, isn't it? When a board's really short and they're doing a turn into the lip, say, but the board looks short and there's not board above the lip, that doesn't look quite as good as when there is that board.
Sometimes just giving that little extra bit of an exclamation. Coming up in the next heat is Milani Simon from Tahiti in the blue jersey. She'll be out in the water up against Mila Brown from Australia and Chiara Cupion from Italy.
And you can tell with a lot of the kids, they're not so used to having cameras in their face. So
Especially just right up in there. A little different than competitors on, the World Surfing Games level that are used to having those cameras around. Quick in and out now for Ines.
The other thing
chasing the 3.33.
Yeah, we're in the under 16s, but I am a little surprised at how many 11, 12, 13-year-olds there are. So it seems like nations recognise that this is a long road to the success, and the younger you get the kids involved in travelling and coming in events of this nature and handling the pressure, the better their futures will be. Eva.
Up and riding on her forehand. She was able to, unfortunately goes down. She was able to better her situation with her last score being a 2.57 as her high score. Eden still sitting on those 4.5s, could be changing the situation now with a turn like that. Tight and in the pocket on the second. Goes in for that third lip line and just throws a bit of spray as well. So she'll be finishing off strong.
We can say goodbye to one of those 4.5s, that's for sure.
Taking a look at some replays here, Barton. What are your thoughts on this last of Eva?
Yeah, she got the cut back in, goes to the top of the way. That was unfortunate. There was perhaps the opportunity to use that as one of your scoring rides.
A 1.5 falls through for last of Eva, so that's not going to factor into her top two. Eden, though, with this score, it's going to be a good one.
Look at this turn. See right at the end, she just tweaked that back end of the turn, goes vertically into the lip, comes around, this stays open for 3 big turns, gets the closeout turn in. Dare I say 7 points or something, of that range compared to everything else that's been going on in the heat. I feel like it was distinctly better. And it was a big face. The face stayed tall the whole time she was riding along it. So I think that was the heat winner. Consolidate the lead and will put people in a combination, and meaning they'll need more than one wave to catch her.
Score still to drop down to 3 minutes remaining. Opening day of competition here for the 2023 ISA World Junior Championships. Under 16 surfers had first pick of the lineup, and we'll have our under 18s hitting the water tomorrow. We haven't seen the official schedule yet, but I'm sure that'll be out shortly, as we see Ines have to possibly kick out due to the fact that Ana Herrar from Ecuador had first priority and gets that nice finish.
2.9 and 3.33. I don't see those waves coming in at that level for them. Whoa.
And Eden with a great looking re-entry. Well, she just dropped in a 7.67 for her previous wave.
And rightly so.
And just inside that 9-point range for the requirement. So hasn't quite comboed the field, but has come very close with a 9.6 requirement on second.
Well, I feel like she should have them in a combination position. She's been so dominant in this heat.
Could be maybe, what are your thoughts on this last turn? That was a nice and sharp turn. A 4.5, though, is her backup score already.
Yeah, that's was just one turn, but there's been a lot of good surfing, hasn't there, from her. And either way this last score goes, people will be recognising that she is a threat for the title.
Support crew down on the beach. 1 minute 40 seconds, and yeah, you've got to consider that with the surfing Eden's been doing in this heat, though she only has the one big score of a 7.67, and her throwaway or her backup score at the moment is relatively small, below that 5-point range. We are still waiting for the last score to come through.
We look at the other scores, Shannon, like the 2s, 2-1s, 2.57s, 2.33s. I feel like the 4.5s of Eden's have been more than 2 points better than those rides. And that this has been kept a little tight again, the scale hasn't been really effectively exploited to create and show the differences sometimes in the performances. Eden's definitely been. Oh, there you go.
5.33.
Combo finally.
Finally, she's gotten into that conversation now. A 13-point requirement on Eva. For those of you tuning in that might be newer to surfing, we've got some newer surfing nations in the conversation this week supporting. Combination requirement means that the surfers are going to need 2 new scores in order to match the heat total of the surfer that's ahead of them. So for Eva, the couple of 2s that she has are not going to be enough with a single score to add up to that 13-point range. Nice takeoff from Eva here as we're talking about her, up and riding. See if this wave gives her a little corner to finish off with. She's got a real nice, smooth style.
Yeah.
That board looks sharp under her feet, and she'll have that clean dive out.
And perhaps there's the opportunity to put a little more pressure down on the back foot to get some more angle, a little more aggression in those turns. But she's holding on to that second place.
And the buzzer will sound for our women in the lineup. It looks like Eva's going to be able to hold on to second, as you said, Barton, for Team England. And Anna of Ecuador will fall out in that third place position, with Ines of the Czech Republic in fourth. So Ecuador and Czech Republic heading into the repechage round. USA and England advancing through in the main round. And what a stellar performance from Eden Walla, part of the San Clemente Cyclone that we'll be witnessing throughout this week.
I think that's sticking. Chris will be happy to hear that. But, you know, the Brazilian Storm, something that we all talk about, and the San Clemente Cyclone is definitely something that's brewing and taking the surfing world by storm right now.
That's right. We've seen that from the surfers on the championship tour over the years, really starting to develop on that side of things. As we take a look at a nice cheer on the beach for Team England. And it'll be an advancement through for them in the top round with Eva. Skin Dog there on the beach with support. And we're going to go to a quick break. Chris Cote and Mitchell Salazar coming in to call the action.
So good. Well done. Second place was blue, and Blackbird for England. 4.90 total points. Third place was green, for Ecuador with 4.10 total points. And fourth place was white, Ines Pravna for the Czech Republic, 2.70. Bateria go.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back, surf fans. We're live from Rio de Janeiro. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Macumba Beach has come alive today. Plenty of waves out there. A little bit wild and woolly at times, but highly contestable. Mia Brown, Miliani Simone, and Chiara Capone. They're not going to have any problems out there. These are all surfers who are ready and willing to go out there and rip. I am Chris Cote, joined by Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, every heat has a different story to tell, and this one's going to start with your surfer in red.
Yeah, Mila, a great surfer coming out of Sydney. And as you can see right there, with turns like that, there's a reason why she's the current U16 champion in Australia. I mean, winning the national titles over there is a huge deal, and especially in the U16s, it goes to show you that there's still a lot of talent that we'll be seeing in the next few years in the U18s. She is the actual #1 surfer in Australia up until this moment in the women's U18 as well. So not surprised to see her be in her last year in the U16s, and we will be seeing her in the U18s in the next 2 years.
Well, I've seen her name, but this is my first time seeing her surf live and in person, and it's pretty clear right when she stood up. This young lady rips. I mean, you could see it in her style. That first turn, she unloaded, and she got a 4.17. Earned every bit of that, and you can just tell that given the opportunity, she is going to tear this place up.
Oh, and she caught the wave as soon as the horn sounded, too. It's like
savvy.
You're in position already. You kind of know what's going on out there in the lineup. You've seen at least 2 or 3 heats before yours. It seems like the 12-year-old from Papara in Tahiti up and riding.
Miliani Simone goes vertical. The wave gets the better of her there. And right behind her, Chiara Capone from Italy. Don't love the head first dive like that.
Me neither. It's shallow on the inside.
Yeah, somebody's going to tell her. Feet first, please.
Soldier dive, as we call it. Yeah. What do you think the median age is in the U16s?
13? I mean, there's 12-year-olds, there's 14-year-olds. It's
13 and a half
a wide array
towards
for
14.
sure.
Yeah. That's pretty young. I mean, you still have 2.5 years to still go in this division. It's pretty impressive, and I think that's really been the most outstanding thing out of today so far is that you're seeing a lot of surfers surf up in divisions. I mean, I think they're kind of making a case to have U14s out there too, but the next thing you know, you'd have to throw in U12s as well, and I think it would be just too many divisions with how many surfers we have. But it's really impressive to see a lot of these surfers go up in divisions too, Chris.
And attempting turns like that. Just sliding out a little bit there for Chiara, but she did get a .80, so nothing of note yet, except for that wave from Mila Brown, representing Team Australia. So a 4.17 on one turn. I mean, watch out because we know the potential already. She does 2 of those on a wave. She could be looking at an 8.
Aussies look good this year again too. Very well coached. Always have a great staff. I think most importantly, they're just enjoying the moment. It's a long trip for them. They usually have to have at least one stop to be able to get to a destination like this. Nothing like South Africans, though. I mean, they really have to go through the most difficult travel part of everybody. Whether it's this event towards Brazil, even to North America, they have to at least make 1 or 2 stops overall. So it can be quite treacherous for them. But for the Aussies, they always come to compete. And I feel like this year they have a gold medal team.
They bring the sting, Mitch, every time.
Ooh,
everywhere they go. The
Irukandjis.
Irukandjis. Named after a poisonous jellyfish, deadly in the water. It's kind of a...
And on land.
It's kind of a fun, giving your team a nickname like that, it just adds another element of fun that is a huge part of this contest. I mean, of course, we're talking numbers, we're talking facts, figures, rankings, qualification, Olympics, winning, losing, but I think the overarching feel that you have here on the beach is fun. I mean, you can imagine being a teenager, traveling the world with your friends, getting to surf in these exotic destinations, eating hot dogs and eggs for breakfast. Beans and rice everywhere you look.
Beans and rice, that's a good one. I don't know about hot dogs and eggs, though.
Hot dogs and eggs for breakfast, man. It's a delicacy.
It's nutritious. Has a lot of values and properties to it.
Get yourself to a Brazilian steakhouse and enjoy the show.
I think we might be doing that tonight, by the way. So
really?
It is Saturday.
Is that an invite? Is it Saturday?
It is.
12:43 to go here. Only one score of note on the board, a 4.17 for your surfer in red representing Team Australia. Team Australia, of course, got to be fired up. Sierra Kerr, one of the team leaders. I mean, they're all leaders when you see that, how stacked that team is. But Sierra went out there, did the air of the day so far, probably one of the turns of the day, really one of the highest heat totals of the day. And so you could bet that fired up the rest of the squad. Mila Brown now just sitting out there waiting patiently. She's in that top priority spot. Love that these young surfers are getting some experience with priority under their belts as well. Here's a look back at Sierra Kerr. This fired up the whole beach. Doesn't matter what flag you were flying. You were stoked when you saw this.
On a 7.5 for just the one maneuver, too. Nearly excellent right there. I mean, just the grab itself, Chris, as an aerialist yourself, that is really tough to do with the amount of speed that she had. Just to be able to get that hang time, that little amount of pop on a wave that was so flat, to be able to get in the air like that of extreme difficulty, well scored. You have 3/4 of the scale that you use right there. You still have 2.5 points all the way to the 10 that you could potentially use if you see an air that you wouldn't see on any other day in terms of competition. So I feel like scoring today has been great. Eden Walla also looked incredible in the previous heat. I feel like there's a lot of contenders in the girls U16.
No doubt. Here we go. Chiara Capone, Team Italy. Nice snap there. Adding some excitement to the end of that wave. Jumps off her board quick. Dodges the sand there. You can hear her team on the beach going off. For Chiara. She'll make her way back into the lineup, and now out the back, Miliani Simone representing Team Tahiti. She's got a nice little right-hander to work with, well overhead, closed out around her. But yeah, you see the difference in stature as well in this age bracket, from 16 down to 12. I mean, that's a time of growth, I'm sure, for boys and girls. So that's why we see these, different sizes out in the lineup, and it's pretty awesome. You watch some of these little kids stepping it up, showing no fear, no intimidation, going up against some of the older competitors. And that's really fun to watch.
I think that's why I have so much respect for Leo, because when he started doing these by himself, first of all, he traveled with, a guardian and come here and compete and always be in the U16s. I think he started when he was 12. He was always surfing against kids that were aging out of the U16s. Once he made it to the 18s, he was already so experienced that everybody was on the same level as him. But the year that he won in 15 in Oceanside, he was 18 that year. He was aging out, so he had already had 6 or 7 years of experience here at this level and used it to his advantage, but grew into his body at the same time. Goes to show you, we might be seeing a lot of these situations. Maybe Simone might be there in a few years.
I'm sure. I mean, there's so much potential here, and some of that potential is already realized with some of the kind of the superstar juniors that we have on hand. But then, you see flashes of brilliance from a lot of these surfers, even the ones that are kind of just getting their competitive quote careers going. You can see the reason why their coaches or whoever put their teams together selected them, because they've all got their own kind of spark, and that's what makes these events just so fun and so special to be a part of, because you get to see the growth. And when we're watching 12, 13, 14-year-old surfers, we're going to see them year in, year out, just like you said. Leonardo Fioravante, great example, somebody who came straight up through these ISA junior events. Look at him now.
Yeah.
Taking on the world.
Well, he nearly made the finals, too. He was a top 10 surfer this year, and we're talking about one of the very elite, somebody who's progressed a lot. I feel like a lot of these young women have the potential and the capabilities to do that. Simone comes from a place in Tahiti called Papara, which is a beach break that is actually very similar to this. Rippable. Mana Bray actually spends a lot of time over there just practicing for a lot of his QS events. And I think overall, those playing fields are the one that you need to be the most consistent at, because in the end, to get on the championship tour, you need to go through the qualifying series. Then you need to go to the Challenger Series, where most of the waves are pretty similar to this. So overall, I think they're doing the right kind of thing and taking the path that really stars you into excellence, Chris. And we've seen that through the ISA, especially when it comes to the different venues that we've had worldwide.
I'm right there with you. Inside of 8 minutes to go here. Chiara Capone in the lead for now, the 317 and a 1.5. Mila Brown still sitting on that 417. Hasn't had a second wave ridden yet, but she is in priority. She's taking a look here. We'll see if the priority judges deem that an effort. I mean, it almost looked like the wave was going to chip her in, but flattened out quick.
Well, she's had 2 of those now. I think they've just gone flat by the time she's been looking at them. Fortunately for her, she didn't keep anybody off either, so it's not considered a block. It seems like priority is going to stay the same, but you can obviously see the skills that she has just on the 417 really came based off of one turn, right? The one carve that she had brought it all the way around, but as of right now, only the one score on the board wants to get busy soon, because we have seen people lose out with the best wave of the heat and still not make it through.
True. Takes 2 waves to tango.
Unless you've just got a 10 and you're waiting the whole time to get a backup score afterwards, but
that's a one-hit wonder.
Yeah. Stevie Wonder. Sorry. That came out of nowhere. It's towards the end of the day. A little tired.
Yeah, we're still having fun. We're getting fired up. It's like we're pulling back the bow. We're gonna let that arrow fly as soon as one of these young surfers takes off on a wave. Definitely not easy at this time of day for these surfers to kind of identify what's happening, because if you look right there, I mean, any of us would be sitting out there going, "Is this a wave? Is this a wave?" We'll see if Mila has one right now. She does. Could have a nice bump to work with there. I mean, textbook. I don't think you could have done anything better. That was a wide, wild, weird-looking wave, and she made full use of it. Beautiful layback snap right in the perfect section of that wave. I mean, you can tell how good she surfs, even with just those 2 short, quick waves.
Yeah, and that was a wise decision to go on this wave, too. you didn't have a backup. You've probably been thinking of using priority way too much. Just go on a wave, even if it is a closeout. And as you can see right there, execute one beautiful maneuver. I mean, the way she had to get to her feet real quick and adjust her footing just to be able to get to that one section in time was extremely impressive. Got to be thinking she's going to back up the 417 with a very similar score. Meteor section, Chris, should be a good one for her.
Fast, too.
Mm-hmm.
And she was flying down the line on a wave that was not offering anything.
Beach break surfer from Sydney. What do you expect?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you're a 18 and up Australian surfer and you see surfers like Mila Brown coming up, you get worried because you know they're going to get real good real quick. Now we see a current leader, Chiara Capone. Good combo there. The second turn a little messy, but still rode out of it. I like the arc on the first snap that she did. The first two-turn combo we've seen of this heat so far. So that's going to be a decent number. She's sitting on a 317 as her high mark for now.
And there are obviously moments of impact that are different, and you're trying to break that down in terms of the judging criteria too, as you look at the score that drops right there for Brown, a 4.2. In the end, a combination of poor maneuvers or very small and significant maneuvers aren't usually going to top something like we saw with the strong one-turn combo of Mila Brown, 4.2. As the score comes in for Capone, it's actually a 2.5. So case in point right there, 1.7 separation, almost 2 points difference, Chris, between the one strong one and then the two-turn combo for the surfer in green.
Yeah, the judges want you to keep it clean. You know, they don't want to see forced turns. That was a nice little snap right there. A good combo. I mean, she is tiny.
She's 12.
ripping.
I mean, give her a few years, let her grow into her body a little bit more and get her on a proper wave. Watch out.
I mean, look at the fundamentals here, though. Solid.
Yeah, I mean, gets it back into the white water right there, comes around the corner. That was cool. Unfortunately for her, didn't have the same kind of impact that you would have seen from one of the other two surfers just because of the amount of power that she has. But still, we're talking about somebody who has a lot to develop. 2.67 gets her best. Still has a lot of work to do right now, Chris.
Adriano De Souza right there signaling to his team rider in the water, Team Italy. Chiara Capone has the luxury of having one of the goats of surfing on the beach in her corner. And Adriano is one of those surfers, you know, when you saw him compete, you thought, man, this guy must be mean. You know, he must be fierce. And then you see him on the beach, he's one of the nicest guys you're going to meet. I love that dichotomy. Some of the best. They know they don't have to bring that competitive mindset and attitude onto the land.
Yeah.
Keep it in the water. I mean, I'm sure if you had to compete against him for 20 years, you might have a different
horrible.
thought.
Yeah.
Kelly Slater is one of those guys that said Adriano was one of the hardest to beat. One of his most underrated rivals.
They shared a final in Portugal one year. It was firing. I remember their final at Teahupo'o.
They were paddling all over each other.
Barrels, everything. Kelly was frustrated that he beat him in the final. Kelly thought that he won, as always. But in the end, De Souza is just one of those guys. And I hope they really value them in the Italian team. They probably do. But in the end, that's a world champion, somebody that grinded for close to 10 years to be able to get to that point right there and took advantage of the one moment that he did have. But overall, that's a guy that worked hard to get to where he's at.
Mila Brown now getting around a big section, goes up and into the lip.
Oh.
In the danger zone.
Kenny Loggins.
Comes down right on the sand. But again, even though that was not a make, you see the potential.
Yeah.
You see she is gnarly. She's a great surfer.
Rather see her go for it than not. Let that section go. And overall, she makes this turn, and there's no doubt in my mind that she's bettering one of the fours that she has. I mean, just the meaty section right there. Steep drop coming out of it, too. And as you saw, she was riding out of it, but it was just the impact of that whitewater when she was coming down.
Right
knocked her off of her feet.
Chiara Capone now completed ride. Good clean turn to finish there. Adriano's going to like that. There's Team Japan in the house.
Please stay out of the competition
Always a
area.
spirited team. And that's another group right there where on the sand. Oh, a pleasure to be around.
Yeah.
Surfing a heat with any of those surfers on Team Japan, watch out. They're coming for you.
Even free surfing, too.
Do catch a lot of waves.
They do.
Those Japanese youngsters. If
They
they're on a
rip,
peak,
though.
if they're on a peak, you just go to the next peak.
Yeah.
I would say most teams are like that here.
Could probably say some more than others, but yes. I'd say 90% of the surfers that are out there right now want to be able to impress you in the short amount of time that you probably have out there to catch 2 or 3 waves during your break. And you're just like, okay, Grom, let me catch 1 wave before I have to go back to work.
Oh,
okay?
they all want to spray me right in the face.
Well, you just got to show them the dark arts. Board.
I'll
JT.
take it.
Just be like, hey, Pop's got to do an air over you, okay?
8 seconds to go here. It's going to be Miliani Simone from Tahiti. The wave just kind of ran away from her, so nothing doing there. Did get a 2.67, so at least had 1 good wave in this heat. And I would say even though Mila Brown probably surfed about 50% of her potential, still went out, put on a great show. There's your Italian team. The Forza is here to greet their team member on the sand, flying the flags. And with that, we're going to fill it up again. More action to come right around the corner. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. You're watching the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Rio de Janeiro.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother would say, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and just rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Remember when surfing was in the Olympics in Tokyo? Thank you, Fernando Aguirre, for that. Well, more action takes to the lineup. We are not done yet, not by a long shot. This is round 1, heat 22. You're watching girls under 16 here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Macumba Beach.
Yep.
What a place. We're surrounded by natural beauty. And in the lineup right now, 4 surfers up to the task. Mariah Ikeda, Alma Gorgilu, Hanna Meyer, and Nina Linder. Sweden, Germany, Argentina, Japan, an international superheat yet again. Mitchell, you saw the art right there, the little drum in the corner, right there. I'd like you to find me one of those. I want to bring one home.
Okay, the Macumba Roomba, remember.
That's right. I'm gonna learn that dance. So
So
this is your surfer in red, Ikeda.
Well, given how good they are at surfing beach breaks, I'm not surprised that she was able to hop over that one flat section right there and just try to tap that one section at the end. But with 18 minutes to go, that's going to be an incomplete maneuver at the end for her. Linder now having a look right here at the surfer from Sweden in the white.
Up and at it. Quick snap there, flying down the line. Gets that inside section. Almost rides out complete. That was just a matter of speed control there. She was going so fast down the line. Did get one good turn off. So a good start. Team Brazil, always prepared. Is that the Macumba Rumba? That's part of it.
We could ask. They are the Brazilian team, so they would know better than us. But in the end, everybody has a way to warm up. My thing was just to always put in my headphones and try to paddle out a few minutes before the heat, catch a few waves, and then go into the heat, Chris. Seems like somebody was up and riding right there. Linder, though, with a decent wave, you're talking about her going on the back end right here. Seems like she's riding an epoxy under her feet. That DHD looks great. Gets the combo right there. Doesn't ride out of the second one, but Surfing for Sweden is from Lima, Peru, though. Favorite wave is Mancora in the northern part. As we look at Corgiolu, the surfer from Argentina. So the one turn on the forehand looked good right there. So a lot of intensity, good amount of power into it. As we look at a couple of surfers from Tahiti, well represented here at the ISA Juniors.
And it's still about 75 degrees out there. It's probably freezing for them. A little wind, a little rain throughout the day, but
It gets cold in Tahiti, though. You don't think so? It gets chilly outside. It gets windy, rainy.
pretty similar to what we experience here right now.
True. True.
I mean, we're lucky to be here in Brazil, right time, right place. Back at home in Southern California, it is really starting to get cold. Down here, it's just starting to heat up.
And it's flat, too.
Summertime's here. Well, it's not going to be flat for long. You may have seen on the news, Hawaii was 150 feet everywhere on the North Shore. Saw some giant waves ridden. Koa Rothman got a huge one. I saw a guy foiling at Pe'ahi on a
foil.
Massive wave. All kinds of crazy stuff happening.
There's the Argentinian team. Paseri, Rojas, Gosoleto, all the crew right there. A lot of second-generation professional surfers right there in that crew, too. Cool to see. They've come a long way as well.
Praia da Macumba. It's Macumba Beach. You want to get more information about this event and the ISA as a whole, go to isasurf.org. A lot of great bios, all the surfers competing. And it'll give you a list of all the events that are coming up. We're going to be heading down to Puerto Rico pretty soon here, right around the corner for the World Surfing Games. It's the last chance qualifier for the few spots left in the Paris Olympics. 14:50 on the clock. Alma, representing Argentina in the lead for now. That one turn got her a 2.33, the highest single wave score of this heat so far. Mitch, how much to paddle to swim around that rock? Uh-oh. Well, we'll see what happens there. We'll leave that one to the judges, but a high speed action from Mariah Keita, representing Team Japan.
You mean distance or time?
Now, how much money do I have to pay you to swim around that rock? We'll work it out off air. This right here is just a beautiful part of the world, a stunning look at what makes this part of the world so special. You know, if you start going down the beach right here, Macumba, this is kind of this is what you'll see on all the postcards, on the coffee mugs, on all the souvenirs. And as you get down the beach to the right of your screen, you know, you would start to see Ipanema, Copacabana, and then to the north, you know, you've got Saquarema right around the corner as well. That's where the Championship Tour event comes nearly every year. And from every little town and every little stretch of beach, you've got a professional surfer, at least one.
Yeah.
Adriana de Souza right down the road.
Medina lives here now, too.
Right here in this town?
Well, not in this town, but he lives in Rio.
Okay.
Yeah.
13:20. So that first wave comes through at 3.5 for Mariah Keita. So we have a new heat leader here. 3.5 matches up with a 1.5. Decent total of 5 for now, but still plenty of time to go. 13 minutes left. So as our surfers prepare for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the beach. We've got Jess standing by.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, got Miller Brown, winner of the last heat. Miller, first time Brazil for you. How's it feel being here in this country and absorbing all the culture?
Oh, it's pretty fun with all like the markets and that everywhere. It's such a cool vibe, and yeah, the surf's pretty fun and good crowd.
And what about travelling with Team Australia? You guys obviously have a really big support crew behind you. Has there been any standout moments yet? Has been a lot of laughter going on in the rooms, or any funny moments you can share with us?
Oh, I reckon everything's funny every moment. It's just the best crew, and I love hanging out with them.
What about just free surfing out here? Have you been coming out for the early morning free surfs or sneaking out in front of the hotel?
Yeah, I've been surfing out here in the morning, and it's that hard to get a wave. It took me like half an hour this morning because everyone's just like going waves around you, but they're all ripping, so it's sick to see.
It is really cool to see. And for your division, the under-16s, how old are you and how many times have you been at these games?
I just turned 16, and this is my first time at ISAs.
Beautiful. Well, we love to see it. Congratulations. Great performance for you. We can't wait to see what comes in the next round. And for everybody watching at home, did you want to say a quick shout out to them?
Just my sisters at home and my grandma, and my dog. Can't speak English, but yeah, just hi and thanks for watching.
Very, very cool. Well done. Congratulations again. Well done for Team Australia. We can't wait to see you in the next round. Thanks, Miller.
Thanks heaps.
Thank you, guys.
Well, dogs know when you're thinking about
I
it.
know. Don't speak English. What are you
her
talking
dog,
about?
her dog only speaks Australian, Mitch. But all the sisters back at home, you can be very proud of your sister, Mila. What a performance. And again, that was probably 50, 60% of how good she really is. So to breeze her way through heat like that, that's the sign of good things to come. And I love what she said about surfing. It's that hard to catch waves out there, but it's also inspiring because people are ripping. That's a good attitude to have.
And I appreciate the honesty, too. Like, once you see the authenticity like that, obviously you have a good head on your shoulders. She's very honest with herself and still thinks that she has a few more gears to click into, Chris.
Here's Nina Linder, Team Sweden. A little more solid on her forehand. Couldn't really get around that section. Had one nice little turn. She makes it through. Again, your surfer in red showing why she is the high seed right now. Quick snap there from Ikeda. Preparation is key. Another surfer representing Peru, Catalina Zaracue coming up. Laura Mandeli, Loon Van Dijk, and Tora Bengule.
Yeah, and Catalina, she's really coming to her own as of late. She had a great performance over there at the ISAS, the Continental Tour here in the Americas, both in El Salvador, Guatemala as well. So I expect her to do well in this event. Still very young, Chris, but Zaracue, she is one of those surfers that I feel can go a long way into this event. I've said that around 10 times today, but I'm just honest. There's that many people that I feel like can win the whole thing overall. We saw Ikeda with a couple of amazing turns right there, back-to-back, dropped a 4.67, and we're still waiting on the last score, too. It might come down to that, Chris. You get one good turn, you get something better than a 5 or a 6. 12 points, 13 points. As it comes, you got to take it because, in the end, all that matters is you making it through or winning the heat. Doesn't matter with what kind of heat total you're doing it, though.
Truth, Mitch, truth. 9 minutes to go here. Ikeda extends her lead, 4.67 and a 3.5. It's so fun to see the preparation, right? These surfers are trying to maintain their composure with the camera in their face, maybe for the first time in their competitive career.
What a little
Just
snicker,
a little
too.
smirk right there, trying to be serious, but I mean, these are kids, and it's really fun to watch the kind of the transformation. Right, they're in the water, they're serious, and then they get back to the beach, and it's just roughhousing and having a good time with their friends, as it should be. And I know there's a lot of serious training that goes on behind the scenes. I'm sure they're having team meetings and all that, but I'm also sure that they're freed up to have fun and to be kids while they're on this journey.
Well, not Ikeda. She's here to
She's
win.
Here for business. Yeah, she's on a business trip. And she's really good at her job. Right there, nice finish for Ikeda. And she's already got an 8.17 total.
So got to be careful, though. The last few waves, I don't know if she's fully ridden out of the last turn, though. So just overall, her wave selection has been great. Her execution has been awesome, but I don't know if she's fully ridden out in front of the white water out of the last two waves. Her previous score came in as just a 1, and that's what I mean. She throws the tail, pushes it around, but she's not fully in front of the white water right there. So if you're using priority on these waves, and especially if you're only trying to better at 3.5, at least make sure that you're fully out in front of it.
Well, and I would say the majority of our judges, they judge on all levels. You know, WSL Championship Tour, ISA World Surfing Games, Olympics. So,
and then you go down to WSA.
Yeah, they're going to hold these surfers to the same standards as they do any surfers. So they're not giving them, you know, any passes just because they're teenagers, and that's exactly how you learn.
Also learning with a lot of those coaches that you have in their corner. As we see the Brazilian surfer up there coming up.
She's sponsored.
Quite a few stickers on the board.
Yep. Make the board heavier when you have 25 sponsors?
I couldn't answer that question. I'd never had that many.
What makes the support that big? Bam. There we go.
Yep.
Biggest turn of the afternoon. Hands down, Mariah Ikeda. We said she's on a business trip. She continues to do work. What a snap. The young Japanese surfer. Let's take a look at this one again.
And she got this wave under priority too, Chris, so excellent recognition of where she was in the lineup. Good timing, got a little hung up coming out of it though, if we're being super critical, but it will go into her top 2. The score is in, it's a 4.47, so it does extend the lead, but more importantly, just adds more pressure to all the other 3 surfers. Alma's had a good heat too. I mean, she's only had 1 turn waves, a 3 and a 2.33, but I feel if she gets a combination of turns, Chris, she's going to be able to match or even better the 4s that Ikeda has in her scoreline right now. Linder, though, after that 1.5, the backhand wave, she hasn't really had anything else. And Hana so far, just a couple of really small scores, real throwaways. So with 6 minutes to go, this heat's still really wide open, even for first place. Ikeda still hasn't touched the double-digit range, so wouldn't be surprised to see somebody really come out in the last 6 minutes and get something close to an excellent score. I feel like the waves are out there for it, but you just need to be in the spot. Takeoff angles, to me, Chris, have been imperative for good scores and good performances so far today. And when I talk about takeoff angle, it's getting into the wave at a certain angle so that way you can already generate speed before you even take off on the wave. I feel like we've seen that a lot more from the more experienced surfers, one of them being Sierra Kerr.
There you see a good overview of our contest area, really just kind of integrated right into the town.
And into the jungle, too. I mean, literally trees on the water's edge.
Wow, that was a fun journey. A fun flight.
Felt like Disneyland.
Through the eyes of a toucan. Here we go, right and left. Hannah Meyer, Team Germany. Carving turn there. Kicks out of that wave. So that leaves Alma in blue, representing Argentina out the back, along with Mariah Ikeda. Second priority, surfer there in red. And here we go, your surfer in white, Nina Linder. Nice turn there. Rides through the danger zone.
Well,
that was solid.
Much better.
That was solid surfing.
She was needing that right there, too. Drops a 2.0, now needs a low 3, a 3.33 to be precise. And seems like we got a paddle here from Alma. She's up.
So Alma's been quietly powering her way through this heat. She hasn't been on the best waves, but she's definitely done some of the best turns we've seen. Just like that. You know, by any means necessary. She would not be denied.
Well, that's definitely what she was missing right now. Had a lot of single turn waves, a 3, a 2.33, and now with just under 4 minutes to go, a lot of it wasn't as pretty as it gets, but it was effective. It was efficient. She had enough space to be able to fit in 2 or 3 and was able to do it on that wave right there. So just under 4 minutes to go, this was a real smart move for the surfer in the blue jersey. Needs a 6 to move up into first. It ain't going to be that. But as long as you better and improve on your low score, Chris, your job's done. So just add more pressure right now to the surfers in 3rd and 4th that are needing a bigger score.
You know, I would think Alma would have heard Nina's friends, family cheering for her. She did that big turn on the inside, and you know, when you hear the crowd go wild for your competitor, it can go 2 ways. You can get on your nerves and kind of shake you up a little bit, or it can fire you up, and I think it fired up Alma. She might have just gotten her best score of this heat with 2 minutes and 55 seconds to go.
100% agreed. And, you know, we talk about a nation that is small, but they have some amazing surfers. They've had a lot of success at the ISA level. And speaking of Alma right here, this is the combination that we're talking about on the backhand. Fits in the first one real strong. The second one really just a redirect in order to get back to the power source to be able to fit in that third. And as I said, it wasn't very pretty, but it was effective enough to get her a score that was better than the 2.33. Actually gets her best, Chris, at 3.07. And now both Linder and Meyer needing a bigger score with just over 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think Alma got proper credit for kind of weaving through a really flat, weird section of that wave. Then it didn't take much away from the flow that she showed us. So the speed, power, flow equation still looming large in the minds of the judges here. 2 minutes to go. It's been Ikeda providing us the most exciting surfing for sure in this heat, whereas Alma has really had to work for it. You know, she had to fight for the points that she's had. Nina Linder had one big flashy turn, and Hannah Meyer maybe just trying to figure out exactly where to take off. She will have another chance in the repechage if she can't get a 5.27 in the next minute 40. But again, the experience, I mean, Team Germany, a relatively fresh team, and they've made leaps and bounds in the past decade. We're talking top 10, top 5.
Yep.
World Surfing Games history for sure.
Top 10, yeah. I don't know if top 5, yeah.
Top 10.
Yes.
But, you know, guys like Leon Glatzer definitely help.
Well, Dylan Groen.
A
couple of amazing surfers, yeah. Noah Klopp. She had a good performance this year, too, at the Surfing Games.
Yeah, they put together kind of like a sneaky, underrated, ripping team. Here goes Akeda now. She just looks like she is building momentum. Since the jump of this heat, she got the first wave after about 30 seconds. And look at that. The look on her face says it all. She wants more. She wants to get out there and maximize every second she has in the lineup.
Well, she's not fully satisfied with her performance yet, but I think this wave is a great example of what these waves can offer. That's just a beautiful wrap right there. I mean, fully uses the rail. It's not every day you get to see somebody use the rail like that at a beach break. Unfortunately for her, wave never really set up the same way it did at the beginning. So that's going to be a throwaway. But with 20 seconds to go, seems like she is so far out in front. Going to be untouchable here at the end, Chris.
As we get down to 15 seconds left. Not sure if that last wave from Akeda is going to replace a 4.67 or 4.47. But it was, again, just more scouting report for us. More potential that we're seeing here. Team Canada gets ready. We have Brazil, Peru, Netherlands, Belgium. That's a surfer representing the Netherlands. I like these teams commingle a little bit because they're all friends and family on the beach. You know, we're all surfers. You're going to help your fellow surfer. It's pretty cool that Canadian coach taking some time.
It is pretty funny, though, how you put the camera in their face when they're not getting interviewed and they start smiling and they get all nervous. And then as soon as you put a microphone in their face, nobody wants to talk anymore.
Some of them have been shining. And I think with more heat wins, we're going to see those confidence in those post-heat interviews grow as well. Well, we got a couple more heats on the day. Team Japan comes through along with Team Argentina in that last one. But we're going to fire this up again right after these brief messages. You'll be right back. We will be right back as well. You're watching the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Macumba Beach, Brazil.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. We'll now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Championships. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch. Barton, it's been a pleasure to call the action with you. We have gotten to see almost 88 competitors today in our under-16 girls division, and they've just been on fire.
And I suppose another 88 down there with the boys. And it's been a great day, opening day, exciting on the beach and amazing performances. Good to be back in the booth. Feel like I've got to get warmed up, get match fit. Haven't commentated in a while, so exciting to be here with you, Shannon.
Yeah,
here
it's nice to kind of get day underway. I feel like for everybody, for the surfers, for the teams, for everyone
Exactly.
behind the scenes organizing, to be able to just start getting the ball rolling, get that snowball effect through the rest of the week. And we'll find that rhythm as we see Catalina for Team Peru up into the lip for that opening ride. And she'll set herself up with a score. She's in the water against Laura of Brazil, Loon of the Netherlands, and Tora from Belgium. 4 surfers looking to try and stay in the top 2 as we take a look at this replay.
Had the inside position for the takeoff. Beautiful first turn. Seen this young lady surf for a few years now. She's got a great backhand as well. And unfortunate she didn't get the completion there because it's going to be, that first turn was beautiful. It won't be as high as it could have been. Left some points there.
And you've been talking about it all day, Barton, the importance in a 20-minute heat to get started early, to capitalize on that first exchange sets you up really well come the end of the heat.
And your positioning in relation to the ocean and the waves and the banks that you're surfing and your opponents creates that opportunity. Catalina was on the inside of both red and green and gave her the opportunity to get that first ride. If she wasn't on the inside, one of these other girls would have got that. So it's the positioning's so important.
365 surfers in the draw this week out of 46 different national teams. It's been fun to see the under-16s get underway this morning with the boys and the girls all getting a chance to surf. We'll have to finish out the remainder of the under-16 boys division tomorrow morning, first thing. And we'll be heading into our under-18s division throughout the rest of the day. As we take a look at a quick in and out from Loon. We've got a paddle here from our surfer in red now. Laura has a look, decides not to go. We'll truck with Catalina. Opened up with a 4.83. So a great start, goes in for a huge snap on her forehand. She's going to put a backup score on the board. And Barton, while we wait for that to come through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Jess Grimwood and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, Shannon. Mirai Akira, congratulations. Taking that heat win for the 16 girls. How did you feel representing Japan out there?
Yeah, I want to get more waves and more good waves, and I want to make it, but yeah, not so good. But next round I will more good surf, doing good surf.
Well, we think you surfed really well, especially to get a win so early. For you, how old are you and where in Japan are you from?
I'm 16 years old. I'm from Japan, in the Shizuoka and Omazaki.
And for all your family tuning in at home, I'm sure they're watching live from Japan right now. Would you like to say hello to them and maybe good morning or good evening?
おはようございます。おはようございます。自分いいサーフィンできなかったんですけど、次のラウンドは絶対もっと皆さんにいいサーフィン見せるように頑張りたいです。応援よろしくお願いします。日本チームのみんな応援よろしくお願いします。
Congratulations. We can't wait to see you surf again and well done. It's so great to have you here for your winning heat interview.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Mirai. She's always been a really kind of fierce and focused competitor. Last year at the World Junior Championships, she walked away with the bronze medal in this under-16s division. So she's one of those surfers that everyone would have known coming into the draw, taking a look at who's actually present this year, who's maybe graduated out and is, not competing this year because they're too old or something. But Mirai Ikeda is one of the surfers who made it into the finals last year in the under-16s, and she's still young enough to be competing in the under-16s before heading to the U18s next year.
And she didn't seem very happy with her performance, regardless of the result. She got the win, which has got to feel good, but she definitely was almost apologetic, it felt like, that, hey, I'm going to do better, just stay with me.
Let's take a look at some replays here.
Oh, what a start to this. Hey, this turn is miraculous. Boom! It didn't look like she was going that fast as she was going up the face of the wave, and then just whipped that re-entry vertical. Snapped it around. That was a beautiful turn. Already got 2 scores on the board for Peru.
Nice style from Loon out of the Netherlands as she comes into those first 2 turns. She puts down a 1.67 for her high score. And we've got a few big scores on the board already for Catalina. Loon with a quick in and out again. And a 4.83 was the opener for Catalina. Drops in a 4.00, which would have set her up into the lead significantly.
Yes.
But then was able to already improve on that with that 6.67 for that big front hand attack. And she'll be sitting in a great position in that first place spot for Team Peru.
Yeah, I think the 6.67 might have been that left with the 3 backhand turns.
That's right.
The 4 was for 1 turn, which is shows the quality of the turn, doesn't it? We've been saying most of the day 1 good turn will get you 3 points around that. The 4, signifies that turn was fast, it was electric, and then to back it up with the left-hander and get 3 turns on the backhand. I mentioned before how good her backhand is and taking advantage of it there.
From Moncora, the 14-year-old out of Peru. We've been talking about the strength of the Peruvian contingency in ISA events specifically over the years. Of course, we have a former world champion in Sofia Milanovic from the ASP days on the World Tour. But then for Luca Macinas, for Daniela Rosas, Arena Rodriguez is in the conversation as well. Taking a look at this one, this was the 6.67. Love that we've just been given that on the replay because that was some fantastic surfing.
Yeah, sorry for hooting over you, but
that's one of the reasons, Martin, that I love commentating with you because you can feel it. You know when you're watching good surfing and you just can't contain it.
I don't even know it's come out until it's too late. But that was beautiful surfing. So what a start to this heat. I with all respect, I feel like she could most probably come in now and the job would be done, with 11 minutes to go. It's been that authoritative, and she's been able to turn waves that they weren't that great, but the surfing that she's done on them sort of maximised and milked every point that was on offer. So great start to the event, great start to the heat.
And looking at the context of the round, this opening round, an 11.50 has been, that's already a higher heat total than a lot of the heat wins we've seen today specifically. So she's done well in the first 8 minutes of this heat, maybe even 6 minutes of this heat, to be able to find herself with a solid leading position. Looking very favorable to take away the lead. Though we've seen some of those turnarounds in heats as well, where you've seen those 4 or 5 minute heats towards the back.
Yep.
Always so important as a competitor in the jersey to not let it get away from you until that buzzer sounds.
100%. Here we go, red.
Laura now on her forehand. The local from Brazil, setting her line for that first turn.
Nice.
Makes the connection on the second, what looked like a challenging section.
Yeah, made it look easy, really, didn't she?
Catalina now up and riding again, eyeing off that left. Great posture, really opens up her wingspan as she cracks it into the second. Looking very commanding out in the lineup.
She's got a big future ahead of her. Peru, all 3 of their ladies in this division are potential winners of it. So, and this was a great ride. Look at the rib that ran through the middle of it. She had no speed, but somehow whipped the board up into the lip, pulled it off. Here's the backhand of Catalina, drops down, pushes on the back foot, snaps vertically. I feel like this might even be better than the 6.67. The second turn was a beauty too. 2 big turns. Will it improve on the 6.67? I believe so. I think they were really critical turns, and the fact that the waves stayed tall and the second turn was actually bigger than the first turn, judges kind of like that.
An important moment as well for Brazil's Laura to be able to get that first score on the board. We can see Lila Skinner walking down the beach there for Team England in the blue jersey. She's got a brother, Lucas, that's competing this week. Her dad, Ben Skinner, or Skin Dog as he's more affectionately known in the surfing community globally, one of the world's best longboarders. He's there behind the scenes for Team England this week, which is fun to see him in a different capacity because this was a Longboard World Championships. He'd be wearing a jersey and going for a world title.
Yeah, and look at the scores that just dropped for Catalina's last left-hander.
An 8-point ride, another excellent score for the day. We haven't actually seen that many excellent scores. We've seen a lot of 7s. As we take a look now at Loon, great-looking backhand whip in a heavy section. She'll just get eaten by the white water, but after completing that.
I love the way that looked. It just gobbled her up. 3.73 for the Brazilian.
Right. Brazilian now into that second place position. We'll see where that score drops through for last of green of Netherlands. And Catalina just on repeat, finding the lefts. Little mistake there on that way, but she's already sitting with a 14.67 heat total, which has got to be one of the higher ones of the day. I know we've had that upwards of the 15 to 16 point range already. But those are the kind of heat totals that you're really looking at once you get towards kind of the back end of a competition that are really important to be advancing through. You kind of need to get into that, that 12 to 15 point range to really feel secure in a heat.
Yeah.
If you can go excellent, obviously that's the best.
2 8s, 16 points, so you're always confident with that.
Feeling really good to be advancing through. In the early rounds of an event, sometimes it is just that kind of 10-point mark that you're aiming for that advancement.
And you almost, in a way, in the back of your mind, you don't want to show too much. I see Catalina just paddling for wave one. I'm almost like, okay, just sit back. Just sit back, get to first priority, just take your time. Don't rush. You don't need to be doing as much as you're already doing. Let's hold it back and show the judges some fireworks later on in the event. But it's been an incredible start to the heat.
7 minutes remaining. Let's take a look at some replays here. This is the 8-point ride for Catalina.
What's the technique off the bottom? Hand goes into the wave, throws the arms, just rotates the upper body, and just has such wonderful technique. And that was rightly so an 8-point ride. That was one of the best ways we've seen surf today.
One of those surfers in the water today, too, that's really made that equipment look like an extension of her own body. Yeah. Everything's just connected and seamless, which is quite a big difference when it comes to competing at a high level from someone that doesn't feel quite as comfortable on their equipment to really make it look like, it's an extra foot that they've got.
Yeah, exactly. It looks just so natural. She looks so comfortable. And when you consider the pressure of a moment like this, your first heat, she would have dreamt of coming out and doing this. To get the 4-8 straight away, back it up with a 4, have your 2 scores that really, across the board today, most probably would have you in an advancing second spot, and then go to the 6, 6, 7, and an 8. It's really, she surfed a perfect heat to date.
Very impressive surfing so far from the Peruvian.
And you almost want the time to go. You're sitting there going, okay, let's let this 5 minutes pass, or not another wave break. Let's just go in and job done.
It'll be close to see who gets into that second place position, however. Laura sitting in second at the moment off the strength of that single score, that 3.73 that we saw for that kind of 2-turn tag with a heavy section. A bit of a staircase lip to it as she finished off on the sand. She hasn't been able to get herself a backup score, though, for the Brazilian.
And the wave most probably wasn't a near 4. The wave was a pretty average wave, and so that speaks volumes to how good she surfs and the potential. If she puts that surfing onto one of the better waves out there, she could easily match the big scores of Catalina. So Loon and Tora are going to have a lot of work to do.
Well, it looks like so far today, I'm just having a look at some of our stats. We've got a 15-point heat total, which was that early heat total of Isla Hupets of Australia, with that highest heat total for our under-16 girls division. We had Tia Zabrowski with a 14.60. So at the moment, Catalina is sitting just ahead of that in that number 2 spot. She had a 14.60.
Okay.
Couple of 7s. She wasn't quite able to get into that excellent range, but great consistency. As we take a look now at Catalina Zarrique of Peru putting together an absolute clinic.
I love the way she surfs. I really like the style and the power. You can feel her determination in it, but none of that ruins the flow. She maintains her rhythm and flow. Brazil, up and riding. Wow. That was a super vertical re-entry. Again, it wasn't such a good wave, but the surfing was amazing.
And Loon now looking to set her line as she comes into a really heavy section. She's going to charge onto the end. Nearly makes the landing. That was dedication. You could see how heavy it was looking as it started sucking out. She was way at the bottom of that wave.
Stood up really tall, didn't it? Team Peru. That's Sophia, who we watched earlier, win her round.
That's right, and her mate next to her, who gave a great translation.
Incredible.
Incredibly well-spoken and just able to kind of simplify things as well. Bring it into the conversation. It's a really great thing about this event is having, there's so many surfers from so many different nations, Barton. 46 nations in total. A lot of them not English-speaking nations for their first language. The majority not being English-speaking for their first language.
Yep.
And to be able to communicate in the global scene for surfing, post-heat interviews are very often conducted in English. A lot of the viewing population watching on the English side of things. So we do have the Spanish and the Portuguese broadcast running this week, so you can opt to listen in to that crew commentating. They've been doing a fantastic job today. But to be able to be well spoken across multiple languages is a challenge that I think this young generation has had to bring into that conversation. We heard Hans Ortizola from Spain early this morning saying that he moved to California this year, specifically to work on his surfing, but also to live in an English-speaking household with his host family and to be able to work on that behind the scenes. And we've got a great team of surfers as well as coaches and managers on the ground this week that are going to be helping with those translations. So if you are one of those from your team and you know that your surfer is not super comfortable maybe giving an English interview, but we'd love to hear what they want to say.
Yeah.
We'd love to hear their thoughts on their heat, on their expectations for this event, to be able to really let them just share from their heart. Please jump in and help out with those interviews. Give us a great translation, and it'll be that much better for the storytelling by the end of the event.
Absolutely, and even if you're 10 years old, as we saw earlier.
That's right. Age does not matter.
Does not, as long as you can speak the language. But what an advantage to have that ability to speak, multiple languages.
Down to the final minute and 30 seconds on the clock.
Just in life in general as well, isn't it? You know what I mean? To be able to communicate across different languages, and that's a powerful thing.
Does bridge a lot of gaps between different people and different nations. And as a surfer, we've got that kind of that inward ambition to want to travel. We want to be on the search. We want to find that next perfect wave, which often means traveling, right?
Yep.
It doesn't mean satisfaction all the time with being at home, unless you live at one of the great waves around the world. Maybe you're satisfied, but you'd still like to hop on a plane, hop on a boat somewhere, go somewhere different. And that means crossing borders and usually needing to use a bit of a second language.
And even there's just those simple words, the please, the thank you, those things that you just, I can speak many, I suppose, just a few words, and enough to sort of arrive and see people and say hello and warm the environment to you and create, the conversation. Powerful thing.
We've got a paddle here, 30 seconds to go. And up and riding, Tora from Belgium, getting some work done down the line. She was chasing a big 6.07 to get herself into that top 2 position to be able to avoid the rapid charge round. But the 16-year-old, she's been able to put together some work out in the lineup, and she'll be feeling like she's got that opportunity to paddle out for a second time in the rapid charge.
Absolutely. And a 3.73 was the second score for Laura, the Brazilian. And it's her waves, the 2 waves that she rode to those scores. She only ridden 2 rides, and both those waves were very average. And her surfing boosted those scores up to the point, here she goes up and riding now, that has her advancing. Again, look at the ribs in that wave. Hard to find a nice clean section, but I feel confident to say with so little time left that she's done the job. You see her face then too. She was like, no, that didn't feel too good. I didn't like that. But at least it doesn't really, we've talked about that as well, haven't we? It doesn't really matter as long as you advance. The level of the performance, the scores, all of that stuff is great. Maybe even greater for the ego than it is for the reality, because you want to save and peak at the right time.
Well, it's Laura from Brazil in second, and Catalina of Peru with a great heat total of a 14.67, second highest of the day, behind the 15.00 we saw from Isla of Australia earlier on, with a heat win. We're going to be back with more action. It's going to be our final heat of the day. Under 16 girls, heat number 24 coming up next. Stay tuned for all the action.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe a dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, the guy like talking, we're gonna ask them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
It's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to the final heat of the day for our opening day of the 2023 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, specifically at Praia da Macumba, and it's been an awesome day to kick things off. We've been able to mostly witness the under-16 girls here on the webcast, but the under-16 boys have been competing as well on the second podium throughout the day, and we're now into our final heat, USA, England, and Canada, with Linnea Mons, Lila Skinner, and Bailey Brown out in the water.
The American team have been very impressive today. It's going to be interesting to see how this last heat wraps up. Canada as well, they're I suppose, a bit of a sleeping giant, aren't they, of the surfing world at this point in time. Qualifying Sanoa Oland Demphley for the Olympic Games, out of the Pan American Games just recently in Chile. So that's an incredible situation for Canadian surfing. And for young Sanoa, amazing.
And what a way for her to take that qualification as well. Let's go back to that in a moment because we do have some replays. Lila Skinner getting the first of the exchange.
Look at this wall. Nice wave selection. Snaps out of the top. This is a beautiful wave. Continues to deliver. Oh, I was about to say what happens here. And that might have been the best option, I think, diving out the back. Getting away from the impact zone.
Drops into 3.00, a 2.17 on the board for Bailey Brown of Canada. And you were just mentioning Sanoa.
Yeah.
The way that she took out that qualification for Paris in big heavy
waves.
surf in Chile.
They said it was more like a big wave event, you know. I spoke to Shannon, the coach, just before, and he was saying it was incredible. You know, it was massive out there, and she got one wave where the wave didn't even fit in the screen. It was so big. So yeah, that's that's one of those life-changing moments, you'd have to say.
And to have to step up to it in those kind of conditions. I mean, for Sanoa specifically, maybe having a bit of that benefit being from a very cold weather position.
Yeah.
Surfing in Canada, surfing in those very thick wetsuits, in snow a lot of the year as well, snow on the beaches, cold water. Chile that week, it was very cold.
Very chilly.
It was very chilly in Chile.
Yeah.
And the water temperature was icy, everyone wearing hoods and thick wetsuits. And so she would have been feeling a little bit of that, I suppose, comfort level for her coming from a cold water area. As we take a look at some of the equipment with Team Peru. And a little bit of lip reading there from the crew. They've been putting together an amazing performance today with their under-16 girls.
He said, we're super stoked. Catalina did great. She dinged her board. This is the ding, but she's good.
Well, let's go down to the beach. 15 minutes on the clock, and Jess Grimwood is ready to go with the winner of that last heat, Catalina from Peru.
Yeah, and what an amazing performance from you. An 8-point ride and a high 6 to take the win in that heat, Catalina. Could you hear what was going on, and were you feeling that momentum build throughout the heat?
Well, I couldn't really hear much from inside because it was a lot of waves coming, but I'm super happy to be making it to the next round, and I could catch a couple of really good waves, and yeah, I'm super happy. The waves are really good, and I'm super happy.
What's the feeling for you representing your country and being here in Brazil and with the crowd and everybody's cheering and there's lots going on the beach? How does that feel for you personally?
Well, it's amazing. I'm super proud to be representing Peru, and this is my second, how do you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's amazing. It's like my favorite thing.
And what does a normal day in the life for you look like when you're back at home getting ready to come to these ISA games? What's a normal kind of day in the life for Catalina?
Well, normally I just train every day. I surf, and I also train, and I have school. how do you say?
Yeah, school.
Yeah, that, and we'll mostly train, school, and nothing else actually. Yeah, surfing.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure you have so many people tuning in at home. Would you like to say something to them about your performance and your experience today here?
Yeah, I wanna say hi to everybody that's watching me, my mom and my brother and my sister probably, and yeah, I wanna just say hi and thank everyone.
Congratulations. Well done. Great performance for you today and good luck. We can't wait to see you again.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thanks, Catalina. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much. Great focus on school and focus on training. It's all paid off. Smart surfer in and out of the water.
That's all I do. Surf, train, and school.
12 minutes remaining on the clock. Lila Skinner currently sitting in the lead with a 3-point ride for Team England. And I just received the news that her older brother, Lucas Skinner, who's been competing, he just finished out a heat on the South podium and finished out with the highest heat total of the boys division today. He found himself a couple of 8s, an 8-point ride as his low score and an 8.27 for a 16.27 heat total to take out what could be the highest of the day unless he gets beat out in the last few heats on that side.
He's got amazing airs, that kid. He's so lightning fast on the face and in the air. The rotations he does are incredible. So he's just recovered from some injury, and that'll be stoked, especially if the results, his sister stays in the position that she's in now.
Bailey Brown now up and riding. Nice takeoff. Caught a little bit behind the section, but looking composed. Finding that little bit of rail line as she drives down the face of that wave. Quick turn and she'll kick out. 2.17 is her high score at the start of this. And Linnea from Team USA.
Bit of a slow start.
Very slow. Nearly halfway through this heat, about 8 minutes gone already. And she's having a little look. She's had a couple looks, but she hasn't actually paddled in and caught anything, so we don't have a score next to her name yet. She'll have a bit of work to do for Team USA.
And Lila has the first priority at this point in time too. So Linnea must have paddled for something, not got it, and the British girl's just making her way sort of closer to her, which I think is a really smart move right now. And stay close to, the Americans have been in great form, as we said, and you imagine that Linnea will have some game for sure. So, taking the opportunity to use your priority in a bit of a defensive way as much as offensive is a good idea. Here we go.
Linnea now up and riding. All right, well worth the wait. Nice opening maneuver, 2-turn combination. Looking for that finish now. Will she be able to squeeze it? One more, can't quite get there, but great surfing. And this is going to set her apart in this heat.
And what you can imagine, if Lila would have paddled closer to Linnea, that could have been her ride, and Linnea could be still sitting and waiting, and you're putting the pressure on your opponent. By not getting close enough to control her with the priority, she allowed that to happen out of second place, and she'll take the lead now in this heat, and that will be the best scoring ride of the heat, and she showed the talent she's got, especially this turn here. Wow, beautiful backside re-entry there and into another one on the inside, and that was a great ride. Going to be interesting to see where that goes, but it's got to be a 6, you would imagine, plus.
Scores to come through now for first of the USA Surfer in Mons. Great looking backhand attack from Florida. Loves surfing at the pier at home in Jacksonville. And would have quite a few fun events she can be competing in there. Of course, the Supergirl Pro takes place in that region as well. So she's got some great women's events that she's able to compete in now at a young age, starting to step into that conversation. And she opens up with a 7.17, showing why it was worth the wait on that wave selection.
Yeah, and if you're Lila, you would be kicking yourself because she started to paddle that way, and sometimes you don't want to be the bad guy or girl. You kind of go, I'm not going to do that. But as a competitor, you have to be able to override that self-consciousness or that ability to, you need to commit and take that opportunity that is given to you with the priority. It's an opportunity to control your opponents as much as it is get any wave you want. And if you just use it to get any wave you want and not use it to control your opposition, then you're only sort of half using its potential. That's what we saw there. Hopefully she does it well. She's in third place now. So hopefully she doesn't play longer term for what I would consider a mistake there with the priority.
It is a part of that healthy competition, that kind of mindset coming into an event like this with the opportunity to learn, though, is all the facets of what you can do with priority.
Yeah.
It's not a nasty thing, but it's just learning how to play the game smart,
Exactly.
how to use it to pick the right waves, like you said, but also how to control the situation with the other surfers when you're given that opportunity to hold on to first priority.
And nothing sure you don't use it in that way, and then at some point in the heat someone does, and you go, wow, I should have done that, I should have used it that way. So it's, again, it's something that not everybody is willing to do. And I mean, we've seen on the World Championship Tour, you've seen the Brazilian Gabriel Medina use it to its maximum potential, and it might not make you friends, but it'll definitely win you a few heats, that's for sure.
Might get you a title or two as well.
Yeah, exactly.
At the end of the road, as we take a look at.
Oh, and there's the priority lost. With that paddle.
She's having a look back as well to see, did the priority judge notice that? Of course they did. She's going down into third priority.
And let's see if Linnea Mons is now going to use her second priority to kind of hang close by and make sure she uses it to its potential. It's been a really interesting heat, hasn't it, strategically, to watch that. What just went down there?
Yeah, it's been interesting to see it kind of unfold there. You can see Dad, Ben Skinner, on the beach just kind of scratching his chin going, okay, situation's a little different than it was 4 minutes ago. Still 7 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. And Linnea's going to have a look at this and decide not to go. It's going to leave the door open for Lila. Can she get around to that open face? There we go, first turn. Looking for that second turn now. Setting it up down the line. And not super explosive, but she's getting the job done. She's getting all that work done. She gives him that little bit of a claim. She's feeling really good. Team England is right back in the conversation.
That was great there. And look at the paddling, just had that ferocity in it. She's surfing and paddling like she was in third place. You know what I mean? It's a different energy that comes in the desperation, and where you recognise that, hey, I could be going down to the elimination round. But looking for a .67, you've got to put the house on it that she's going to get that score and go back into second place. And if she can hold on for this final minutes, there's that first snap. Nice, pretty carves, pretty turns the way she did them. They were really nice. Came around that section maybe a little early, but the fact that she got there a little early meant that she had time to get that last maneuver in with nice timing, and she really liked the way that felt.
Now, scores to come through for Lila. Currently chasing, like you said, just a 0.67 to move herself up into that second place position over Bailey Brown of Canada. Bailey with a 2.17 on the board as her high score, wearing the green jersey. She's looking to put herself into position now. And we're down to the final 5.5 minutes of the day. It's been a big day of surfing, and there we go. A 3-point ride drops in, 3.5. Betters the situation for Lila. Gets just enough work done to put the requirement into the 4-point range on Bailey Brown down into third.
Yeah, good position, good. That was the time to get that done. You don't want to leave that much later than that.
Deep takeoff for Linnea. Takes off in the foam, wipes the hair out of her face, and then gets started with 2 strong turns.
Wow.
That's an impressive recovery from a late takeoff like that.
Beautiful surfing. Individuality in the style, the way the arms and the hands are held, it has a unique look to it. There's that whitewater takeoff you mentioned, jumps to her feet, takes the time to get around that section. There's that flare out of the top, and again cutting back to the power source where the whitewater is into the final turn. That consolidates the lead and will consolidate the victory here, you imagine. 2 good, strong rides, surf beautifully on the backhand. And this is a young goofy footer who could, guaranteed, you could imagine that she could be at an Olympic Games one day.
The Floridian looking powerful. There's a few good surfers that have come out of the Florida state over the years.
Just a couple here and there. More world titles than any other state or country in the world. Courtesy of a couple of people, but you would go obviously Kelly Slater with 11, but then you've got to look at Lisa Anderson and Frida Zamba with 4 each. You're already at 19 world titles and only 3 people you've considered. CJ Hobgood and the future looks very bright for Florida.
That's
for
right.
sure.
Caroline Marks just got her
there you
inaugural
go,
world title.
as
Of course,
well.
resides in San Clemente, but from Florida, born and raised.
Look at these kids.
Team USA down on the beach. 3
Yeah,
minutes, 40
please.
seconds on the clock, and it's a 6-1-7 now on the board for Linnea. Sets her up with a convincing lead in the 13-point range for her heat total. Lila Skinner is in a good position in in second. Looking to increase on a couple of threes, which would put more pressure onto the Canadian and Bailey Brown. Bailey is sitting with first priority. Lila's got an opportunity now to try and build on the threes. Has a quick look. That wave just fades out in front of her. And Bailey's chasing down a 4.33 as we come down to the final few minutes.
Which isn't a big score, but today, given the conditions, it's not an easy score to get. It needs to be a good wave and it needs to be surfed well.
Lila now up and riding, trying to improve on a 3.00. Little soft out of that first turn, sets it up though, tries to hit that in section with some power and she'll go down. Linnea has a look at that and she'll not take off, realizing that wave she was just behind the section on. Bailey still sitting with that first priority next to her name, looking to just try and play things smart here in the last few minutes. She gets a good wave. She'll be easily looking at the score that she's chasing.
Yeah, absolutely. Wind has died down a little bit. That sort of wild, stormy moment has passed. You look at the wave face. Out to sea looks choppier than it does in here. We've got that big headland, which is protecting these waves and the conditions a little bit from that wind.
Paddle now from Bailey. And she's unable to get into it, so she'll lose that first priority.
See, they're the mistakes that a young kid's going to make, you don't make them too many times until you go, actually, I need to make sure 100% I'm going to catch this wave before I paddle for it. Because, at least she's only down into here we go on the inside.
Lila with a nice chip in. Oh, she'll just have to duck out quickly.
Good move.
1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock to finish out our opening day of competition here at the ISA World Junior Championships. It's been really great to be able to see the action get going, to be able to feel that momentum starting to build, and to hear more of the stories behind the scenes from surfers around the world that have gotten here, to hear those post-heat interviews, how many surfers have been focused on their training heading into this, but also balancing their school life back at home. And we do want to continue sharing kind of the message through this week that there is an ISA scholarship program. Now, we're going to do a lot more education around this as the week goes on, but if you're interested, there is a deadline of January 15th. You can apply for the scholarship at isa.org underneath the tag of scholarships, and you could be looking at an opportunity to get more funding towards school as well as some good coaching, maybe some boards and equipment that you need. So take a look at isasurf.org.
Great opportunity there. All the help we all need, all the help we can get. And ISA have those scholarships and they're available to anyone. Just got to apply. Here we go.
Linnea on her backhand. That wave won't amount to much.
And we saw Bailey as well get that ride, which was, maybe her final chance. Lila Skinner might be holding on to that second place.
Yeah, that was an opportunity for Bailey, but it just comes through as a 1-point ride. Unable to find a wave with that bit of consequence that she needed. Might have a shot here.
With first priority, Lila Skinner, you could see she was paddling with some intent towards her opponent, Bailey Brown. Then she kind of went, no, maybe not, and just stopped. And as long as Bailey doesn't get a score, a wave and a score that overtakes you, fair enough. Good sportsmanship.
Well, what a heat. Lila paddling into this one. It does look like the buzzer has sounded. She's going to use that priority anyways and just exercise her advancement through. Great looking snap to start things off on that wave. Tags it under the lip.
Yes.
Finally feels free to give that claim on the finish, and she'll be walking away with that second place, heading into the main round for Team England with her dad on the beach.
Hey, he's got the finger in the air. They're all so happy and avoiding that elimination round or repechage round. But once you're in the repechage round, Dad gives her a hug, says congratulations. Look at the applause from the teammates. Everyone's super stoked there. Great Britain. And Lila through to the next round, hopping and jumping with joy.
Very excited to see her walk away with that advancing top 2 position. She was even able to better her situation there with a 3.27 Barton on the board for her last wave. It was up just in time for the buzzer, as we can see the team down on the beach cheering her on.
And I've noticed that this is a very popular style of celebration with teams. They all come in, hands are in. I'm not exactly sure what, I'm sure they're saying different things, but they've all got a very similar, the majority of them got a similar celebration.
They've got their similar kind of, that celebrations, or maybe those war cries even before paddling out.
Yes, exactly.
On, taking out a big heat win, or even just that advancement and showing how important every single heat is. Well, an exciting finish for Lila Skinner. Her brother Lucas, we found out, walked away with, at the moment, the highest total of the day on the boys' side of the draw for the under 16 boys, with a 16.47 heat total. And so the Skinners doing well at the end. Linnea Mons for Team USA out of Florida. She put together an excellent heat, getting that 7 and that 6.17 on the board.
She surfed incredible. It was a slow start. And, normally you might see the slow start lead to some nerves and a conservative approach, but not for that young lady from Florida. She blew up there. As soon as she got the opportunity, you realised, the minute you saw her do the first turn, you went, oh, okay. She's got everything she needs. She just needs a wave.
Well, an exciting day of competition. We've got more to come tomorrow. Be sure to check out ISA Surf for all the information around the event, isasurf.org specifically. There we will find the updates for tomorrow's schedule, the call times, who's surfing, when, and where. And we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning for a 6:30 a.m. start with our under 18 boys at this main podium, a 7 a.m. start for the finish of our under 16 boys division at the second podium, followed by the under 18 girls. So a big day of surfing. It's been a great opening day, Barton. Lovely to call the action alongside of you. Thanks so much for tuning in. Stay tuned now for highlights, and we'll be back with more from Rio de Janeiro tomorrow for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.